The Tourmaline by Paul Park, DB 64427. Copyright 2006 by Paul Park. Read by Jill Fox. This book contains 350 pages. Approximate reading time, 15 hours, 10 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the parts at Level 1 and to the chapters at Level 2. Library of Congress annotation. Miranda Popescu, from A Princess of Roumania, RC 63874, travels secretly through Romania pursuing her destiny as the prophesied white tiger. Miranda's friends, Peter and Andromeda, attempt to join her but are constantly thwarted by the evil Baroness Ceausescu and the German elector of Ratisbon. For Senior High Readers, 2006. From the book jacket. Miranda Popescu, who is introduced in Park's magnificent novel A Princess of Roumania, is at the fulcrum of a deadly political and diplomatic battle between conjurers in an alternate fantasy world where Romania is a leading European power. For her own safety, Miranda was hidden in our world, adopted and raised by an American couple in a quiet Massachusetts college town. But at the beginning of this book, she is translated by magic back to her own country. Her enemies are the mad Baroness Ceausescu and the sinister elector of Ratisbon, who hold her true mother prisoner in Germany. The Tourmaline tells the story of how Miranda, separated from her friends Peter and Andromeda, begins to grow into her new sense of self, traveling in secret through Romania. It is also the tale of how these friends are shockingly and poignantly changed as they make their way out of the forests of an alternate America and across the ocean to find Miranda again. The story will be continued in The White Tiger. About the author. Paul Park is the author of A Princess of Roumania, Sugar Rain, and Celestis. He lives in North Adams, Massachusetts. Other books by Paul Park: Soldiers of Paradise, The Cult of Loving Kindness, The Gospel of Corax, Three Marys, If Lions Could Speak and Other Stories, No Traveler Returns. For Miranda, of course. 1. Catching Up. 1. The Hoosick River. All afternoon they searched the riverbank. Peter went a mile in both directions, tramping through the high reeds next to the water. At intervals he called Miranda's name. It was a bright, clear day. The reeds were golden in the winter sunlight, which dazzled him and blinded him when he stopped to catch his breath. But the light had no warmth in it. Past 3, the shallow water and the hummocks and the roots were covered with a veiny skin of ice. Peter's feet were numb inside his running shoes. Hoarse and discouraged, he went back to the boat to search for woolen gloves. Andromeda was no help. Since her transformation, she'd never been a barking kind of dog. She'd scarcely made a sound except for a breathless wheezing, almost like speech. But now she ran in circles on the higher ground, yelping and howling. Sometimes she had her nose down, but there was nothing methodical in the way she sniffed and searched. She might just as well have chased her tail. How much was left of her? Peter asked himself. Packed in her dog's narrow skull, how much was left of the girl he'd known? Raevsky, the old man, was better, more effective. He kept to the place in the high pines where they'd last seen Miranda, before she'd faded and vanished into the air. He went outward from the clearing in a spiral, his pistol in his hand. In the morning he'd been stiff and lame, and in the afternoon he still moved slowly. He limped down the steep bank to meet Peter at the boat. 6 hours ago, they'd pulled out of the current and stopped at this curved sandy shore. Lured by... what? Peter had seen someone he thought he recognized, a woman in a long skirt. She'd called to them from the high ground, then she'd come to greet them as they brought the boat to shore. At that moment, all of them had been waylaid by something separate, some illusion from the past. Miranda didn't even glance at the woman, the Comtesse de Rougemont, in her embroidered vest. She didn't wait for the boat to come to land. She'd thrown down her paddle and stepped out into the shallow water. She'd scrambled up the slope and disappeared into the woods, and that was that. What was she looking for in this empty forest, on this empty river? Now she was gone, and Peter stood with his hands in his pockets where Raevsky had drawn the boat onto the pebbles. Above him somewhere, Andromeda yipped and wailed. "No reason to seek more," said Captain Raevsky, with his sibilant Romanian accent. His gun was in his pocket, and he blew on his hands. He moved his weight from one boot to the other, because of the cold or because his feet were sore. "Now we make camping." Peter was relieved to hear him say so. Stamping through the frozen reeds, Peter had already half convinced himself it made more sense to leave. They must be close to where the Hoosick River joined the Hudson near Mechanicville. He remembered the distances from home. He and his parents had driven up to Saratoga more than once. But in this world there was no town before Albany, and even Albany was a tiny place with just a few thousand souls, as Raevsky called them. But there'd be food in Albany. Food was what they didn't have, except for some stale biscuits. They could put in a couple of more hours on the river. Miranda had left them. There was no reason to stay. Yet when he saw Raevsky reach into the flat-bottomed boat and pull out one of the big canvas bags, Peter felt a shudder in his body that was like hope. With another part of his mind, he told himself he never wanted to leave this god-forsaken shore. So he dragged the tent from the pirogue and then carried it up the slope to a flat place in the golden grass, while Raevsky pulled dead branches from the trees. Andromeda was nowhere to be seen. In the morning on this trampled rise above the river, he had seen a woman, or woman's ghost, dressed in a long skirt and embroidered vest. Even a name had come to him, Inés de Rougemont. Now all that seemed dreamlike and unreal, except for the scratches on his forearms, the bites on his shoulders where the woman had attacked him, diverted him, prevented him from following Miranda. Then she dissolved and disappeared just as Miranda had. Peter laid out the stiff canvas and slid the stakes into the sandy ground. Because the wind was stronger now, he found some rocks for the corners. It was a military pup tent. When it was up, he brought the blankets and sleeping bags from the boat. Of them, at least, there was no lack. These were all supplies from Raevsky's journey up the river. He'd come from Roumania to kidnap Miranda for some woman named Ceausescu. Peter was unsure of the details. But in a series of catastrophes, his men had all been lost, leaving blankets enough for 6 or 7, but food for none. Raevsky made a fire ring of river stones and dragged some logs to sit on. He built up a big fire and was heating water in a tin pot. Now he sat pulling off his boots, crooning over his damaged feet, which Peter could see were mottled and discolored in some places. With his clasp knife, Raevsky scraped away some skin. He ripped a shirt to make clean bandages, which he smeared with ointment from a jar. Grimacing, he slid his feet into his woolen socks again. Squatting among the rocks, he pounded up some biscuits in a pot, then softened them with boiling water. He was in his 50s. Under his knit cap, his hair was gray, and his beard was rough and grizzled over his blotched, uneven cheeks. When he smiled, as now, holding out a bowl of sludge and a tin cup of ouzo, Peter could see his upper teeth were missing on one side. "So, eat. In the morning, then we see." "I'll stay here," Peter said impulsively, idiotically. Raevsky shrugged. "It's nothing." "Why?" "She is not here." Peter sat with his warm biscuits in his wooden bowl. Off in the woods, Andromeda yowled and was silent. Raevsky stared at him. His eyebrows were coarse, his eyes sunken and bright. "What you saw?" he asked finally. Peter shrugged. It sounded stupid to say. "There was a woman. She called out to me. Rougemont or something. She was dressed, I don't know, like a gypsy. Now I can't even remember." "Look," he said. He put down his cup and bowl, then held up his hands. They were scabbed and torn. "And so? I did not see this gypsy." Now it was getting dark. The sun was down behind the trees on the far bank. "So?" Peter said. Raevsky blew his nose on his fingers. Then he wiped them on his trousers. "When you saw Miss Popescu..." He spat into the fire. In a moment he went on. "You smell burning smell? Fire burning and black powder?
Then some ordure and so? Murdery. Garbage?
He sniffed to clear his nose again.
Is telling you, this murdery of conjuring is like a conjure trick. No woman there. Me, I saw blackness, blindness, then you and the dog, fighting with nothing, only a spirit or shadow. Then Miss Popescu, all alone. Then nothing. She is gone.
Yes, Peter muttered. All afternoon he'd tried not to think about it, so he'd occupied his mind with searching and shouting and stumbling through the grass. All the time, though, he had known what Raevsky knew. She was gone. Peter could not bear to think she'd left him and gone home.
Think, Raevsky said. What did you see?
Peter felt tears in his eyes, and so he turned his face away. He sat watching the wide bend of the river below them, listening to the sound of the water. He couldn't bear to think that maybe right now she was back in Williamstown, the real Williamstown, where he and she had got to know each other and had gone to school, and where his mother was buried and his father lived on White Oak Road. He couldn't bear to think that she had left him here in this new version of the world, where America was a deserted forest full of lunatics, and Roumania, of all places, was a great power, and he didn't know anyone at all.
I saw her in the clearing, he said, and above the trees I could see something, the outline of a building. Just for a moment. It was farther on. I was looking at Miranda, but I saw this other thing out of the corner of my eye, a stone building. Then she was gone, and when I looked up, there was nothing. Make me this house.
Raevsky sat forward on his log. He took a drink from his tin cup, then held his left hand out in front of him toward the fire.
Make me look.
Peter sighed.
It was big. A tall, narrow building with a tower. Stone walls, wooden shutters, and a copper roof. You know, that green copper? Just the roof. I saw it above the trees. There was a steeple on the tower. Ah, Raevsky said. You did not see this before? No, but what did you smell? Did you smell this garbage? No, but there was something. Salt, I think.
They sat staring at each other.
Again, Raevsky said. Before you say no, but I didn't think about it. Not till now. But Miranda told me about something like that, maybe in Romania, whatever. Yes, Raevsky hissed.
He gestured with his tin cup of liquor.
And you know nothing. But I tell you, this is her father's house. Prince Frederick Schenk von Schenk, who sold us to the Germans. If not for Ceausescu, no, it's not important. She is there, you will see, in Romania. Salt, you were smelling at Constanta on the ocean side.
Doubtful, Peter watched him across the fire. Though not a tall man, nevertheless he was impressive because of his big chest and long arms. His legs, though, encased in dirty woolen trousers, were spindly and small. What am I telling you? He said now. You understand this thing? You saw this house when Miss Popescu was little girl. You and Sasha Prochenko, is it not so? You remember this somehow. Peter laid down his cup and bowl. The sweet, wet biscuits were uneasy in his stomach. I've never been to Roumania, he murmured doggedly. Raevsky took a sip of ouzo. Then he blew his cheeks out, whistled a low note. So it's true you have no memory? Peter de Graz, you are a famous man. I myself saw you come from Adrianople when I was with the army. More than 20 years. When you beat the Turkish champion. Peter didn't want to listen to this. In this new version of the world, he had a past, but he didn't want to hear about it. My name is Peter Gross, he said. I live with my father on White Oak Road. In June I'll be 18. This year I had Mr. Langer for English composition. So maybe that was true one time. I do not know of this Herr Langer. Now I say you are the Chevalier de Graz.
You and Miranda Popescu, and Prochenko too. I think you are in a dream world, like Inkushwara, like a prison. Now you wake up and one half thinks is still dreaming. One half knows truth. Look at hands.
Peter imagined he would put his hands behind his back, or else roll them in the belly of his sweater to keep warm. Instead, he found himself stretching them together toward the fire. His left hand, as he remembered it, and his huge new right hand, with its black hair and chipped nails.
Look,
Raevsky said, pointing at the bull's head birthmark below his right thumb.
It's the Gratz's mark. How do you explain?
He had no explanation. He had been born with a birth defect, a stump that ended halfway down his forearm. There'd been a time when he'd said prayers at night, hoping he would wake up whole, but not like this, with a grown man's hand, a hand that was not his own.
How do you think you know this name, de Rougemont, who was in the gazettes and rich magazines of Bucharest 20 years before?
Peter shook his head. Unbidden, an image came to him, a woman in a silk dress, laughing as she danced with a man in an old-fashioned uniform, with gold braid and epaulets.
How long?
He asked. Raevsky rubbed his nose.
Prince Frederick killed in prison before Miranda Popescu was born. That is 20 years. Then she is in Constanta with her Aunt Egypta Schenk, and that is 7 or so. Then nothing. She and the others gone, Prochenko and the Graz. We said the Empress put them to the wall because they were Prince Frederick's men. We said the girl is...
He put his fist to his throat.
Now I am glad it was not so.
How old was he,
de Graz?
Raevsky shrugged.
25, 26 and so. Even then younger than me.
Peter didn't want to hear it. More than once his parents had told him about what had happened when he was 5 years old. It was as if he'd forgotten how to talk. They took him to a specialist in Boston. Then, in a year, he'd learned again. But you were like a different child, his mother had said. 25 minus 12 plus 5, he calculated now.
So I will guess about Prochenko,
Raevsky went on.
I have heard this story when a man turns to a dog. Old conjuring from Carpathian Mountains, Transylvania. You will see. I know him one time with Prince Frederick at Havsa. I see his eyes. Who is this dog now with Lieutenant Prochenko's eyes? He will come back, I say. Body and soul, little and little.
Peter did not find this reassuring. But maybe Andromeda had had a year like his when she was small, when something new had entered her. If so, what would she grow into now? What would he grow into, little and little? Sasha Prochenko, he muttered aloud. And it was true. The name seemed to mean something.
Prince Frederick's aide-de-camp,
murmured Raevsky. When Andromeda yelped again from where she cowered in the woods, he lifted up his forefinger and pointed at the sky.
I tell to you, he said, there is this thwarted, a stink of conjuring.
Peter made an effort to unload this from his mind. What did it matter about the Chevalier de Gratz, the other man? He was who he was, and Andromeda and Miranda too. They weren't some other people.
Miranda told me about the castle on the beach, he said.
Captain Raevsky slapped his knee.
And so that is Dovada. Evidence. I swear to you that this is so. Here she is gone. There, she wakes up in that place. You see the house. So she is in Constanta, nowhere more. I swear on the Platusa, the breasts of Nicola Ceausescu. She is there, I know. I will go to find her in that place.
As he drank more, he lapsed more into Romanian. With his thumb he brushed the small insignium embroidered on his woolen shirt front, the red pig of Cluj. This was his monomania, for which he had sacrificed his men and most of himself, as Peter understood. Not for one moment did he waver now, and Peter had heard it all before.
He would go and find Miranda and deliver her to the Baroness Ceausescu's house in Bucharest, and receive his pay, whatever that meant. Money, a kiss, a pat on the head, or a kind word.
"I will take steamboat to New York City,"
he said now, plotting his way.
"But not fear,"
he continued, as if to reassure Peter with what he must know was a lie.
"Nicola Ceausescu will make her happy in her house, in Saltpetre Street. Your friend will live there and be glad."
Peter wondered if the old man had ever had a conversation with this woman, the Baroness Ceausescu. What had she said to him to command him so completely? Whereas Peter had been with Miranda for many days, and felt her arms around him when he was sick, and listened to her, and argued with her, and had good days and bad days, days they'd hardly spoken. He'd known her in two worlds, at school in Massachusetts, and then here, where people treated her like a piece of property to fight over and steal. The evening had closed around them. Peter couldn't see a moon.
"You must remember Nicola Ceausescu,"
Raevsky went on.
"It's possible you saw her in the theater. So when the Baron is inside government, but he is not a husband for her. Not a good husband, too old and too much wounds from fighting. Now she is in her house, still growing like a flower. He's through. Oh, you will see in Bucharest, when she has come home to her place. I tell you, when she sent us from the Gara de Nord, I and my men, and my sister's son to Bremerhaven on a train. Then she touched my hand, each one. She is no aristocrat, no snob. Daughter from people, from Romania. Body like boys, but skin is soft and clear."
Around them the darkness had settled in. Peter could still see the massed shadows of the trees across the river, and over there the sky gave a charred glow. On the other side of the fire, Raevsky mumbled and muttered, and Peter didn't pay him much attention. But even as he let the words get lost in his own thoughts, still he was affected by the fervid tone, if not the sense. It was not Miranda that Raevsky was describing in increasingly precise detail. Still the description brought a picture of her in Peter's mind, her dark blue eyes and pale skin and dark brows, her habit of drawing a strand of her black hair out from her face and perching it behind her ear.
"She has a spot on Umar shoulder," murmured Raevsky, "where the line folds to the chest. Oh, and the line of neck, sharp like."
On and on. In his mind's eye, Peter saw not features and details, so much as moods and expressions. How Miranda's forehead would grow dark with anger, which before he'd met her, he'd assumed was something that could only happen in a book. How a blush suffused her cheeks, etc., the way she chewed on her lips sometimes. Gestures also. In the morning, even in the cold cave they'd stayed in when he was sick, she would step outside and do some stretches in her t-shirt, always the same order, always the same ones. Habits. They had come here without toothbrushes, and she had found a way of flossing with long strands of grass. "We'd started to be friends before," she'd told him once. "There's no reason that has to stop." He remembered her expression when she said this, at the same time that Raevsky was describing the small lines that curled around the edges of her lips, when Nicola Ceausescu smiled. That was enough for Peter. He couldn't listen anymore. There was something useless about this, he thought, something that felt like masturbation, particularly if Miranda was in Roumania or wherever. Far away, but he would find her before Raevsky did. What else was he supposed to do? He would take Andromeda and find her, and one day they would wake from this. Immediately, he heard Andromeda's long howl, as if it had been conjured by her name. It was closer than before. She had come out of the pine trees and was standing on the bank above the river. Now he saw her silhouetted against the lighter distance, stopping on 3 legs with her foreleg curled, her muzzle raised. 2. Saltpetre Street. That same day, when the elector of Ratisbon collapsed on the marble stairway of his hotel in Bucharest, there was some limited pandemonium. He was helpless to prevent 2 junior officers and the ballroom manager from carrying him into the lobby and placing him on a settee.
Unaware of his disgrace, they brought him water and smelling salts, while at the same time the hotel doctor chafed his wrists and loosened his cravat. The doctor was not able to suppress a sniff at his atrocious ugliness. Even though his head was spinning, the elector noticed this, and it brought him to his senses quicker than the stink of the ammonia under his nose. Always he was braced and refreshed by the bad opinion of fools. In any case, the doctor was a quack, neither taking his pulse nor listening to his heart, where it was obvious the trouble lay. He wanted to remove the patient, as he called him, to Brancovenu Hospital, which was out of the question. One Roumanian was bad enough, and the elector certainly would not permit himself to be touched by more than one. He would not be prodded by barbarians, who doubtless still used maggots and leeches in their operating rooms. But he was able to prevail upon the natural chauvinism of the German officers. He had a ticket on the 7 o'clock train to Munich. If he could send a telegram, he would have his personal physician meet him at the Bahnhof. Lying on his back on the settee, even to himself he was not able to admit the truth. The General Stoessel was frog-marching him back home to answer charges of conjuring, prestidigitation, and reanimating a corpse. And the general, when he was summoned from his room, was not able to admit it either. An old-fashioned gentleman, he allowed the elector to retain a molecule of dignity, or perhaps courtesy had nothing to do with it, and it was more a question of German prestige. The elector would be escorted to his suite to rest there and arrange his packing until a diplomatic attaché arrived to take him to the train. Stoessel knelt beside him to murmur the details. He wouldn't place him under guard. In return, he asked for a promise to go gracefully and not make any trouble. From his place on the settee, the elector gave his solemn word, while at the same time he observed with contempt the gray hair in the general's ear, the flecks of dandruff on the collar of his uniform. The elector was a modern man, a man of science and a patriot. He would not be bound by idiotic conventions, and not just because these specific charges against him were false. Whatever ghost or spirit had appeared in Gräuben's room, the elector had had nothing to do with it. No, there was work to be done, and even in his weakened state the elector was the only man in Bucharest to do it. No, he would not break his sworn parole to benefit himself. But it was not by following social niceties that he could serve his country and its civilizing mission in Roumania. An antique martinet like Stoessel couldn't be expected to understand. Because of his prejudices, he could not even be depended on to see the threat, which came out of the hidden world. The elector had lost consciousness for only a few moments. Now he was able to get up and walk to the elevator without incident. Doubtless Stoessel thought he'd lost his balance on the stair, light-headed from the turn of fortune's wheel, bashed his head on the marble balustrade. The general would have no sympathy for any illness, much less for the effect of any conspiracy or curse. So it was important for the elector to pretend nothing had happened, to walk alone, unaided, and to maintain his strength until he reached his own fifth-floor suite. Then he staggered to the armchair under the portrait of Inés de Rougemont, a society belle of the previous generation, painted in gypsy costume. He was grateful for the warmth of the afternoon sun that spilled through the high windows. Gasping for breath, he lay back against the cushions while he pondered what to do. He understood, or thought he understood, two things. First, that Miranda Popescu had disappeared out of his hands, and second, that the Baroness Ceausescu was implicated in her disappearance. At least she was involved in the attack on him. As he'd pitched onto the landing of the hotel stairs, he had smelled the aroma of pig shit and brimstone, too subtle for anyone but him to notice, and in any case it had dissipated by the time he'd woken up. The brimstone was the stink of conjuring, and the barnyard odor was the signature of the Ceausescu family, the red pigs of Cluj. And if Nicola Ceausescu was able to attack him, knock him to his knees in the middle of a crowded hotel, then it was clear the elector had misjudged her. His natural contempt for women had allowed him to underestimate her strength. Was it possible she had the Popescu girl? Not content with stealing the Tourmaline that was essential to his plans, had she been able to steal the girl also? During his crisis on the stairs, the elector had been able to extract Miranda Popescu out of her American wilderness, a mental feat no less prodigious for having been unplanned, a product, he supposed, of his unconscious intellect. Now, seated in his armchair under the spring sun, with separate parts of his mind, the elector was searching the Hoosick River bank in North America, and at the same time the environs of Prince Frederick's castle in Roumania, where the girl should have arrived safe with all the other bric-a-brac he had transposed. But everywhere he looked, Miranda Popescu was not there. She was not among the tall pines where the boy and the dog and the gray-haired soldier searched along the river, and she was not among the scrub oaks and the overgrown roses of her father's garden on the Black Sea. Yet when he brought his gaze in closer and tried to penetrate the slate roof of the Baroness's house near Elysian Fields, not 2 kilometers from where he sat, he found himself baffled, repulsed by an active power. What had Stoessel said? He'd sent 6 soldiers to arrest her for complicity in Claude Spitz's murder. But the elector suspected the priority might be low or even non-existent for the military commander of the city. Because he had no appreciation of the science of conjuring, Stoessel couldn't understand the kind of threat the Baroness might pose, not just to the elector's life, which, after all, didn't concern him, but to the future of German interests in Roumania. The elector pulled his watch from the pocket of his waistcoat. It was only 5 o'clock. He had more than an hour before Stoessel sent a car for him. At his elbow a bottle of Abyssinian whiskey stood on a low table, and he poured himself a small, restoring glass. He had been on the edge of triumph when he'd suffered his little heart attack. Weakened by Gräuben's accusation and the prospect of a trial in Germany, nevertheless he'd been about to rid the world of Miranda Popescu. She would no longer, by virtue of her nature and the superstitions of her people, pose a threat to Germany. The simulacrum of himself that he had animated in the Hoosick wilderness was reaching out its knife, but then the elector was struck on the hotel stairs, and the little world he had assembled on the river bank to lure her from her boat. All of it had disappeared when he'd lost consciousness. Her childhood home in Constanta, which he'd managed to restore from his own memory of Prince Frederick's estate, had been sucked back across the ocean in a current of mnemonic ether, the model subsumed into the original again. What a stupendous effort that had been! No wonder he was exhausted. With unprecedented mental skill, he had made 1,000 objects, if not real, then at least substantial enough to fool the girl for 20 minutes, half an hour, though doubtless she'd been caught in her own trance of remembering, stuck like a fly in a web of memory, but she'd escaped by the time the elector raised his head up from the marble stair. And as all those imagined objects had come back across the ocean, had she come with them? But if so, where was she now? Neither on the river bank nor in Constanta. Instead, what if the Baroness had snatched her as if out of the air by some new process of conjuring unknown to the elector? And if so, what use did Insula Calia have for the white tiger of Roumania, who held latent in her silly, girlish body the power to defeat him and the German army, as she'd already demonstrated on the day she was born? He took another sip of Abyssinian whiskey, the finest in the world. No, this was a nexus of strength that could not be permitted, that must be challenged and destroyed, and not by General Stoessel, who'd think he was a foaming lunatic if he tried to explain, or worse, a criminal. No, by the elector himself, and there was no one else. Gräuben and the others who used to do his work. Now it was obvious he could no longer depend on them, and probably that was more of the Baroness's cleverness. Doubtless it was she who had sent Spitz's corpse into Gräuben's room. Who else but she could have guessed he was the murderer? In his thoughts, the elector was like the captain of a steamship, lulled to complacency by the flat sea and the warm weather, who too late sees the iceberg loom out of the fog. Under the whiskey's influence, he gave the Baroness more credit than she deserved. But at that moment she appeared to him a terrible and subtle adversary whose strength had been concealed by his own prejudice. So it was with a kind of gallantry that he decided to confront her in his weakened and exhausted state, and more than that, to sacrifice everything, to leave everything behind, even his luggage and his clothes. General Stoessel would never forgive him. The foreign minister would never forgive him once he heard. Nevertheless, the elector was happy as he struggled up out of his chair and slipped the bottle of whiskey into the pocket of his cutaway coat. A few hours before, he had dressed in formal clothes in order to receive a medal or diplomatic appointment, he had guessed because of his service to his country. Now he did not change his suit. There was no time for that. But over everything he put a raincoat, then he took his hat and cane. He wasn't naive enough to think he could escape the hotel unnoticed. His smallpox-pitted face made that impossible. If stopped, he would say he was going for a stroll, or to the tobacconist in Trajan's Row, or to the pharmacist around the corner. It was true he had the makings of a headache. He rode down through the elevator cage in the middle of its coil stairs, and immediately the hotel manager skittered toward him across the tiles, wringing his hands and murmuring in his irritatingly proficient German, "Your Grace, I am so sorry." And when the elector stammered his invented errands, the man begged to be allowed to send a messenger as well as a valet to help him pack. "Your train is not for 70 minutes. Is it not so?" "Yes, I will be back directly. I would prefer some of the fresh air." It was he, the elector, who sounded like a foreigner. What was wrong with him? His voice was like an echo in his own ears. Once through the revolving doors and out into the Piazza Revoluzione. He tried to lose himself among the crowds, but that was difficult because, as always, the unmannerly Romanians drew back from him as if unwilling even to share a public street. Luckily, though, the sun was disappearing behind mottled clouds, and by the time he reached the smaller streets below the square, it had begun to rain. This allowed him to pull up the lapels of his coat, pull down the brim of his fedora. He glanced around. No one was following him. Stoessel was as good as his word. Under a grey drizzle, he wandered down the Calia Victoriae. He passed the turnip-domed temple of Artemis, where some kind of mumbo-jumbo celebration was taking place. He passed the tiled facade of the Greek baths, and the crenellated armory where the Empress had last appeared in public. When was that? A week ago? Everything had happened so fast. Since then she'd escaped into the mountains where she'd joined some partisan irregulars. Stoessel's dragoons, of course, had entered the city without incident after the collapse of the Romanian army. Now they patrolled the thoroughfares, mounted men in rubber capes, the rain sluicing from their high helmets. Proud of their discipline, the elector nevertheless concealed his face whenever they passed. He was afraid of being recognized, and so he stared instead into the plate-glass windows of the fancy shops. Always before he had taken a cab or a private carriage along this road. He had never noticed its magnificence. Now the day was drawing in. In 40 minutes he stood in Saltpetre Street outside the Baroness's house, a tall, narrow mansion in a row of others. The new German authority had kept the gas lights burning in the streets, but the rain was heavier now. Cold in his damp coat, the elector studied the candlelight that burned in several windows. What should he do? Gräuben had told him about the corridor under the street, which led to the garden of the building opposite. But recently that house had been sold to pay the Baroness's debts. And even though it still looked empty, the elector was not the kind of man to slink and spy. No, he would walk up the front steps like a gentleman. In the pocket of his raincoat, he fingered his small silver derringer. As it happened, the front door was ajar. He slipped inside, into a small square entrance hall between the street door and another door of clouded glass that led into the house. A dim light burned behind it, and the elector paused. Was this the spot where Nicola Ceausescu had cracked the head of Spitz, the jeweler, brained him with a candlestick? Then her servant had dragged him out, abandoned him in his own carriage. Gräuben had found him by the Târgu Bridge, and finished the job, although the jewel was gone. The Tourmaline was gone. Nicola Ceausescu had stolen it, and tonight the elector of Ratisbon would take it back from her, by force if necessary. He'd take it back to Germany, where it belonged. The inside door also was unlocked. He placed his cane in the stand, then hung up his hat and raincoat. He put his hand on the curiously carved brass lever and stepped into the house. The smell of pigs and conjuring was stronger here, though doubtless his was the only nose in Bucharest that was delicate enough to smell it, an acrid back odor that competed with something else, a hint of soft perfume. As quietly as he could, he fumbled down the darkened hall. Light came from an open doorway, and the sound of movement also, a quick, light step. With the derringer in his hand, he put his shoulder blades against the flowered wallpaper. No, nothing. There was silence for many minutes, until the elector crept down the hall again and peered inside the door. Immediately he was aware of a ticking clock. Light came from a pair of candles and brass sticks on the mantelpiece. Was it one of those that she had used on Herr Spitz? Between them hung a portrait of the old Baron, the star of Roumania glimmering at his throat. There was a time when he'd been Deputy Prime Minister, after his perjured testimony against Prince Frederick Schenk von Schenk. The widow stood with her back to him, looking toward the mirror on the opposite wall. He shrank against the doorframe, but the glass was angled away. She did not turn around. Her narrow shoulders were hunched forward, and she was hugging herself, her arms wrapped in a silk shawl. It was patterned in green paisley with gold threads that caught the light, and under it she wore dark riding breeches and high boots. Now she looked down. The elector watched her upper vertebrae, the nape of her long neck, her helmet of chestnut hair, cut at the same line as her jaw. If he had followed more closely the artistic career of Nicola Ceausescu, perhaps he would have recognized the pose. It was from the third act of Florio Lucian's version of Medea, when the queen reveals that she has murdered her own children. There is no remorse or even melancholy in Lucian's piece, which the Baroness had first performed in Moscow 20 years before. Medea rises fresh from the bath where she has drowned her young family, unclothed but for a shawl. The orchestra is silent even when the queen begins to dance. From her body's eloquence, as if through a process of synesthesia, the audience can almost guess the musical accompaniment. Watching from the doorway of the Baroness's room, the elector could almost hear it. Nicola Ceausescu raised her knee and made a small kicking motion, standing on one leg, a plaintive gesture in the original performance when her legs and feet were bare. Now there was something ominous in her booted kick, something triumphant that was foreign to the opera, but appropriate here. The Baroness had lost some of the innocence she'd shown at the premiere, or at least some of the pretended innocence. She had been homeless in the streets before the impresarios had found her, and though the elector had never been susceptible to female beauty, still he was astonished by what he felt in his damaged heart. He had the derringer in his hand, but he could not press the lever, even to extinguish a threat to Germany, or to prevail against a woman who had tried to kill him not 3 hours before, and who would have shown him, he was sure, no mercy if their circumstances were reversed. The Baroness stripped away the shawl, revealing her bare shoulders. The light shone on her flawless skin. Under the shawl she was dressed in a yellow camisole. The elector was astonished by her beauty, and the beauty also of the jewel she carried, the purple tourmaline that he now saw for the first time. Entranced, he watched her slide it over her skin as if it were a bar of soap. Stolen from Claude Spitz, the jeweler, nevertheless it was a piece of German property, Kepler's eye, dug from the brain of the famous scientist. It contained a natural and verifiable power, which is why the elector craved it. With this stone there was no limit to the good he could accomplish. Always up to now, his plans and aspirations had been thwarted by prejudices of the mindless, sabotaged by his own ugliness, his cold and unlovable nature. Once he had the stone in his possession, he intended to make a scientific study of the phenomenon, how a lifeless mineral could ignite passions and emotions, love itself. Now he understood the trick. This was not a real emotion he was feeling as he watched the movement of the Baroness's naked arm. No, it was something artificial, motivated by the jewel. Nicola Ceausescu was a repellent, brutal slut. Tonight, as always. He could see that now, too late, and could see also her face and her violet eyes in the looking-glass, her triumphant, smiling mouth. She had darkened the glass, and now it cleared. Too late, he understood that she'd been watching him all along. His hand, as he reached out with the derringer, felt leaden and crippled. Any second-degree adept could have recognized the language of her gestures, the hypnotic trance that now disabled him. The pistol fell to the floor.
"Your Grace, I am pleased to see you," said the Baroness Ceausescu. Soyez la bienvenue. Be welcome, please.
She spoke in French, the language of the cultured classes in Romania. She took one of the brass candlesticks from the mantelpiece. Squatting down, she held the burning taper beside his face.
Have you really come alone? She said. Your Grace, you are a brave man.
What a difference a few hours made. When she had reached out to touch him on the hotel stairs, she had been afraid of the elector's strength. But now he knelt between her boots, his body under her authority. She let the light play on his seamed and pitted face, a chaos of broken features out from which peered two big chocolate-colored eyes. She put the candle down on the stone hearth.
Your Grace, she said, permit me.
She had stripped one of the tasseled cords from the window curtains. The softness of her voice as she secured his hands was utterly unfeigned, as if she were inviting him to join her in some intimate refreshment. It was her exploration of Medea's sympathy for Jason, the father of her slaughtered lambs, poor man, that had made the Moscow performances into a triumph. And for the elector, too, she felt such pity, while at the same time she pulled the cord so tight it cut into his wrists. When she recalled the contemptuous and public way he had humiliated her in the pastry shop, she pitied him. How terrible to be at the mercy of someone you have wronged. Particularly someone who could not forgive you, because forgiveness was the opposite of sympathy.
I'm afraid you are not comfortable, she murmured. Believe me, it is only for a little while.
The numbing curse, magnified and made more potent in the mirror, nevertheless would not affect him for long. That was the reason she was tying him so tight, with loops of rope around his ankles and his wrists, now joined behind his back. This was how she'd trust Egypt to shank before she died. Daily she reminded herself, punished herself for that. Doubtless she had positioned the elector to remind herself again. She knew he could speak to her.
Speak to me,
she murmured near his delicate, small ear.
I have something you want,
he mumbled, his lips numb. It was true. He held her only child, her son, a prisoner in Germany. How unkind to have mentioned it.
I could arrange for his return, he muttered.
How heartless to give her the choice. No, she would not be fooled. She would not bargain for her son. No, she could only hope he was well treated in Ratisbon, in a modern clinic or in her enemy's house. She could not care for him now, penniless as she was, running from the police. When she was established as the white tiger of Roumania, in whatever form that took, then she would command him to be sent to her. She did not deserve, in any case, to see her son, not yet. Just in these last days, she had betrayed a boy in her care, used him and discarded him. Now he lay in prison, if he was even still alive. Daily, hourly, she thought of him to punish herself. But surely she could not allow his sacrifice to be for nothing. He'd been willing to die for her. Now the man she'd wanted him to kill was in her hands. She could not let him go, not even for her own son's sake.
I will put him on a train to Bucharest, said the elector. Allow me to send a telegram. You have my word.
His word? What good was that? This was some new trick.
Your Grace, she murmured near his ear, you must not expect me to bargain like a shopkeeper.
The effect of her small conjuring was wearing off. She had pulled up his dress cuffs, and now she watched his slender forearms clench, his wrists turn as he searched for a looseness in the rope. She must be quick. On the mantelpiece under the portrait of her husband stood a celadon jar, a gift from the Maharaja of Hokkaido, a Korean nobleman who long ago had come to hear her sing. Inside the jar was a blue apothecary's bottle with an eyedropper screwed into its top. Kept in its place of honor, the bottle contained the same quick poison, extract of castor beans, that her husband had used to take his own life 8 years before. Depressed by his wife's coldness, his son's illness, but most of all by his betrayal of his only friend, he had put a single drop onto his tongue. Now the Baroness wondered what another drop would do when placed upon the liquid, trembling surface of the elector's eye.
Experimentation is the key to alchemical success. She stood up, aware as always of her body's language. In her light camisole, she ran her fingers up and down her arms. She had studied the elector's face in the mirror when she'd done her little dance. From his expression, she had guessed he had enjoyed it, though she had not thought he was that sort of man. Still, it was kind to give him pleasure at the end. "Tell me," he said, and she could tell by his enunciation that the numbness of his lips was wearing off. "Do you have the white tiger here?"
"Yes,"
she answered. In the mirror, she watched his ruined face.
"Where is she? How did you bring her here?" "She came in by the door, the same as you."
The Baroness smiled, not for his benefit.
"She is in this room."
And he must have been an idiot after all, because he actually moved his head to peer around, as if he expected the white tiger to appear among the armchairs and sofas of the small square room. Rain fell against the windows.
"I mean Miranda Popescu,"
he began. The Baroness watched him in the glass. Seen from that angle, she realized with surprise, his face showed a perverse beauty. Perhaps it was impending death that suddenly ennobled it, or else in the mirror she was able to forgo comparisons with other human faces, forgo also an instinctive horror of disease. Gratified by her own generosity, she saw how the spots and fissures of his face made a pattern that gave meaning to his eyes, as if they appeared at the center of a whirlpool. At the same time, she was fumbling for the bottle in the celadon jar. There was a box of phaeton matches, a few graphite pencil ends, all the usual detritus that accrues in such places. But the poison was gone. Maybe Jean-Baptiste had moved it, worried the police might search the house. And she was thinking about what the elector had said about Miranda Popescu, the daughter of Frederick Schenk and Clara Brancovenu. The girl had occupied too much of her time over the past months. First, she'd had to dig her out from the artificial world where her Aunt Egypta had hidden her, extract her like an escargot from an elaborate conjured shell. Once free of it, the girl had reawakened in the North American wilderness, where the elector and the Baroness had squabbled over her. Now, evidently, she had disappeared. Nicola Ceausescu had sent someone to catch her, had sent that fool Raevsky who had failed. Where was the girl now? And more than that, who cared? For as it turned out, she was not the white tiger after all, the savior of Romania, who would throw out the potato-eating Germans. No, she was just another unlucky girl. The white tiger, as the Baroness imagined she'd discovered in the last few hours, lived in this house in Saltpetre Street, stood in this room with her nicotine-stained fingers, searching the bottom of the green jar, and was justified in any act of cruelty in the fight against her enemies, her country's enemies. But damnation, where had Jean-Baptiste hidden that little bottle? All this time she had been watching the elector in the mirror while she fumbled with the jar. He knelt behind her and had let his face sink down so she could see the bald spot on the crown of his head in a circle of black hair. Now she looked away so she could search the mantelpiece. Immediately she heard a crash and felt herself dragged down. The elector had freed his hands, had reached up to slide his hands under the waistband of her trousers. She could feel his hands on her bare skin. The cloth ripped, and she felt his hands on her body as he pulled himself up. And when she turned to face him and hammer at his head with her palm's heels, she stumbled backward over the lip of the hearth. She fell on her back across the stones while he dragged himself on top of her. She felt his weight on top of her. His face was near her own as she scratched and pulled at his hair and ears. Even now she could not bear to touch his face. Until the roaring in her head drowned out all blame. Still, she reproached herself for making such a sloppy knot. The gilded satin rope had been too slippery. She understood that now. Under no circumstances should she ever have turned away from him. But mostly she was horrified to see his face so close, and smell his perfumed breath, and see his exquisite small teeth in his distorted mouth. She flailed at him to keep him at arm's length, but he had his hands on her throat, and she couldn't breathe. As her consciousness wavered,
Again, she imagined his face as a sort of whirlpool or a drain. The Elector of Ratisbon clutched her slender neck, tried to subdue her body underneath his own, though he was not a heavy man. He clutched her with his hands, but he could not bear to look at her, and as her mouth opened and her tongue came out, he turned away. He could no longer hear the ticking clock, and so he looked for it behind the armchair in the corner, watched the oscillating pendulum in the high case, the carved iron hands. How long would this take? Already he could not endure it. Lying across her body with his ankles tied together, he told himself that he would not have touched this hateful woman except in self-defense. He straightened his arms, raised himself so as to press with his entire weight. He stared at the golden clock face. What a waste this was! What a waste of time and effort, this last quarter of an hour. This creature, he realized now, was no threat to Germany. In his hotel room he had given her too much credit. Now he regretted his missed train, his broken promise, his lost career, which made it even more essential to secure the jewel. Frustrated, he knocked the back of her head against the stone tile. It was clear this woman knew nothing about Miranda Popescu. By God, where was the girl? She was not in this house, it was sure. But the Baroness's struggles were weaker now. The candles on the mantelpiece, out of sight from where he lay, flickered and made shadows in the little room. The old-fashioned horsehair furniture loomed above him. He was conscious of his own breathing as the Baroness's breathing failed. His thumbs had found the ribbed tube of her windpipe. She no longer buffeted him around the head. She no longer tried to writhe away. Still, the clock hands had not budged. He couldn't look at her. Under his hands he could still feel her stubborn life, his fingers pressed into her neck. Part of this was not a waste, he told himself. He would take Kepler's eye from the Baroness's body. Where had she hidden it in these small clothes? He would restore to Germany a piece of German property, and the stone would do for him what it had done for her. Johannes Kepler had been an ugly man. He risked a glance at her and saw her eyelids were sealed shut. The job was done. For a moment he relaxed his hands, but he'd been premature, and now her eyes stretched open. Horrified, he shouted out. Please God, this was the death spasm, the last rage as the body gave up hope. Her face was red and mottled, her hands scratched at his wrists. Her back bent under him and lifted them together off the floor. Oh, he could not tolerate this. If not for his duty to his country and himself, even now he would release her, let her up, give her some brandy with his own hands, make her promise not to meddle in politics or conjuring. No, her promise was worth nothing. This woman who twisted under him, whose back bent like a bow, who hurt his ears with her gurglings and gruntings that were worse than screams. Her husband had been a powerful alchemist. After the creature died, gave up and died, for the sake of all the gods, he would explore the house and find the Baron's laboratory. Maybe he had books the Elector had not seen. He would climb the hall stair onto the second floor. In his mind, the Elector began an exploration of the house. Room by room he wandered through it, a meditation technique that he had read about in Chinese manuscripts, and which he now hoped would lift him up above the horrifying present, where two animals were locked together in a struggle to the death. He, the serpent, the symbol of his house, and she. He could see it now. Moments before he'd been afraid to look at her. Now he could not take his eyes away. He could not but stare at her, and he saw now there was something cat-like in her face. If she'd deluded herself into thinking she was the white tiger, then that delusion had come out of the stone. He'd have to guard against megalomania when the jewel was in his power, but right now he could almost believe in what she said. He would make certain at the moment of her death, which was fast approaching. Let it be soon by the bowels of God. His fingers ached. He could not press any harder. It was horrible, but even now her staring eyes and contorted face maintained a kind of beauty, her chestnut-colored hair lit by an oblique shaft of gaslight from the alley outside the tall window. Worst of all, he sensed some pleasure in himself. There was pleasure in feeling this woman subside under his hands. He was conscious of his sweat, and her sweat also, on her slippery neck and breasts. Her camisole had come undone. One strap was ripped away. Part of him could celebrate the natural dominance of men, which at the same time surprised and disgusted the other part. Oh, he was eager to be gone, and he would snatch up the Tourmaline and maybe a few books and stagger out into the night, just one moment more. He could feel the shuddering of his heart, the pounding of the blood through his body. From a medical point of view as well, it had been a mistake to come here, when all he needed now was to rest in the saloon car to Germany, or in his sleeper after the results of this terrible day. The blood was hammering in his brain, mixing with the sound of his own cries, mixing with another sound that now he heard for the first time, a stick or a fist on the front door, and men's voices shouting out in German, Polizeischreiber, Sicherheitspolizei, etc. He had not thought he'd been loud enough to raise the watch. No, but here were Stoessel's men, shown up too late. The Baroness's throat was bruised under his hands. He tried to fall on her, add to the pressure there, because the slut was still alive. He could feel it. The long hand of the clock had scarcely shifted. Now the police were here. He could let go and leave all this to them. He tried to move, but found his ankles still tied stupidly together, found his fingers still locked around the Baroness's throat. He could not budge them. Besides, the policeman had found the door open and had already come in. He could hear their boots in the hall, and now they were surrounding him, helping him up.
Herr Lieutenant, he gasped, I'm glad to see you.
In their exuberance they were a little rough. He counted 6 stalwart men in the brown uniforms of the Hanoverian Guard. The elector was out of breath, but he managed to gasp out as he was pulled across the room.
General Stoessel wants to examine her on the matter of Herr Spitz. If you search her, you will find the jewels she stole from him. I am...
But the lieutenant was squatting over the Baroness's body.
I know who you are, he said.
With what the elector supposed was commendable chivalry, he took the green shawl from where it lay on the carpet and used it to cover the woman's torn camisole and torn trousers. At the same time, with commendable professionalism, he was attempting to revive her.
Madame la Baronne, he said, je vous en prie, are you all right?
And then in German to one of his men,
get me some water. We are not too late.
It was true. After an episode of spasmodic coughs and gulping breaths, the Baroness's limpid eyes crept open, and she turned onto her side. If he had been a better student of theatrical history, the elector would have recognized in her movements the beginning of the last act of Ariadne in Love, where the heroine is wakened by the rescuing god after a night of violent excess. On the beach, in her ripped costume, Ariadne also turned onto her side, stretched out her naked arm, murmured,
Where am I?
Ah.
If you search her, you will find the evidence of the crime, which is a priceless piece of German heritage,
said the elector, suddenly aware of his croaking, ugly voice and clumsy gestures. How embarrassing to be tied at the ankles like this. 2 men supported him to keep him from falling over.
I am...
But again the lieutenant interrupted.
Thank heavens we were not too late,
he murmured over the Baroness's chestnut hair. Then, in a moment,
I must tell you that Herr Lukatz wants to talk to you about the Spitz affair, at your convenience, when you've recovered.
Captain, you have my word,
whispered the Baroness, her voice soft and bruised. Tears stood in her eyes. The elector was seized by a desire to laugh. In the drafty room he felt the sweat slide down his arms. The lieutenant mumbled a few more words, too soft to hear, and then,
My father saw you at the Federal Theater House in Hildesheim, every night for a week, though he was just a student.
Nicola Ceausescu ventured a weak smile.
Captain, you are very kind, but you must come back and let me thank you properly.
All this time she had not raised her head. The elector stared at her until she lifted up her chin. Even then it was as if she were afraid to look at him. Her eyes made small attempts. He had to admit her skill was astonishing. She turned her face to him in profile, then shrank against the broad chest of her rescuer. She let her shawl slide down to reveal her naked shoulders. She was at least a decade older than the officer, who now admired her with calf-struck eyes. The elector watched his nostrils flare as he admired her smell. He himself suppressed a bark of laughter. Then, with the coarseness of defeat, he said in German,
"You will see she is not even an honest whore. She's no intention of paying you for what you've done."
He stood supported by 2 guardsmen in steel helmets. Hands under his armpits, they hoisted him onto his tiptoes as the lieutenant stood.
"You are a disgrace," he said.
In Hanover, the local government was run by peasants and factory workers, which meant that idiots had risen to all positions of authority. This man was typical, a handsome, empty-headed lout with yellow hair and a soft yellow mustache. Now he spoke to the Baroness again.
"Madame, you must see this fellow does not represent the best of Germany. He is a civilian first, a private citizen. The order has come down. The general will ship him home to answer a complaint. I must warn you, he's a conjurer."
Though her eyes showed astonishment, the Baroness was still able to manage an adoring smile.
"I didn't know. I was just lighting the candles when he broke in."
3. After 5 years. In Ceausescu's service years before, once Captain Raevski had visited Prince Frederick's castle on the beach. Then the prince was already dead. His sister chased back to her cabin on the Brancovenu lands in Mogoșoaia, north of Bucharest. Then the castle was already empty. Now, sitting on his log in the American wilderness, it was easy for the captain to imagine Miranda Popescu waking there, stretching herself awake in the March sun, while he and Peter lingered on the riverbank. She would yawn and wake up in the garden near the fountain. The picture was as clear as if he'd seen it in a photograph. But from his 5th-floor suite in the Athénée Palace Hotel, already that day the elector of Ratisbon had scanned the beach, the castle, and the grounds, and had discovered nothing. Later, when he was again in his own house in Germany, he found himself returning to his vice of clairvoyance, like an addict who can't acknowledge his own danger. Disgraced, sequestered, but not in legal jeopardy. His family connections had seen to that. He sat in his study in the Schloss at Ratisbon, contemplating the Romanian coast. Miranda Popescu was not there. Where was she? But if he'd been able to turn his eye into the future, then he would have seen her. When, to protect her niece, Egypta Shank had placed her in an artificial world, had invented the United States of America and the Romanian Republic, and had written the book of their history, she'd worried that a 7-year-old child would not be easily adopted from the Constanta orphanage. Rachel and Stanley, the Americans she'd had in mind, were looking for a younger child, a girl no older than 3. Thinking also that Miranda would be happier without her childhood memories, she'd tried hard to accommodate them. In a moment, with just a few written words, she'd robbed her niece of 5 years, more than 5. But when Miranda made her journey to the real world and Romania, when she stumbled through the woods into her father's garden, all that lost time had come back. The place was as Raevski pictured it. But on the Black Sea beach north of Constanta, Miranda was more isolated than she yet knew. 6,000 miles separated her from Peter and Andromeda, as well as 5 years and a few months. Spring had come. There were flowers in the garden, and the grass was high. From where she stood among the brambles and weeds, through a cut in the sand dunes, she could see the water. The stone wall rose up, and she could see the steps to the terrace, but she didn't want to go that way, not yet. The sun came from behind a cloud. Drawn to the sunlight on the water, seeing no one, afraid of the empty house, she left it for a moment to trudge north along the shore. Maybe, she thought for a moment, she could escape the lost years the empty castle represented. From time to time she climbed up to the dunes. "Peter!" she cried out once, but she knew he couldn't hear her. Birds passed overhead, and there were pelicans in the water. Inside a tidal inlet, she found an abandoned boat. It was pulled onto the hard shingle, and the bottom was broken out.
Since she'd arrived here, for half an hour she had been moving without thinking, observing things without talking about them in her mind. Now she stood staring at the broken boat, letting her anxiety build. There was no way to put it off any longer. In fact, she was anxious to see the place. She turned back toward the spire of the castle. No, but she couldn't, not just yet. Midway where the pebbles were replaced by 50 yards of coarse yellow and black sand, she stopped. And then suddenly a memory where there had been nothing before. She had come down here to go swimming in the old days. She'd come with Juliana and her family. Now she remembered the red and white pavilion where she used to change, the shape of the big rocks, the sweep of iron-encrusted sand. She remembered the light on the water and the feeling of sand on her toes. This sand. And she sat down to unlace her boots and strip off her stinking socks. She rolled up her jeans and then stepped down into the small, thin waves. And the water was warmer than she'd imagined, though still it was not warm. Now she looked around again to make sure she was alone. The boulders would shelter her from someone in the dunes, someone in the tower. And because she was so dirty and filthy, and because she remembered this place, with trepidation she stripped off her dirty pants and stepped into the water, dressed only in her shirt and dirty underwear. The surf was gentle. It was a windless afternoon. The sun shone in the dark sky, and the light felt good after so long in the snowy woods. The water was so clear. At first she thought she'd splash her legs and leave it at that. But her hair was tangled and she wanted to get it wet. As one long wave receded, she took off her wool shirt and threw it behind her on the sand. With her arms crossed over her chest, she waded out until a bigger wave came and soaked her above the waist. How glorious it would be to dive into the water and then climb up onto the beach and feel the heat of the sun. It would feed her hungry skin. Instead, the rocks banged around her feet. She was cold when she came out of the water, vulnerable, self-conscious. She didn't even wait till she was dry before she put on her scratchy shirt and chafing pants. With sandy feet, she trudged back to the castle. As she approached, she told herself she had to find some food. With food in her stomach, she might have dared to take a proper swim. Now, as if the sun had thawed out part of her that had been numb with amazement, or as if the water had sobered part of her that had been drunk with memory, she realized how frightened she was and how alone. Knowing they were far away but not guessing how far, she called again for Peter and Andromeda. And when she found the path from the beach, again she hurried by the terrace of the castle without looking up. She hurried through the garden to the caretaker's cottage where she'd fought the man with the scarred face. He'd shown her breakfast on a long table. She climbed the steps into the room to look for some of those apples and rolls, but they had never been genuine, and now they were long gone. What had happened? She had seen the roof of the house. She'd been paddling down the river with Peter and Captain Raevsky, and she had seen the roof beyond the trees. Even when she'd found the place, she'd known it wasn't real, not in the ordinary sense. Objects shifted and lost substance when she touched them. And the man with the scarred, ruined face who had attacked her, he'd been more like a ghost than like a living creature. She had beaten him, disarmed him, knocked him to the ground here in this room. She darted through the door into the garden and then circled through the woods, calling Peter's name. And when she'd given up and come back, the house was different, real this time. When she came up the steps again, the boards were real under her feet. Had she been dreaming? Woken up? The cottage showed signs of an old struggle. There was broken crockery across the broken floorboards, and the back door was off its hinges. It led to the pantry, Miranda now remembered, a low room off the back. In the old days there had been cabinets and ceramic vessels, a stone sink and a hand pump, a stove with a tin chimney, but the room was wrecked now. The outside wall was broken, and briars grew through the hole. She found pots that were still intact but empty. The pump was dry. Once again Miranda turned, hoping to see Peter in the middle of the cottage's larger room, but there was no one. Then she went out into the garden and lay in the rich, warm grass. By the overgrown fountain, she dug her hands down through the lily pads. Tiny frogs jumped through her fingers. She drank the water, and she poured water from her cupped hands over her face and hair. Around her there were birds and butterflies and hummingbirds. She lay down for a moment and put her arm over her face. She felt both languorous and desperate. She could lie in that warm place forever, and at the same time she must jump up. The sun was halfway down the sky. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she did what she'd been dreading, and climbed onto the terrace of the castle past the stone lion with the stone shield on its breast. Dressed in her black jeans and woolen shirt, she stepped over the octagonal terracotta tiles toward the shattered French doors. Moss outlined each tile, and there was broken glass. She sat down on the balustrade to pull on her stiff socks and boots, which she had carried up the steps. In this place, as in the cottage, every object seemed to liberate a new memory. Once free, they were gone. But by the dozens and the hundreds they receded into the air, leaving behind a sense of familiarity that was painful and exciting. This rough convex stone surface where she sat, these broken tiles, these curled brass door handles that were blackened now. The doors sagged open. She slipped through them into the main entrance hall. Above her hung the big gas candelabrum, whose ceremonial lighting was the sign her aunt was actually in residence. The candelabrum would mysteriously descend from the vaulted ceiling. A servant on a stepladder would reach up with a brass taper. Across from Miranda stood the square-paned high windows that looked out over the sea. They were in shadow now. Facing them had been an area of comfortable furniture, big armchairs and settees, which were now ripped down to the springs. Miranda could see footprints of small animals in the dust. There was the inlaid table under which she'd run her wooden trains, a present from her aunt during the festival of Saturn. The threadbare oriental rug was gone. Along one wall some of the bookshelves were intact, and under them there was a pile of leather-bound volumes. A book lay at her feet, and she picked it up. The plate on the inside cover showed a monkey holding a mirror. Below it, a forceful signature. Peter de Gratz. The Chevalier de Gratz. The name gave her a shudder of recognition, and she found she could puzzle out some of the text as she opened the book, even without the French translation on the facing page. De parte duara luna cha galbena. Something about a moon over some icebergs. It was a book of love poems. Now she was here. The language was coming back. In this place she'd been a child, not a baby. She understood that now. And maybe it was the language that was bringing back her memory now. Thoughts can't exist without words for them, Stanley had told her once. Before her were the doors that led to the rest of the house. They hung drunkenly on their hinges, and some of the carved wooden panels had been smashed in. On the other side there was a stone-flagged hallway. Again the carpet was gone. To her left as she went in, a small and unpretentious staircase led to the second story, and straight ahead was the dining room and the kitchen. The hall she had just left, with its high windows over both the garden and the sea, was the largest in the house. Most of the furniture downstairs had been carried away, and the rooms were empty except for broken glass and dishes and a few broken chairs. But when she gathered her courage to climb the wooden staircase, she found places on the second story that seemed undisturbed. There was a smell of bats in the stairwell, and some of the woodwork had been gnawed away. But the rooms were not wrecked, nor were the windows broken. The furniture was whole, and much of it was covered with thick white protective cloth. It was obvious no one had been here in some years. The curtains in the windows, particularly those overlooking the sea, were ripped and faded, and all the rooms had a strange, bad smell. Dust was everywhere. On the wooden floorboards, Miranda's footprints left a mark. The biggest room was on the east side of the house. It had a balcony overlooking the gray water. This was her Aunt Egypta's room, and she'd never been allowed to enter. Now, with a furtive sense of transgression that wafted back across the years, she stepped over the threshold. There was a wicker dresser and a couple of wicker armchairs. There was a high single bed with 4 carved posts, and on its dusty cover she laid down the book of poems while she stood looking around. A line of photographs in tarnished silver frames stood on the dresser. Some were sepia prints, and some were hand-tinted. Most showed ladies and gentlemen in formal clothes. Then there were several of the lady whom Miranda had only seen in dreams, or in Terra Mortuor, the country of the dead. And even now no memories came back. But this is how she must have looked when Miranda lived in the house, her Aunt Aegypta in a younger version. In one of the photographs, she wore boots and trousers and carried a shotgun over her arm. In another, she held a baby. With a sour, impatient expression, she pushed a lock of hair from the child's face. Another photograph was larger than the rest. It showed a dark-haired girl of maybe 7 or 8 or 9, standing in the garden beside an ornamental plinth. Miranda took it to the long windows that led onto the balcony. With the sleeve of her shirt, she cleaned the glass. The girl had small, protruding ears. It hurt Miranda to look into the girl's worried face. She couldn't put the feeling into words, but she found she could remember the circumstances of the portrait. The photographer in his dark coat, crouching behind his enormous apparatus. Lieutenant Perchenko had been there, the handsome guardsman who had been her father's aide. He'd been standing behind the photographer, making faces to make her smile as if she were a baby. He'd said something rude as usual when she was posing, called her his little lump cat. Always he refused to see that she was growing up. Her forlorn expression in the photograph, that was intended as his punishment. But she couldn't yet begin to think about Peter de Gratz or Sasha Perchenko. It was hard enough to think of Peter and Andromeda. She pressed the glass face of the photograph against her chest, then placed it face down on the dresser. Suddenly the room seemed airless, and she left it and ran up the stairs again. None of these rooms was particularly familiar. Or else only one at the top of the house where she was headed now. It was built into the base of the steeple, reached by a special half-landing off the 3rd floor. It was Miranda's room, and she knew because she remembered suddenly how she had struggled to claim it. Her aunt had meant to use it as an upstairs study because the light was good, but Miranda had begged and begged. She stayed in Juliana's cottage if the house was closed, but when the glow of the gas candelabrum spilled from the French windows over the garden, then Miranda would pack her clothes. As darkness fell, holding her little bag, Miranda would slip her hand into Juliana's hand. They would walk together up the garden path and in the small side door. They would climb the stairs together to Miranda's room. The door was set into an odd high threshold that you had to step over. The silver doorknob was carved in the shape of a rose, one of the symbols of her father's family. And when she turned the knob and opened the door, she found the room as she remembered, an octagon of yellow walls set into the circle of the tower. And each wall held a high window. The windows were covered with wooden blinds, which she now pulled open. She fastened the cords onto their brass cleats. There was her desk and bureau. There was her small bed. There was her full-length, gilt-framed mirror with the yellow shadow in the glass. Miranda had not seen a mirror since she'd been in Williamstown, and she stood staring at her reflection. Then, without thinking, she opened the top drawer of her bureau and drew out her silver and tortoise-shell brush and comb. They had belonged to her mother's mother. She sat on the edge of the small bed and began to comb the tangles from her hair, which was still damp. But one big hank of it was hopeless. Toward the west, the sun was going down behind the trees. After a few minutes, sick of staring at her ghostly face, she threw down the brush and stood in front of each window in turn, trying to remember each framed view. The trees had grown up, she saw immediately. There was the carriage road. The fenced-in fields were overgrown with briars and weeds and straggling small oaks. In no direction could she see another house. Beneath her feet there was the tessellated floor, an imitation of a Roman mosaic in Constanta. It showed the face of Diana in profile, surrounded by a pattern of running deer. Made of small squares of multicolored tile, it was quite crude, not nearly as fine as the original, which Miranda now remembered. It had been uncovered when they built the train station and then put into the museum. Miranda sat down on the bed again
and looked at all the small details of the room, especially the imperfections. The cracks in the veneer, the place where she had scratched her name into the surface of her desk. She pulled out the drawers of her bureau and rummaged through the clothes, which were not numerous. Who was this girl who had lived here? Certainly it was not she who had folded these small frocks so neatly. Her room in Rachel and Stanley's house had been a mess. She poked through the top drawer. There were pen nibs and dried-up ink bottles, some wax candles, and some matches in a sealed tin candy box. There were some coins in a green glass jar. There was a small leather-bound book, a diary, obviously, stamped with her name in gold and locked with a small clasp. She held it, stroked its cover, then sat down in the chair before the desk. She pulled a lock of hair out of her face, perched it behind her ear, as if in preparation. But she didn't want to break that seal or read that book, not yet. Though doubtless there'd be clues to help her, still she felt she couldn't bear it. So she laid the diary on the surface of the desk, lining it up neatly with the corners. Dizzy suddenly from hunger, she sprang up and went downstairs. The diary was important, she told herself. But first things first, as her adoptive father would have said. For an instant, Stanley's face came back to her, his long hands gesturing out of the past. But more important was her situation now, as he would have been the first to say. There must be something to eat here. Again, there was nothing in the ransacked kitchen, but she found the cellar stair. She struck a match on a strip of carborundum and lit one of the pale candles, releasing a beeswax smell. The candle was as big as her wrist, and the light gave her a flickering comfort. First things first. She picked up a poker from beside the cast-iron stove. In the cellar there were bins of potatoes and things, she now remembered. The dark stairs led to a stone hall that stretched the length of the house. It had been looted, of course. She found broken crates. Some of them had once contained some vegetables. In a bin on the far side of the hall there were bottles that had not been broken. She put down the poker and held one up to the candle. Inside the brown glass was a yellow liquid, Hungarian wine, as she deciphered from the handwritten label, from Tokai. But there was nothing to eat. In the kitchen, which she now searched for the third time, there was nothing. She found a corkscrew, and as the sun was going down, she climbed up to the room under the spire. She put the lighted candle on the desk, then cut through the wax seal over the mouth of the bottle and opened it. All day she'd tried not to think about Andromeda, Raevsky, and especially about Peter. She had tried not to wonder where they were, what they were doing, whether they were searching and calling along the cold banks of the Hoosick while she explored this house. Whenever she had seen her thoughts disappear along that path, she'd called them back. Now she indulged herself, raised the bottle, drank. 4. The Water's Edge.
Look,
Raevsky had whispered 5 years and a few months earlier. Night had come. There was no moon, and to the east the stars were hidden in a flock of clouds. To the west the sky was clear, and there was a gentle glow in that part of the heavens across the river, though the sun had long since set. It was like the glow over a town at night, but there was no town there, only swamplands punctured with dead trees, and then the snowy, empty woods. It was the aurora borealis, Peter decided, feeling suddenly happy, suddenly sad. More than once his father had taken him in the pickup to the top of Petersburg Pass, and once he'd taken a longer trip with both his parents to Quebec. They'd gone camping on a lake.
look,
whispered Raevsky. Andromeda was silent, poised on 3 legs. The yellow fur was high along her back. Peter had allowed himself a kind of relaxation by the fire. Hunched in his canvas jacket, hands held out, he did not care to look. He'd been thinking about the days when he'd lain sick and delusional inside the cave. Miranda had stayed with him. It was miraculous how he'd recovered when his fever broke. Raevsky had given him up for dead. But when he was most contagious, that was when Miranda had been most kind. She had fed him and given him water, hugged him with her cool arms.
She hadn't touched him after he'd recovered. When he was no risk to her, then she had left him and disappeared, just as the wild men who had taken them in out of the storm had run away, afraid of the infection. She'd left him on this pestilential bank, which, under the northern lights, had taken on a stark and eerie beauty. All day they had not seen a squirrel or a bird. Now he turned his head. Below him, down the slope, the boat was drawn up on the strand out of the soft current. A flat-bottomed pirogue, heavily loaded with him and Miranda and Raevsky and the dog. Now it was empty. An animal had come to it, a big animal. Making no noise, it stepped out of the shadows. A catamount or cougar of some sort. Its head was low along the ground, as if made heavy by the weight of two curved tusks that overlapped its chin.
"Ah, God,"
murmured Raevsky. And then he continued in Romanian. Already Peter could make out some words. It was as if inside him there was someone who was rummaging and exploring, someone who could understand Raevsky's language, and he didn't want to think about that person. Sometimes, at moments of crisis over the past few days, it had been hard for Peter to recognize himself. Instead, he'd been possessed by something new, pulled from his interior as if by his new hand. He'd listened to a new vocabulary of feeling that was like the half-understood Romanian words. A sudden rage, first of all, which nevertheless had a kind of calming, numbing, narcotic effect, and which was also mixed with joy. In this mood he had confronted the woolly mammoth in the snow. Later he could tell himself that he'd tried to save someone's life, or else impress Miranda at the very least. Still, he knew those reasons were a way of covering his joy, his guilty present to himself. Now he felt it, and the rage, too. Fleetingly, Peter wondered if the Chevalier de Gratz had ever bothered to justify this feeling. Now he found himself rising, found a charred stick in his right hand. Making no effort to be silent, he kicked through the dry stubble until he stood at the top of the bank, 12 feet or so above the water. Below him the slope was sandy and eroded down to the pebbly beach. A pink part of the sky was battling a green part along an undulating front. Big as a sheep, the animal had paused between the boat and the river. Under the glow, its fur shone dirty pink, dirty green, and then a dirty white. It yawned as it stared up at him, displaying enormous ridged eye teeth, each as long as his hand. He found himself imagining a razor and brush set made out of those teeth, even though he'd never shaved but once, and then, with aerosol cream and a disposable, he found himself coveting those teeth. Breathing slowly, he tested the strength of his stick against the ground. And then he would have flung himself down the bank or else descended quietly, step by step, except for a noise behind him. The cat heard it too. Almost imperceptibly, it shifted its big flat eyes from him to some other indeterminate place nearby. Peter also turned his head, intrigued by the new sound, one he hadn't heard through all the difficulties of the past few days. Raevsky was weeping. With one hand pressed around his cup of ouzo, the other over his face, he rocked back and forth on his old log, a small, shuddering movement. Peter saw no tears in the uncertain light. But the sound was unmistakable. When he looked down the slope again, the cat was gone. Feeling suddenly foolish, he threw down his stick. There was something about the sound of weeping, tearless or not, that washed away the rage, the calm, the joy. He felt no urge to comfort the old man, and didn't even know what he might do to comfort him. Or one thing. He stood looking away over the swamp and the dead trees until the noise subsided. Then he stumped back to the fire on his numb feet. Raevsky was murmuring and muttering in Romanian. When he switched to English, the sense came clear.
"Oh, I will tell you I go to Constanta for the white tiger. She is waiting in her castle. So I bring her to Bucharest, to the Ceausescu house, as it was my promise. No, it is talking only, never any more. Can you see I am on the river of my death? Karl and Ferenc, Gulka and the others, Alexandra, my sister's son. Near as we come down to the water, I think. The rest, brave talk, not true. I will not see my lady's face again. Not her face again.
Peter stood with his hands in his pockets. As Raevsky spoke, he caught an image of Miranda on a terrace overlooking the beach. Listening to Raevsky's desolate snuffle, he took comfort in imagining her there, her golden bracelet on her wrist. 5. The Castle on the Beach. But at that moment, Prince Frederick's castle stood deserted. A shutter had worked loose from one of the windows at the base of the tower and was beating itself to pieces in the March wind. 5 years and a few months later, when Miranda stood looking out, no trace of it remained. Now, in her upstairs room, she put down her bottle of sweet wine. Almost she felt like weeping from sheer loneliness. Alone in this house, except for ghosts and clumsy memories, she also was alone in this strange world, a single light burning along this whole deserted coast. When she thought of Peter and Andromeda, soon she left them in the snowy woods, the boy with the man's right hand, the yellow dog. Soon she brought them back in time with her, to before her aunt's history book had been destroyed in the bonfire on Christmas Hill. She'd brought them all the way back to Berkshire County, where they'd been friends. Peter with his missing hand, and beautiful Andromeda, whom she'd known since childhood. She remembered Peter's face as he'd shown her little places in the woods he'd loved. As for Andromeda, 100 moments like a pack of photographs. Her best friend on her mountain bike, or playing soccer, or walking together on hot summer evenings, the streetlights shining on her yellow hair. These memories sharpened her solitude until it was intolerable. Now, to take her mind away, she turned her small chair and set it toward the mirror. She sat down and studied her face again in the dark glass. The candle was behind her, but even in the uncertain light she could tell. In Williamstown she'd been 15 years old. She turned her face, lifted her chin, put her fingers to her upper lip. What was the difference? Peter had seen it right away. "What's wrong with your face?" he'd said on that first morning in the woods. Well, what was wrong with it? Something lost and gained. She did look older now. Peter had said so, and it was true. Was it a coarseness, a thickening? Everywhere and nowhere. Rougher skin, a darkness around her eyes. Or else she'd put on weight. Maybe it was to avoid perceiving these things that she'd been thinking so insistently about her friends. She touched her cheeks and forehead, touched her breasts. Stanley had once told her, only half joking, that if you felt really bad about something, then you should find some other painful thing to think about, because that was the only way you could distract yourself. You should find something that hurt you and excited you, because here in this room, when she was a child, now she remembered wanting to grow older. Many times she had looked into this same mirror, desperate to grow older so that Lieutenant Porchenko might look at her. And sometimes in Williamstown for other reasons, but that was over now. Here she was in her own country, an unfamiliar world that was the only world. And she was home at last in Great Roumania, not Stanley's daughter, but Prince Frederick Schenk von Schenk's. Prince Frederick, Princess Clara, strangers she had never known. And if that was true, then all of it was true. The white tiger, everything, all of it. But the white tiger, as almost everyone imagined, lived in Bucharest 200 kilometers away. That was the title the Baroness Ceausescu had recently adopted, publicly, semi-officially, to correspond with her private hopes. That evening at sunset she was eating dinner in the Palace of the People, which had been the Empress Valeria's official residence. Under the protection of the German Occupational Authority, the White Tiger had reopened and renamed it. Now, in one of the small dining rooms, her guests were the outgoing German ambassador and his wife, cloddish people on whom she nevertheless depended. Frau Behrens had been an admirer of hers when she was on the stage. The Baroness Ceausescu sat forward on her chair. These days, she kept early hours. Dessert and coffee were already being served. Her loyal steward, Jean-Baptiste, was at the sideboard, fussing with a bottle of Imperial Tokay. Surely this was the most delicious of all wines. but it was delicious also to refuse it. To hold up her hand as Jean-Baptiste poured the precious honey-colored liquid into crystal goblets for these Germans. As he grasped the bottle, Nicola Ceausescu studied his fingers, old, wrinkled, but still strong. As he came close, she smiled, waved him away. Abstemiousness was a virtue now. When she was poor, it had felt like a vice. Her guests sipped the wine, and she amused them with bright anecdotes. Exquisitely and virginally dressed, she touched her forearm to the tablecloth, while at the same time she told a story about the love affairs of a well-known Italian tenor. The words she used would have been vulgar in a man's mouth, but with the part of her that always judged, she appreciated their effect when spoken by a charming and beautiful woman, as all the world agreed. Frau Behrens didn't matter. She was besotted, starstruck, drunk, but on the ambassador's poised face there was a blush of happiness that seemed to coat his cheeks. With his napkin he dabbed gently at his white mustache, and there was something else inside him too, a tremor of condescension that gave the Baroness a secret joy. Yes, it was important for him to condescend. Yes, she'd discovered in her life it was difficult to scrounge a living from the streets, but it was easy to be powerful. She had learned her skill upon the stage, to give each member of the audience what he wanted. The corrupt men, she would enrich them. The generals, she would give them armies and machines. The poor, she would bankrupt the country, if only just to feed them for a day. Even in this small exercise she could feel her power. First, it was already something of a scandal to invite this elderly, old-fashioned couple to her private dining room. Just herself, 2 women and a man. Second, she had dressed with great simplicity, had smoked no cigarettes, and drunk no wine. Third, she had conversed lightly and agreeably on many subjects. Fourth, she had ended the evening with this story, using language that bordered the obscene. Looking into the eyes of the ambassador, she felt she could imagine his disdain, imagine also that on their way home in the carriage the old man would put his arm around his wife's doughy waist, and when they arrived he would suggest he might pay a visit to her bedroom, and she would lean against him and murmur, "Oh, Gunther," or "Oh, Gunnar," or whatever his potato-eating name might be, and the next day the ambassador would write in his dispatches without mentioning his wife.
"I was honored by a private dinner with the White Tiger, as she calls herself. She is a delightful woman, but my dear."
Yes, she'd done everything perfectly, and could allow herself a little recklessness. She wanted something from these people, after all. When dinner was complete, she brought them to the parlor on the first floor and made them sit in small, uncomfortable chairs. She stood by the piano, and in the hoarse, small voice that nevertheless had entranced Europe, she sang without accompaniment from her new opera, or ballet, or oratorio. Sometimes her thinking about it changed. A major work, in any case, that she herself was now composing from the incidents of her life. Many of the songs were already complete. This one, from the first act, was both plaintive and chilling, because of the honesty with which she probed her own ambivalence after her husband's suicide. Her guests were smiling and nodding. She broke off in mid-word. Their reaction was not satisfactory. From the table she picked up the letter she had written to the German foreign minister. She glanced at the first paragraph and found herself dissatisfied by the dry diplomatic language. In no way did it do justice to her feelings. The words required an interpretation that she now found herself providing as she stared at Frau Behrens's gloved hands.
"Please deliver this," she said. "I'll tell you what I've written. I make no secrets of the truth. It has now been more than 5 years since my son was taken from me by Theodor von Kais und Ratisbon, who assaulted me in my own house. You yourself assured me he be punished. That was a lie, and my son was not returned. Maybe at that time the decision was correct, because of the violence in my country, and I myself was forced to live in hiding. Because of you and your government, order is restored. On my knees I thank you and kiss your hands, though they are wet with blood. Do not think we will consent to live forever conquered and abased. But on my knees I am begging you for the return of my boy, Felix Ceausescu, now held by a criminal. And I ask you to imagine my torment. How can you keep him from his mother's arms?"
It was a relief to speak so frankly. Nevertheless, the Baroness could detect a problem. In a single moment, she had destroyed the entire effect of her dinner party. Part of her was glad. Frau Behrens had a shocked expression on her stupid face, and the ambassador nodded gravely.
"Please take this message,"
continued the Baroness, as she crushed the letter between her hands.
"I'll send this after you tomorrow morning,"
she continued as she dropped the crumpled paper to the floor and stepped on it. Wiping her eyes, she left them suddenly. She told the chamberlain to escort them out while she climbed the great stairs. She was trying to maintain her equilibrium. At the mezzanine she turned and stood looking out over the long gallery. But her feelings were genuine, she thought, and she surrendered to them until her slender shoulders heaved with sobs. What had she done? She was incorrigible. Yet surely it was these Germans' fault to have hurt her and driven her to such extremes. And her own opera or oratorio was to blame, because the music never failed to bring her crudest emotions to the surface. Where was her son now? What was he doing now? Several times Behrens and the others had assured her he was well, but she'd had no response to any of her letters. Jean-Baptiste now came to her. The gaunt old man was dressed in expensive clothes, the tyger's personal livery. Still, he looked awkward and unkempt, and he spoke with his usual lack of ceremony.
"We followed your instructions to put some kind of potato in every dish. Did you notice? The pastry dough was fluffy, wasn't it?"
He was trying to comfort her. She shook her head, smiling through tears.
"Their bodies crave it,"
she sobbed into her handkerchief.
"But we must not be too obvious. What about the sherbet?" "Burnt potato dust, a sprinkle."
Cheeks wet, she laughed.
"Potatoes have an aphrodisiac effect for them," she said. "That's what I've heard."
Then she wiped her face and blew her nose.
"Was there something else?" "No." "I'll go to Domnul Lucat's, then." She paused. "Thank you, my friend."
Jean-Baptiste did not reply. He was already tottering down the stairs. Or was it possible she was lying to herself? Some days went by and she did not think about her son. Sometimes she couldn't even bring his face to mind. In which case she'd been reckless for no reason. No, she'd worry about that tomorrow. Now she was tired. She continued up the stairs to the small sitting room. Always, at the end of every evening, she sat down for a minute with Radu Lucas, chief of her police. As she entered the chamber, she saw him at the window looking out over the lights of the Piazza Revoluzie.
"Ma'am, are they gone?"
he asked. He was a fussy man. He wore his gray hair long, brushed from his forehead. His mustache was absurdly black, as if he'd smeared it with boot polish. He had not removed his overcoat or gloves. His hat was in his hands. Often when she saw him, Nicola Ceausescu felt a stroke of pity. He needed a woman to take him in her hand, to smooth away his nervousness. It was obvious his wife and daughter couldn't manage it. As always, he seemed anxious and depressed. He had been standing almost in darkness. Now she moved to the table to turn up the lamp. He stood facing her, turning his hat in his hands, avoiding her eyes because he loved her. In the days since she had first acquired Kepler's eye, the Baroness had come to be familiar with many kinds of love. This was not the small frisson of the German ambassador, if indeed she was right about that, and if indeed she had not ruined everything with her stupid recklessness, but a deep and desperate feeling. As she approached him, she could see him cringe. Always she took care to stand a little close. He took refuge in officiousness. He listed his agenda for the following day. Then, at the end, he hesitated.
"Ma'am, as you know, I have kept several persons in the area of Constanta, among whose duties is the continued observation of the castle at Mamaia Beach, which passed from Frederick Schenk to his sister. Tonight I have received a telegram from one of those men. He tells me he has seen a light burning in the tower, and so I have asked the provincial commissioner to investigate. This would not be worth mentioning, except I know the local people are frightened of that place. Egypt the Shank was a conjurer, as you know.
The Baroness smiled.
You amaze me. Ma'am, there is no need to make fun. These phenomena are real. It is my duty to protect. But first, you must believe there is a danger. We have not yet seen the victory of science over superstition.
To be sure.
In fact, it was easy for the Baroness to think the worst. Part of her was as she seemed that night to Radulukats, superficial and trusting. But there was another part. A blackness could come over her as sudden as a storm. She listened to Lukats a few minutes more.
A hailstorm destroyed the fruit trees outside Ploiești, he was saying. Also, as you know, there is continued drought in the Dobruja region.
It was too much. She scowled at him and clapped her hands. Later, she'd apologize.
That's enough, she said. Don't bore me.
And to efface his wounded expression, she gave him her hand to kiss.
Please, she said. I have a headache.
Again, as with the Germans, she found herself eager to be gone. Full of an apprehension that was as sudden as an attack of nausea, she slipped out of the door, then climbed the steps to her own small apartment. A light was burning on the side table. Beside it, on a Chinese porcelain dish, a ham sandwich lay in wait. The light gleamed from the surface of the jeweled mustard pot, a gift to the former empress from the Sultan of Byzantium. Nicola Ceausescu scarcely glanced at it, though she was hungry. She passed instead to the inner door that led to her private boudoir, a small, square, empty space, along one wall of which stood an iron bedstead. There she slept most nights. When she was powerless, she had been hungry for luxuries, had slept in silk sheets among silk pillows. But that night she continued past the rice paper screen. In a hidden corner of the room, there was a hidden door that led to a garret underneath the eaves. The former empress had used the space for storage, but Nicola Ceausescu had furnished it secretly. She had had transported there, sealed in boxes, the contents of her dead husband's laboratory from the house on Saltpetre Street. She lit a candle in the doorway. On her left hand there was a small altar assembled out of Valeria's bric-a-brac, some gilded Egyptian statuary on the flat surface of a carved and painted Russian box. A sphinx knelt with her hands outstretched, and on her palms she held the Tourmaline, Kepler's eye. Now the Baroness lit the lamps on either side of it, and admired the green and purple surface of the gem. Usually she liked to keep it hidden on her body, touching her skin, but the dress she'd worn that night had not allowed it. Now she reached out her forefinger and touched its surface. It was the source of the people's love for her, she knew. She took a dolorous, fierce pleasure in reminding herself. Without this jewel, she was nothing, the most worthless and miserable of women. Farther on in the garret, she found her husband's ironwood table. With a piece of cloth, she rubbed the dust from the surface of the four-sided adamantine pyramid. Now there was a tiny light that burned in it while she sat down and began her meditations. A light in the tower window high above the beach. The image brought with it a frisson of unease as the Baroness cast her mind abroad. Fingering an unlit Turkish cigarette, she lay back in her armchair with her eyes closed. Often she was able to convince herself she was the guardian of her people, a bulwark of protection in these difficult times. Then it felt good to pinch the noses of the German oppressors, who rode through Bucharest as if they owned it, and managed the resources of the country like a private bank. Other times, as now, she understood how much she was dependent on her benefactors in Berlin, who had established her and kept her, and would doubtless dispose of her if she offended them too much. She depended on them even more than her own people. And when she sat in her leather armchair thinking about that, in her bedroom in the center of her palace, she felt cold and vulnerable. Then she was disturbed by images of failure, and when she opened her eyes, she saw one of these was taking shape inside the pyramid, a figure of a girl. She was sitting on a child's wooden chair, looking into the inner surface of the pyramid as if into a mirror, and she was weeping. Tears fell from her dark eyes. She leaned forward with her shoulders hunched, her arms clasped over her chest as if hugging herself or keeping herself warm, though it must have been a warm night in Constanta by the sea. A half-empty bottle stood upright by her foot. It was Miranda Popescu, home at last. The Baroness had seen her in a photograph taken years before. A girl then, now she was a woman. From what the Baroness could see, she had some of her mother's shape, though her face recalled Prince Frederick. Rather pale, with heavy, dark eyebrows and large eyes. Quite plain. Her mouth was too large, also, though her lips were thin. Her dark hair was on her shoulders, and she had small, protruding ears. As the Baroness watched, she pulled a lock of hair back from her face. The sleeve of her shirt slid down to reveal the golden bracelet that had belonged to Miranda Brankovinu in the ancient days. Just a trinket of worn beads, each carved in the shape of a tiger's head. But it was also the mark of the white tiger, the savior of Roumania, and the Baroness coveted it. Where had the girl been for these 5 years? She'd imagined her dead, or living her life out in the North American wilderness. But at the same time, she had always known this day would come. Now here she was in Europe. Miranda Popescu was in Roumania itself, and immediately the Baroness could see some complications. As she sat in her small garret, she too felt tears come to her eyes, and she found herself weeping for this young woman, alone and in such danger. She sat watching a long time. She watched Miranda make her bed and snuggle into it. Lulled from her loneliness by the sound of the waves, the girl fell asleep, and when she woke, the sun was high over the water. The light slanted from the east window. Thirst and hunger made her rise. Her tongue was thick and sweet. She stood looking out the window at the water. Then she went downstairs. In the garden she found herself walking back to the cottage where she'd first arrived, or else where she'd returned. She had to keep reminding herself, in this place where everything seemed familiar and new at the same time. How had this miracle occurred? Just yesterday she had been floating on the Hoosick River with her friends. The cottage on the riverbank had not been like this one. It had resembled it the way a dream resembles life. Now she had awoken in the real place, where doors and windows did not reform and disappear. But where were Peter and Andromeda? Where were they now? Light-headed and weak, she climbed the steps of Juliana's house. In the dream she had remembered scrabbling at the floor, looking for the secret place under the boards where Umar kept his gun. She had not found it. In the dream it had not been there. But now she knelt and searched again through the dirt and accumulated leaves until she uncovered the little ring that Juliana's niece had shown her. Roxana, her name was, or had been. A fox-faced, slit-eyed girl. And the ring twisted, and the panel pulled up, and there was something underneath wrapped in an oiled rag. It was a gun, a revolver with a long octagonal barrel. The handle was made of white bone. The gun was familiar to her. Miranda's adoptive grandfather, Rachel's father, had something just like it in his house in Colorado Springs. It was the pride of his collection, and he'd unlocked his glass case and shown it to her every time she visited. Miranda held it up, and it was heavy in her hand. There was something else, too, wrapped in the oiled rag. A tin box of soft-nosed bullets. And something else again, an embroidered bag with a leather drawstring. There was money inside. She could feel the shape of the coins inside the cloth. This was good, because she'd lost her purse of silver beads. She'd left it in the pirogue. She hoped Peter would get some use out of it. These gold coins, as she saw when she opened the bag and shook some of them out, weren't like the ones she had spent in Tara Mortilor. They were more recently minted, hard-edged, uniform, with double-headed eagles on one side, Cyrillic letters on the other. She looked for a date but could not find one. And there was a piece of paper folded many times. As she unwrapped it, she saw a worm had eaten a meandering hole. Then she was reading her aunt's minuscule handwriting.
My dear niece, it is my pleasure to present you with this weapon that belonged to your father and his father, and which I know you will use wisely. This is the first of the treasures I have left for you, if there is a break in the rope, and I am not there to guide your hands. First, I tell you, you must leave this place because it is not safe, and full of robbers and murderers and spies."
Miranda sat back, looked up at the peaceful sky. She felt a wistful kind of irritation. How long had the letter lain under the floorboards? Robbers and murderers. There'd been no one here for years. She read a few words more.
"Here I must tell you what to do without delay. If the worst has happened and my enemies have buried me, then go to Insula Calia, where you will receive more precise directions."
She stopped reading. Why had she expected anything different? Why had she expected some piece of comfort, maybe, some acknowledgement of how hard this was? Or maybe some story or information from the years that had gone by, some tiny vision of her father or her mother or her life in this place. Maybe some answer to a question that Miranda didn't even know enough to ask. An answer that would come as a relief. Nothing like that. More precise directions. Part of her craved them, even though it was hard to imagine how they still could be of use to her, now so long out of date. But in her mind's eye, she caught a glimpse of her aunt's unyielding and unsentimental face. Whether a memory or a projection, Miranda couldn't tell. This much was clear. Even after death, Egypta was not yet done with guiding and criticizing Miranda's every step. So what was wrong with that? Why did she resent it? Surely she could use a little direction now. Was it just the tone? You must do this, you must do that. That was part of it, but there was more. Her aunt didn't trust her enough, obviously, to give her information rather than commands. She didn't trust her to come to the same conclusions as herself, and maybe there was a reason for that. Because when it came right down to it, Miranda didn't trust her either. Nothing that had happened reassured Miranda that her aunt always had her best interests at heart. Maybe it was true what the scar-faced, smallpox-pitted man had told her on the riverbank, and she was like a pawn on its last move, poised to become a queen. But she knew her aunt was trying to win the game and not protect her pieces. If Miranda's death would profit Great Roumania, she suspected what her aunt would choose. Now, perched on a briar near the Magdalena fountain, a brandywine bird strutted and preened. Miranda had seen one like it in her dream of Tara Mortilor, the land of the dead. It was the spirit creature of Egypta, though doubtless its presence here was a coincidence. Slowly, languidly, she picked up the revolver and pointed it. The gun was heavy in her hand. She pulled back the hammer, closed one eye in an exaggerated pantomime. The bird cocked its head, ruffled its feathers, and disappeared into the bush, leaving a single iridescent feather floating to the ground. Miranda folded up the letter along the seams without reading the rest of it. She'd look at it later. The night before, desperate for anything, she would have pored over every word. No doubt tonight, as darkness crept across the terrace, she would feel the same. She put the letter off till then. In the meantime, some of these decisions were surely her own. The sun was warm, the grass was green, and the gun now she examined more carefully. Most summers Rachel and Stanley had taken her out west to Colorado, to the suburban house where Rachel had grown up. Now Miranda wondered whether her Aunt Egypta had deliberately placed this gun in Rachel's father's collection, so Miranda would be familiar with it now. It broke apart in a familiar way, but she was surprised to find it loaded. She shook out the bullets and felt suddenly safer. Stanley had always disapproved of guns in people's houses. He had always made fun of Rachel's parents. That had been in the false America. Even now Miranda thought of it sometimes as the real America, with its shopping malls and nuclear bombs. For a moment the gun was like a bridge between the worlds. Miranda rubbed the steel with the greasy rag, seeing how the surface of the metal was inlaid with brass or bronze or gold. In any case, a yellower metal that decorated the barrel and the drum with an ornate pattern of winding leaves and thorns. On each side, the plate where the firing mechanism fit into the stock was incised with a yellow rose.
In contrast with this pattern, the white bone of the stock was smooth and plain. She slipped the purse of coins into her pocket and wrapped the gun, unloaded, into its rag. Stanley had always told her that guns by themselves caused more havoc than robbers or murderers or even spies, she supposed. Statistics proved it. But the weight of the revolver reassured her, and the money would be useful, she told herself. Standing up, she felt the blood rush from her head. It was obvious she must get food, and she could buy it now. Should she walk west along the carriage road to find a house or a town? Or should she walk among the dunes, north or south? North, she decided, because the abandoned boat in the inlet was the only sign of humanity she'd seen. Briars had overgrown parts of the garden and the back end of Juliana's house, but the berries were small and green and hard. In a month they would be ready. She followed her tracks from the day before until she found the boat. It had been drawn up along the striped and pebbled sand among dried scraps of seaweed, and it was clear that something bad had happened recently. What, in fact, did her aunt have to say about enemies and spies? She'd read over the letter as soon as she got back to her room. With its help, she'd figure out a plan, and in the morning she'd get out of here. As soon as she had pushed the boat onto its keel, Miranda could see how the bottom had been broken out, either with a head-sized rock that now rolled against the front compartment, or with a rusted hammer that was stuck into the sand. There was a tangle of torn clothing. Amid pieces of a broken oar, brass shell casings were scattered along the high tide line. Above the line, the sand was trampled, and there was a V-shaped trough, as if something heavy had been dragged away. Hungry as she was, she refused to think about what might have happened. Instead, she rummaged for things she could use. The compartments underneath the bow and stern were latched with iron hooks. One was empty, but the other held a hot, stinking package of tarpaulin. Opened, it revealed a folded circular net, weighted along its edge with pieces of lead. There was also a short, dull knife with a broken blade. The inlet was a tidal pool. It backed onto a swamp of reeds and cattails where a tiny stream came down. The tide was rising now, flowing quickly over the bar that separated the pool from the sea. Coming that way, Miranda had seen the movement of small fish. They had knocked against her ankles as she'd waded through the inlet. Trapped by the rising waves, and then sucked back over the bar, they had flashed their silver bellies in the brown water. She had not been able to catch them, but now she carried the net down to the bar. Standing on the collapsing shore a yard or so above the water, she could see the fish turn in a school, and she flung the net over them and hoped for the best. More than once, Stanley's father had taken her to fish for perch on a lake near his house in Westchester County. They'd used rods and reels, of course, but the patience was the main thing. Brainless, the fish came back and back. After several empty casts, she figured out how to spin the net, uncurl it in the air, and the weights opened it up flat. Then she caught some fish. Holding the net like the bag, she swung them down against the dry sand. She spread the tarpaulin on the top of the dunes and laid out the stunned silver bodies in the bright air. They were small, 2 inches long at most. She hoped they would dry in the heat until they were like anchovies or kippered herring. She went to the boat to find the knife. Already when she came back, flies had preceded her. She sat down on the tarpaulin with 20 or so fish between her outstretched knees. One by one, she cut their heads off and dug out their small guts, which she dropped into a hole in the sand. Pausing sometimes to bat the flies away, she split the bodies down to their spines and laid them out with the flesh up. Then she waved her hands over them for 20 minutes or so, but when she picked one up it seemed unchanged, though the day was hot. How long did fish take to dry? Hours? Days? She remembered a picture in a social studies book, a woman in South India stooping over a pile of fish laid out in the street between 2 turquoise houses. Now that she thought about it, everything she had attempted with these fish was based on that picture, which of course referred to nothing and no place, not in this world. And of course her grandfather's house in Westchester, his rods and reels, all that was gone. She scraped some flesh away from the silver skin and the weak spine and ate it. She couldn't help herself. She ate 7 fish for breakfast and then continued walking. The beach was straight and endless, and the waves were long and small. She searched her memory for impressions of this place, but there was nothing. Long past noon, she was worried she would find no water, and turned back. When she came to the fish again, they had achieved a rubbery hardness, though there were flies. The small hole with the guts and the fish heads was full of them. None of this was satisfactory or gave her confidence for the future. Nevertheless, it was a kind of preparation. Miranda forced herself to eat some more, and wrapped the rest of the fish in the net, which she carried over her shoulder with the tarpaulin. When she saw the spire of the castle again, she went into the garden and drank at the Magdalena fountain. She was hot and sweating. The night before, she'd slept in her dirty clothes and her damp underwear. The wool shirt was blind Rodica's, but the jeans she'd worn all the way from Massachusetts. Her bra was too tight, her underpants were stiff and gray and streaked with blood. The next day, she thought, she would try the beach to the south. Perhaps Constanta lay that way. Or maybe she'd try the carriage road inland. Yes, that was obviously the best choice, but why was it so hard for her to make up her mind what to do? The truth was, much as she missed Peter and Andromeda, much as she detested her isolation here, her sense of everything held in abeyance, still she found the silence restful. It was obvious she couldn't stay here. Even if there were food, she couldn't stay. But she knew that if she took one step away, then everything would start again. Now for a moment she was like a girl on a high diving board, moving back and forth, taking a few practice jumps. One step, though, and she would feel the plunge. Along the carriage road, after a mile or a half a mile, she would pass a house or a village or a town. Try as she might, she remembered nothing of what lay over the western horizon, though she must have traveled that way many times. Past the house and Umar's house and the garden. The surrounding map was blank. Insula Calia, where was that? This was her last night of preparation. Tomorrow she would walk straight out the road. She would read her aunt's letter, do what her aunt told her. More than that, she would use her influence to send a message to Peter somehow. No, maybe that wasn't such a great idea. Murderers and spies. At first she wouldn't tell people who she was, until she found out what it meant to them, to her. She'd keep her bracelet hidden. She'd invent a name for herself. She had some money now and a way to protect herself if worse came to worst. She'd gotten food for herself. When it was first light, she would go. But she wanted new clothes. She wondered if there was something in her aunt's closets or drawers she could wear. She hadn't searched the bureau in her aunt's bedroom. The clothes in her own room were for a 7-year-old girl. So she went back to the castle to her aunt's room, and then climbed to her room again. Once there, she stood in front of the glass, overcome with loneliness. Where was Peter now? Right now. Surely he hadn't left her all alone. Surely he would look for her, would know or guess or feel where to look. In time she lit the candle. She had brought some things from downstairs. Now she moved the candle to a stool beside her. When she was younger, she had always tried to avoid looking at her own body. She was self-conscious about it, and had not kept a full-length mirror in her room. Andromeda had liked to parade around naked in the house if she was changing her clothes or after a shower when her mother wasn't home. That was all right for her. She had the body for it. But Miranda had tended to slip into her clothes without looking, especially as she'd started to mature. She didn't have a bathroom of her own, and never spent much time in her parents' bathroom or the one on the ground floor. Once, when she had taken a long shower, Stanley had walked in on her while she was staring glumly at her face and hair. She'd been wrapped in a towel. He'd laughed, then come to hug her. Even now, with no one around, she found it hard to strip down to nothing and examine herself. She found it hard to strip out of the hateful clothes, the chafing underwear, stiff with salt from the previous day. And even when it was all off, she found herself looking at different parts in isolation. Close to the surface of the mirror, she examined her elbow, the seawater rash along the crease of her thigh. Maybe she couldn't remember anymore, but there was no individual part of her that seemed different when she looked at it alone. And maybe it wasn't just modesty that had made her hesitant, but a premonition. When finally, with a lump in her throat, she held up the candle and stepped away from the glass, and stared at her face and head and body all together, her first impression was she scarcely recognized herself. Something given, something stripped away. No, it wasn't true, for there she was after all, her pale skin and narrow nose, her ears that stuck out, and her nice wide forehead. There she was after all, her thin lips, her long neck, and then the rest, and you might even say there was an improvement. Why was she even worrying about her childhood, what she remembered? Look at her. Her childhood was gone. How many people could recall more than just a couple of things from when they were 5 or 6 or 7? So what difference did it make? What did it mean to say your childhood made you what you were? She'd asked Peter once, and he'd just stared at her. Now, standing nude before the mirror, the thought of Peter filled her with embarrassment. She looked for a small moment more, and then she put the candle down. And as the sun set, she tried to lose herself in new details. Among the clothes that she had brought from her aunt's drawers, she selected some silk underwear made without elastic. Then she slipped on some men's clothes that she had found in a back bedroom. A dress shirt, collarless, with French cuffs that she rolled up. The shirt was a pale yellow. With it she wore pleated linen trousers, lighter and more comfortable than her jeans. The shirt and trousers, she wondered if they were Lieutenant Prochenko's clothes. They weren't exactly clean, because they'd lain there a long time. The shirt had a peculiar smell, but everything was much more comfortable. She combed her hair out with the tortoise-shell comb. There was still a terrible tangle, and she yanked at it. She caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, made a face, put her tongue out. She had found some silver scissors in the drawer, part of the same set. If she was going to be different, she wanted a difference she could see. With a sudden impulse, she began to cut her hair above the tangle at about the level of her jaw. She was skilled at this. She and Andromeda had often cut their hair together in Andromeda's mother's house on Syndicate Road. In back of her the door was open to the landing. She was concentrating on what she did, working carefully with the scissors and the comb. There was a hand mirror that sometimes she held up behind her. The candle cast an uncertain light now the windows were dark. When she looked up finally, the scissors in her hand, she was shocked to see that she was not alone. There was someone standing in the doorway. The candle was between her and the mirror. She had seen a flicker of movement in the shadows, heard the rattle of a chain, but when she turned, the door was empty. At first Miranda had no fear. Instead, she felt a flicker of anger, part of her previous mood. Someone was spying on her. She put down the comb and snatched up from her desk the long, unloaded revolver. It was heavy in her hand. She stepped to the door. It was dark on the landing, and she could see nothing. "Hi, nu te mai ascunde acum. Come out now. Show yourself," she said. She threw the scissors onto the deck, then seized the candle and stepped out over the threshold. "Come out," she said, and lifted up the light. There, in a corner of the landing, crouched a girl. She also was barefoot and was wearing a long dress. An ankle bracelet jingled on her instep. Her shirt was embroidered in red thread. Her face was hidden in a mass of tangled, coarse brown hair, which she now parted with her fingers. Miranda pointed the unloaded gun at her and held up the candle. She was excited by her first words of Romanian, which had come out of her unasked. She felt a thrill of strength. "Who are you? Show your face."
"No, Maharani, please don't hurt me," said the girl. "I saw the light, and then my father sent me. No, I beg to go. Please, you are the one. The vampire knows it."
Miranda struggled to understand. Again she felt a swell of anger. "What are you talking about? Don't use these words." She felt both liberated and confused by this new language, which she used with the facility of an 8-year-old. Once again there was a lot she didn't understand, but she wouldn't be intimidated in her father's house. She took a step forward. "Show me. What's your name?" The girl pulled her hair back from her face,
revealing a lumpy nose and high cheekbones and almond-shaped black eyes. Miranda had been confused by her small size, and now saw she was older than she first had seemed, perhaps 16 years old. Her lips were thick, and her face was chapped and rough. She scrambled to her knees and put her hands out.
Miss, I saw the lamp. I had to come. My father spoke a summoning. You must know it is not safe here. The vampire is on the road from Murfatlar. You'll see torches.
The light had changed in the little room behind Miranda. She stepped back as the girl got to her feet. She knelt on her bed and looked out toward the west, where there were lights among the trees along the carriage road.
Usurper soldiers, said the girl. Please come with me.
Already she was halfway down the tower stairs. Miranda snatched her things up from the desktop.
Miss, put out the light.
There was no reason to keep it. Miranda blew out the flame. Torchlight was coming through the windows on the garden side. There were men in the carriage road by Juliana's house. She could see their torches, though they made no noise, and there were torches on the dunes. The girl led her across the big hall, then pushed out through the windows to the terrace overlooking the sea. Stone steps led down to the water beside a wooden pier. The girl leaped from stone to stone until she was standing in the surf, and Miranda followed her. Suddenly terrified, she jumped down into the water, cold and dark. She followed the girl straight out underneath the pier, pulling herself among the seaweed and barnacle-encrusted pilings into the deeper water. The girl had flopped out of her skirt, which she held bunched in her hand as she pointed straight out toward the east.
Porpoise Rock, she whispered. See the light.
There was a red light over the water. It gleamed for a moment, then went out.
Can you swim?
She whispered. Miranda pushed forward through the small waves. The light had not seemed so very far away, but the girl held her back.
No, they will see. Hide here. I will show you.
The water was to their necks. They clung to the second to the last piling and waited. There were men with torches on the beach to the north side, and there were lights in the house now. After several minutes, some men came onto the terrace and stood looking out over the sea.
Nosferatu,
murmured the girl. It was clear the one she meant. He stood with his hands on the stone balustrade. He looked to be in his early 30s, with curling black hair and pale skin. His white shirt was unbuttoned, loose. He peered up and down the beach and then over the water. It seemed impossible he would not notice them. Two heads clumped together between the 7th and 8th strut of the jetty, perhaps 30 yards away. Miranda found herself cursing her new clothes. She had her gun and her money and her diary in a nest of rags, and the whole thing was done up in the oilskin like a kind of a package. She had hoped to keep it dry, but now she let it sink into the water. She crouched down until only her head was above the surface, moving with the waves as they sucked in and out. She was aware of the girl whispering a chant or a prayer as the man on the terrace strode toward them down the steps to the jetty. A soldier followed him, carrying a torch. How was it possible he did not see them? The boards creaked under his boots. Light spilled down through the boards onto the water as he walked the length of the jetty and stood above them. Another soldier followed him.
There is a trail of footprints, he said, leading toward Mamayasat.
Take the horseman,
said the vampire.
What about the house? Shall we?
No. She might return.
We found her clothes,
said the soldier.
They were standing at the jetty's end. Miranda clung to the piling, her feet unsteady on the shifting stones. This girl, she decided, there was no reason to trust her. There was no reason to allow her to clutch hold of her as she was doing. There was no reason to allow her to pull her down into the water.
Trust me,
the girl murmured, and pulled her down until she was submerged, looking up through the water at the torch at the end of the jetty and at the vampire's face as he peered over the edge. Her lungs were burning, but the girl forced her down among the tumbled rocks at the bottom of the piling, gripping her despite her struggles. The vampire's face hovered moon-like above them, distorted by the intervening water, and Miranda was aware of black eyebrows, even of soft eyelashes because he was so close. And when she came up for air, the face was gone,
and the footsteps were receding down the planks. She and the girl clung to each other, bobbing in the waves until the torches were gone along the beach, out of sight among the dunes. Then Miranda tried to pull away.
"Go," said the girl. "Swim out to where you saw the light."
The water glistened here and there with phosphorescence. Miranda tried to hold her bundle above the water. The waves were not heavy, and there was no undertow. Behind her there were torches on the beach. Miranda could see the girl's head as she struggled after her. There was a current of cold water, and then another warmer current. The moon was rising over the sea. She swam into the path of the moon until she saw a low rock break the surface of the water in front of her. She was swimming over a sandbar, gleaming white beneath her. The water, which had been deep, now grew shallow again, and she heard it gurgling and sucking at the sides of the rock, a long misshapen ridge, higher at the north end. Seaweed clung to it. A voice spoke.
"Is that Ludu?"
"Father."
This was from the girl.
"You have her?"
In the light of the moon, newly revealed from behind a cloud, Miranda saw the outline of a long, low boat. Held into a crevice in the rock's far side, now it came away slowly and pulled around the head of Porpoise Rock. It cleaved between the girl and Miranda, who caught some strands of kelp and let the slow waves push her up and down against the rock. When the waves were at their lowest point, she found she could touch bottom. She was full of apprehension and relief. There were 3 men in the boat, 2 oarsmen, each with a pair of oars. In the stern huddled the man who had spoken, and who now helped the girl to clamber over the side.
"Where is she?"
he said.
"There."
The man uncovered his lantern and held it up. Blinded on 3 sides, it spread a garish red light between the boat and the rock.
"There,"
repeated Ludu. With the red light in her eyes, Miranda could no longer see the men.
"Bring it in,"
said the voice, and the boat backed toward her, trapping her against the rock.
"Don't be afraid."
Letting go of the weeds, Miranda shielded her face with her hand. "Put out the light," she said, and the man obeyed her. Now, in a moment, she could see him in the flat stern holding the tiller. He had a wide beard, and his head was tied in a bandana. There was nothing to be done. Miranda swam the few strokes to the boat. Ignoring the old man's hand, she deposited her oilcloth bundle, then pulled herself over the side. Immediately the boat was under way, the 2 oarsmen making long, slow strokes. The oarlocks were wrapped in rags, but even so they jingled. 6. A Ribbon of Moonlight. 5 years and a few months earlier, Peter had gone down to the pirogue and examined the footprints of the animal in the wet sand. He told himself that in the darkness he could not have seen how large it was. How could he have been so crazy as to think of fighting it, attacking it? He'd found the charred stick where he'd thrown it down, and it broke as he was using it to scratch away the prints. He didn't mention the incident, and neither did Raevsky. There was no reason to remind him, particularly since he had lost his melancholy from the night before. Chipper and excited in the morning light, he tended to his feet. Then, with mock exclamations of pain, he slid them into his boots and hobbled in a circle around camp. Peter stowed the tent and gear while he relit the fire and made their porridge of sweet German crackers.
"Double food today," he said. "Tonight we find a place. A few houses for the Africans."
Then he described 2 long portages. The night before, Andromeda had run away, as usual when there was explicit danger. Now she picked her way back over the stones, as if her feet were also sore. Careful of her dignity, Peter put some biscuits into a tin plate. Even so, she growled as he came close, wrinkling her delicate muzzle, showing her teeth. Before they left, Peter walked along the shore again, calling Miranda's name. He stood on a promontory above the stream and cupped his hands around his lips. He wasn't hoping for a reply. Instead, there was something valedictory about the sound, and then the intervals of silence. After a few minutes, though, he'd had enough and he came back. Andromeda was already in the boat. He didn't want Raevsky to have to take off his boots, so he was the one who, barefoot, pushed the pirogue out, and later, barefoot, brought it in beside a downed tree.
The portage cut off a wide bend of the water and some rapids. Whistling and singing songs, Raevsky pulled the canvas bags ashore while Peter took the boat on his back. He was surprised how light it was. Or it was light at first. Because of its width, he had to stretch his arms out to support it. There was a special stick like a yoke that fit between the gunwales and over his back. Sometimes he lost his balance, and most of the time he couldn't see where he was going. The path led through birch trees and the swamp. Luckily, many feet had widened it. He walked with his back bent, the boat perched like a turtle's shell. He looked straight downward at his shoes and wet jeans, and at the boot marks in the frozen mud. Many times he had to stop and rest. Away from the river, again Peter was struck by the silence of the woods. It was another cold, clear morning, though he was sweating and his heart was pounding. Inside his woolen socks, woolen gloves, his hands and feet were cold. Raevsky had gone ahead. Peter heard him cry out, heard the dog bark. He flipped the boat into the frozen grass and ran to join them. A boy lay among the saplings beside the path. Maybe 6 years old, he lay curled up on his side. Someone had put a deerskin over the uncertain ground and wrapped him in a ragged blanket which he'd kicked away. And though his feet and lower legs were bare, still he'd torn open his woolen shirt to reveal his ribs, his gaunt body and swollen stomach. His skin was dry and crusty, with patches of eczema on his neck and arms. His hair was cut close to his scalp. Peter could see he was sick. His own memories of the cave, of lying listless in his own sweat, were too immediate. He remembered the vacant feeling and could taste again the bitter saliva in his mouth. The boy looked up at them with big, stupid eyes, too big for his emaciated face. There was sweat on his high forehead, and even in the cold, small wind his body stank. Andromeda was growling, scratching at the stones. Her yellow fur rose in a sharp ridge between her shoulder blades. Raevsky was on his knees, had pulled his gloves off. He'd thrown down the canvas bags and had produced a rag of cloth, which he reached out toward the boy as if to wipe his face. Or he made wiping gestures in the air without touching the boy's skin. Now, doubtless aware of his futility, he seized the canteen that Peter found in the outer pocket of the larger bag. He unscrewed the top, poured in some water that he held to the boy's lips, all the time muttering and crooning over him in a mixture of English and Romanian. Peter understood the English part, which was a repetition of something he had said the night before. Dead river, dead. Gulka, Ferenc, Alex. Peter stood lightheaded, sucking in the cold air. The boy had been abandoned, not without love, not without regret. The deerskin and the blanket were proof of that. The water slid from his lips over his chin. He stared up at them, making no attempt to swallow. Peter found the sight of him intolerable. His skin dry as paper, stretched over sharp bones. He wondered if this kid was just the bait in a trap, and he looked back down the path to where the boat lay on its side, propped against a broken stump. He studied the woods on either side of them, partly from caution, partly because he could not endure that wasted face. "What should we do?" he asked. Raevsky held a lump of snow against the boy's forehead.
"You go on. African's not far. African will help."
Peter looked at the boat. Then he bent to pick up one of the canvas bags.
"No," Raevsky said. "Leave with me. Find help. Africans."
Africans, Peter thought. It was hard to imagine what Raevsky was talking about. The old man had taken off his coat and rolled up his shirt sleeves, uncovering, as he worked over the boy, his corded, liver-spotted arms. Peter saw he had some blood on the collar of his checked shirt and on the cloth around his neck. He had taken off his cap. His hair stuck out like wire. Something now occurred to Peter, irrelevant words his mother had taught him about 6 months before she died. Often now they came back to him, snippets of poems. "You and I are old," he thought. "Death closes all." It was from Lord Tennyson's Ulysses, a poem, his mother had said, that should not necessarily be taken at face value.
"No time. You come back."
What did he mean? Already Andromeda had disappeared up the trail. Peter stared after her. His mind was moving slowly, but to tell the truth, he thought, he couldn't bear to stay here with the boy, his sharp, dry face.
Go!
Raevsky shouted.
Go! Go!
Then he relented. His face lost some of its exasperated look. He even smiled, showing the toothless gap in his upper jaw.
Dead River, no! Is chance for us. Conjure and death. Always we fight it. Now to end.
He shook his head.
Go!
And Peter went. He ran and walked along the path by the Hoosick River bank. He ran and walked along the path. Sometimes Andromeda raced on ahead. Sometimes she stayed with him.
African's not far,
Raevsky had said, but it was far. Out of breath, the cold air sharp in his lungs and in his teeth, Peter had time for useless thoughts. What was he doing here, running by himself along this trail through the woods? Miranda was gone, and now Raevsky was behind him. Only Andromeda was left, someone who had always laughed at him all the way through school. Even now she was making fun of him as best she could, mocking his slowness. She would wait for him in the middle of the path, yawning and stretching as he came close, pushing at the leaves and snow with her stiff forelegs while her tongue curled out. Sometimes in high school she had stood in the middle of the west corridor with her hands on her hips, wearing a t-shirt and short skirt or something. She'd never seemed to carry any books to class. Her short yellow hair, dark eyebrows, and gray eyes. Now she pricked her ears, sniffing at the air, running back and forth through the woods parallel to the trail. As apprehensive as he felt, always he had to wonder whether he projected feelings onto her, and whether there was anything left inside her of the girl he had known in Williamstown. Sometimes, looking into her gray and blue-flecked eyes, he thought he saw something, some remnant of a complicated thought. In the transformation to this world, at the moment, Peter supposed, when he'd gained his new right hand, the girl had changed her shape. That first morning Miranda and Peter had found her on Christmas Hill, curled up in a nest of fancy underwear. And maybe what had happened was even stranger than that. Maybe there was something else in her besides the girl and the dog, some connection to a Romanian officer named Sasha Perchenko. A blob of connection that grew inside her like a tumor. Peter stopped running. He put his arms over his stomach and bent over. He had a stitch in his side, and besides that he felt sick. And it wasn't just because the phrase he'd put together in his mind recalled his mother and the disease she died of. He wiped his mouth with his left hand, which still ached from carrying the boat. But his big right hand was strong and serviceable, horribly so. Now Andromeda came running and whining. They had joined the river again, and Peter could see the wide, still water through the tree trunks. When he looked up, the light was glittering in the trees. Andromeda snarled at him to get him moving. After half a mile, they left the stream and turned south again into heavier woods and bigger trees, birches and evergreens. They climbed uphill for 10 minutes, and then the ground leveled out, and they came into a clearing against a low cliff face. The houses were there, bark-covered, dome-shaped wooden huts, and also some scaffolding against the cliff. Smoke rose from 3 of the huts. The ground was dry and chalky under crusts of snow. Cold and exhausted, Peter bent down with his hands on his knees. Why was he so weak? It was because he'd eaten nothing but biscuits these past days, nothing nourishing since they'd killed the Wendigo. With his hands on his knees, smelling the smoke from the settlement, he found himself bombarded with fantasies of food. Wordless smells and tastes overwhelmed him, phantoms of past meals, memories of Snickers bars. His mouth filled with thick drool. At the same time he thought about the boy Raevsky had found, the mother or father who'd abandoned him. Feelings were sifted over with questions. What was Peter doing here? What would he do in Albany? Where would he go? Who was the African that could help him? Were there Africans here? Why Africans? Andromeda ran into the space between the houses. Poised on 3 legs, she lifted her forepaw above the snow. Now suddenly Peter imagined enormous superhuman figures with black skin who would stride out of these tiny huts and tell him what to do, how this strange world worked, and where to find Miranda in it. So it was with more disappointment than fear that he watched someone approach out of the scaffolding and the tent in front of it, an ominous small person in a turban and surgical mask, brandishing a short-barreled rifle. Andromeda made the high snuffling whimper that sufficed her for a bark. But she didn't budge. She stayed with her foreleg curled. "Hello," Peter called out. Light-headed, he stood up straight, raised both hands. Someone was in the flapping doorway of the tent. A small person who said something, and the woman with the gun relented. Peter saw she was a woman now. Red hair hung down her back, and under her unbuttoned quilted coat she wore a dress, a shapeless, dirty garment of bleached cotton. Her mask also, looped behind her ears, was streaked with dirt. She put up her gun. Death closes all but something ere the end, thought Peter. Tennyson. And with the words of the poem, Peter found himself remembering his mother's cancer smell. He caught a whiff of it, mixed with her perfume. He thought about his mother a lot today, or else memories of her had gotten stuck to whatever he was thinking, words and images with hooks like burdocks, burrs. A simile she might have liked, though not the way he was expressing it. The proclivity, the prolixity, was that the word? Was it even a word? She was the one who told him that memory and perception were part of the same thing. She'd audited some courses at the college. What was wrong with him? He stood with his head whirling, his mouth full of saliva, his stomach and intestines like a dirty engine, and all he could think about were scraps of color. Raevski's checked shirt collar with blood on it, his rolled-up sleeves, spotted arms, scraps of memory. He found himself staring at the red-haired woman's surgical mask, while at the same time he realized all these stupid thoughts were not just the result of hunger and exhaustion. But he was trying to hide something from himself. He could hear a roaring in his ears, feel a twitch in his right hand. He had an impulse to drag the woman down, bat her gun away. She was no match for him. None of these people were any match for him, not unbecoming men that strove with gods. Where was Miranda now? He felt a hand on his elbow, and he pulled away. Someone was talking. "You may rest here. Come." He couldn't look into the person's face. "Come," she said. Peter saw the black hand on his arm, the small plump fingers underneath his elbow guiding him back toward the tent, while the guard in the mask made threatening gestures at the trees. Where is Miranda now? He asked himself. Right now. Now, in that context, had no meaning. 5 years later, there were cotton blankets in the bottom of the boat. Miranda wrapped herself in one of them. She sat beside the man on the stern plank, while the girl Ludu sat at his feet. His heavy hand was on the tiller, and he said nothing to Miranda as he steered the boat out to sea. With his other hand, he pushed his daughter's wet, knotted hair back from her forehead while she spoke to him.
"You saw him on the dock. He was this close, but I said a prayer to St. Lucia with no eyes. We were covered in the blackness. Oh, but I was frightened." It was true. Her teeth were chattering. She seized hold of her father's hand and held it near her cheek.
"You've done it," he said.
"You see, she is the answer to our prayers," continued the girl. "It's the face we saw in the glass. You begged for this, and God heard you. Oh, but the vampire said he was to send the soldiers to Mamayasat."
What was she talking about? The glass? The mirror? St. Lucia? There were torches among the dunes.
"Hush now,"
said the bearded man. He had a bulbous, porous nose and a thick chest. He was dressed in patched black clothes.
"Miss,"
he said, and smiled. His teeth were crooked, widely spaced. Miranda expected him to say something, but when she looked him in the face, he dropped his eyes. Soon he turned the boat north, parallel to the coast. The sea was calm and still. The two boys rowed with long, quiet strokes, and they stared back at Miranda. Their long faces were expressionless.
"Miss,"
said the bearded man, trying again,
"you won't remember me. I saw you at Vamaveki when you were on holiday, on horseback with your aunt. A little sorrel mare. I gave your horse an apple. You won't remember. My name is Dinu Fishbelly, and these are my sons. You understand me?
Why did he ask that? It was because he spoke Romanian instead of French, the language of the rich. I understand, she said. She wanted him to go on talking. She wanted information, a clue to the role she was to play. Sitting in the boat, listening to the jingle of the locks, she tried to think about what had gone wrong so far. When she'd imagined walking out the carriage road, she had prepared herself for a new beginning, for the vulnerability that comes from ignorance, at least at the very start. That was why she'd put off her departure a full day. Even so, she had imagined herself holding back, traveling incognito perhaps to Insula Calia, and perhaps to Bucharest, where no doubt she could learn a lot just from newspapers. She would wait and try to send a message across the ocean, and choose the moment when she could initiate events, either her aunt's plan, which she'd ponder at her leisure, if, come to think of it, the message hadn't gotten soaked in the water. No, it was still wrapped up in the oilcloth, so that was all right. Or her own. But now these people had barged in and dragged her out into a game that had already started. In the stillness of the boat, listening to the sweep of the oars, she found herself irritated by their deference, which seemed insincere, irritated by their questions, which she was afraid she couldn't answer. What could she do for them? Now already she was in their debt. More than that, there was no longer any opportunity to hide, to pretend to be someone different than she was. But even your own self can be a role. Once Andromeda had gotten her to try out for a play at school, and she'd had nightmares about forgetting her lines, learning the wrong part. Now she stripped the blanket from around her shoulders and rubbed her arms in the rough cloth. She heard Ludu whisper, "There it is," and knew she was talking about the bracelet, Miranda Brancovenu's golden bracelet. It was a mistake to even wear it. These people were staring at her as if she had two heads. She sat up straight, then turned her face in profile. Aware of her wet shirt, she folded her arms over her chest. If she was going to play the white tiger among these people, even in the dark, she needed a new bra and some dry clothes. "Where are we?" she asked. She knew enough to know that Dinu Fishbelly was a gypsy nickname. How did that work in? Blind Rodica had been a gypsy, and she had died to save Miranda's life.
"We'll be coming in near Lake Tasaul,"
said the bearded man.
"That's where my house is."
They pulled toward shore. They had passed a small headland and were sliding in now toward the gravel beach. In shallow water, the boys shipped their oars and jumped over the side, as did Ludu. The three of them pulled the boat up till it crunched ashore. With her oilcloth bundle under her arm, Miranda stepped onto the stones. Fishbelly hadn't moved. Miranda was surprised to see the older boy step into the surf until he stood at the boat's stern. He took his father onto his back, and for the first time, Miranda noticed that the man had no legs below his knees. The boy carried him up onto the beach, while Ludu and the other pulled the boat up to the dunes. There was a stake above the high water mark, and they tied the painter to it and then flipped the boat over with the oars underneath. Ludu had slipped back into her wet skirt.
"Warn them at Mamayasat,"
the old man said, and the younger boy ran away south on the packed sand near the water's edge. He had no shoes, and Miranda wondered how long he could run like that, as fast as he could go. She lost sight of him among the larger rocks of the headland, then turned to follow Ludu and the man on piggyback. They took a path through the dunes and through the bushes and flat grass upon the other side. They crossed a larger road that ran in back of the dunes, then continued through the dry reeds on the other side until they reached the shores of a small lake. Among the reeds, a house on stilts was built over the water, or at least the lake bed where the water had receded. The mud underneath the house was cracked and dry. Dry clothes, first of all, Miranda thought, and she would pay these people. She had her purse and her oilcloth package. It would be important to pay them, to re-establish her authority, and then sit down and ask them questions. She would buy some food from them before she fainted from hunger. With her aunt's letter to guide her and some basic answers, she could make some choices. What did these people want from her?
Was it safe even to be with them, let alone to spend the night? In front of her, Fishbelly reached down to slap his son on the rump as if he were a pony. If she paid them, Miranda thought, they could guide her to Insula Calia. Now she regretted not having pressed her aunt for information when she'd seen her in Tara Mortilor. That way she could have asked the questions she wanted to have answered now. Obviously there was much to learn, but no chance now except by keeping her eyes open until she could read her aunt's letter in privacy, in its entirety. There was a deck covered with traps and fishing weirs. There was a ramp of gray planks that led to the deck, and the boy staggered along it with his burden while Miranda followed Ludu up a ladder. The door was open and led into a single room. The walls were made of weathered, unpainted boards. The windows were covered with big shutters. There was a fire in the iron stove, a kerosene lantern on the long table.
"Get her some things,"
said the man as his son, panting, slid him down into a chair. Ludu led Miranda back into a corner of the room, set off by curtains, around a straw pallet on the floor.
"You sleep here," she murmured.
"No, she won't," called the man. "Kodriana will be burning the houses in Mamayasat. It doesn't take much in this weather. The fire will spread. We'll run for it when Georga comes. Just a few things and we run. You, get us the horses," he said, and the other boy went out. Ludu pulled some clothes from a line of 4 wooden crates against the wall. She stripped off her wet things and rubbed her body with a piece of cloth. Chilled, Miranda turned to face the curtain, which was made of printed cotton in a pattern of red flowers. Through it she could see the old man leaning his meaty forearms on the table, poring over something that was hidden from her. She supposed the curtain, transparent to her, would be opaque to him because the lamp was on his side. She unbuttoned her shirt. He did not look up. "I'm taking you to the woods near Kasimcha," he called out. "Please," he said, as Miranda was pulling on a loose, coarse shirt and undershirt and heavy trousers. A few things that she'd taken from her desk in her father's house, a silver-handled toothbrush, a tortoise-shell comb, she now transferred to her new pockets.
"We have to ride,"
murmured Ludu at the same time. She gave her woolen socks.
"You'll wear my brother's boots."
"I tell you this because we must move quickly,"
called the man on the other side of the curtain.
"We are your servants. Anything you want, then we will do. We have wished and prayed."
It didn't seem the right time to ask for food. Anything she wanted, a sandwich and a bed. Miranda didn't want to tell them things or talk at all. She wanted to listen. She didn't want to demonstrate how much she didn't know. Also, she was worried about the horses. But if the man had seen her on a little sorrel mare in Famaveke, then it must follow she knew how to ride. He didn't say the little sorrel mare had thrown her into a ditch. She sat down on the pallet to dry her hair while Ludu went to fetch the boots for her. She felt more confident when she was wearing them. She got up, stamped her feet, then strode out from behind the curtain. She had the oilcloth bundle in her hands. Gratefully, she unwrapped it and unwrapped the gun, the box of bullets. Inside the rags they were almost dry. The diary was almost dry. She rubbed it and the gun with the cloth around her neck, which she had used to dry her hair. She was pleased at the man's response. His eyes grew wide.
"I saw that in your father's hand, blessed on St. Sebastian's altar."
But the bag of money had gotten soaked. She untied it, put in her fingers, and pulled out the saturated wad of paper that had been her aunt's letter. The words were illegible, and the paper ripped along its seams as she tried to unfold it. "This is great," Miranda said. But inside she was cursing herself. How stupid she had been. The letter was a gift to her, and she had spurned it, thrown it away. How long would it have taken her to read it completely? Already her aunt had been proved right. Apparently she was indeed surrounded by murderers and spies. Maybe if she dried the paper out, something could be salvaged. Maybe she'd already read the most important part. She'd find something in Insula Calia. And maybe her first instinct had been true, and there'd been nothing in the letter she could use. Surely it was better to think so now. Nothing could be accomplished if she had to depend on her dead aunt for everything.
There was no reason to despair, not over a stupid piece of paper. Still, she was sickened by her own carelessness. Inside her empty stomach, she felt a sudden surge of dread. It turned rapidly to irritation. She found herself irritated by the way the man with the beard was staring at her, as if everything about her was important. She didn't deserve that kind of deference. Not now, not yet. "So you might tell me what you want," she said. As far as she could tell looking around, there wasn't a crumb of food in the whole place. The man sat in the only chair. Elsewhere there were stools and wooden crates and fishing gear. Nets hung from the rafters on one side. There was sand on the bare floorboards. It crunched under her leather soles. The place stank of the sea. In the lantern light she could see the man's face, his protruding brow and sunken eyes, his cracked lips and red nose, his thick gray beard. The red scarf around his head was gone now, revealing a bald scalp. His forehead had a mottled bluish look.
"I don't understand,"
he said. And for a moment Miranda wondered whether she had gotten the words right.
"What do I want?"
he asked. His face was anything but friendly. Miranda squeezed the water from the purse. Now she felt it would be a mistake to offer him money. Instead, conscious of effect, she loaded the gun and slipped the box of bullets into her shirt. Once in Colorado Springs, Rachel's father had shown her how to load and fire this kind of gun. "Things have happened since that day in Vamaveke," she said portentously. Not that she remembered anything about it. The man made an abrupt gesture with his hand.
"What do I want? Please, miss, it is no mystery. I want to be free in my own country. I want rain in the Dobruja. I want the Germans out of Bukovina and Transylvania. I want Nicola Ceausescu dead, and the Bronkovnu on the throne of Great Romania. I want the vampires sealed up in hell, or breaking stones upon the Brashov road. I want revenge on the men who maimed me."
He glared up at her. Ludu, who had been packing clothes into a canvas bag, now broke in.
"My father was wounded in the fighting. The German horses were on the bridge, and my father stepped on a grenade. That was 5 years ago. Last month we went to the oracle at Insula Calia, and he heard Mother Egypt's voice. She told him the prayers to say. Please, miss, now you are here."
"I've been away," Miranda said, uncertain. But some things she was beginning to understand. Nicola Ceausescu was the woman who had sent Captain Raevsky to kidnap her. And of course, she had almost the same name as the former Communist Party chief who had been murdered in 1989, and whose exploits had been carefully described in her aunt's book, burned on Christmas Hill. Insula Calia was the place her aunt had mentioned in her letter. Doubtless she would have explained about all of this, only... And if Miranda went to Insula Calia now, maybe she could talk to her aunt again, hear her voice. "I've been away," she repeated. Now her own irritation had flagged, and she sensed a growing anger in the man. "Nicola Ceausescu. Tell me about her." She watched Dinu Fishbelly squeeze his knotted red bandana in his fist. He leaned onto the surface of the table and thrust his head into the circle of lantern light. He spoke slowly, as if explaining to a child.
"What are you saying? German soldiers are in Transylvania, in the oil fields. Ceausescu's widow calls herself the White Tiger, and where she goes the people kiss her hands. Here on the coast whole villages stand empty. Now don't tell me we have risked our lives for the sake of a girl who knows none of these things. I tell you, all the fields between here and Sarajevo lie fallow except where our bones have been plowed under. Don't you know this? Tell me you have heard our prayer."
Miranda swallowed, looked down at her boots. This was a question that could not be answered. Still, she thought, an answer must be found. Clenching her teeth, she raised her head, forced herself to look at him until he turned his eyes away. Why should she be bullied by a man she didn't know? She had her father's gun in her hand. Outside there was a clattering and snorting and a pounding on the door. The boy who had gone for horses threw it open.
"They are burning the trees," he said. "We have to go." "We wait for Georgi," said the man.
But he did not resist when his son and daughter came to lift him from his chair. He clambered onto the boy's back. Outside there was a fire behind the hill, and they stood watching for a moment from the deck. Then the boy carried his father down the ramp to where 4 horses stood among the trampled reeds. They were snorting and blowing. A little boy held 2 of them. The reins were wrapped around his forearms. Now he surrendered them to Ludu, who had the canvas bag over her shoulder. Spooked, one of the horses pulled up. Ludu grabbed it by its cheek plate and led it forward while the old man climbed astride from his son's back. He had a special saddle, Miranda could see. He had no stirrups, but his thighs were strapped in place with leather straps. The boy pulled them tight, and then the small red horse was stamping in a circle while the others drew back among the reeds. The ground was soft underfoot. Miranda looked into the lake beyond the house. It was a small, sad puddle in the middle of the dry mud. Even so, she saw the reddened sky reflected in the water. The vampire was at Mamayasat, she thought, and in her mind she could picture some cottages huddled against the dunes. Was it Nicola Ceausescu who had sent him, the way she'd sent Raevski? If so, was all this Miranda's fault already? She had been stung by the gypsy's words to her, which had sounded like an accusation. Where was the boy who had run away?
"We wait for Georgi,"
said Dinu Fishbelly. But the littlest boy burst into tears, and the other boy and Ludu were preparing to go. Barefoot, they swung themselves into their saddles. Ludu tied her skirt in front of her around the saddle horn so that her legs were bare against the horse's side. This is horrible, Miranda thought. She had a lump in her throat, and to distract herself, to re-establish some control, she tried to notice little things. The smell of burning in the air. In contrast with the people, these horses looked glossy and well cared for. The leather was new, and the metal jingled and shone. There was 1 horse left, a big, shuffling gray, the biggest of the 4, Miranda noticed. The others were waiting. She put her foot in the stirrup and pulled herself up. She'd ridden a horse a couple of times. Once she and Andromeda had visited some of Andromeda's cousins in New Jersey. Everyone agreed she'd done well, almost as if she knew what she was doing. "Where now?" she asked.
"We must wait for Georgi,"
repeated the boy. But now the crying boy had disappeared into the reeds. Dinu's son bent his horse in a circle. It was black with lots of silver in its coat. Ludu followed him down the path onto the road. Then the 2 of them set off north between the lake shore and the sea, in a running walk that soon turned faster. The surface of the road was hard-packed sand with a strip of beach grass down the middle.
"Stop,"
said the man. He held the reins of his red horse in his left hand close to its neck. Past his hand they were braided together in a long tail, and Miranda could see that with his right hand he was flicking the reins back and forth over the saddle horn, not striking the horse so much as caressing its shoulders on both sides, while his left hand moved back and forth and up and down, as if anticipating the horse's head. Miranda studied him, searching for clues. He drew the horse around in a full circle, while Miranda sat up straight. Her stirrups seemed too high. The old man had a big saddle with a high, curved back. Hers was just a scrap of leather over a square of wool. Back and forth flicked the braided reins. Miranda was also conscious of a clicking sound. The man was clicking his tongue and mumbling in a low voice. Then he must have come to a decision, because suddenly his horse pressed forward, and he released it and went up the road in a hard, immediate gallop. She knew enough to know you held on with your thighs and not your hands, that you pointed your feet in and kept your heels down, that you moved with the horse and not against it, which was easier said than done. Inspired, she supposed, by the others, she blundered forward into a walk. She knew you weren't supposed to kick with your heels, but after a moment she found herself drumming on the horse's sides as it continued its slow amble. And when it finally changed its gait, she found herself tugging downward on the reins. The red horse was much smaller than her gray one, but it was already out of sight. Unfamiliar stars shone through a veil of clouds, only the brightest because it was not dark. A fire burned over the hill behind her, and she smelled smoke.
On her left hand now, the lake had gone away, replaced by a flat field of grasses over a broken wooden fence. There were some pine trees, more and more as she went on. She had a lump in her throat and she couldn't get rid of it, so she tried to think about the horse and find a way to make it go faster. In a little bit she thought she was doing better. She relaxed her hands, relaxed her legs. The road ran straight and there was no opportunity to swerve or change direction. Still confounded by the high stirrups, Miranda shifted her weight around, eased the pressure of her thighs, and tightened up again. She raised her hands and lowered them. She had an idea she wanted to keep the horse's head up, its nose low. She experimented with a light hand, even let go the reins entirely at one point. At moments she felt stabs of danger and urgency. At other moments she felt brief, furtive sensations. The loaded gun inside her shirt, chafing at her skin. It was good to feel it there. On her right hand sometimes she saw the black sea through the dunes. The moon was out of sight behind her, but still she could not help but remember a poem she had read when she was in 8th grade, and which Peter knew by heart. The road was a ribbon of moonlight over the purple moor. She remembered Peter Gross reciting the whole thing, and remembered wondering if it was his way to make a pass at her, not that she'd wanted that. Then suddenly she heard hoofbeats up ahead, and the red horse was coming toward her down the road.
"What are you doing?"
shouted the old man.
"Come," he said. "Stupid."
The word was like a slap.
"Miss, come."
The man had passed her coming back, and then pulled up his horse. He'd turned immediately behind her and was now chasing her up the road. Embarrassed, she supposed, her horse was now making a better effort. The man was close on the near side, and she could hear him mumbling and clicking. On Miranda's left, the grass had turned to scrubby bushes and a few low pines. The man came up beside her, and Miranda looked at him, or rather at his horse, its neck stretched out, its determined, staring eyes. The bit was loose in its mouth, she saw. She relaxed her own hands, and her horse sprang forward. Now they came to 3 big pine trees bunched together on the other side of a gray fence. Miranda looked over the red horse's neck, because she saw a movement in the trees. She saw the flash of a gun, white with a center of red and black. She heard the shot, and then the red horse was stumbling across the road. Her own horse veered to the far side. Blocked by the dunes, it pulled up suddenly. Miranda yanked backward on the reins and tried to come around, but the horse wouldn't budge. It pulled its head away from her and stamped its feet, moving sideways across the road. She slipped from the saddle and let the horse go, while she ran back the way she'd come. She saw the lump of the fallen horse, and some movement, too, where Dinu Fishbelly was sprawled out on the sand. One of the straps around his legs had given way, but he was still caught by the other one and tangled in his long reins. His eyes were closed, his lips were split and bleeding. She fumbled for the buckle on his leg, and he opened his eyes.
"What are you doing? Get away! Leave me, for God's sake!"
Under the weak moon, the sky a burnt magenta to the south, she saw everything clearly. The inert horse, dead as a rock, its neck stretched out, its tail splashed across the road. The man where he had fallen in a crust of mud. His black shirt was made of patches sewn together with a scarlet thread. Miranda saw a patch of corduroy. She found she'd pulled out her revolver. She looked down the road but could see nothing, no movement, nobody coming. She thrust the gun into her waist again and knelt down over Dinu Fishbelly, trying to see where he was hurt, wondering if she could carry him as his son had. She would find the gray horse farther on. It would wait for them. She knelt in the cool breeze from the sea, and she could smell the salt.
"What are you doing? Get away!" "Oh, miss,"
murmured the man. One eye was open, but the other was bashed shut. Now there was a man in the road, strolling toward them. Miranda had expected him somehow. She wouldn't run away, not again. She was the daughter of Prince Frederick Schenk von Schenk, she told herself. And the man was what? What kind of thing was he? Miranda heard him whistling a complicated tune. The old man looked with his one eye, and instead of cursing at Miranda and pushing her away, now he grabbed her hands in his strong hands, and his voice had the respectful, pleading tone of earlier.
"Miss, you promise now? By Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene, I've once lived in this place. I'm a drunken cripple, and my daughter is a slut, and my sons are simple-minded. It is not for our sake, I'm begging you. Don't let us be cut down like dogs. Remember your own people who brought you back to Great Romania."
There was something in his words that calmed her, took away her fear. She would indeed remember her own people, and it wouldn't be for nothing that men like Dinu Fishbelly had faith in her. You could decide things like that and they'd be true. She looked up, and she knew what she was going to see. The vampire stood above them on the road, dressed in his black boots and white silk shirt. His black hair curled over his ears. His elegance did not dispel the sense of menace that clung to him. His hands were in his pockets. Miranda saw the moving bulge in the cloth as he searched for something with his right hand. Then he drew it out. A fishing knife with a wooden handle and a stained blade. He squatted down fastidiously and plucked at the seams of his pants. Miranda tried to pull away, tried to find her gun again, but the old man held her.
"Promise me,"
he whispered. The vampire smiled.
"Let me help,"
he said. Close as he was, Miranda couldn't tell whether she was seeing an apparition or a real human being. Though she could see every detail of his delicate face, still there was something ghost-like in the way he moved, quietly and without effort. Certainly Miranda was aware of the difference between him and the man who grasped her hands with such desperation. The man's breath was hoarse and choking, and a stink came from his body. His arms were shuddering and trembling as the vampire put the knife under his black shirt.
"Watch me gut this fish,"
he said to Miranda, smiling, his dark lips close. Blood dripped from the saturated shirt. The stink was overpowering. Fishbelly opened his mashed eye, and both his eyes were staring at her, only at her. He seemed scarcely aware of his attacker, who was moving the knife up his stomach through his clothes. But under the vampire's hands, he also seemed tinged now with unreality. His grip on her hands was failing, and she was able to sprawl backwards and pull away and pull the gun out of her shirt, her father's gun which felt so heavy and so light, and pull the hammer back with her greasy hands. Surely her aunt, who had left her this gun, and who kept duck-hunting photographs on her bureau, would not have neglected to teach her how to shoot. With her elbows locked in front of her, she pressed the trigger and fired once into the vampire's smiling face. The noise of the gun was terrific, and her hands jerked back. Then she jumped up with the hammer cocked again. There was no vampire, no person there. But she stood shaking in the moonlight, terrified now, suddenly, terrified to be alone, aware suddenly of the noise of the surf on her left. In front of her there was the empty road and a fire burning on the hill. Her ears were ringing and her hands ached. Below her lay a dead horse, but the dead man also had disappeared. In this world, as now, there were unreal moments mixed in with the real, moments when all natural laws were suspended. It had been that way since the book of her past life had caught fire on Christmas Hill. Conjuring, people called it here, magic, she supposed. But how did it work? And how could she make it work for her, for Dinu Fishbelly? She stepped back a few yards and lifted the gun's warm muzzle to the sky. Above her was a veil of clouds. She listened to the sound of the surf on the shingle beach, and in time she heard the clink of a horse's bridle and the clump of its hoofs on the dry sand. Or rather 2 horses, because when she turned, she saw the girl Ludu astride her pony, leading the big gray. She slipped out of the saddle and pulled down her skirt. "It was the man from the dock," Miranda stammered. "And your father. Now they're gone." The girl stood where her father had been. With one hand, she pushed the hair back from her face. Miranda took a few steps down the road, peering into the reeds on either side. She expected the girl to say something, to ask her questions, but she stood without speaking. Then finally, matter-of-factly,
"He used to beat me,"
she said. "We'll go back. We'll look for him. I don't know. He must be somewhere. It wasn't real." Ludu shook her head. She stood gnawing on her lips and rubbing her mouth, and then she shrugged. She moved to the dead horse, unstrapped a rolled-up cloth that hung across its saddle bow.
You take the pony. She'll be easy now.
Miranda looked down. A small fat toad hopped across the sand into the grass. 7. The African.
How do you feel?
The African had a soft, sweet voice. She swallowed her words sometimes, or looked away from Peter when she talked. Though of all the people he had met in this country, she spoke the most fluent English. Still, sometimes he had to strain to understand, because she spoke so softly. He lay on a rough bed frame nailed together out of sticks of gray birch. There was no mattress, but he was wrapped in feather comforters and pillows stuffed with straw. A blanket roll supported his back so he could sit up. She sat beside him on a low stool, also made of raw sticks, with the bark left on. She was just a girl, maybe 8 or 9. She'd brought him dinner, and now she was holding the tin plate. He had only managed to eat half of it, a mixture of cornbread and beans. It filled his stomach like a pouch of sand. She had taken his temperature with an ordinary mercury thermometer. She had checked his pulse against the second hand of her wristwatch. Nor did she seem reassured when he told her he had already been sick, already recovered, and the disease had left no trace. Altogether, he was surprised by her competence, but more than that, the sureness of her gestures, a language of grown-up movement, though her voice was hesitant and shy. "All right," he said, in answer to her question. Heat came from an iron stove in the middle of the tent. There was no wind, and the canvas walls hung flat, encompassing a square of softened mud 20 feet on a side. Other cots were in the tent. A half-dozen people lay unmoving, covered in blankets. "Where are your parents?" Peter asked.
They're dead.
The girl spoke gravely, simply, but without a hint of sadness.
Oh, how queer you are. They've been dead a long time.
She was a beautiful child, with fluffy black hair around her head, dark eyebrows, and pink lips. Her eyes were a dusty green color, accented, Peter saw, with makeup. A drawn line around her eyelids and her mouth. Her cheeks were paler than the backs of her hands, because of some white cosmetic powder. She wore a pale denim dress past her knees. Above it was a heavy brown sweater in a complicated pattern, buttoned down her front with wooden buttons. All of her clothes looked like hand-me-downs from another, older child. Her shoes especially were too big for her. She put the plate aside, then reached out and took hold of Peter's hand. His right hand was tangled in the blankets, but his left lay open on the counterpane. She put her small palm against his, as if measuring the difference. It was a charming gesture, he thought, and he allowed her to stroke his hand. She was an orphan, after all. At the same time, he listened to her soft, serious voice as she explained how workers from the archaeology dig had stayed here, mostly women.
Now, she said, we've made the camp into a hospital.
But she felt a bit like a fraud, she said, because she hadn't any medical training. It didn't matter. There was no real treatment. People got better or they didn't. Their skin broke into lesions. For several days, since the illness had first spread among a tribe of English savages, she had treated some of the workers here and sent the rest away. 2 people had already died. They were buried in the woods. Savages was her word. She had been vaccinated when she was a child, she said, but she didn't know if vaccinations worked against this strain, whose incubation she had measured in hours instead of days or weeks. It was a long time since she'd been immunized. Smallpox had been eradicated in Africa, along with polio and many other scourges. When Peter first had stumbled into the camp, he had been weak and dazed. Things around him had swum in and out of focus as he sat in bed and tried to eat. He'd accepted a lot of crazy thoughts and crazy feelings, but now he wondered if he'd understood her soft, sweet whisper. Sometimes she talked like a grown-up, sometimes like a child. Now she turned her face away. Other small figures were moving among the sickbeds. "Where are you from?" Peter asked, to distract himself from his bad stomach. She squeezed his fingers and turned toward him.
Abyssinia, Eritrea, Have you heard of it?
I think so.
What's your name?
He told her. I'm Witte, she said.
Witte Bizunesh. Eritrea is south of the Egyptian Sudan. I thought I would escape, lead a healthy life, and not die young.
She shook her head. Peter wondered if he'd understood her. You're here by yourself?
Of course, she smiled. You must think I am mysterious, but you are the mysterious one. What has brought you to my excavation here? You are not like these savages or the Roumanian. You said some strange things while you were sleeping.
She didn't tell him what it was he'd said. She was talking about herself.
I confess it's true I've made a strange discovery, and I'll share it with you. My work here is a kind of dissertation. I was working in the Valley of the Kings near Heliopolis.
She turned away from him. On the other side of the tent, someone moved and shifted on his cot. It was the little boy Raevsky had brought in. The girl, Witte, paid no attention. I don't understand, said Peter.
Of course you don't, she said. For someone with my training, it is also difficult to understand. We were excavating a chamber in the tomb. Nothing special at the bottom, just some interesting hieroglyphs from the 26th dynasty. But in Eritrea we'd heard about a place with similar inscriptions here at the world's edge. I received an academic grant. I came the normal way, I can assure you. I took the boat from Alexandria, and then the packet steamer from New York. She giggled. I confess I spoke to the Romanian. So I know you have a secret, too.
Then suddenly she was staring at him, eyes wide, face serious.
I've had to shift the focus of my research. I am curious to see which parts of childhood are learned, which are innate. I mean the behavior of children, and I've made some interesting discoveries. For example, I would never have told you any of this before. It is a secret, really. But I want to confide in you. Isn't that so silly?
She gave his hand a squeeze.
You're not like these primitives who are attacking us.
Peter didn't know what to make of this. The boy rolled over to face them on his cot. Peter could see his big, listless eyes, his face covered with sores. One of the women sat beside him, then brought him a tin cup of water from a bucket by the stove.
How is he?
Whispered the girl, Witte. But the woman heard her. She came hurrying, her arms outstretched, and then knelt down in the mud. Because of her mask, Peter couldn't see her face.
How is he, Fiona?
Ma'am, he live.
The girl shrugged her shoulders.
If we all live through till morning.
Peter knew what she was talking about. He'd heard about it from Raevsky when he'd brought in the boy and laid him down. The night before, men had come out of the forest and attacked the camp. No one had been hurt.
You see, I'm different each time I come up from the well, said the girl, squeezing his hand.
Now she looked at him again, her face wide with surprise at her own story.
I climb up the ladder, and each time the rungs are bigger in my hands. Each time the spaces are wider, the well deeper. All these people see me leave on the boat to New York City, west to east over the ocean. Oh, they waved and laughed the first time I went. Then in a few months, here I am again. It's happened several times, and I don't come in a boat or through the woods. No, I climb out from underneath the earth. They won't go down into the well now. I could tell them a treasure was down there. I'd be right, but don't you see? Now they think I am a great magician, just like a Romanian. Like a Romanian conjurer on the Lido in Alexandria, making people disappear. A shilling a pop. But unfortunately they blame me also for this fever. That's enough.
She paid no attention to Fiona, who hadn't moved, who was struggling to say more. A woman older than Peter, she had colorless light hair that poked out under her cap. Her eyes were blue and bloodshot. Wille's ears especially were beautiful, dark rims and pink whorls. She wore a pair of gold studs. After Fiona had touched her forehead and shuffled away, Witte studied Peter's face with a grave, childlike intensity until, embarrassed, he looked down. He too had been staring. Now he looked into his lap. Often he had found a way, lately, to hide his right hand from other people and himself, to allow the sleeve of his overcoat to cover it, or to twist it in the waist of his sweater or in a blanket, as now. But she had hold of his left hand and was squeezing and caressing it. Conscious of her green eyes on him, conscious of her smile, he studied her plump, tapered fingers, and then, lying back against the bedroll, the bleached canvas ceiling of the tent.
"I've been talking about my troubles," she whispered, "but what I want to know is you. I come back over and over, younger each time, you see. 3 times so far. And the tribes just get wilder and wilder. These people who live here."
She laughed. Peter had learned some of this history in dribs and drabs. The British Isles had been destroyed by an earthquake. Many had survived, had migrated into Europe and America. Peter had seen some of these Englishmen in the cave where he'd been sick. Now he wondered if he'd passed on his disease to them. A flick of a thought, then it was gone.
"I asked the Roumanian about you," continued Witte, "but I can't understand. Like all his people, he's a superstitious man."
"It's hard to understand."
Witte giggled. "So you see, it's just like me. I knew it."
Peter didn't want to explain. He was trying to avoid thinking about Miranda, picturing Miranda, wondering where Miranda was. But now the girl looked cross.
"Tell me," she said. "It's not fair. I told you something. Now it's your turn."
At this moment she seemed artless and as innocent as her apparent age. So he found himself talking as a means of sidling away from the memory of the cave, the old Englishman with the white beard who quoted William Blake and poked at the bare skin of his stomach, which was just beginning to break out in hard white lumps, and Miranda with her arms around him. He told the girl how he'd been born and brought up in a different place, a modern town along the Hoosick River, a place with streets and houses and computers and electricity, where he had gone to high school and where his father lived. But here, on that stretch of the river, there was not even a clearing or a break in the trees, or a rock or a stone or a brick left over from any of that.
"Where did it all go?"
she asked, holding his hand. So then Peter told her about Kevin Markasev, and how he'd come to school from the Ukraine or Romania or someplace, and how Miranda had a history book her aunt had given her, a book that summarized the history of every country in that vanished world, and how a woman named Ceausescu had sent Kevin Markasev to steal the book, destroy it, and how he'd caught up with them on Christmas Hill, and how he dropped the book into the fire. And when they'd woken up, the town was gone, and Markasev was gone, and Miranda's friend Andromeda had turned into a dog.
"Where is your friend now, Miranda Popescu? Why is that name familiar to me?"
"I don't know," said Peter miserably. "Captain Raevsky says she's in Roumania. But how can that be true? Yesterday morning is when I saw her." The girl gave his hand a sympathetic squeeze. Now he was conscious of a smell from her, a sweet perfume that reminded him. They sat companionably for some minutes before she spoke.
"A world inside a book. Now the book is gone."
"You must not think I am laughing at you." Peter had thought no such thing. "I know it sounds ridiculous," he admitted, humbly, her soft, small voice.
"It is ridiculous. Why are you telling me these lies? After all, you are a superstitious person just like the Romanian. Dogs turn into people, like the fairy stories from Central Europe. Do you want to impress me by telling me these silly things?"
She hesitated, then went on in an irritated tone.
"The Romanian told me something about this. But like you, it was magic this, magic that, strange phenomena that cannot be believed. From him I expect this kind of thing. Romania is famous for this silliness, and everyone makes fun of Europeans of this type. They tell fortunes in the marketplace, or work as clairvoyants in the theatre. But I think there is some reason why we cannot travel to Bucharest and see things for ourselves. Some danger,
The restrictions are on our side. You understand? You talk in this silly way, but somewhere here there is a scientific fact, something that can be tested and studied. I know this from experience. I know what my former colleagues would say about what I've found at the bottom of my well, and how my government would ban all access, even if I could find an explanation. Please tell me that you understand me." Still, she rubbed his hand. He stared down at her fingers and made no move to pull away. And he did understand a little bit. Maybe there was another way of thinking about what happened that didn't involve werewolves and the supernatural. He was curious about that, but at the same time he was wondering why he was letting Witte touch him so easily. Then he remembered something. When his mother had been sick, at the very end he had sat with her at the hospital, and she stank from the cancers that broke open on her skin, and she'd tried to cover them with makeup and sweet perfume, and because of the medication she had railed at him in a soft whisper, and he'd been both disgusted and broken-hearted, because he was missing her already. Now he thought about his father working in the nursing home or sitting by himself in the house on White Oak Road. He thought about Miranda standing alone on the beach of the Black Sea, her golden bracelet around her wrist. "But I seem to remember reading something about a bracelet," said Witte Bezunish, as if she'd read his mind. "And Popescu, Ceausescu, all these names ending with U. I read about it in a magazine, or else the Cairo Mail. You understand, Romania is closed to travel from my country. The Germans have a client government in Bucharest, some kind of tyger. It is a ceremonial title, I believe, but a beautiful woman, so everybody says." Peter felt his heart ascend, then climb back down. "What did you hear about it?" The girl laughed. "I think it is 5 years from now. Always 5 years, at least on that side. A scientific constant, these little jumps in time." Once, visiting his mother in the hospital, Peter had walked through the pediatric ward. Now he remembered a girl he'd met there, who also had seemed older than she was. Suffering had made her older. She'd worn makeup too, because her hair was thin. Peter had been able to see the shape of her head under her curls. Now he looked across the tent, over at the sick boy. Still, he was staring back at them, though too far away to listen. "I describe it in my dissertation," said Witte Bezunish. "But I want an explanation. Is that too much to ask?" "That's for the real scientists, I suppose. I'm interested in what you say, because I didn't think the labyrinth could stretch that far along the river. Where did you say you were? But perhaps your friend discovered a new entrance to the well. Was there some kind of excavation where you stopped? Tomorrow, if we live, maybe you and I could go upstream again, visit the place where your friend disappeared. And you could chase after her if you don't believe me. Maybe tonight I will be forced to show you the way if those men come again, though it is not my preferred direction, naturally. Do you know there is no trace of me in Egypt now? I'm an archaeologist who came back after 5 years in America, got sick and died. It's not true. It's not true. I came back through the dig, east to west. Twice more. 5 years and 5 years. What would become of me? No, I'm joking. That would be quite an adventure, to live beyond my birth."
"You read something in the newspaper?"
interrupted Peter. "Yes, last time I was in Heliopolis. News out of Romania. Don't look so stern. You know I trust you, and I know you'll help me. Isn't that odd? Another sign of childhood, and I'm not used to it. It's just a few months I've been like this." Peter unwrapped his right hand, and with his dark, big fingers, he pulled her fingers away.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean I was in Egypt 4 months ago, and I was in disguise, you see. Big flopping hats, though I need not have worried. They think I'm dead, you see. Died of cancer. The problem is, why is there a child in the excavation? I have to sneak in past the guard at night. The next time I shall take Fiona as a nurse." Peter sat up.
"And this was—"
All trace of giggling or girlishness now left her. Witte was almost sullen as she murmured,
5 years from now. Almost.
What was this new bullshit? Was she laughing at him? Is this what she'd been trying to say all the time? He sat up and swung his bare feet over the side of his wooden cot.
What's wrong, Peter?
Asked the girl.
I've hurt you.
Nauseated suddenly, he crossed his arms over his cramping stomach.
I told Raevsky I would find him when I had something to eat.
I have hurt you,
she repeated as he fumbled with the new wool socks she had put out for him, the leather boots only slightly worn.
Is it what I said about Roumania?
You know it is a superstitious country. I read these stories in the newspaper about the vampire there.
It is just a story. But I didn't.
Queasy, bowels in rebellion, Peter stumbled to the canvas door.
I've got to go to the latrine, he told her truthfully.
But once outside, he was unsure where to find it, though she had described the place. Round huts flanked the tent, 3 on one side, 4 on the other. Behind, a rough scaffolding rose against the cliff face, and Peter could see there were petroglyphs carved into the rock, large winged shapes. Between the tent and the scaffolding, the ground had been excavated to reveal low stone walls. In the middle of the dig there was a circular wire fence. Peter headed toward it and unhooked the gate. There was a rough wooden ladder to the bottom of the pit, and he was halfway down before he realized this was stupid. No one would build a latrine down here in the middle of where they were working, and to get there you had to climb a ladder, nailed together and reinforced with twine. This was another part of the dig. The well was lined with beautiful blue tiles. Some were decorated with a pattern of what looked like hieroglyphics. What was it Witte Bezunesh had said? Altogether the well looked out of place in those woods, along that shore, as out of place as a modern bathroom with flush toilets. He paused on the ladder about halfway down. He looked up and saw Raevsky's head silhouetted against the light. It was the middle of the afternoon.
Get up, he said. Get up! Come out of that!
Why?
You do not smell garbage smell? Toilet smell? Conjuring? Pah!
Later, after Peter had gone to squat in the woods, Raevsky showed him the defenses of the camp. On the other side of the low cliff, the rocks dropped to the water. There was a stone bridge down there. From the cliff top they could see it and the guard, a woman standing among the trees, holding one of the old man's guns.
There's word they came across, he said.
He meant the wild men, the Englishmen. Afraid of smallpox, they'd attacked the camp, which they imagined was the source of the infection.
Stronger tonight, Raevsky said. Leave to Albany is better.
They climbed down a narrow cleft in the rock, 100 feet until they reached the riverbank. The stream was loud and narrow here. Among tall pine trees, the bridge crossed into the woods on the opposite side. The stones looked old and solid, yellow sandstone, Peter guessed, and not the local granite.
No dynamite,
Raevsky said. He shrugged, spit over the bridge. But it was probably all bullshit, Peter thought. Why would anyone attack a hospital? A bunch of women and kids.
I told her, but...
The old man shrugged.
A respinge.
Refused, Peter muttered.
She refused. She'd not leave this place.
Why not?
Is her temple, is her work. She pay much money to these people. I hear stories of a room of gold.
And a little later, grudgingly,
it is her conjure place.
They stood looking over the parapet. Over the sound of the rushing stream, Peter listened to the old man, one of his muttering monologues, and Peter substituted words he couldn't hear or couldn't understand.
It's enough, I think. One boy, sick, I put in bed. I stand here with my gun. They will not take that boy away. I am with Peter de Grotz, that's all. Simple thing for an old soldier. Bored with life. And so I say, my lady, I can find this girl, daughter of von Schenk the traitor. I tell them, Golka and the others, is a simple thing and good money, though it was not so important, not with me. I am Ceausescu's man in the old days. So I tell them, Golka and my sister's son, A little thing to find this girl. Now they swim in the dead river, and that girl is gone, and I cannot go home. Not see my beauty, smell that smell. I cannot feel like that. And so one more little thing to glutten me. Is not so much, I think. Is not so much.
On and on. Whenever he said that name, de Gratz, Peter felt a lurching in his stomach. After a few minutes he turned away, climbed the path again, and Raevsky followed him. When they got up to the top, he saw a woman gesture to them from the doorway of one of the huts. Inside, a second woman tended the fire while the first opened a can of soup and put a pot on the stove. They were in a raw wooden building about 12 feet in diameter. Wile Bezunesh came in the door as they sat at the trestle table and took off their coats. She sat beside Peter and picked up a wooden spoon. A little girl with grown-up gestures.
I apologize, she said. I want you to believe me. I don't want you to run away. Let me explain from the beginning, she whispered shyly. There is a building in the desert outside Heliopolis, and there is a carved frieze along the pediment on each side of the square. Each frieze represents a line of worshippers before an altar, which is piled with animal sacrifices, and in fact there is a marble table in each corner of the building. Because of the inscriptions, we know that each procession represents a different historical moment. There is a coronation festival along the north facade. Opposite, a wedding ceremony. East and west, the military triumphs of Psamtik and his son Nico, pharaohs of the 26th dynasty.
Because the windows in the hut were obscured with canvas shades, light came from a carbide lantern in the middle of the table. The red-haired woman who had challenged Peter as he came into the camp had put her mask aside, revealing an unpleasant, misshapen face. Now she laid out wooden bowls and served. The soup was some kind of beef stew. It smelled good.
But in another sense, each procession is carved precisely to resemble all the others. The clothes, the faces, the gestures, the offerings. So you see a single line of celebrants around the entire building. Not a repeating line. The illusion is that all these things occurred on the same day.
Peter was eating slowly, savoring each bite. Andromeda slumbered underneath the table. Raevsky finished 2 bowls of soup, and now he put down his spoon. As Peter watched, he lowered his head onto his forearms, crossed together on the surface of the table. It was warm in the little room. Peter watched the old man settle down, watched his thin, grizzled cheeks, his jaw clench and unclench. His neck was covered with red spots, an irritation or a rash. When he yawned, you could see where his teeth were missing.
But from the inscriptions, we know the sequence covers 20 years at approximately 5-year intervals. There, you see. When we arrived, the building was entirely submerged in sand. There's also been some flooding long before. It wasn't until the 2nd year that we discovered the tiled shaft, again, that led us to 4 chambers. 3 of them were broken in. You see? Here also there are many rooms we must dig out.
Peter listened to her carefully, but he told himself he still had no idea what she was talking about. And still he found himself disgusted for reasons he didn't understand. Why should this bother him? Out of all the crazy things that had happened this past week, Andromeda was a dog, for God's sake. She was sleeping underneath the table.
My mother was in a survivor group, he said, louder than he'd intended. Weren't you sick before?
It was because of the girl in the cancer ward, and because of something Wile had said. She stared at him a moment. She raised her hands, displaying her pink palms.
Aren't you a clever boy?
She murmured, then smiled and clapped her hands together.
I'll tell you as a last resort, she said, why I don't want to use it.
She spoke softly, swallowing her words, so Peter had to look at her.
I told you I went back from here, west to east when I first found the way. 5 years older and I almost died. I had to find my way back from the hospital, back into the dig.
This was something Peter felt he knew about.
Pancreas cancer, the girl said. In Asmara we have a department of chronology. It is still in its beginning. I have heard a lecture on this topic. This we know. Why is it, for example, that in one country enormous changes can occur all in a moment, while in another place time is silent for 1,000 years and nothing happens there? Evolutionists see big changes in morphology, then nothing more. In our own experience, one day can last a minute or a week. For young girls and old women, time is not the same. That I know.
She sat beside him on her stool. She reached for his left hand, and he allowed her to touch him. He could feel time begin to slow. She spoke.
Now in this place we see woolly mammoths and sword-toothed cats, animals not seen in Europe for millennia. West across the Henry Hudson, the map is blank. Also east of Edo in the deserts of Japan. A bold spot in the world. People go there and they don't come back. Large expeditions, all are lost.
I could draw you a map, Peter murmured. He'd been to Denver. We drove along I-71, he said. His father had taken him camping in Black Canyon. Where was his father now? The girl ignored him.
So there are a lot of theories. None of them make sense. Maybe there are currents of time that shift over the world. Last night we saw the Northern Lights.
Did you see them? This question irritated Peter, and he moved his hand away from her. It's not the same thing. Time is something you can measure. The girl shrugged.
Maybe there are different kinds of time, she whispered. Clocks are one.
Her brown hand was near his hand on the surface of the table. He was keeping his other one, de Graz's hand, rolled into the belly of his flannel shirt.
Or you can think of it like an archaeological dig, she said. You have your own system of tunnels. Then you break through into another system from the past. It was like that when they excavated the Knossos maze.
Raevsky snored with his cheek on the coarse, raw wood. It was a soft, liquid sound. His mouth was open, his lips pushed out of shape.
West to east when I went through, said Wiley. That first time I could feel my sickness grow. East to west, it left me. But I'm afraid if I stay here, it will catch up. It will chase me back. So when I think I feel it, then I take the boat to Alexandria. And I come through again. It is 5 years each time. I measure. Sometimes less, sometimes more. It is a pattern. So last time I read in a magazine about this name, Miranda Popescu. She had shot a man in Brăila, I think, along the Danube River, and she was hiding from the police. That's where she is, I think.
It can't be the same.
A policeman, yes.
It can't be the same, said Peter. But now he knew what the girl was talking about. The shaft in the middle of the dig. Why are you telling me? He asked. She clapped her hands again, a small, soft noise.
I want to know about the book that burned up in the fire. I want to know about your silly story.
Then in a moment her voice had changed, and she was serious and grave.
And I want you to know our option to go back. To retreat, you call it. The captain will not listen. He makes the sign of the evil eye. So I'll tell you. A final resort, you understand. If you come back here, I will have gone. The cancer. I will have to risk it.
She put her fingers down. Beside his splayed left hand, they moved. They caressed the table's surface. Peter watched them from the corner of his eye.
We have 6 patients here with that young boy, all resting, and they will survive the smallpox. So you see, it is important.
Peter felt a bead of sweat run down his ribs under his shirt. Why me? The girl smiled, but in her face there was some hint of embarrassment or sadness.
Last night 3 men crossed the bridge with torches. They are frightened of this place. So Anna and Fiona scared them off. But I have never fired a gun. I have no training.
Anna says more will come tonight.
Why me? Peter repeated, but he knew why. His stomach, which had been quiet, now felt sour again. Wile's hand moved near his own.
The captain says you are a famous soldier in your country. So young. But I also am young for my accomplishments. Perhaps we are the same. This is not your fight, I know.
But it was. These wild men had been with Peter in the cave. He'd been crazy with fever, but he remembered them pulling up his shirt, poking at the hard bumps along his stomach, which had cleared up the next day. Now Peter clenched his left hand into a fist.
I see you are injured,
the girl said, nodding at his right hand, twisted in his sweater, invisible in his lap. No. She smiled. How many times had she gone through the tunnel from the Egyptian side to here? 3 times, had she said? Crawling back in time, away from her disease. The air was hot and pungent in the hut. He couldn't wait to get outside. He shook Raevski's shoulder, kicked at Andromeda, and listened to her growl, but they followed him out. In the late afternoon, the weather had turned cold again. There was a crust on the surface of the shallow snow. They climbed down through the rocks to the bridge, where Fiona was standing guard. Rested from his nap, Raevski was in a good mood.
It's like old time in Nova Zagora, when we fight the Jews. I am with Baroness Ceausescu and 9th Hussars. You and Prince Frederick in middle. Dead River. Fight with dead. No one can touch.
I don't remember, Peter said. It was the truth, but all day his body had felt strange to him. Faint with hunger, carrying the boat, maybe he hadn't noticed. But now he watched his feet punch through the snow. His walk, his gait seemed unfamiliar, splay-footed, swaggering. He let his arms swing at his sides. Raevski had one of the long guns. They crossed the bridge and poked around on the other side. Andromeda ran off into the woods over there among the outcroppings of rocks. You didn't have to be a soldier, Peter thought, to see it was an easy place to defend. The bridge was narrow. It came down to a flat place among the pine trees and dead golden stubble, an open space below the cliff where once there'd been a house. Peter could see old foundations poking through the snow. And was it true, he thought, that time sometimes grows quickly as a tumor? Pancreatic cancer was one of the fast ones. His mother had been sick for over a year. Maybe that's what happened when the book was destroyed. They'd come unstuck in time. And if he could just catch up, maybe there was still a place where his mother was alive. Lung cancer, hers had been. When she was sick, he'd read to her, trying to repay in 1 year all the nights he'd lain in bed with her beside him and the soft buzz of the TV downstairs. In those days, she'd paid him $1 for every page of poetry he'd memorized, regardless of quality. The Congo, Ulysses, Horatius at the Bridge. He had been drawn to long war epics. Lars Porsena of Clusium, he quoted now, eyes wet. By the 9 gods, he swore, that the great house of Tarquin would suffer wrong no more. Raevski gave him a blank look. The bridge ran straight across to the rocks on the other side. About 50 feet long, it was supported in the middle by an immense stone pillar that rose out of the stream. What was its purpose? A footbridge from nowhere to nowhere in the middle of the wilderness? What had Raevski said about dynamite? In yon straight path 1,000 may well be stopped by 3, Peter quoted, eyes wet, tongue lumpy. Now who will stand on either hand and keep the bridge with me? Again the captain shook his head. They were standing on the south shore below the cliff. Above them the rock trail led to the camp. But there was another more roundabout way beside the river, through the pine trees and then up. So Witte Bezunesh had discovered a kind of time machine, Peter guessed. She'd gone back and back. And the last time she'd been in her own country, she'd read about the white tiger, and a woman named Miranda, who had murdered a policeman. Well, it was interesting. Hard to imagine, but interesting. A last resort. No one would try to cross the bridge tonight, and tomorrow they'd go on to Albany. They would look for Jan Dreyfus in the fish market, as blind Rodica had explained when they had first come to this country. And he would make them passports and bring them to Roumania over the ocean. That was the plan blind Rodica had made on the first day and evening before she died. It seemed like months ago. As darkness fell, they sent Fiona back with the others. They had brought supplies, cheese and sausage, canteens of water, and the long guns. There was a natural bastion at the bottom of the cliff where they could crouch behind the rocks and aim down on the bridge. Aunus from green Tiefernum, lord of the Hill of Vines, and Ceus, whose 800 slaves sicken in Ilva's mines, thought Peter. Names to conjure with. In several trips they had piled up blankets and bearskins, which they laid upon the rocks. In the last light, Captain Raevsky showed him how to load the guns. The black powder cartridge, the lead bullet in its paper wad. They had 5 guns, and they set the copper priming caps and laid them out. "No one will come," Peter said. "If we light a fire, they'll see the bridge cannot be crossed." So they pulled down some dead pine boughs, which soon crackled up. It was a small fire, just to show there was a guard. If a fight came, they'd put it out. Peter sat with his back against the rock, looking up at the cliff's head with the bridge behind him. Shadows jumped and postured on the rocks. Raevsky was smoking a cigar. It had Egyptian hieroglyphics on the band. He had gotten it from the girl up above. Andromeda was across the bridge. She jumped onto the parapet and ran back and forth. The roar of the water had become familiar, and Peter scarcely heard it any more. "What if they come from the other side?" he asked.
"Girl, shoot. We hear."
He pointed with his chin.
"This side, Lieutenant Porchenko warned us. Bark."
He gave a grumbling sort of guffaw, and Peter wondered if he'd ever heard him laugh before. And, of course, it was a little ridiculous, when you could relax and think about it. Peter smelled the tobacco smoke, the hot pine pitch. He took his hands from his gloves and held them to the fire.
"What was he like, Sasha Porchenko?"
he asked, and then listened as the handsome young guardsman took shape out of Raevsky's words.
"Not so tall, but thin,"
murmured the captain.
"Small bones, yellow hair, no beard. Cold eyes, blue. Rich clothes also. What you say? Expensive. Very sure. Women love, but no man trust. What you say? Charming. Fascinant? Some days, then you will see."
"What do you mean?"
"Is conjure only for a little while. Heart of a man, it grows inside, like a carcinoma. Then you come back in the night time. You will see. Cry at moon in a man's voice. Dog shape sometime, and then man."
"Something to look forward to."
"When I knew him, he was a girl,"
muttered Peter.
"Girl also grow inside. Cold eyes may be her too. You will see."
But Peter didn't want to see. Gray eyes flecked with blue, he thought, as he remembered the girl he'd known. "What did you say about Transylvania? Before, I mean." "Something about the Carpathian Mountains. Wasn't that where Dracula was from?" Vampires, that's what Peter knew about Roumania. That was the only thing, except for one stupid poem.
"I do not know this Dracula."
In his mind, Peter saw a young man with the girl's face he remembered. Not that Andromeda had ever been his friend. Not that she'd ever been nice to him exactly. She'd been too proud and too stuck up. But in a moment he decided he'd be happy to see her, happy to see anybody who knew about the life he'd left behind. She'd be someone to talk to about home, about Miranda.
"I do not know this name,"
Raevsky murmured. Then he smiled. Peter saw the gap in his black teeth. "Howling at the moon," Peter said, and he smiled too. Sasha Porchenko, if it came to that, he and Sasha Porchenko would have things to talk about. Porchenko would have stories about Miranda, not the same Miranda, but a different one, someone who had spent her childhood in Roumania and now returned to it. Someone different and new who had shot a policeman maybe, or might shoot one in 5 years. What bullshit that was. Witte Bezunesh had clearly lost her mind, alone here in this forest, or she was just a little girl making up stories. But maybe as a last resort he would climb down into her tunnel or whatever it was. Sitting back against the rocks, Peter found it easy to imagine, even fun. The wild men wouldn't come, he told himself. He would sit here by Raevsky with his hands out to the fire and feel the food in his stomach. In a few hours they would go to bed. In the meantime it was pleasant here, and yes, there was something about this moment that seemed familiar, this kind of waiting. And yes, he'd liked the feel of the long guns, the smooth rubbed stocks with just a little old carving, the smell of powder and oiled steel. Raevsky had slipped them from their leather bags. Peter had asked him how to handle them, but he knew it all already, the taste of the cartridge in his teeth, the crunch of the rod inside the barrel, the satisfying weight, and not just because his Tennessee cousins had once taken him shooting for tin cans, to see if he could do anything with just the one hand. Behind the cliff there was a section of orange sky, streaked with colors of the sunset. Peter found himself listening to Raevsky, who was cutting sausage into coins with his clasp knife. The old man was talking to himself, but in English, so Peter could understand. In his sibilant, chaotic way, he was telling stories of past wars, like someone in a restaurant remembering old meals, a habit of Peter's father during car trips, and his mother had often laughed at him. Raevsky rubbed his cracked lips. He was muttering names of places, Nova Zagora, Havza, Adrianople, etc. What had happened in those places? Blood and more blood. Yet here Peter was, munching sausage by the fire as the shadows played over the rocks. As the captain talked, Peter found himself thinking one more time about the tunnel to the future. "A little older," he murmured, part of a longer phrase that was itself part of a godless prayer he'd used to say in front of the mirror back in Williamstown. "I would like to be a little older," he murmured now, something he'd always felt in school, where gym class had been a nightmare, and every day was full of urgent things he couldn't do. In the adult world, he'd imagined, hoped, his disability would disable him less. Now, with two uneven hands, he grasped at some of the same hopes. Miranda had left him behind. In high school, she'd been a couple of years younger, which had felt good to him, but as soon as they'd arrived here, he had seen the change in her. Now he wanted to catch up. But it was all bullshit, naturally. In the morning, he and Raevsky would continue on to Albany, where they would find Jan Dreyfus. Raevsky was talking about some place in Bulgaria where he'd fought the Turks. Peter wasn't listening. Among the sheltering rocks, he turned and looked out toward the bridge. He'd heard something, a shout, a whistling bark, and in the last light he could see Andromeda on the parapet standing on 3 legs. There was a light. There was another. Raevsky got up to stand beside him, and together they watched the torches through the trees. Men gathered on the opposite riverbank. Now Peter listened to another sound, a low and muffled drumbeat that seemed to come out of the crest of rocks above the torches.
"Is law not by guns in Albany?" said Captain Raevsky. "Not for English. Still, arrows will have."
He threw his cigar into the fire. There was a clump of torches at the far end of the bridge, where there were big steps and heavy stonework. Andromeda was gone. Raevsky picked up one of the long guns. "Shoot into the trees," Peter said, "above their heads." All the time the sun was setting, he'd been surprised by his own calmness. For minutes at a time he'd given no thought to the wild men. He knew that they'd been scared away the night before. Now here they were again, and he felt a sudden pressure in his bowels, though he had once more used the latrine before they'd climbed down from the camp. But even that wasn't a sign of fear, or if it was, then he was afraid of something inside himself, some greasy, knotted feeling that he couldn't control. The drum seemed to affect it. He felt a shudder in his stomach, and then lower down. "Shoot into the trees," he said again, his voice strange to him. Surely if the men heard gunshots, they would run. Last night a woman had chased them away. From where they stood, they had an unobstructed view of the near half of the bridge,
which reached the shore below them about 100 feet away. You couldn't get a clear shot at the far end, though, because of the trees. The sound of the gun, the bullet rattling in the dry limbs, would be enough, Peter thought. Raevsky shrugged. He raised the gun and fired without aiming, the stock braced against his thigh. Now the light was almost gone, but the sky retained a pearly luminescence, reflected in the hard crust of snow. Peter could see the horizontal line of the bridge, the perpendicular dead pines by the water's edge. He could see the torchlight on the stream. Behind him, Raevsky was scattering the fire, which made the bridge easier to see. They wouldn't need torchlight to pick the men off as they crossed. But the lights hadn't moved. The men were clustered at the far end of the bridge. Where was Andromeda? With the gunshot, the drum stopped, and in the silence after the loud noise, Peter heard the running of the stream. He stood up among the rocks, cupped his hands around his lips. "Hey!" he shouted. Raevsky was reloading. The best plan was to stay hidden, to pick the men off when they ventured past the midpoint of the bridge. But Peter couldn't tolerate the thought of that. The greasy knotted feeling was inside of him. He couldn't stay still. He jumped down out of the rocks, then slid in a shower of pebbles to the flat, clear snow between the cliff face and the bridge. He heard Raevsky curse behind him and felt a sudden urge to defecate. His feet punched through the snow. He felt a grinding, dirty engine in his body that could not be stopped, as if a car slipped into gear and lurched downhill. With part of his mind he thought maybe he could talk to the wild men, explain things, but at the same time he understood how he must look, running like a madman across the snow, clambering up the stone steps of the bridge, then running down the narrow way, his hands above his head, and he could hear his voice crying out. Most likely they would shoot him down. But as he reached the middle of the bridge, he could see the faces of the men under the torches. There were some he recognized, the big man dressed in skins, a quartz-headed club in his hand, the light glinting on his yellow hair. Peter had seen him in the cave when he was sick. Andromeda was beside him now, the stone footbridge scarcely wide enough for them to run together. The parapets rose to his waist on either side. Peter was shouting at them, and maybe they thought he was still sick, but obviously they recognized him. They pulled back from the stone pillars, and then scattered down the steps, down into the woods below the rocks. Was none who would be foremost to lead such dire attack, Peter thought. But those behind cried, "Forward!" and those before cried back. Now he understood what he was doing, and it filled him with sick fear to realize how little his body was under his control. Here he was, Horatius at the bridge, inspired by stupid poems about people who'd never existed in this world or any world. Maybe that would not have been enough to make him budge out of the rocks where he'd been safe, except for this grim, erratic force that he could feel in his belly and his guts, and that had led him out into the open here between the stone balustrades. The force had a name, a Romanian name that was like his. Peter de Gratz. He stood with his left hand splayed on one capstone, his big right hand clenched into a fist. And he had to admit it felt good to see the English savages break and run and stagger back, regroup under the rocks. He counted over a dozen. None of them had bows. The light shone on their fierce, dirty faces, their long hair tied with feathers or bits of shell. "Stay away!" Peter shouted, and then, idiotically, "It's all right. We're fine." He meant they shouldn't worry about the smallpox. But now he imagined how he must appear to them, the feverish embodiment of the disease. 3 men came forward, armed with stone-headed clubs. One climbed up the steps onto the bridge, a red-haired brute with white stripes painted on his forehead and his cheeks. Peter saw the whites of his eyes, the firelight flashing on his teeth, and took a step backward. Andromeda was behind him. She hadn't gone past the middle of the bridge. "Guts for garters," sneered the man, his accent wild and uncouth. Above him the drum had started to thud again. To its rhythm the men took up a ragged tune. The words were mangled and mispronounced, but Peter knew the proper ones. "And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountains green, and was the holy Lamb of God in England's pleasant pastures seen?" He fell back step by step, posturing and fainting. The red-haired man came forward. He had a wolfskin over his shoulders and his chest was bare. He whirled his club above his head and then came on. But at the middle of the bridge, where Andromeda stayed, Peter heard a boom from behind him, and the man fell. Peter didn't know where he was hit, but the man groaned and cried out, his body wedged into the narrow way. Then, snarling and with teeth bared, Andromeda flung herself over his head and leaped upon the man who was next in line, a black-haired man in a knitted cap, who dropped his torch and fell screaming. The dog was at his face, biting at his nose and lips. 2 more shots passed overhead.
At Pictus, brave Horatius darted 1 fiery thrust, Peter thought, and the proud Umbrian's gilded arms. Goaded by the poem, Peter knelt to tug the club away from the red-haired man. So close he could see the wound now and smell it. The man was shot in the body above the groin, and Peter smelled the stink of his ruptured intestines. Blood came from his mouth. But he wasn't dead, and he grabbed hold of Peter's ear. He wouldn't let go of the club. Peter took the shaft in his left hand, but now he put his right hand under the man's chin, his dark right hand that never failed in its strength. Both of them were muttering and shouting, but the red-haired man subsided and let go. His club came free. Andromeda held the other men at bay. In that tight space there was no room for more than one to face her. Peter had never seen her like this, slavering and furious. One man brought his torch down to burn her, but she darted underneath the fire and ripped into his crotch. Peter went to help her. The man in the wool cap was screaming with his face in his hands, but the red-haired man grabbed hold of Peter's foot as he stepped over him. Peter turned to batter him with the club, and as he did, he saw some other men behind him at Raevski's end of the bridge. He hadn't heard any more gunshots. And there were torches in the trees. Under the pearly sky, Peter could see Raevski's pirogue, which they'd abandoned upstream where they'd found the sick boy. It was drawn up among the pine trees. The wild men were on both sides of the river now. Maybe they were even at the camp. Shouting for Andromeda, Peter shifted the club to his right hand. He let his right hand lead him back. Now there was nothing in his mind that was separate from the hand, the big hairy forearm that led him back along the bridge. And while the red-haired man had given him such trouble, these others gave way quickly. He wasn't even aware of their faces as he pounded them with his club. One dropped his torch into the water. The other threw his crossbow down and ran. The dog was at his heels. Still his right hand led him, the club upraised. Looking back, he could see men clustered at the middle of the bridge. He could see others in the trees beside the boat on the near shore, but there were none on the rocky cliff. At its base he found Raevski. 2 guns were with him, flung down in the snow. The old man lay on his back. The ends of 2 short, heavy arrows protruded from his chest. There was froth on his lips, which Peter wiped away. Then, with a strong hand and a weak one, he took Raevski up into the cradle of his arms. The old man seemed little, light. Peter scrambled up the slope. In the rock niche he laid Raevski down to change his grip. 3 loaded guns were there, and he stopped to shoot them one by one into the knot of men below him at the bottom of the cliff. They would have been safe here, Peter thought. The wild men would have given up and slunk away. Raevski must have come down from his perch when he saw the men at both sides of the bridge. Now he lay among the rocks, and he said a few words in broken English. Then he continued in Romanian.
The river of my death. I knew it. Now I joined the others. But I saved one little boy who would have died, and tonight I fought with the famous Chevalier de Gratz.
Peter shook his head. Below, the men started to climb the slope while some with torches moved along the stream. Andromeda had already scampered up the trail, and now Peter followed her. He had the old man in his arms, and he was pulling him up, the left hand clutching and failing. Out of breath, he staggered up, his right hand under Raevski's shoulder, and sometimes he dragged the old man through the pebbly chute. The whole way he recited to himself, over and over. Then out spake brave Horatius, the captain of the gate. To every man upon this earth death cometh soon or late.
And how can man die better than facing fearful odds? There was no comfort in the words, but the rhythm was something to fill his mind as he dragged the old man over the stones. Then he was at the top, and from the cliff top he could see the camp was dark. There was no light in any of the windows of the huts. The tent was black. Only a single carbide lantern shone. It was in the middle of the dig beyond the scaffolding, at the lip of the tiled well. As he watched, Andromeda ran into the circle of the light.
"But when you see Nicola Ceausescu," murmured the old man, "you'll tell her what I tried to do." "I'll tell her." "Oh, you are a lucky man. The house is in Saltpetre Street. You will tell her how I spoke of her."
"I'll tell her." The way down was easier, and Peter could support him. With his arm underneath Raevski's arm, he led him down the trail. The ladder would be the trick, though, and so it proved. But Andromeda had managed it. When Peter staggered with his burden through the circle of wire, he found the place dark. Andromeda had knocked over the lantern and then pissed on it, though it still flickered. Hadn't he done this before? He remembered the snowstorm and Miranda and carrying Gregor's splaw through the snow. The man had died and then they'd left the body. That night he'd gotten sick. Now, at the top of the well, still horrified by the violence of the last hour, he let the captain down onto the snow. He couldn't let him die, not now. He shouted out for help, but no one answered. Where were they all? He thought he knew. He saw lights through the trees and on the cliff top. He climbed part way down the ladder, then tried to pull Raevski into his arms. Step by step, he let him down. He must not leave him as he'd left Gregor's splaw. Peter would drag him through the hole in the world, and he would find Miranda, and everything would be all right. The ladder groaned and shifted along the top of the well. Peter climbed into the quiet dark. Murmuring, Raevski slid down the ladder after him. Another carbide lantern, similarly upset, lay beyond an inner threshold at the bottom of the well, and the dog hadn't been able to squeeze out any more piss. The light guttered and flared along the rich blue tile. He was at the bottom now. Reaching down with his right hand, he pulled Raevski to his feet. He tried to get him to stand up, but he wouldn't, and so Peter had to carry him. 4 passageways converged, but he stumbled over the threshold, following the light. Inside a square chamber painted with hieroglyphs and animals, he saw the body of one of the English women, Fiona or the other one, workers in the dig. She lay on her side, curled up, mask in place. Her gun was gone. When would this stop? Were there wild men in the dig? As if to answer his question, Peter heard some shouting up ahead. The chamber he was in, again, had doors on all 4 sides. He stood in the middle, Raevski in his arms, the old man's face near his own. His head lolled back. His eyes were closed. Peter shuffled in a circle, peering into each of the dark doors. Shouting came from one, though it was muffled, far away. He couldn't understand the words. Maybe the wild men had torches there, out of sight around the turning of the labyrinth. Closer to hand on the other side came Andromeda's soft bark, and as he peered through that doorway, he thought he detected some small light, a small blue glow. So he shuffled through that door, the old man clasped in the circle of his arms. His left hand was numb and tired, but his right hand grasped his wrist and would never let go. He could depend on that. And anyway, it seemed as if the burden in his arms grew less and smaller. In the blackness of the farther room he paused, waiting for the soft, snuffling bark that would be his thread of light, and at the same time he felt the old man stir in his arms. And with a surge of hope, he heard his whispering voice.
"You will tell my lady how I saved that boy on the dead river when I set my boat downstream. He would have died there in the snow."
Then on in a language that was not English or Romanian, and that grew harsher and stranger with every word, while at the same time Raevski lurched and twisted in his arms, a chattering, furry creature that dug its nails through Peter's sweater and hoisted itself onto his shoulder while Peter grasped it. He had the quick impression of a tail and a fierce head beside his jaw,
before the animal left him, leaped away. Peter clutched at it, but it was gone, and he could hear its nails on the smooth tile. He knew what was happening. Raevsky had saved the little boy. But Peter had not managed to save Raevsky, who had come down from his safe place in the rocks to fight. Now he was dead, his spirit animal scurrying away into the utter darkness. Or not so utter when he heard Andromeda's small bark. In that direction, beyond that doorway, there was something, some tiny intermittent gleam. A beacon like a firefly, or else the glowing end of a stick, drawn quickly against the surface of the dark. Numb and disappointed, Peter turned that way. How could he have failed? How could he have let the old man drop? All the time he had been carrying him, he had imagined walking through these rooms until he found the doorway that would let him out into the dazzling light of Egypt. Maybe they could take a taxi to the hospital. Raevsky's wounds, he told himself, were not life-threatening. His quilted coat had protected him. A soft snuffling sound, and then a yelp. A sound of nails scratching at the tile. Raevsky wasn't dead. Peter was sure of it. He was a tough old bird, or a tough old monkey, or whatever he was. Peter could see some movement up ahead, through the doors where it wasn't so dark. And if he could chase the animal through the tunnel, then he would chase him out the other side, and chase him over the ocean out of this terrible version of America, away from the shores of the dead river. He would chase him back to Europe and Roumania and Saltpetre Street, and the woman Ceausescu would take care of him and heal him. Just a touch from her was all he needed. And Peter would be older, and he would find Miranda on the Black Sea coast. He staggered through the doors and found a place where he could see a little better. He was in a different section of the dig, and the tile had given way to stone, and the air wasn't as cold, and he could smell bats and smoke and garbage up ahead. Then he saw the entrance to the old part of the dig, a long narrow passage of stone blocks, and the door in the middle, its posts and lintel carved with figures from Egyptian mythology. Men and women with the heads of animals, but Peter did not pause to admire them or reflect, because in the half-light he had seen the creature scurrying up the steps, and it didn't look like a monkey anymore. It was longer, heavier, he thought, although he just caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye as it disappeared into the blackness. The next room was black again, black and without light. He stood in the doorway and peered into the dark. Then he heard movement again, the scratching of the creature's claws. And even though he felt weak now, and sick and discouraged, still he had enough strength to stumble forward toward the sound of that scratching, and stumble against the animal in the dark. He grabbed its tail, seized it by the base of its tail, and though it turned and growled and tried to bite him, still he was able to keep hold, even when it twisted to scratch him. But he had Raevsky now, and he wouldn't let go, and even though he felt nauseated and weak, he could feel the creature was weaker and slower also. He dug his hands into its fur, then changed his grip until he could embrace it around the ribs and crush it down into the stones. He twisted it with his whole weight and wrestled it to the ground. How could he have been mistaken about its size? It was bigger than he had thought. No, it was growing under his hands, under his body, changing its shape again, and he had won. He had wrestled the old man back from the brink of death, and with his strong right hand he had him pinned, and he could feel the human shape turn under him. He could feel the joint of the old man's shoulder, smooth and hot and naked under his hands, and feel the soft hair of his head and the long, smooth muscles of his back. Raevsky had stopped moving, stopped resisting, but he was alive. Peter knew he was alive. Peter could feel the slow pulse of air through the old man's chest. Oh, but he felt sick, sick and weak. And there was no light anywhere, and no noise but a roaring sound like water, and his joints ached, and his right hand, and his knees and face. If it had not been for the smooth body under him, he would have thought he had lost consciousness in the dark. He put his cheek against Raevsky's burning flank, and then maybe he did sleep a while. When he awoke, the darkness was a little less. He lay on his back, and Raevsky had escaped him, and the walls were painted with a frieze of figures. Men and women carried offerings to an altar. This was where the archaeologists had broken through. There was a hole in the stonework,
and light broke in from the other side. Peter sat up and looked around at the relief carving, the painted stones. Because he was hot, he took his coat and sweater off. Then he crawled forward on his hands and knees, and he could smell the dust and oil and the warm air. He wedged himself into the hole in the stone wall, following the naked footprints in the dust. Naked footprints had led him from where he'd struggled with Raevsky. He had to get away, had to continue on, and so he dragged himself through. And on the other side, the lines of painted people were identical, and the chamber was identical except for the sunlight that cut through the door in the opposite wall. And except for the woman on the floor, the naked woman who lay on her back and then turned toward him as he crawled in, making no effort to hide her nakedness beyond pulling up one long, slender leg. Sunlight from the door slashed across her face and her short blonde hair. The light was full of dust motes. "Andromeda?" he asked. Almost he didn't recognize her, although she'd scarcely changed out of the girl he'd known at school. Years before, it suddenly seemed. Embarrassed now, he glanced away. But in a moment he looked back, fascinated, or so he told himself, by how she'd aged. A woman, he supposed. 5 years. Was this what getting older meant? This sudden vertigo, this aching in his head? Again he turned away. Andromeda's pale, flacked eyes were open, and her voice was full of disdain as she murmured, "What are you looking at?" 2. The Salt Throne. 8. Prisoners in Ratisbon. Before midnight, Nicola Ceausescu walked alone through the streets of Bucharest, in the Floreasca district. It would be hours before she heard what had happened at Prince Frederick's castle, and whether the Popescu girl was in her hands. Already she was sick of waiting. Already she had thought of a way to avenge herself upon the German ambassador, to punish him and his country for the humiliation she had suffered in her own house, in her own mind. Because the range of her official duties was so small, she was able to find time for passionate intrigue. In the evenings, especially when Lukacs was gone from town, she often walked alone among the streets, visiting the clubs and public houses, impregnable in her disguise. Like Harun al-Rashid, the Jewish caliph in the slums of Baghdad, sometimes she walked all night. This evening, past 8 o'clock, she had returned from visiting a private house in the Strada Spatarul. It was where she kept Kevin Markasev in luxury he didn't deserve. Toward 11, she left the palace again. Without escort, she slipped from one of the service entrances. From her mother she had learned a spell to draw attention, another spell to make men look away. On nights like these, she would go over in her mind the melodies and lyrics of the opera she was inventing, the story of her life set to music, how she'd been born in poverty with nothing but her talent and her beauty and ambition to sustain her, how she'd come to Bucharest and made her way onto the stage, how she'd married the Baron Ceausescu, who died and left her with a son and a roomful of debts, how the elector of Ratisbon had stolen the boy away, and because the music in her mind was leading her now into a new, dark, poisonous E-flat minor motif of revenge. As she paced the streets, she brooded on the treachery of the potato-eaters, who still kept her son a prisoner in Germany. On the stairway of a small hotel in Floreasca, she removed her hat. The door was ajar on the 3rd landing, and she knocked. She was shown into the sitting room of an expensive suite, a pink and gold affair with delicate French furniture. The lamp was turned down low on a low table, so it was hard for her to make a clear impression of her hosts. 2 sepulchral dark men in business suits. They were Abyssinian arms dealers, known to her as Colonel Witte and Colonel Memlis. Their country did not allow the export of advanced technology to Europe. Unofficially, much could be done. The Baroness Ceausescu had had a correspondence with these gentlemen. Now finally she had wanted to meet them and see their faces. She had confidence in her ability to read men's characters. In this room, though, she was thwarted by the uncertain light. Negotiations had been handled by her steward, Jean-Baptiste, who was to have brought the final documents. If the colonels were surprised to see her in his place, if they even recognized her, they gave no sign.
"Please, would you like some tea?"
One of them, Memlis, Witte, said in French. He gestured to the table, where there were 3 tall steaming glasses and a bowl of coarse brown lumps.
No, thank you. I am here just for the moment. Arrangements will be made with the central bank. I wanted to know that I could trust you. When may I expect to hear?
The two men looked at each other. The Baroness could see their teeth.
Your office will be notified. Shipment will come by rail through Constantinople, as was agreed. Yes, of course.
Then she couldn't stop herself.
It is a great sum of money to expend on what is, after all, a natural metallic ore. I want your personal assurance it will be effective, as you represented to my steward.
The cost of extraction is very high, said one of the dark men.
The element exists in a ratio of 1 part per 3 million, and the pitchblende must be imported from a laboratory in the Congo. You have asked for very large amounts for your experiments. And it is dangerous?
The Baroness continued breathlessly.
Poisonous? We will pack it in lead canisters. We will send a technician to instruct you. We believe you will be satisfied.
She was not satisfied. Still, she had to justify herself.
You must think this is a strange sort of weapon for a woman like me. This is a political matter. You understand it is not possible to allow these people to bully us. These republics, these democracies. Maybe one day such a thing is possible in Romania. But until then we will not allow it. Who is next? Spain? Russia? The armies are already at the border. You must be concerned. And is it wrong to use these tactics against people so heartless they are willing to keep a mother from her son? No doubt they find it useful to keep him locked up in prison to ensure my good behavior.
If the colonels understood what she was talking about, they gave no sign. In fact, she scarcely knew herself. These men could not be expected to imagine the torments of her only child. Always in her calculations, the white tiger combined personal and public motives. Several times a week, working in her laboratory, she tried to penetrate the fog of darkness over Ratisbon. Of course, she feared the worst. But there were limits to her imagination, limits to her power, and she could not see how at that moment, in a big stucco house in a park above the town, a middle-aged woman and a teen-aged boy were sitting together in a compartment without windows. The woman was Clara Schenk von Schenk, née Brankovenu, and the boy was Nicola Ceausescu's only child. Beautiful in her youth, Princess Clara looked brittle now after so many years under artificial lights. Her skin was shiny and she bruised easily. Her once clear features had softened and grown indistinct, as if the bones beneath them had grown weaker, or as if after all this time she was no longer her original self, but rather an unskillful imitation. The boy, by contrast, had been raised indoors, and he was used to it. Slender and rosy, he had his mother's purple eyes. Now he was laughing as he remembered some witticism from a book he had been reading 2 days before. They sat together at the breakfast table. Though elsewhere in Central Europe it was late at night, in that room it was not yet noon. The single timepiece in the apartment, a double-keyed ormolu clock above the fireplace, ran slightly fast. Though the boy wound it every 3rd day, still its defect had not been corrected. The woman and the boy had not the opportunity to notice without access to the world. Their host, too, had not disabused them. On the table lay the remains of toast and coffee, delivered by dumbwaiter when they'd rung the bell. "Mother!" cried the boy. He called all women mother and all men father, a childhood trait that now had lasted into adolescence. "Let me tell you a secret. I dreamed last night I was swimming under water. I could breathe perfectly well, and I swam over a reef where there were hundreds of little fish." He took a sip of cold coffee. This was a game they played in the mornings. He would confide his dreams, and she, with mock seriousness, would pick up the book that lay under the lamp, as she did now, Madame de Sostro's Guide to Slumber. When she put on her reading glasses, searched the index, and announced, "What good luck! To dream of swimming under water means that we are going on a trip. Tell me, have you ever been to the seashore? My husband used to have a place in Dobrucha on the beach, near Constanta. I would love to see it again." Both of them, the boy and the graying widow, shared a sense of enthusiasm at these moments, in which there was something artificial. In the same way, the lamplight on the tablecloth could only imitate the sun. Before the boy had come to Ratisbon, the princess had lived in a different apartment with a window overlooking the town. She had received guests. She had taken newspapers and magazines. But several years before, her host had moved her to this suite of rooms and introduced her to her new companion, who was to take the place of any outside stimulus. There was a bedroom for each of them, a music room, a parlor, a drawing room, a library, all furnished with luxury and taste. But there were no windows, and the only door fit cunningly into the wall so that it disappeared when closed. Fresh air came through a system of iron grates set into the floor. Food and supplies were delivered by the dumbwaiter. All the princess would have to say, in the middle of what she thought was the afternoon, was,
"Oh, I should like some trout tonight, and perhaps a bottle of Orvieto, and perhaps some drawing paper and a tube of cadmium."
In a few hours the bell would ring. From this they knew that they were under observation. Sometimes when they were talking nonsense, they would speak quite loudly in order to be overheard. At other times they forgot entirely and lived as kings or gods, only having to express their wants to have them met, within a certain range. Over the years, Princess Clara had stopped thinking about her captor as a human being, imagining instead a soulless, overseeing presence. Otherwise, she would have died of shame every time she undressed to take a bath or go to bed. She needn't have worried. Only in the parlor, cunningly hidden in the pattern of the wallpaper, was there a pair of small holes. That night or morning, as Miranda was pulling herself up into the saddle of her horse, a man stepped away from the holes that oversaw the room. Or rather, not a man, but an automaton. One of the mental projections that the master of the house could make as real as flesh. And this one Miranda would have recognized. A handsome blond man with a small mustache. Dr. Theodore climbed down a stepladder, for the spy hole to the parlor was set far up on the wall. He found himself in the narrow corridor that described the perimeter of the entire suite of rooms, and kept it separate from the rest of the house. It was a dusty, moldy place with uncovered lath on both sides. It was unlit, but Dr. Theodore needed no illumination. Following an internal summons, he turned the corner and the next, and then opened the hidden door that led him into an anonymous reception hall. He strode across the polished floor, then out into the gallery. At one end was the small staircase that led to the elector's apartment. Without breath, he climbed until he reached the upper landing, then knocked inside the open door. In its spareness and simplicity, the room at the top of the house contrasted with most other sections of the building, but especially with the ornate and overstuffed abundance of Princess Clara's parlor. Sometimes as Dr. Theodore mounted the last steps, he contemplated briefly the nesting circles of contradiction that made up this last place of refuge. At first glance, the room seemed as plain as a peasant's cottage. The furniture was unupholstered, the mattress on the bed was small and thin. There were no pictures on the walls. A closer look would have revealed there were no ugly objects in the room. There were no objects, in fact, there were not of a tremendous rarity. The stools and tables were from China. They were made of purple elmwood and were hundreds of years old. There was a Chinese vase, a Roman statue of Apollo, and an inlaid suit of armor that had belonged to the founder of the house of Ratisbon. There was a paper screen from Abyssinia, decorated with the abstract calligraphy that distinguishes that country. On the table stood a Japanese basket of plaited bamboo and grapevine, out of which grew a spray of tiny yellow orchids. They trembled in the warm night air. The glass door to the balcony was open, and the master of the room stood with his hand on the frame, looking out over the dark city. He was dressed, as always, in tight formal clothes, which, when he turned, made an ironic display of his distorted features. Dr. Theodore passed him and continued on into a corner of the room, where he opened a closet door. On an upper shelf there stood a line of notebooks, written in the automaton's elegant, clear hand. At intervals during the day he set down everything he'd seen and heard. But now he turned, looking back over his shoulder toward where his master stood. The elector seemed scarcely aware of his presence. No doubt he imagined he could now control his simulacra without effort. Dr. Theodore was not the only servant in the building. Sighing, the elector stepped from the window and sat down at his calligraphy table. Light came from a glowing bulb on a bronze stand. A piece of new technology from Africa. There was a book of maps on the table in front of him, and he ran his manicured small hand along the one that was open before him. Supernaturally adept, Dr. Theodore squinted to see. He watched his master run his little finger up the Dobruja coast, past Mamaia Sat. On a high wooded hill above Lake Sinoe, the finger paused. 9. Ludu Rat-tooth. They came to the place in the middle of the night, a bald patch on a hill overlooking the lake. They were helped by the illumination of the fires to the south, and then later to the north. The girl, Ludu, went in front.
My brother went on to Istria, to my uncle's house, she said. I was right. I thought the vampire would look there.
So the road turned inland above Lake Tasaul, and they'd left it and continued north through the grasslands. They'd walked the horses and followed a rough track that sometimes gave out into sand. But when the land was higher, there were trees. Then suddenly they found themselves in a wooded dell, rising on the far side to a high gorse-strewn ridge over the south edge of the delta. It was too dark to see, and Miranda was too tired, too hungry. She slid off the pony's back into the coarse grass, then sat hugging herself while the girl attended to everything, the horses first of all. She had some oats in her saddlebag. Then she stripped off the saddles and the bridles and rubbed the animals down, talking to them in an odd language that was full of grunts and moans. The air was humid. Miranda sat cross-legged on a boulder, while Ludu lit a fire in a circle of dry earth. "Isn't it dangerous?" Ludu rubbed her big, lumpy nose with the flat of her hand.
He won't come here. He was beaten here and almost died.
"Who beat him?" Miranda yawned. For an answer, Ludu took from her bag some carved wooden images and placed them in an alcove of the rock above the fire. Then, when she was laying out the tarpaulin and blankets, she told a story that put Miranda to sleep as she pulled her boots off and rolled into her bed. It was a love story, lovers separated by their enemies. And the words must have flowed into her dreams, which were full of indistinct figures struggling on grassy hilltops. When she awoke, she climbed barefoot in the warm day, up to where she could see the black and golden reed beds to the horizon, the barrier islands, and the great bitten circle of the lagoon. It was the south edge of the Danube Delta. Her face was bumpy with mosquito bites. The girl was still asleep. Miranda had a crick in her neck, and so she stretched and did some exercises. She flossed her teeth with the sharp end of a reed, then took out her toothbrush and returned to camp. She stirred the coals of the fire and put on some dry sticks. She saw a metal pot with the remnants of some wet cereal and another pot of water. She remembered nothing of that, though it must have been the first real food she'd had in days. Now she examined the two statues in the niche of the rock. At their feet was a small bowl of the wet food, sprinkled with some dry grains of rice, and surmounted with a lump of brown sugar. Behind her, the girl lay on her stomach, her face hidden in a tangle of curly hair. Miranda examined the statues as she brushed her teeth, a king and a queen, their faces long and solemn and dark with smoke and grease. They were dressed in doll's clothes, scraps and snips of expensive fabric, crowns of yellow wire twisted around their wooden brows. She thought she'd wait for Ludu to wake up before she ate something more, but she was too hungry. So she sat down with the pot in her lap, and with her fingers she ate lumps of peppery cold oatmeal while she looked up at the statues.
King Jesus and Queen Mary Magdalene, said the girl presently. You've heard of them?
Lying on her stomach, she had raised herself on thick forearms, shaken the hair out of her face. Sure, Miranda said. Different stories, though, she guessed. Tell me. The girl looked fierce for an instant. Then she relented.
Mary Magdalene fought the vampire in this place when Jesus sent her to Roumania. She brought the gypsies with her out of Egypt.
Well, now, you see that's already a little different, said Miranda, putting down her pot. A bug was biting her. Ludu got up. She walked down into the dell where the horses were tethered,
Then she came back and packed up the blankets and turned the tarpaulin over to dry. At the same time, she told the story of Jesus of Nazareth, how he led the slaves to revolution on the banks of the Nile. Afterward, he led his armies into Italy. He crucified the captured generals before the walls of Rome. She went away and came back with a pot of brimming water. Gone were the deferential gestures and phrases of the previous night. In simple language, she explained how Jesus in the underworld had stormed the devil's palace and the gates of Mount Olympus. He threw the devil from a cliff into the world, but the pieces came alive and hid themselves. So Jesus sent his generals through the earth, and to Roumania he sent his queen. People say she was pregnant when she came to Mogoșoaia. People say that's where the Brancovanus come from. Miranda had been interested in the first part of this recitation. She was always looking for ways to understand the difference between this world and the world where she'd grown up. But at the end, finally, she felt her spirit sink. So many of these stories found a way to involve her, weigh her down with expectations. So she shrugged. I've heard something different. Stories are like leaves, agreed the girl, setting the pot into the coals. Miranda stared into the pale flames. Here she was alone without her friends. In America, along the river, finally some measure of control had come to her, a succession of small tasks. Now she had to start again. I thought a vampire was someone who sucked your blood, she grumbled. In the humid, breezy air, the statement seemed absurd. I never heard that. Ludu scratched her hands, which were covered with small red spots. Then she continued. This time his name is Codriano. Sometimes maybe he's in prison or a poor man. But when evil people come to power in Romania, then he comes. Now he is commissioner for Dobruja province. That's how my father knew we had to fight. Codriano hates all gypsies for Queen Mary's sake. She sniffed, wiped her nose. My father took me to Insula Calia, then to the temple where they have a piece of King Jesus' spear. Maybe he thought you'd be a warrior, a hero. Maybe that's why he was disappointed. Maybe so. You take what King Jesus gives you, advised Miranda silently. My father prayed and prayed before the altar. Mother Egypt told him in a dream the words to say, how to bring you out of the past where you were. Just a few days before, Miranda had lost herself in the woods in the American wilderness, then found herself outside Constanta on the beach. There was some information here. I was in America, she said. It wasn't the past time. But even as she said this, she realized what she'd known before and not tried to explain. It was springtime here, almost summer. When she'd last seen Peter and Andromeda, it was in the freezing snow. Every day on the anniversary of Mother Egypt's death, the girl went on. Miranda let her talk some more about her father's hopes and prayers before she pulled her back. How long ago did my aunt die? She interrupted. More than 5 years. Miranda heard a buzzing in her ears that was like the roaring of the sea. Then she swallowed and went on, step by step. For me, it was last week, she said. Last week? I don't know. The Empress sent a letter. Ludu shrugged. There's no Empress anymore. Valeria Dragonesti is in the mountains with Antonescu and his men. No friends of ours, except they fight the Germans. Nicola Ceausescu is in Bucharest, calling herself the White Tiger. The water boiled. Ludu stared at it without doing anything. Then suddenly she was in tears, a raw, desperate sobbing that took Miranda by surprise, especially since it was Miranda who'd been sitting with a pain in her stomach. 5 years. Where was Peter now? Where was he in this world? And where was anyone who knew her? Step by step. I'm afraid for my brothers, the girl said when she could speak. I'm afraid for my father. He's strong, but he can't walk. Today you are safe here. Many have lost everything. I don't want to be like that. Now tell me, please, where should we go? It can't be for nothing that my father brought you to Romania. No, it can't be for nothing, Miranda repeated to herself.
She put her hands out to the fire, although the air was warm. What comfort was there for this girl, who felt so isolated and alone, and who now continued,
"Here in this place Queen Mary came upon the vampire while he was asleep. She came up by those little oaks. On this stone she grabbed hold of his leg and twisted so he screamed for mercy. Then she put him in a prison for 1,000 years. Can you do that? This morning they are burying the bodies at Mamayasat and Istria. My poor father."
There was nothing to say to this. Miranda held her hands out to the fire. Always, in the last few days, she'd had a mental image of Peter and Andromeda, running through the snow along the river, calling her name. She'd imagined trying to send a message. Where to? Now she'd have to give that up, the image and the plan. In Berkshire County, her adoptive mother had always cried when she was punishing her. The gypsy girl was crying now, rubbing the tears away. Miranda had been paddling down the river with her friend Peter Gross. Before that, she'd been living in America. She'd been 15 years old. She hadn't asked for any of this. "Listen, Ludu."
"Don't call me that."
"All right," Miranda cried, frustrated. Then, in a moment, "Maybe it's too dangerous for you to stay with me. Maybe you should go look for your brothers now and leave me." The girl stared at her. Her face was red, her complexion bad. She held her hand over her face to hide her mouth. Seabirds flew overhead. The air smelled of the marshland and the sea. As soon as she saw the girl's face, Miranda regretted having said what she'd been thinking. "All right, let's forget it. Can you take me to Insula Calia?" she asked. Stanley, her American father, had taught her to focus on practical solutions to small problems. Step by step for the gypsy girl, step by step for her. First of all, she had to stop being a baby. None of this was just her trouble. Last night she'd been a little dazed. Everything that happened, she could wake up from it as if from a dream. But in the morning light she had responsibilities. People had already died. And even if there was something dreamlike about the disappearance of Ludu's father, this much was clear to Miranda in the light of day. The vampire, Codreanu, was setting fire to the coast to find her. The girl sat hugging her knees, rubbing her face with the heel of her hand, and Miranda felt a stab of guilt. For a moment she remembered her self-indulgence of the day before, the way she'd lolled around the castle as if she were alone in the world. Well, she was alone. More alone than she'd imagined then, and the girl, too. She pulled the sleeve back from her wrist to show the golden bracelet of tiger head beads, the bracelet of Miranda Brunkovenu in the ancient days. She also had come out of nowhere, started with nothing. The girl was staring at Miranda's wrist. She'd stopped crying and was sullen now. The first of the Brunkovenus had defeated armies, founded a great nation. Here, in the grassy dell, Miranda said, "I want to know if you will take me where I need to go. Tell me what I need to understand." Sullen, the girl stared at her. "I want to know if you can help me." She almost added, "for your father's sake," but then she bit her tongue. "And I want to know what I should call you," she continued after a moment.
"Ludu is my saint's name. You call me Rat-tooth."
For a moment Miranda thought she hadn't understood, though the phrase was simple enough. But then the girl smiled a joyless smile, and her teeth were thin and sharp. One of her eye teeth was especially long, and fitted into a gap in her lower lip. "Well, so can you get me breakfast?" It was a good idea to give the girl something to do. She made some sweet tea with the water, and laid out a meal of bread and dried sausage. This she sliced with a hook-shaped knife while she was talking. The oracle was in the marshland north and west, 3 days away. They had enough food to get them there if they found forage for the horses. After that they needed some supplies. Miranda shrugged. "I have money."
"Yes, I saw. Moldovan gold rubles. You are rich."
Miranda shrugged. "What about Codreanu?"
"You said, you are safe here, and Queen Mary's hermitage where we spend the night. In the daytime he is weak, so we must be there before darkness.
As she washed the pot, she answered Miranda's questions. She had answers to everything.
When the Germans came, Nicola Ceausescu was homeless in the streets of Bucharest. She was the Baron's widow, but she had no money. But there were people in the German high command who'd seen her on the stage. The White Tiger, it's a part for her to play. And they keep her son a hostage to control her. It was perfect, see? She was always a whore, and now she spreads for them.
A hostage?
Yes, in a castle in Germany, in Ratisbon.
This was a surprise. Miranda's birth mother, whom she'd never met, was a prisoner there. Raevsky had said so, and her aunt. Nicola Ceausescu was the one who had sent Captain Raevsky to America, Miranda knew. And if he hadn't managed to kidnap her, it was mostly bad luck that had prevented him. To the end, to the last day she'd seen him, still he was always trying to persuade her to come willingly, telling her what a grand time she'd have in Bucharest, as Nicola Ceausescu's guest. A beautiful lady, he had called her, much misjudged. Now Miranda wondered if there were not some hidden reason why Nicola Ceausescu wanted her, something that might involve her mother and the Baroness's son. This man Codreanu, why is he chasing me? Ludu Rat-tooth grimaced.
Isn't it obvious? It's your bracelet. People see you, they'll know Nicola Ceausescu is a fake.
Don't they know already?
Yes, they know, but they're not sure. And there's nothing else. No one for them to love. Nothing to believe in. Valeria Dragonesti was no better. No, one thing. She kept the Germans out.
The sun had not shown its face all day. A high gray mist covered the sky. The girl packed up the camp.
The generals put her on the throne when you were a baby, she said. Your father was half German, but he was a man, a friend of the gypsies with his sister. Baron Ceausescu betrayed him, and he died in prison. Then your mother ran to Ratisbon, where you were born, and sent you back with Mother Egypt and the invasion plan from Germany. You see, you saved us once before.
Miranda was glad to hear this story of her aunt's confirmed, and she asked many questions about it.
How is it possible you do not know these things? Said Ludu Rat-tooth, not for the first time. Your mother, no one knows. People say she is locked up in Ratisbon, still now after more than 20 years.
Hearing this repeated, Miranda wondered why it made so little impression on her. Obviously, she should be rushing off to Ratisbon, wherever that might be. Obviously, or at least it should have occurred to her to do so. And maybe she was a bad, unnatural daughter. But when she tried to imagine her mother's face, all she ever saw was Rachel in the Massachusetts house, the picture in Miranda's locket notwithstanding. Clara Brankovanu was a prisoner in Germany. It was just words. And anyway, how could her mother have given her up, surrendered her after one day when she was just a baby? Miranda pondered this as in the afternoon she and Ludu Rat-tooth walked their horses away from the water. Below the ridge they crossed northwest into an older forest of oak trees and beeches. There was no path, but the trees were widely spaced. Miranda's pony followed the gray horse, and Miranda did nothing except duck under the limbs of trees. Then they came to a dirt road through the forest and could make better time. They saw no one on the road. The branches arched overhead. The dirt of the road was rutted and moist, and the horses' hooves made a soft, stamping noise. Miranda experimented with her pony, trying to turn it subtly, or make it slow down or speed up. She shifted her weight on its back and increased the pressure of her right knee or her left. But the horses went hour after hour at a fast walk, and nothing she did made much difference, which was just as well. She was hungry by the time the girl pulled up the gray horse, and the pony stopped too.
Here is the place,
said Rat-tooth. She slipped out of the saddle. Taking hold of the horse's mouth, she turned aside under the trees, and Miranda followed her straight in under the beech trees on the left-hand side. Her whole body ached. She was grateful to be on the ground again, although her feet were hot, her leather boots uncomfortable.
She stepped carefully over the fallen leaves, trying not to leave a mark. In time they came to a clearing in the woods and a small round pool of water. There was high, soft grass and some kind of ruined structure.
"Queen Mary lived here for a day and a night,"
murmured the girl, as Miranda looked up at the darkening sky.
"We should be safe."
Then immediately she would have started on her round of tasks with the horses and the camp, only Miranda held her arm. Miranda had been thinking long, gloomy thoughts. "Tell me," she said. Ludu Rat-tooth knew a lot. It was conceivable she might have heard, conceivable that in 5 years. "Tell me," Miranda said. "Have you ever heard the name de Gratz? Peter de Gratz? Or maybe Sasha Prochenko? Have you heard those names?" she asked. The girl shook her head, pulled her arm away. But Peter lifted his head as if he'd heard Miranda's question in the night air. In time and space, he was much closer than she feared. She would have been shocked to see him as he stood under the bridge. When she had left him, his right hand had been thick and heavy on his boy's arm. Now his body matched it. He'd put on muscle and height, but less flesh than he needed. Even so, he was a more handsome man than he'd ever been a boy. His brown hair, brown eyes, and crooked teeth were still the same, and she would have recognized many of his gestures and mannerisms. Now he stood cursing in the dark, his lips twisted into a scowl. Photographs of the Chevalier de Gratz, taken before his disappearance, would have shown this same expression. They would have shown him riding with his regiment, or hunting bears in the Carpathians, or standing with his brothers and sisters and their dogs outside the Schloss de Gratz in Satu-Mares. They would have shown him with his parents, bluff, hard-drinking Romanian aristocrats. Whatever filter his character had passed through, it had not yet allowed any of those memories. Toward dawn, standing in the mud under the Canuni Bridge in Adrianople, cursing after the lost dog, Peter Gross had no recollection of the place, even though the Chevalier de Gratz had driven over the same road with Frederick Schenk von Schenk after the Battle of Havza, on his way to meet the Turkish generals. Part of this was an effort of will. He wouldn't give up his own mother and his father for a couple of battered sepia photographs. Peter's memory was much stronger, much more subtle than the Chevalier's, and he had used it to protect his childhood, everything he was. Since he'd climbed out of the pit in Heliopolis, at free moments he'd gone back into the past, unearthing memories that were sometimes painful or touched with pain. It didn't matter. He had no desire to grow into something else. And he associated de Gratz with a dark part of his mind, an unreflective part that led him into violence and chaos. Raevsky had died. His spirit animal had scampered away. The man on the snowy bridge had grabbed hold of Peter's ear. Some memories he could not tolerate. Certain skills had come back to him. He could speak Romanian and French. A little Turkish might have come in handy, though. He pulled his boot out of the mud and strode down the slope under this other bridge. Beggars lived there in wooden packing crates and under oilcloth tarpaulins. This was the poorest section of the town, full of Bulgar refugees. In the moneyless life he and Andromeda had led since they'd come out of the tiled well in Heliopolis, they'd passed months in neighborhoods like this, in Tunis, Alexandria, and Jerusalem. Though in his short life he had spent huge sums, the Chevalier de Gratz had had no skill at generating cash. Neither did Peter Gross. His livelihood depended on the dog. In the sophisticated cities of North Africa, he and Andromeda had been protected by people's ignorance, their lack of superstition. Even in Constantinople, no one had glanced at the beast. But now finally they had reached the borders of Europe. These Bulgars, Hebrews, and Gypsies had a ruder knowledge. Sometimes, as the dog passed, Peter had seen them make the sign of the evil eye. Andromeda had been away for hours, and he was worried. He'd been searching all afternoon. He stumbled down the embankment onto level ground, a wet stretch of cobblestones between the Tunka River and the pilings of the bridge. Overhead, the night traffic had almost ceased along the line of Byzantine stone arches, though occasionally a bullock cart still rumbled toward the city gates. In the evening it rained. Along the black, quiet river, traffic had almost ceased. Under the bridge, though, a crowd of men had gathered. Some carried torches. The span closest to the water had been bricked up on the downstream side, so that it formed a high-arched cave. 15 or 20 men stood in the entrance to that cave, swearing and shouting, and some laughed. Peter saw Andromeda's footprints in the wet mud. He couldn't understand what the men were saying, but some of them had picked up stones. One of them held a pistol, an old double flintlock affair. He was a squat, evil-looking brute, dressed in a brown leather jacket, though it was a hot night, on which still hung some fragments of fur. Instinctively, Peter selected him as the leader of this group and made his way toward him over the uneven ground. As he brought the gun down, Peter came behind him and seized hold of his wrist. One of the plates flashed and misfired. Some Turkish might have been useful, though there was no time to talk, no time even to think what he was doing. Peter brought his right arm over the man's shoulder and pushed his forearm into the man's thick throat. At moments like this, he gave himself into the hands of the Chevalier de Gratz. He pulled the gun down as the man tried to stamp on his foot. Others had dropped their stones and come around now, a ragged, drunken, broken-toothed bunch of losers, Peter told himself. Some had their knives out, but Peter had the upper hand. They yelled at him. He didn't know what they were saying. He had their leader, though, and was hurting his windpipe as the man struggled and flailed. Then he found the second trigger, and his pistol fired. There was a smell of smoke and powder. The shot resounded in the arch. Peter put his back against the wall and turned the man's body from side to side. He knew he'd won. The other men were worried now because the noise might draw down the janissaries from the guardhouse on the bridge. Some were already staggering away. The squat little man was struggling, and Peter used his body as a buckler, turning it from side to side as the others came closer with their knives. He was waiting for the sound of the policeman's whistle, and when it came, most of those who faced him turned and ran. He adjusted his arm so the little man could breathe, and then he threw him down completely on the muddy stones. Grimacing and roaring, he made a half-run toward the men who still remained in the entrance to the cave, then turned and ducked inside against the bricked-up wall, a distance of perhaps 20 feet. The damned dog was in the cul-de-sac, crouching over a capon she had stolen, and she growled as Peter approached. In their journey from America, she'd changed as he had, growing bigger and more fierce. Now she yawned, stretched her tongue out, and then picked up the capon by its broken neck. Its viscera hung in the mud. Again Peter heard the shrill whistle of the night janissaries. At the entrance to the cave, the fat man lay groaning, but Andromeda wanted to play. She thrust her forelegs out, then bounded past him with the capon in her mouth. Peter was able to get a hand on the bird, whose head tore away. Then Andromeda was gone, disappearing out the open archway. The bird was still warm, stolen from the henhouse of some citizen. Peter tucked it into his coat. He slipped under the arch and into the small space between the piling and the embankment. It was partly blocked with rubble, but he managed to climb through without making any noise, and then he followed the riverbank into a thicket of small trees. The police were at the bridge now, and he waited in the thicket to make sure they wouldn't follow him. Night came. While he waited, as was his custom, he ran over some poetry in his mind, then checked in with his father in the house on White Oak Road. Flexing the muscles of his memory, he recalled many things. Small words of his mother, and then something Miranda had said to him in high school when he was in 9th grade. It was in the corridor by Miss MacDonald's classroom. She hadn't really known him then, but he knew who she was. This was a way of subduing the Chevalier de Gratz, whom he had allowed to possess him in the fight. Now he shivered in his wet coat. When everything was still, he walked downstream for a couple of miles before turning in a circle to the road again. 2 hours later, he crossed the bridge without incident and reached his hotel before dawn. It was a way station for impoverished travelers called the Dardanelles. Far from that body of water, it sagged on its foundations in a dirty, unpaved part of town. Peter and Andromeda's room was on the 3rd story in the back, with a single glassless window overlooking a bricked-up court. The floor was muddy and the plaster walls streaked with red, where lodgers had crushed centipedes and other vermin. There was no furniture except a single sagging bed on which Andromeda lay sleeping when Peter came in. It was dark in the room except for the light that shone in from the court. Peter sat down on the bed and laid the capon on the floor, then fumbled for a bottle of water, standing upright. He drew the cork out with his teeth and dropped it into his cupped palm. He was listening for a sound of movement from the bed. Soon it came. There was the stub of a candle in a pool of hardened wax on the iron bed frame. When the water was finished, he broke the candle off and jammed it into the neck of the bottle, which he stood next to his boot. Pulling a box of phaetons from his pocket, he struck one of them and lit the wick, keeping the bottle low upon the ground. He did this out of a sense of modesty. He did not want to see Andromeda as she rose from the bed. He did not want to see her muscled body covered with a layer of fine hair. He didn't want to see her long, naked legs as she swung them off her side of the bed. None of this, he thought, was intended to provoke him. She was oblivious. She showed no longer, for example, any trace of the way she had teased and flirted with him on Christmas Hill. So maybe he'd been wrong about that after all. He began to tear the feathers off the bird and drop them underfoot. Caught in a swirl of air, they scattered to the corner of the room or underneath the bed. Peter was hungry. Without looking, he could tell Andromeda was standing in the glow from the window, outside the light cast by the candle onto his boot, and his hands and the bird and a circle of the floor. She was looking into the triangular fragment of a mirror fixed to the wall beside the door. "So where the Christ have I been?" she said cheerfully. He knew from experience she would be touching streaks of blood and dirt, chuckling over her bruises. Her feet especially would be filthy and sore. "You don't want to know." He glanced up as he pulled the capon's breast feathers against the grain, and in the gathering dawn he saw her back as she shrugged off her linen shirt. She always dressed like a dandy, while he made do with rags. But it was true what she said. If she was to be let into card games and betting parlors, she had to look as if she had some money to lose. She was rubbing her teeth, picking at them with her long fingernails. Something dislodged, and she inspected the ball of her thumb. "Must have been a hard night," she said. "So, what is it today?" "A chicken. Ugh. I'll give it to the kitchen, though I see you've had your breakfast." "Yuck." She turned to face him, hands on her hips, and he looked down. One of the small feathers blew into the candle flame, emitting a singed smell. "So, what's our plan today?" she said. He shrugged. "Still the same. We need 150 piastres each for new papers and visas, plus what we owe for the room." Andromeda smelled her fingers. "I'm not paying for this." The creature who was dressing now in front of him bore little resemblance to the girl he and Miranda had known. There was nothing female about her as she pulled on her silk shirt, except, of course, for the obvious things, which now he glanced at furtively. It wasn't that she was sexless now, but rather double-sexed, moving back and forth continually over a line. She'd always been flat-chested. She'd always been athletic and strong. That wasn't it. He had to admit that there was nothing sexual in the way she teased him. If anything, those feelings came from him, and sometimes at night he had lain sleepless beside her, thinking about Miranda, about kissing her and touching her body. It was useless. Where was she? And there were moments also, in a certain light, when he knew Andromeda had changed less than he had. Certainly she was still beautiful, and not just to him. When she stalked the streets in her long boots, men and women turned their heads. "I'm off to the Ali Pasa Karsisi," she said, the covered bazaar in the Hurriyet Medani, which meant she'd spend the morning pickpocketing, a special skill. Pilfered merchants would forget their losses, abashed by her self-confidence. Surely she'd adapted to her triple nature, girl, dog, Romanian staff officer, better than he'd adapted to his new right hand. Much about her made him jealous and disgusted him. When they slept in the big, sagging bed here and in flea bags across North Africa, he was the one who kept all his clothes on, though he was a normal man. "I think I'm sleeping in," he said, looking up finally into her delicate, strange face, in which her animal nature now seemed to predominate. Sphinx-like, she smiled, though her pale eyes were wide and innocent. "I need a cup of coffee, I swear to God," she said and licked her lips. She was teasing him. Always she wasted money on luxuries, coffee and cigarettes, ice cream and liquor, while he counted every copper penny. Because she was the one who brought in money, it was impossible for him to complain except to himself. But if she would just bear down and concentrate, they could cross the border into Europe, into Romania. The line was at Gobrovo, in the mountains, 100 miles north, not far away. Of course, he still did not remember, but he had fought with Prince Frederick on the outskirts of this same city. Sometimes it seemed as if she were happy with the life they had. She didn't seem in any hurry to return home. She spoke Turkish and Egyptian. She could even write in hieroglyphs. It was her fault they had wasted all this time. Once in Alexandria, he'd seen her win enough at dice to buy them passage all the way and pay for food as well. Then, 4 hours later, she had lost it all, except for 1,000 dinars that she'd spent on a gold ring. She'd done it just to goad him, he was sure. She'd laughed and shrugged her shoulders, winked at him with every losing cast. And maybe he'd have been able to get her moving then and now if he hadn't been so sick. He'd caught a fever in the dig at Heliopolis. Caught a fever from her, he'd thought, and he remembered how hot she'd felt when he'd grabbed her in the dark, in Witte Buzunish's archaeological dig. "Chicken? I don't think so," she said now. "I think some almond gazelle's horns, or those pistachio birds' nests. Maybe a shot of grappa, or who knows? I know the sun's not up, but you've been out all night. Come and have a drink with me. I'll read you the newspapers." She was dressed, as always, like a man, tight pants and riding boots, a loose cream-colored shirt unbuttoned down the front to show a gold chain. In her right hand she carried a pair of leather gloves, which she knocked now against her left palm. Her chin and chest glistened with the merest shadow of soft yellow hair, which completed the illusion. She smiled at him, then shrugged as he bent stubbornly over the bird. She reached for her embroidered jacket, which she'd wear over her shoulder in the marketplace among the covered stalls. It had a secret panel in the lining. Her smile never faded as they listened to the thump of footsteps coming toward them down the hall. Then there was a pounding on the door and a voice shouting in Turkish. In an instant, Andromeda was at the window with her leg over the sill. Then she was gone. He dropped the bird and rushed to follow her. She had slipped onto the roof of an adjoining shed and was now running over the tiles toward the outer wall, which gave onto an alley. Maybe the dog had managed to climb up that way, but Peter was afraid he'd fall, afraid the tin roof would not support his weight. When the Janissaries broke the door, he was still in the room, and they arrested him. 10. De Witte. It was close to dawn. Near the west wall of the ruined hermitage, Miranda lay without sleeping. An hour before, the brightest stars had shone through a black mist. Now, though the mist was lighter, the stars had lost their brilliance, which was a relief, Miranda thought. Some of her clearest memories of home were of those nights in her backyard, or in the field behind Garfield House, rolled up in a blanket while Stanley talked about the stars. Sometimes he had brought a small telescope, but most of all she enjoyed lying on her back to see the whole arc of the sky. During the various meteor showers, he and she had always gone out if it was clear. She knew all the constellations of the northern hemisphere. So in this place it was disconcerting to look up and recognize nothing. She lay with her elbows wide, her fingers interlaced behind her head. She listened to the horses by the little pool. When they first arrived in the clearing, Ludu Rat-tooth had prevented them from drinking as much as they had wanted, had chased them away after a few swallows of water. But now they lay peaceably in the trampled grass, and sometimes Miranda could hear the sound of them snorting or shaking out their lips. Ludu was asleep beside her. The hair had fallen away from her face. The previous day she'd seemed much older than her age, especially in the matter-of-fact, unsentimental way she had accepted catastrophe and loss. But now her toughness was like a mask that had fallen away, uncovering a softer and more childlike face. Her fist was at her mouth, and she was sucking on her thumb. Under her upper lip, on the left-hand side, Miranda could see the sharp end of her tooth. Miranda had awoken with a sense of purpose, however, and when she looked up at the stars, when she thought about home, when she listened to the horses, when she examined the face of the sleeping girl, it was to prolong a moment of delay. Whatever dangers waited for her, she was comfortable here, lying with her hands behind her head. Now she sat up, put on her belt and boots. If she was to function here, she needed to know about guns and horses, riding and shooting, which so far seemed to be the most important skills in this place. Her father was a general, her aunt had hunted ducks, and she too must have learned something when she was young. The language had come back, after all. In her dreams, she had been riding all night on the gray horse. The most important thing was to be confident, and if she couldn't manage that, at least she could make her mistakes away from Ludu Rat-tooth. So she strode down to the pool and found the gray horse standing docile under the trees. The bridle hung from a branch. She put the snaffle into the horse's mouth, pulled the headstall over her ears, and buckled the strap under her cheeks. Miranda had studied all this carefully, had watched the girl the day before, and now she pulled on the saddle and tightened the girth, all the time whispering and talking. She let the horse smell her, and then tugged her by the mouth away under the trees. When she tried to mount up, the horse walked a few steps forward. For a moment, Miranda hopped awkwardly on one foot, but then she managed to drag herself into the saddle. The trees were big and widely spaced, but again the horse resisted. She found herself kicking at its sides. And then it broke away from the track they'd followed the evening before, and made its own big circle through the trees. She tried to pull it back in the direction she had chosen, and found herself yanking on its mouth, trying to muscle its head around without success. It was a matter of willpower, she remembered from her dream, and she found herself whispering and cursing. But the horse led her around in a big circle, and in a few minutes she saw the clearing up ahead. She kicked its sides, and it moved forward into the track again. This time, Miranda told herself. At the same place as before, the horse turned under the trees, and in a few minutes they were back at the clearing, and there was a new horse. Now it was lighter in the wood. Miranda could see the animal under the beech trees, a black horse, even larger than the gray. Miranda pulled on her reins, and her horse stopped short, while the black lifted his head and showed his teeth. He was a beautiful beast, but quite obviously exhausted, streaked with dust, and his eyes were bloodshot, staring. As she watched, the horse blew out his lips, then let his head sink down again. His tail and mane were long and tangled. There was an empty leather holster at his saddle bow where a rider might keep a long gun. Miranda slipped out of her saddle and walked back, away from the two animals. Then she turned at the edge of the clearing. Under the dawn sky, beside the old stone wall, there was a man standing over Ludu Rat-tooth. He was dressed in a dark uniform, and in his hand he held a short repeating rifle, pointed down. The girl was awake. She lay on her stomach without moving, and the muzzle of the gun was by her cheek. Miranda had left her bag of money and her blankets, rolled in the shirt she'd used as a pillow. Now she saw it in the man's hand. As she watched, he slipped the purse into the leather pouch on his belt. Guns and horses. Miranda hadn't been so stupid as to leave her pistol with her money. She'd slipped it into her belt as she got up. Now she pulled it from inside her shirt, pulled off the trigger lock. She checked the bullet in the chamber. While at the same time she was thinking about the vampire, she was remembering the stiff action of the trigger and the way the heavy gun had recoiled in her hand. She was remembering the smell of gunpowder, the ringing in her ears. And maybe this was some kind of magic gun, and she could just point it at someone and they would disappear into a dream. That was what had happened on the moonlit road, and in the light of day it helped her to imagine the same thing. The soldier gone, the rest unchanged. He had his back to her, and she came forward as quietly as she could. She watched him push the muzzle of the rifle into Ludu's cheek and make her roll onto her back. She watched him press the mouth of the rifle into the soft skin of her neck. He also was exhausted. His blue uniform was dirty, and one of the sleeves was ripped. He had a knot of silver braid on one shoulder, silver stripes on both his cuffs. He wore wire-rimmed spectacles and was wounded on his scalp. His short yellow hair was stiff with blood behind his ear. He had no hat. All this Miranda saw as she came closer through the grass, her pistol out in front of her. The man didn't hear her, wasn't listening. He was distracted. He moved the rifle down the girl's long throat. Miranda could see her shirt was unbuttoned, and the man moved the rifle down her chest, pushing away the cloth flaps. Miranda saw him sway a little on his feet. His boots were black and scuffed. He hadn't spoken. He stood with the mouth of his gun on Ludu's breastbone, as if uncertain what to do. But now the girl opened her mouth and turned her head, and then she saw Miranda. And her expression changed, and Miranda saw it change, and so doubtless the man would see it too. Something had to be done right now, although in a sense the entire situation was idiotic, like something in a Western movie. What was Miranda supposed to say? Hands up? Hands up, she said. It didn't sound so foolish in Romanian. The man turned his head. 2 nights before she had fired on the vampire in the dark, but that had been an unreal moment with unreal consequences, and it did not make this moment easier. Then she had fired in a panic at a grotesque alien thing. This was a human being, even if he was a thief and worse, and it was horrible the way he'd touched Ludu Rat-tooth, caressed her with the muzzle of his gun. She aimed for the middle of his chest, then raised her hands a couple of inches. She would shoot him through the shoulder and disarm him. But she didn't, found she couldn't, though she could feel her hands shake with rage. She glanced into the man's face, glanced at Ludu's face, and watched the opinion solidify in each. She was not capable of this. Why didn't the man bring up his gun? She wondered if it was even loaded. She had a lot of time to wonder as the man began to smile. But then he dropped his rifle and leaped for her, grabbed for the muzzle of her revolver. She pulled the trigger and her hands jolted back. Birds in the ruined hermitage, disturbed by the noise, rose suddenly into the sky. Ludu rolled away, jumped to her feet. Then she knelt over the soldier and picked up his rifle. "Stop," Miranda said.
"German pig!"
The girl was suddenly in tears. She threw the rifle away into the grass. Then she sat back on her knees, and she was crying, her hands hiding her face. The soldier lay without moving. His blue eyes were distorted by the lenses of his spectacles, one of which was cracked. Miranda had shot him through the shoulder under his collarbone. It was where she'd aimed. The cloth of his uniform was singed over a neat, dry hole. Miranda stood above him. She herself had no intention of crying. "He's got my money in that leather pouch." The girl wiped her nose with her forearm. Her eyes were fierce, glinting with tears.
"Finish it. He's a German."
"No."
"Let me get out of the way."
"No." Miranda could still hear, ringing in her ears, the report the gun had made. She stood with its muzzle pointed up.
"Please, miss," said the girl.
"We'll take his horse. We'll leave him here."
"Oh, stupid,"
said Ludu Rat-tooth.
"A German officer. You think he's alone? He saw us and the horses."
When Miranda said nothing, she went on.
"Miss, don't make me do your filthy work. It will be gone in a second. So—"
She spat, and the moisture sprayed across the soldier's face. His eyes, which he had closed momentarily, now opened again. Again, Miranda imagined a scene from a movie or a book. It was useless to talk about this. Miranda knew she couldn't kill this man or else allow him to be killed. She could be angry too. "Get up," she said. Now the soldier struggled to speak. His lips were dry and chapped.
"Give me water,"
he murmured. The girl spat across his open mouth.
"Don't let him talk,"
she said, but it was too late.
"Please,"
murmured the soldier. He spoke in Romanian, but with a strange, soft accent.
"Leave is worse than dying, if you leave. Already they have found me gone the last 3 days, from this headquarters in Dobrik. Give me to drink. I am not German."
The hole in his shoulder was wet now, and the frayed cloth around it was red.
"Liar,"
hissed the girl. Miranda knelt. She squatted over the man as he struggled to sit up. When he reached for the gun, she shoved him back again with her left hand, so he lay flat.
"Dead,"
he muttered.
"That is better."
In a little while he went on.
"You will open my shirt. There is an envelope. Take it out now. You will see."
Holding the gun up, muzzle pointed to the sky, Miranda slipped her hand into his jacket. Some of the silver buttons were undone. He had some ribbons on his chest, which was thin and frail.
"I tell you, dead is better,"
he murmured again. "Do you two know each other?" asked Miranda in English, between her teeth. "You seem to have this all worked out." She meant they both wanted her to shoot him. There was a rip in the silk lining of his jacket, and Miranda could feel the outline of an envelope. She drew it out and stood to look at it. Stepping back, she lowered her pistol, then drew out several sheets of crisp official stationery. They were covered with smeared, minuscule typescript in German. Her words brought a new response from the wounded man. His English was better than his Romanian, though he spoke with the same soft accent.
"I am begging for your help if you are enemies of Germany. Not for myself. Although I meant no harm, and what I did you is repaid. Take the money back. I cannot stay here where my enemies will catch me. This is information I must bring to my own country. I was riding to Tulcha crossing in the Delta, so to come to my own place. If I had not the strength, I must find the Russian attaché at Braila, at the trade negotiation there. Her name is Jurek. And if you say you have a message from Alexei de Witte—"
"Why would I say that?" Miranda was studying the typescript as if it meant something to her.
"Please, my own life. It is gone, but I must bring these papers home. If you are a soldier in this war, then you must help me, for this will mean a victory or a terrible defeat. I should have taken that bay pony and left my gelding, though he is worth 10 times as much. I pay for that mistake. You have horses, and so take this document and do what I have said. It is cruel to leave me to be tortured in Bucharest or Berlin while you do nothing with this information. Cruel and stupid. If my country comes into this war, please give me some water."
Miranda shuffled the papers while the man turned his head toward Ludu Rat-tooth.
"I know what side you are. She hates me when she sees the German uniform. I tell you, if you take these documents, many Germans will die. Otherwise—" He broke off. Can't you see that I myself am a dead man? Promise you will do this thing. Anna Jurek in Braila. Say the name. God, it's scarcely 1 day's ride. Will you promise? I am a desperate man."
"What am I looking at?" asked Miranda.
"I must tell you. It is the order of the march. On June 11th, German infantry will cross the border into the Ukraine. So, in 10 days' time, I was in headquarters of the 3rd Army Corps. They will go north from Volkshania with 2 divisions. They will cross the river at Gomesht Bridge. Everything is in those papers. I will go."
And then he lapsed into a foreign language that Miranda supposed was Russian. He had raised himself onto his elbow, and the grass under his back was touched with red. But he was in pretty good shape under the circumstances. He spoke for a long time. There was spit on his lips.
"Please,"
he said finally,
"give me water."
Miranda slipped her pistol into her shirt, along with the letter in its envelope, and knelt over him again. She picked up Ludu's water bottle from the grass. What should she do? It was easy enough to give him water, but she could not forget the sight of him, swaying on his feet, opening Ludu Rat-tooth's shirt with the muzzle of a rifle. She had the bottle in her hand. When she came close, he grabbed her. He was stronger than she'd anticipated, and he pulled her down onto the ground while he was fumbling for the gun. Because of her surprise, he almost had it when she caught hold of his wrist. It was thin in her hand. De Witte was a small man. She rolled onto his wounded shoulder, and she could hear him grunt. But he had seized hold of her left hand with a grip she couldn't break, and she could hear his voice murmuring in her ear.
When you see her, you must say, 'I am not dead.' And you must ask her to remember the May festival at Oberammergau, when she came from the university. And if she asks how she can trust you, tell her she was wearing a blue dress, embroidered like a peasant, and give her this."
Miranda felt her left hand close on something sharp. At any moment she expected Ludu Rat-tooth to come and help her, but she looked up and couldn't see her. Instead, she saw another pair of boots. She let out her breath, and there were more pairs of boots, and other men in dark blue uniforms. One dragged de Witte away and held him down. Miranda rolled onto her knees. She hunched her back, making her shirt billow out as she pushed the gun under her belt, the letter with it. She kept her left hand closed on the sharp thing. She was looking down, examining the long grass. There were some ants. Now everything was quiet. Miranda watched the toes of a pair of black boots in front of her. The leather was worn, carefully polished. When she raised her head, she found herself looking up into the face of a tall soldier. His hair was black, and he wore a small black mustache and beard. His face was long and showed his bones. The shape of his black eyes showed some Asian ancestry.
"We came in time," he said, smiling, in Romanian. "You are not hurt?"
"No."
"That is good." He spoke fluently, without an accent. "We were looking for this criminal. You have my thanks."
Behind the soldier, to Miranda's surprise, 2 others were kneeling over Alexei de Witte, and one was carrying the water bottle. The other had stripped off his jacket and was bandaging his shoulder with strips of gauze that were already wet with blood. A third stood at a distance near the crushed place in the grass where Miranda had spent the night. He was carrying the rifle.
"Now I am here to give you the thanks of my government, and to ask if you've been harmed. What is your name?"
"Miranda."
"Ah, like the queen from your history books. Brunkovenu, is it not? Surely you are as beautiful as she was to have been. Did this man say anything to you?"
Miranda wished she'd thought to have invented a new name. Anna? No, that was the woman she was supposed to find. "No," she said. "He attacked us as we slept."
"Who?"
"Me and my friend." Another soldier now appeared at the edge of the clearing, leading a subdued Ludu Rat-tooth. The Eurasian man, an officer, Miranda supposed, though she couldn't tell it by his uniform, spoke a crisp command in German, and the soldier took his hand from the girl's elbow. Smiling again, he reached down to help Miranda to her feet. She brushed his hand away as she got up.
"He did not say anything to you, or give anything to you?"
"No, we were asleep."
"And so the gunshot that we heard—"
He glanced down at her belt where the butt of her pistol was protruding. Miranda said nothing.
"This must have surprised him," continued the man. "Please."
He reached out his gloved hand. Miranda laid the gun into it. He raised it up, inspected it, spun the barrel so the bullets dropped into the grass.
"Where did you come from? Why are you sleeping here?"
Miranda thought a plaintive tone was best. "Mamaya sat. 2 nights ago our house was burned. This was my father's gun. My uncle lives in—"
"Where?"
"In Calia," said Miranda. The name rose from a hidden place. One of the soldiers stood beside them, and the man asked him questions in German. He answered in the same language, and Miranda caught some proper names: Mamaya Sat, Zelia Kudrianu. The man with the mustache had been smiling all this time, but now he grimaced and screwed up his mouth. He snapped the revolver closed, then raised his hand, and the soldier broke off in mid-word. Behind him, the 2 others were still kneeling over Alexei de Witte, who was not conscious.
"Ah, I am sorry," said the man with the mustache. "On behalf of my government, these men are criminals. Believe me, you will not suffer long under their hands. In Bukovina we have thrown these scoundrels out."
Plaintive and defiant was the attitude Miranda wanted. She stared up at the mustached man, and he stared back.
"My name is Arslan Lubomir." "He did not give you anything?"
"When?"
"After you shot him."
Ah, I see. It is a joke.
The man grimaced and turned to look at the black horse. A soldier, the one who had brought Ludu back, had stripped off the saddle and bridle. The horse stepped back. His head dipped down, and Miranda could see he was lame in his back foot. With a pocket knife, the soldier was ripping into the back of the saddle, splitting all its seams. He cut into the seat from underneath and ripped the small blanket in half. At the same time, the two other soldiers tore the lining from DeWitt's jacket, stripped off his boots, undid his pants. Miranda wondered if the last time DeWitt had grabbed her, wrestled with her, it was because he knew the noise of the gunshot would draw these men. He wanted them to think she was his enemy. Maybe the robbery, all of it was just his play acting. Was it possible? So Lubomir wouldn't search her. So he would let her go. The soldier beside Miranda was talking again. Lubomir raised his hand.
Where was she running?
He commanded, nodding at the girl. She was afraid. The man frowned.
She was leading 2 horses and Telamonian Ajax.
Ah, of course. She is a gypsy.
That explains it. You should be careful with your friends.
He strode over to where she stood and spoke to her for a few minutes. Miranda couldn't hear what they were saying. She watched the 2 men search under DeWitt's clothes while he lay unresponsive. She watched them rip the heels off his boots. Then the man with the mustache was at her side again.
She says she lost her father. Is that true?
Yes. He clicked his teeth, then shook his head.
So you give me your word, Miranda, he said. I do not allow my men to touch the women, and I will not allow them to touch you.
He stared at her for a long time.
I myself do not believe, he went on. And if so, why give it to a girl from Mamayasat? He is a dangerous man. Anything he told you is a lie.
Sulky and defiant, Miranda shook her head. One of the soldiers spoke in German.
He says maybe you took it, said the mustached man. This was why you were fighting. But why take something of no value when you leave his money?
He held up the leather pouch from DeWitt's belt.
We can ask him, he continued,
and as if listening to him, the soldier who had bandaged DeWitt's shoulder now splashed water in his face and pulled open his eyes. He struggled, but they held him down. Now, weakly, he started talking in Romanian, words Miranda didn't recognize, though she assumed they were obscenities when she saw Lubomir smile.
No, he said. This is as you told us.
He nodded at Ludu Rat-tooth.
You, she, he all say the same.
Then, in a moment, he continued.
I am sorry for this. And we must take your strawberry pony to carry this man. In return, I will give you the black horse. Keep him.
He raised his hand when the soldier beside him started to speak.
He belongs to Captain Richter, who sits like a sack of apples. Now this man has ridden him to death. He was a valuable horse, but you'll get a few drachmae. Here, he said, money means nothing to us. We do not rob or harm you, though if your soldiers were in Germany, I would not say as much for them. You understand this? Tell your friends. Maybe one day I will come see you in Carcalho.
He threw the leather pouch into the grass. 11. Irony and Luck. 2 days after his arrest, Peter received a message. He stood in the courtyard of the Eski Saray in Adrianople, a huge, square, crumbling structure, a fortress in the old Romanian wars, and mostly ruined in the bombardment that had preceded the Peace of Havza. Portions of 3 stories had fallen in. Peter sat against a rock in the hot sun. The fortress was now used for prisoners awaiting questioning. Conditions were not good. Peter had no money. There was nothing to eat. But now the guard brought him a hunk of bread and a bowl of cold soup, and as he ate, he found a scrap of paper in his mouth. He spat it out into his palm and then unfolded it. In Andromeda's slashing and elaborate handwriting, it read,
upper west window before dawn. Not very precise, but there was a window that was higher than the rest among the ruined galleries on the west side of the building. A little after midnight, Peter climbed the choked stairs. The window was barred with an iron grille set into a deep embrasure. In the darkness, he climbed into the dusty space. Balanced on the narrow sloping shelf, he did not sleep. He put his arm through one of the rusted squares and held himself against the grille. All was in darkness inside the fort. Rats, lizards, and men crept among the rubble. Outside there was a little light, though the moon itself was not visible. Peter looked down to the wire fence, and after many hours he saw the dog come out of the small wood and dig a hole under it. Then he saw her cross the bare ground to the bottom of the wall 100 feet beneath. A tree of ivy grew there. Peter wondered if it was possible for Andromeda to climb so high, but in time he heard a rattling, and near his window the leaves trembled. Then there was a movement, a shadow clinging to the larger trunk that grew against the wall.
"Are you there?"
she whispered. Peter could see her fingers on the window ledge. Then she jumped, and he leaned back suddenly, almost tumbling out of the embrasure. The ledge was narrow on her side, and she clung to the bars. She squatted on the ledge with her knees splayed. With both hands, she had grabbed hold of the grill in front of his face. All was in darkness. She was naked, Peter knew.
"I've got something for you,"
she mumbled because her mouth was full. She had hidden something in her mouth, and now she was spitting it out. Something was hanging down her naked chest. He hesitated, then reached his left hand through the bars. He felt her mouth on his palm, felt her disgorging something from her throat. Then he drew back a greasy package. Coins wrapped in sausage casing. Then there was a tiny slippery bottle, the size they use on airlines, covered in the same substance. And finally a slab of meat, slightly chewed.
"It's not as disgusting as it seems,"
Andromeda whispered.
"Trust me."
Her voice was clearer now. Peter said nothing. Wedging the crook of his right arm into the grill, he began to eat with his left hand. He couldn't help himself. He was so hungry. He was close to her. Her face was close against his face, separated only by the rusted bars. He heard her long, low whistle in his ear.
"Boy," she said, "you're all banged up."
It was true. Peter's face was scabbed and puffy.
"People don't have anything good to say about this place,"
Andromeda whispered.
"Don't eat too fast. You'll choke. There, that's the good stuff," she went on as he uncorked the tear-shaped bottle with his teeth. 20 years old. Finest of the fine."
He couldn't answer her. There was no reason to describe how he'd had to fight for the watery, tepid soup that was his breakfast. And it hadn't been a fair fight. Eyes wet, he shook his head. Trying to chew, drinking little burning sips, he pulled himself closer to the bars where she clung like a monkey. He pressed his cheek against the rusted iron near her hand and examined her long, dirty fingers. Then they were gone. She had jumped back, settled back out of sight, and the leaves and branches shook and rattled. He was afraid she would leave him. Then he saw a glow and smelled her cigarette. Over the months he'd gotten used to her physical peculiarities, but at that moment she appeared to him like a magical being, a kind of angel, almost. How could she have carried all that stuff up in her mouth and throat? And then a cigarette and matches, too. Had there been some pouch around her neck he hadn't seen? Or did she have powers that could help him? He couldn't speak. He sat watching the orange glow which came and went. Then he heard Andromeda's voice.
"It's not so bad."
It was as if these words gave him a kind of permission. The tears were on his cheeks. His mouth was full, and he tried to keep himself from making any noise. He was afraid someone might come and try to take away his scrap of meat, his little brandy bottle, his 11 silver piastres. He didn't want to fight, although he knew he would. He'd kill someone before he let them take these things away. There was too much meat in his mouth, and now he coughed some of it out. He couldn't help it. He thought he'd never been so miserable. All night before Andromeda had come, he had been murmuring poetry to himself.
But then he thought about his mother in the hospital, and when she came home to die. His father was a nurse's aide, and he knew what to do with medications and to keep her comfortable. But one night he'd fallen asleep on the cot in the guest bedroom where she was staying. Some of these poems he had not spoken since then, since he had sat beside the bed during the late night. His father lay asleep with his mouth open, and Peter was not sure whether his mother could even hear him or even understand him. Too late he regretted learning so many long poems about wars and fighting, the Congo, the Revenge, and so few of the 16th and 17th century English love poems that were her favorites. They flee from me that some time did me seek. Intent on his misery and his remembered misery, at first Peter didn't notice that Andromeda had started talking. Even after he began to listen, it took him several moments to begin to understand the words, whispered at the limit of his hearing. But you must understand the knowledge is in you some place in your heart. So you must trust me when I tell you that these things are true. And you must let me tell you about the Chevalier de Gratz, how he won the Star of Hercules at Nova Zagora, not by going back to burn the bridge, but when the 9th Hussars were broken in the woods, and the Jews chased us all day through the rain until we crossed the river. 50 men were drowned and 100 horses. I tell you, when the prince came riding through the camp looking for you, then I was glad. My friend Dionysus Lopatari was shot through the jaw, and that night I hated you. When we were out with the picket, I saw you climb out of the mud, and you had a calf clasped in your arms, a little bulgar calf you'd rescued from somewhere. I saw the prince's face, and I tell you I cursed God. You were an arrogant fool, 18 years old, and the next year you were a captain in the guard. What was their motto? Loyalty and iron? How we would laugh at you and your parades. I had a drinking club in Floriasca. Peter watched the end of the cigarette glow bright and then subside. Then the voice came, low and rough. My friend, it's loyalty and iron, after all. When the prince was dying and he called us in, and he asked us to fight for Clara Brankovanu and her unborn child, I knew he was thinking about that morning when he watched you drag that calf out of the mud. It was wounded in the eye, and we could hear it bleeding from half a kilometer. There was a broken rail fence, and you clambered over. What the prince was thinking in my case, I have no idea. I had no desire to babysit that little snot-faced girl for those years in Mamaia. That little lumpcat with her horses and her schoolgirl crush. But when we failed with Princess Clara, we could not fail with her. How had she brought the cigarette up dry? Peter asked himself. He was watching the orange glow. Still, he said nothing. But this is what I wanted to tell you, continued Andromeda. Her voice seemed to speak to him out of the past. When I saw de Gratz drag himself out of the mud, and he was wounded in the head after that stupid defeat, and he was lifting the calf up, and I could see into his eyes, and he was glad of it, wet with joy. Not just glad to be alive, but happy in that place. All night I had nursed Dionysus Lopatari, and damned God and wept for home. Peter watched the end of Andromeda's cigarette. He didn't speak for a long time. Last night I was dreaming about home, he said at last. Then when I woke up, I was thinking about my dad and what he's doing now. And I was thinking about the ice house and Christmas Hill. He watched the glow of the cigarette. I don't expect you to understand, said Andromeda. You're just a weak American boy and part of you. It's your choice to live with dreams, but the man I knew, she said, would have been happy here. In 2 days, the guards would have been begging him to let them keep some of their pay for the sake of their wives and children. Let me tell you one more story. You think I've been lazy, drinking and gambling. I tell you it wasn't time. We came early to Egypt through that spider hole. We were following Miranda Popescu, but we must have passed her on the way.
That girl was not in Great Roumania. Not yet. What was there to talk about? Now I think the world has changed. Last night I saw the prince's sister in a dream. Mother Egypt, as the gypsies called her. She showed me Moumania Castle, all abandoned. She showed me Miranda Popescu on a black gelding. She told me another game had started. Listen to me. I tell you this because you have to know it is important to get free. Loyalty and iron, my friend. Do you remember after the prince's death, and Clara Brancovena was locked in Ratisbon, and Antonescu sent his men to clean out Moumania once for all, and put down the traitor's sister, as he called her, and the traitor's child? We brought the people from the village to block the way, and kept them twisting for 6 days while old Egypt got the order reversed. Just us and our fists and my stupid arguments, while the nurse kept the baby in her arms. Not one man was killed. Remember that. Tomorrow night I'll come again. Below the window, the sentry was crossing the perimeter. He disappeared around the edge of the building. Then there was a rattle in the branches of the ivy tree. Andromeda was gone. But she would come again at night time. The day seemed to stretch out like a desert until then. Already in the east, the sky was turning pale. But Andromeda would come and tell him stories that were not exactly comforting. These were the stories men told each other before battle, Peter thought. No comfort, but loyalty and iron. Maybe he'd have something to tell Andromeda. One thing he promised himself, he would not let them take his soup away. Leaning into the embrasure, his cheek against the bars, he looked away north where the clouds were bruised and dark. Unlike Andromeda, he'd had no dream, no vision of the future or the past. He scarcely knew which way to look. Nor perhaps would he have recognized her at first if he had seen her, a short-haired woman on a black horse, 250 miles north-northeast, cantering uphill into the town of Braila as the sun rose. This is what had happened. The horse was not lame, but Ludu Rat-tooth had wedged a stone into his hoof and picked it out when the Germans were gone. All that day and the next morning, she and Miranda had argued and rested in the forest clearing. At the same time, she taught Miranda how to care for the animals. Together they had combed the gelding's tail and mane, and rubbed his body down while he drank from the pond and rolled in the sweet grass.
Why should they give us this? And money to do what? We don't know these people. They owe us nothing.
Please be quiet. The money was my own.
Then wait for the oracle to tell you. Mother Egypt will tell you.
Yes, I know. But there's no time to waste. 10 days, he said. I must go now if I'm to be in time. Then we can go to Insula Calia, and for once I'll tell her what I've done already. Still, she found a little time to waste. Sitting against the stone wall of the hermitage, Miranda had broken open the leather diary she'd taken from Moumania Castle. It was written in French, in a careful, childish hand. One of the last entries was this. Saturday, 18, Thermidor. Captain de Gratz took me to Murfatlar to show the little Turkish mare my aunt has given me. I do not like Captain de Gratz, or any man who talks about my father. But the mare is a sorrel roan of 15 hands, very flexible and light in the bridle. Small head, long neck. I shall enjoy taking her over the big stile. I shall call her Daisy, or perhaps not. My aunt says I shall take her when I go away to school. Until then, she will be stabled in the village, and I'll go every day. Miranda's French was good due to the efforts of Mr. Donati when she was in 7th and 8th grade. Sitting in the grass, she puzzled over these small, serious entries. Wednesday, 6, Brumaire. It is hard for me to write this, because the lieutenant was cruel to me today. I think he must have no idea how I feel. He took me riding as he promised, but all day he was pressing forward, until poor Aramis was out of breath and I had to stop. It's been so hot for so late in the year. He led me over the hedgerows as if to prove I couldn't follow. So I put the spur to Aramis, though he really is too small. It didn't matter. He got over, and I'll make it up to him.
but the lieutenant was gone and I couldn't even catch him on the way home. Later I told Juliana and she laughed at me. She told me Lieutenant Prochenko has a woman in the village. It is a scandal, she says. That must have been where he was, and left me to ride home. I know I am young, too young, but I'll be 8 years old this spring, and I can grow up fast without a father and a mother. Anyway, it's only 16 years difference, which will not seem like anything when I am his age. I used the whip on Aramis all the way home, but he went lame and pulled away from me, and then I had to get help from some farmer. My aunt was furious and took my books away because of my cruelty. She did not understand, but she understands I hate her because I told her. Miranda rubbed her nose. It embarrassed her to overhear the feelings of this young girl. Last night I wet my bed again. Miranda would have liked to think that if she'd ever kept a diary in Massachusetts, she would not have filled it with such stuff. She felt like a snoop to read about it. More than that, she felt a residue of shame. What a brat she'd been. What a selfish and precocious brat. Though maybe diaries didn't always show you at your best. Still, it made you think there was a reason you forgot most of your childhood. You might be too ashamed to go on. But people could change, luckily, and there were things to be learned here. Stories about her aunt, and things her aunt had said about her mother, held prisoner in Ratisbon. One winter, 27 porpoises had beached themselves and died. Most of all, she read about horses. Obviously, she'd been obsessed with horses, feeding them, caring for them, naming them, analyzing their habits, and, of course, riding them. Just this one fact gave her confidence. Besides, the big gelding proved easier to manage than either the pony or the gray. In the morning she combed him and rubbed him. Ludu showed her, but she knew already. Because the Germans had taken his saddle, she first climbed onto him bareback. She didn't touch the reins. He was gentle, and she found she didn't have to turn her body to turn him. It was enough to turn her head. Ludu Rat-tooth was astonished as she went around the clearing. She doubled back, then made a figure 8, and then another. On the 15th time around, bored already, she had come to a decision. "If you won't go with me," she said, "will you wait?" Subdued, Ludu began packing their things. Miranda sat on the horse for a few minutes, and then slipped down to help her. The wood where they'd slept was in the high ground between the Danube and the coast as the river flowed north into the delta. At noon they came out of the trees above the village of Dorobantu. They'd gone slowly, for Miranda was riding bareback, and the girl was leading the pony. They'd seen no one on the road, and the rutted streets of the town were also deserted. The girl found some women sulking in the narrow houses, who nevertheless were eager to sell them bread and fish paste and raspberry syrup in thick glass bottles. The horses drank at the well, while Ludu negotiated for a saddle. They spent the night in Machin, and in the morning Miranda caught the ferry before dawn. Ludu Rat-tooth was inconsolable as they stood upon the dock.
"You will not leave me here?" she cried. "Last night I saw my father. He was in the branches of the death tree, and the blood was on his face."
"I promise I won't leave you. I'll see you in an hour." Why had she come? Why had she chosen this detour? First, it was because every choice now seemed like a detour, and she was searching in the past for a pattern that made sense. And she was grasping at the story she had first heard from her mother's letter. How, when she was just a few days old, she had smuggled out the plans for an invasion near the town of Kaposhvar. Her aunt had hidden them in her diaper. What condition were they in when General Antonescu unfolded them upon his table? Second, she had a mental picture of Anna Jurek, the Russian attaché. She imagined a yellow-haired, dark-eyed girl dressed in an embroidered smock in Oberammergau, which in her mind was not a town at all, but a pasture full of wildflowers, and Anna Jurek appeared in the middle of it like Julie Andrews in The Sound of Music. No, that was not it. That was an illusion, conjured out of nothing and maintained over another picture to cover it. Miranda had shot a man. The moment it had happened, she had scarcely paused to notice, because of all the chaos of that day. But in the night she lay awake and thought about it, how the man had flailed his arms and staggered backward and collapsed, how he had dropped his gun and fallen. His knees had given way. He had lain flat on his back, with a small, dry, singed, neat hole through his shoulder. Later, the hole had filled with blood. And perhaps that shot had killed him. What had he said? That he would rather die than be brought back and tortured in Berlin or Bucharest? Maybe that was happening to him now. Miranda could not think of that.
"You won't leave me?"
said Ludu Rat-tooth. Miranda had woken with a headache, and she felt no better when she stepped aboard the boat. The ferry had a small, uncertain internal combustion motor, which gave out clouds of greasy smoke and a sound like the firing of a gun. Packed in with people and animals, Miranda saw nothing of the trip across the water. The sky was still dark. In any case, alone among Romanians, she was too nervous to pay attention to her surroundings. She was afraid of being recognized, even though she'd taken off her bracelet and put it in her pocket. Still, she kept her head down. It was not until she'd reached the other side and coaxed the black horse up the ramp onto the dock and swung herself into the new high saddle that she looked properly around. Ludu had told her the way. She took the river road into Brăila, which was scarcely more than a village at that time, and one of the prettiest places in all Romania. Built near the confluence of several rivers, it stood over a great system of marshland. Flights of water birds passed overhead. On Miranda's right hand stood a line of shooting lodges, tin-roofed, gaily painted, so she now leaned back and slapped her horse upon his croup. Not that he needed urging. Raising his head, he pounded up the slope into the village. There Miranda had to pull him back because of the chickens pecking in the dirt. The road was lined on either side with wooden duckboards. Well-dressed men and women promenaded. Brăila was the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet, and there were many naval officers. The women wore long dresses and carried parasols. Up ahead was a bronze statue of the naked Venus rising from the shell. Bronze dolphins played. In this quaint border town, delegates had gathered to resolve a trade dispute. For most of the past month, Crimean fishing boats and gunships had blocked the entrance to the Danube in violation of the Treaty of Ali Bey. The Romanian government had been slow to respond. The German Maritime Commissioner had asked for caution. Zelia Codreanu was there for the Romanians. Miranda saw him take the air in front of the town offices, surrounded by his secretaries. The street was crowded now with horses and carriages. Miranda turned her head as she walked the horse past. There was no reason, she hoped, for him to recognize her in the daylight. He himself looked heavier, more solid, as he peered over the tops of his half-moon spectacles at a small man in uniform. He wore a silk top hat. He carried a sheaf of papers under his arm. She did not see him turn around to stare at her retreating back. Miranda walked her horse through the jostling traffic. She didn't know what she was looking for, but up ahead she saw a narrow wooden house set back from the road. A flag hung breathless from the roof of the porch, a double-headed eagle, which was also stamped on Miranda's gold coins. What was she to do with the horse? In Western movies, in front of the saloon there was always a wooden rail. Or there had been a courtyard to the hotel at Machin, and Ludu had arranged everything with a couple of barefoot grooms. Here, on the side of the house, was a cobblestone alley where the horse didn't want to go. Instead, Miranda slid out of the saddle and led him through the wrought-iron gate into the garden, and left him to eat the tallest flowers. She'd only be a few minutes, she thought. She had with her Alexei de Witte's insignium. He'd pressed it into her hand. It was a simple agate brooch, set in a ring of carved silver. As she came onto the porch, she slipped it from her pocket and gave it to the woman at the desk inside the front door. She asked for Anna Jurek, and then waited as the secretary disappeared into the back of the house. After a few minutes, a woman came down the staircase. Dressed in a blue gown, she was holding the brooch in her palm. Her hair and skin were dark. Miranda was surprised to see she was quite fat. She blinked as she approached, as if she'd come out of a closet into the bright light of the hall. Her eyes were slightly crossed. "S'il vous plaît?" she asked. "I have a letter from a friend of yours," Miranda said in English, while the woman blinked at her. She seemed baffled, so Miranda repeated herself in French.
Ah, a friend?
Yes. He wants to say he's safe. Please, is there a place for us to speak? Miranda turned her shoulder to the secretary, who had reappeared now at her desk by the door. She was staring out the window at the horse in the garden. Miranda held the letter out, but the woman in the blue gown did not take it.
Please?
She said again. Miranda gave the 3 pages of typescript a suggestive waggle. Alexei de Witte gave me that brooch. He said you'd— Anna Jurek interrupted.
Ah, I do not know this name.
Again Miranda made a gesture with the letter. Please. He said it would be all clear if you would read this. He said it was a message for your government.
My government?
Miranda clenched her teeth. She had not anticipated that the woman would be an idiot. Follow me, she said, and walked into the house toward the staircase, away from the secretary by the door.
Please, you cannot go there,
said Mademoiselle Jurek. Miranda turned back. He gave me that brooch and said you'd recognize it. He gave me this letter, which is a message for your government. I know you will find it interesting. Now, finally, the woman took the 3 typescript pages and held them up.
It is in German? She asked. I do not have my glasses.
She peered briefly at the embossed seal of the German Republic and read a few words before looking up.
Streng geheim. What is this, please?
Miranda came close to her. It is the order of march for the 3rd Army Corps, she murmured. They will cross the Russian border at the Komesht Bridge. Anna Jurek smiled at her and wrinkled her nose, as if these words meant nothing. In fact, they meant little enough to Miranda, who was losing patience. She was here for the sake of the man she had shot. Alexei de Witte, she said. He told me to tell you you were in a blue-embroidered dress in Oberammergau when you came from the university. And there was Julie Andrews in her mind. But in Braila, in the house of the Russian delegation, Anna Jurek screwed up her face. She raised her hand and pushed Miranda in the chest, pushed her away so that she staggered back against the wall, which was covered in green and white flowered paper.
Quel salaud! What a disgusting pig!
The brooch was in her hand, and now she threw it down.
And you also! Who are you to know these things? Who are you? His lover, eh? What is your name?
She raised the typescript pages to a few inches from her nose, glared at them for a few seconds, and then crushed them into a ball.
What are you telling me? He is disgusting, I tell you. What do you know of these ridiculous accusations? The Komesht Bridge? It is absurd. In any case, I have no military function. Oh, who are you? Who are you? Oberammergau. How can you say this word? What does it mean to you? Irina!
This to the secretary at the desk.
You summon the police!
But the police were already on their way. Codreanu had dispatched them. That same morning in Germany, the elector of Ratisbon received a message. He sat in his apartment at the top of his house. His delicate, small hand followed an ancient crack in the surface of his table. Over the centuries, the grain had receded into the wood, leaving a marbled and uneven texture that gave him pleasure. On the table was a square of mirrored glass. Now, as he watched, slow printed letters appeared on its smooth face, one after another. Impatient, he looked away, forcing himself to examine an arrangement of columbine and wheat stalks in a heavy stoneware vase. He counted to 500. Then he looked back. My friend, I looked where you told me, and I found her not far away. She even said her name. I gave her a horse and sent her on her way, but you will not be disappointed. In this world there is ironic coincidence and luck. You will be vindicated, I think. She was there when poor old Alexei de Witte reached the end of his race, but I think he did not fumble the baton. After a few moments the letters faded, and the surface of the looking-glass was clear. The elector sat staring at the image of his face where the words had been. There was a time when he had avoided the sight of it, had lived in a world without reflection.
managers of the great European hotels. When he had booked a suite of rooms, had had the looking-glass removed even in the bath. But he had not been abroad in many years, nor had he attended many of the social and political gatherings where he'd once been ubiquitous. When he had last come out of Roumania, he had been brought before a court of inquiry, accused of conjuring and prestidigitation. But because his father had been a high-ranking diplomat, and because he was related through his mother to an influential French family, the legal process had not gone further. His passport had been revoked, and he'd returned home. Since then, he'd scarcely left the confines of his house. As a matter of patriotism and convenience, with all his strength he'd tried to break himself of dangerous mental habits. He had pursued a new physical regimen and a course of study in literature, philosophy, and art. But because he spent so much time alone, his parents were dead, and he had no wife or children, all mental paths inexorably led back to the source of his disgrace. The hidden world, which, after all, exists, although his government had tried to subjugate all knowledge of it as a matter of national will. They were fools. They left themselves vulnerable and unguarded. The democratic traditions of the country, though they had led to prosperity and strength, also had this disadvantage: the suppression of superior men such as himself, who had been maimed and rendered worthless in the public eye. Yet surely there was still a way for an intelligent and modern man, a citizen of the future, so to say, unencumbered by vain social and religious constraints, to offer service to his country. He sat staring at himself in the mirrored glass. The childhood disease that had broken his face into chaotic lumps and splotches, it was not the enemy. Often now, through hours of staring, he had come almost to love himself, love the way he looked. Sometimes the entire house of his ancestors, vast as it was still not big enough to contain his love. By the clock on his wall it was almost noon. But in her private suite of rooms, Clara Brankovanu was enjoying a late supper. All day the princess, as she sometimes did, had fasted, taking nourishment from lemon water and the appetite of her young friend. Now she was eating crackers, while he finished a salad of asparagus spears. He stopped and wiped his mouth. Distressed by something in her face, he cocked his head to the side. He smiled, then frowned, then tried to amuse her with a series of absurd expressions, until she burst into tears. Then, "Oh, my mother," he said. He came around the table to her side and went down on his knees before her chair. He pressed his cheek against her hands. Light came from tall yellow candles. It flickered on the crystal and the intricate silk tablecloth. The princess tried to smile.
"I am a foolish woman, Felix. Don't mind me. The fancies of a foolish woman. I am afraid I will not leave this place."
Her hair, coiled in soft braids, was gray. Her face was soft and wrinkled.
"I think I've been a prisoner for half my life. At first it didn't matter after the prince was dead. And when Egypta took the baby, where would I go? Only she was brave enough to stay at home. Always I'd expect this man to let me live someplace in Paris or in Alexandria. It didn't matter. Now I think he must have lost his mind. What purpose does this serve after these years? Or maybe he has died and they've forgotten us."
The boy looked up at her.
"Mother, will you give me my piano lesson tonight?"
Then, in a moment,
"Did you have any children besides me?"
She tried to smile.
"Haven't you been listening? She was living in Mamaia with my sister. She'd be a woman now if she were still alive. Where is she lost in the wide world? I saw her only once when she was 1 day old. Egypta said it would hurt less, but she was wrong. We smuggled the paper in her nappy. Oh, how we tweaked him by the nose. In all my life it was one thing to be proud of. Haven't you heard this story? Haven't I told you this?" "No, Mother."
Felix pressed his cheek against her hands.
"Now I wake up and I cannot breathe. Buried alive, that's what I am. And I think I'd give up everything if I could find my way to Great Romania again. If I could see the lake at Mogoșoaia, or smell the salt air.
My family had a hunting lodge outside Braila. Oh, it was beautiful in the old days. And then, of course, the house in Kronstadt, Brasov, in the mountains. That's where I saw my husband for the first time, when he had come back from the military college in Berlin.
After a moment, Felix squeezed her hands.
Mother, will you give me my lesson now?
Princess Clara smiled. Pulling away, she dried her eyes with her thin knuckles.
Yes, I'd like that. Never mind about me. Egypta said I'd have to be the bravest, but it's never felt so brave to me. Just that I am dying, and I'm afraid I will die here. You won't let that happen, will you, child?
That day there were others who were thinking of Roumania, if only as an image of freedom, or a place far away. They coveted the sights and smells and sounds. In Adrianople, in the courtyard of the Eski Saray, Peter Gross backed slowly from a big man who was dangling a chain. Across town, not far away, in a restaurant with covered windows, Andromeda sat back against the wall. Sick to her stomach, she examined the dealer's jeweled hands as he laid a line of cards upon a green baize surface. Her pale eyes were closed to slits. But in Roumania itself, there were some who wanted to be elsewhere. In a room at Third Army headquarters in Dobrik, Lieutenant Major Arslan Lubomir, dressed in the dark blue uniform of the German General Staff, stood holding a square of mirrored glass. By this means he had sent his message to the elector, but now the words had faded. The reflection showed his thin, ascetic Tartar features. He put his hand over the glass as if to block them out. Then he raised his eyes to the map on the wall, where the Komesht Bridge north of Fokshanya was circled in red ink. From there his gaze slid up the Russian border 1,000 kilometers to the town of Sestakai in Lithuania. That crossing was also marked in red. 12. Insula Calia. In Adrianople, in the Justice House on Saraichi Island, Peter stood in a line of prisoners. His hands were tied behind him. Men shuffled forward one at a time to stand before the caedus, the judges in their cubicles at the front of the high room. Peter thought briefly of the line in the airport terminal, once when he'd flown with his father from Albany to Raleigh-Durham. At the front of the line he had to wait. In front of him 3 wooden cubicles protruded into the hall, the offices of the 3 judges who'd decided these cases. Around the perimeter, next to the open doors and glassless windows on the north and west sides of the hall, stood old men in brown uniforms. They wore bandoliers of cartridges and carried old-fashioned muskets. Veterans of Romanian wars, Peter imagined. Maybe a generation ago they had fought against the Chevalier de Gratz. Peter found himself staring at one, a thick-jowled man with a grey crew cut and a bristling grey mustache. He had a belly, and between the stretching buttons of his tunic, Peter could see patches of his undershirt. It was a sweltering morning. Drops of sweat ran down Peter's sides. Before dawn he had been brought here with a dozen others in a covered horse-drawn cart. He had been happy to leave the prison, and that happiness had lasted to the front of the line. In the days of his imprisonment, no one yet had told him of the charge against him. Always he had reassured himself it must be something minor, stealing a chicken, improper documents, or they'd question him about Andromeda. Already he had had his punishment. No sane judge could disagree. So he was optimistic as he waited, and it was only as he approached the front of the line that he began to worry. Who knew what was going to happen after all? In his mind, to soak up nervousness, he had been going over a long poem he had learned when he was young, but he couldn't quite remember the final verse. A thought occurred to him. Was he the only person in this world who knew this poem? And was the end of it now gone for good? And if he fudged the ending and wrote down the poem and tried to sell it as his own, would he make enough money to cross the border to Romania? If so, why stop at Tennyson? He could do Shakespeare, E. Cummings, Yeats. The guard beckoned. Squaring his shoulders, Peter crossed to the middle of the 3 rooms. Under his breath he was reciting, "Half their ships to the right and half to the left were seen, and the little Revenge ran on down the long sea lane in between." His hands were tied behind him with 3 strands of chafing twine. Peter imagined he could break them or twist his wrists so that they fell away. He stood now at the door to the cubicle and looked in. Thousands of their sailors looked down from their decks and laughed. Thousands of their soldiers made mock at the mad little craft, running on and on till delayed by the mountain-like San Philip of 1,500 tons, up-towering above us with her yawning tiers of guns. There was a big man sitting at a large, carved wooden desk. The room was lined with bookcases and leather-bound books. In one corner, on a table, stood a statue of Moses carrying the tablets of the law. The big man looked up. He had enormous, powerful, sloping shoulders, on which his bald, round head seemed to perch without the disadvantage of a neck. He wore thick, wire-rimmed spectacles that made his eyes seem huge. In spite of this, and in spite of his fatness, he gave an impression of energy and power. He leaned forward in his chair, his pencil like a toothpick in his huge fist. There were no books or files on his desk, but just a folded newspaper on the blotter, held down by a brass paperweight. A small current of air disturbed the pages. Peter looked up and saw a fan, previously unnoticed, hanging from the faraway vault. It turned slowly, whether by hand or by machine, Peter couldn't guess. The Cady stared at him for a long time.
"Why is it that I recognize your face?"
he said finally in English.
"Do you know me? I am Aristophanes Turcan."
"No, sir."
"I could swear,"
murmured the Cady. And he stood up so suddenly his chair almost fell over backward. He came out from behind his desk to peer into Peter's face. He had big arms and a big chest.
"Peter Gross. You are Romanian, no?"
The Cady was dressed in a loose red jacket and military pants, brown with a red stripe. A red tarbouche stood upon a stool in the corner.
"I was just reading what has happened in your country. Now you come back with a face out of my dreams. Where is it? Here, look. Let me read it. Do you know my language?"
"No, sir."
"Yes. Let me read it. It is from this morning, see?"
He snatched up the newspaper and shook it open with one hand.
"Now let me tell you what this says. It is a story from Baila on the coast. 2 days old already. No one cares about it here. No one cares about Romania since our German friends are there. But that is a mistake. These people are not beaten yet, I tell you."
He kept his pencil in one hand, brandishing it like a tiny weapon. He shook out the paper and folded it back, creasing it against his chest, while at the same time standing close to Peter, who could smell liquor on his breath. The newsprint was so thin it was almost transparent. The paper was called the English World Tribune, and its pages were ornamented with black woodblock illustrations, set slightly askew. On the top of every page was a portrait of a Roman orator in a toga. For a long time since Miranda's disappearance, and especially since his arrest, Peter had felt vacant and unoccupied except for small, scurrying presences. Loneliness or worry, vermin in an empty room. Except when taken with the small tasks of survival, he would sit by himself, clasping and unclasping his hands. Waiting for what? For this newspaper article? Witte Bezunesh had mentioned a story in a newspaper or a magazine. Certainly, as Peter stood listening, arms tied, he felt a door open and slam. He imagined himself grabbing hold of the newspaper and snatching it away, and if the Cady objected, he would shake him till his teeth chattered.
"Let me see now. Here it is. Here it is. Braila. You know that is headquarters of the fleet. A legend came to life in these past weeks, and now this picturesque little town is all abuzz. What does that mean? From the waterfront to the pagan statue in the square, people are talking about events that have left a policeman dead. Dressed in gypsy clothes, she rode her horse into the town, and went immediately to the house of the Russian consul, where she gave her name as Miranda Popescu. The office of the governor has issued this description that is spread throughout the province. Everyone is looking, whether to arrest her for murder or to crown her queen, for there are feelings on both sides. The Baroness Ceausescu has dispatched an investigator who arrived in Braila last night. I tell you, it is all the same with these people. Always the same. It was like this in Kara Suleiman's time, when Miranda Popescu came out of the hills. God willing they will find her. Look, there she is.
The Cady pushed the folded newspaper in front of Peter's nose. He could see the illustration. The black hair and protruding ears, the straight nose and heavy eyebrows. The artist had made her more beautiful than she was, which irritated Peter.
Let me see, he said. No. There is nothing more of substance. Innuendos and rumors. It is always violence with these people. Please.
The Cady stared at him. Under his spectacles, his big, distorted eyes were oddly penetrating.
It is not your place to give me orders. You will not give your orders to Aristophanes Turcan. It is the same with you as well. I know your case. It is because you have no law to guide you. You pray to false gods, and they give you violence. What are the details? You killed a man under the Kanuni Bridge.
When Peter was arrested, the officers had spoken Turkish, which was no help. Until this present moment, he'd assumed that they'd been looking for Andromeda. She was the one who'd robbed the market stalls, cheated at cards, raided the hen coops. He'd been prepared to answer the judge's questions, pay for the dead capon. Now, excited by the newspaper story, his mind moved quickly. He was innocent. The man under the bridge was not dead. How could he have died? Peter had not harmed him. There'd been a struggle, and a gun had misfired, and everyone had run away. That's the way it was. Miranda also couldn't have killed anyone. She was also innocent, falsely charged. All this time he had been testing the knots of twine behind his back.
Please let me see the paper, he said,
but the judge held it up. Again he had come close, and there was sweet wine on his breath. He was a tall man, taller than Peter.
Who are you?
He murmured.
I have seen your face.
Then he continued in a different tone.
You're accused of shooting Jacob Golcock to his death. I saw the report of 7 witnesses who all agree. You tried to rob this man. So let me ask, are you a race of devils? They say it was this woman who shot this policeman in Braila. And do you know who her father was? The devil himself, General Frederick Schenk von Schenk.
Peter tried to pull his hands apart. I'm not a thief, he said. I was looking for my dog under the bridge.
Your dog?
The judge was in high fury now.
And that makes it all good to shoot a Turkish citizen in cold blood? Yes, certainly, says Domnall Gross, if he was searching for his dog. But let me ask, where did you dispose your gun? We searched your room.
I didn't have a gun. I tell you, the man was still alive. Peter raised his head, shook his shoulders, and the judge stepped back. It was his gun, and he fired it. For a moment the judge seemed disoriented. He stood against his desk, his eyes wide under his spectacles. Peter seized the time to tell his story of that night. When the men came to attack him, he took hold of one of them. He had a leather coat with patches of rabbit fur. And when the watch had come, the men had scattered, leaving their friend still groaning when Peter ran away. He tried to tell this story as convincingly as possible, as if to a reasonable man. Why would I attack 8 men under a bridge in the middle of the night? Jacob Golcock, was he rich? But the Cady stared at him, shaking his head as if distracted, though he did not interrupt. Peter wondered if he was listening. Above their heads, the fan turned slowly. Surely he could get his hands free from this stupid twine. What then? But as the great San Philip hung above us like a cloud, whence the thunderbolt would fall long and loud, 4 galleons drew away from the Spanish fleet that day.
Tell me where I've seen you,
murmured Aristophanes Turcan.
Is it on the wrestling ground?
Then he continued in a different voice.
You say you're not a thief. Yet you share a room with a known pickpocket. You are here with forged papers, and this name Peter Gross is evidently false. It is true what you say about Gulcock, but I think maybe this is a disagreement between criminals, which does not excuse you. I have spoken to the governor of the Esquisserie, and he says you are fighting all the time these past 2 days over money and illegal contraband.
This was unfair. Tired of being beaten, he had tried to defend himself, that's all. He'd let Peter de Gratz out of his cage for a few minutes, that was all. With Andromeda's piastres, he'd attracted a new class of tormentors. Behind his back now he yanked at the twine and felt it give.
I swear the man was breathing when I left. Isn't it more likely that these other men attacked him and then blamed me when the guard arrived? A penniless Romanian? Show me the witnesses' reports. I have a right to see them.
But the Cady shook his head. His eyes were huge.
It is not for you to bully Aristophanes Turcan, as you bully these poor prisoners in the Esquisserie. It is up to me to judge the credibility of these accounts, and I have done so. Penniless, you say, but in prison you've been drinking liquor and eating chocolates. As for your dog, where is your dog? No one has seen this dog. Where is it now? What kind of dog is it?
He had stood up again, approached Peter again, but now abruptly he turned away behind his desk. As he was sitting down, as he was pulling out a wooden drawer and rummaging through the papers, Peter found himself staring at a brass cup on the bookshelf behind him, carefully polished and engraved with the outline of 2 struggling naked men.
You are barbarians, murmured Aristophanes Turcan. What do you know of justice? It is obvious we do our job here, and we decide both sides. Where is your dog? I ask him, and he says nothing. What can he say? He knows this case is finished, yet still he wants to argue.
The Cady lapsed into another language as he pulled out a slip of parchment filled with calligraphy and carrying an impressive wax seal. Still muttering, he pulled out a pen, a brush, a jar of ink. He was asking himself questions in Turkish. Peter didn't try to understand. He had an idea. The man had laid out his paint pot and was beginning to sketch out an ornate signature.
For your official document, said Peter, maybe you'd be interested in my real name.
The Cady looked up, goggling at him with his huge blinking eyes.
It's true I offered you an English version of my name. Perhaps you would be interested. More goggling, then, No, this is sufficient. The place is already filled in.
The Cady bent once more over his signature. Peter noticed there was sweat on his bald head. It gathered in the V-shaped creases on his forehead.
Peter de Gratz. The Chevalier de Gratz.
The scratching of the pen nib on the parchment slowed and stopped. The Cady glanced at him, and Peter imagined that he saw a look of fury cross his broad face before it crinkled up and he began to laugh. This also was short-lived and changed almost immediately into scowls.
De Gratz! Another lunatic! And now I am an old man. Do not trouble to lie. De Gratz died long ago.
After a moment he replaced his pen on the pink blotter.
The resemblance is true, he said. What of it? If you are the son of such a father, you have shamed him.
He shouted out in Turkish, and a guard looked in the door. It was the bristling man with the grey mustache, the double-barreled gun, and the white undershirt. But anon the great San Philip, she bethought herself and went, having that within her womb that had left her ill-content. But the rest, they came aboard us, and they fought us hand to hand. The words came unbidden into Peter's thoughts. Aristophanes Turcan was still muttering as he folded up his papers.
Who should know this better than I do? The Chevalier de Gratz had a birthmark on his hand. All the world knows. Do you have a birthmark on your hand? Ha! I did not think so.
Peter yanked and twisted at the twine behind his back. He turned his wrists into the knot, and the twine parted. The Cady kicked over his chair and came out from behind his desk. He was eager to fight. The guard raised his gun up by the barrel like a club, but Peter's hands were free. He reached out his right hand and shoved it in the Katie's face so that he could not help but see the discolored birthmark in the shape of a bull's head, in the lap of muscle between his thumb and forefinger. For a dozen times they came, with their pikes and musketeers, and a dozen times we shook 'em off, as a dog that shakes his ears. Other guards, other men now, came into the open door. Peter felt a blow on the back of his neck, just at the moment when the Katie seized hold of his hand and bit him on the thumb. In Romania, in the mountains north of Bucharest, the Baroness Ceausescu sat reading in her summer pavilion. She had come up from the city to escape from the hot weather in her favorite provincial residence, built by the former empress near the village of Vadu-Oi. Above her rose the forested slopes of Penteleu, still with a cap of snow upon its crest. The pavilion was a simple, rustic wooden structure which suited the white tiger's present tastes. The roof was thatched, the walls were unpainted cedar boards. On the three sides away from the sun, the glassless windows were unshuttered, covered only with copper screens that let the breezes in. The furniture was also simple, wooden couches and chairs, softened with embroidered pillows. The tiger perched diminutively in the corner of the largest armchair, her high-arched, naked feet curled up beneath her. Though in her previous life she had often affected men's clothing and military uniforms, now she only used them for purposes of disguise when she walked the streets at night. At home, at her leisure, she dressed in delicate and girlish clothes, made by expensive dressmakers in Paris and Berlin. Today especially, in a flimsy, elegant frock of flowered silk, she shone like a jewel in a rough wooden box. And the simile was completed by the stone she held in her left hand, which, as she read, she rubbed and stroked over her long neck and uncovered shoulders. It was a large and perfect tourmaline, rough-cut in the rondelle style, gleaming as if it were itself a source of light. The purple color served to emphasize her violet eyes. She was reading a book of plays. Annoyed now by a stupidity in the text, she knotted her dark brows. In her own opera, she would avoid these mistakes. Raising her eyes, she looked out over the garden that led downhill toward the shore of a small artificial lake. Then she threw down the book. Leaving the jewel in her lap, she reached instead toward a bundle of dirty clothes on the table beside her, stiff black trousers and a woolen shirt. But she was interested especially in the underclothes, which she now held up and examined not for the first time. She plucked at the elastic and the acetate, then brought the whole mess up to her nose to sniff. Jean-Baptiste came into the room without knocking, and gave her a tired look. He stepped disdainfully over the wide planks of the floor as she threw down the clothes. He carried a brass teapot on a brass tray.
"Domnul Lucas is here."
The Baroness picked up the book again so she could snap it shut. She said nothing to the steward as he came and went, but smiled as Lucas entered.
"My dear friend, you'll like some tea?"
She didn't get up. She didn't move her right arm, languidly posed over the top of the chair. With her left hand she hid the jewel under the cushions and sat against it, comforted by its hardness in the small of her back. Radu Lucas came forward until he stood in the middle of the rug. As always, he tried to hide his awkwardness by immediate and officious talk. He stood in his drab suit, holding his hat and a brown envelope, and at first the Baroness couldn't bring herself to listen, because she was examining his hair. Always before she had imagined his mustache to be grotesquely dyed, glossy black while his hair was gray. But now she noticed some new streaks of black over his ears. Though for her benefit, she was sure, they could only enhance his drab and crow-like appearance. These last few years had been hard on him. As his responsibilities had increased, he had become more frail and diminished. And as she looked at him, the Baroness felt herself suffused with tender feelings that impeded her from listening to what he said. So she turned away and reached for her glass of tea on the low table. Then his harsh, accented voice came clear.
"As you know, I was in Brăila until 2 days ago. This was during the investigation of events to which I will return. But first of all, I wanted to protest to you and tell you something that might serve to explain the extraordinary reaction of the rural population in that area.
Everywhere our policemen and inquisitors have been met with non-cooperation when they attempt to carry out their normal duties. The simplest questions are met with non-compliance. It is a poisonous atmosphere, and it is the commissioner of the region who is responsible. I am referring to Domnul Codreanu, whom I have not liked or trusted. In interview after interview, I heard complaints about him, accusations of corruption and bloodthirstiness, most of which I was not able to believe. It is clear that people suffer from the lack of rainfall in that area. In my estimate, they have received not more than 20% of the drought relief that we have solicited from Berlin. This is the result. Whole sections of the coast have been depopulated. And even if 1/10 of what I learned is justified, still this man Codreanu is culpable of terrible crimes. The chief of the German Water Board, you know they are drilling for oil in that area, also made high-handed and arrogant complaints, and if the Germans make these accusations, as you know, it is like wolves complaining about lions. I tell you these things because of your soft heart when ordinary people are suffering for no reason. Nevertheless, the chief of the water board made the most blatant allegation of sorcery, conjuring, and prestidigitation, none of which conflicts with what the others have said, though that area is full of superstition.
Ratisbon paused here to draw breath.
What about the girl?
The Baroness asked. The policeman made an impatient and dismissive gesture with his hat, which he was holding by its crown.
I sent you the clothes that were discovered in the castle at Mamaia. Surely you'll agree that nothing like these fabrics has been seen before. She had an accomplice, a gypsy in Machin. This man Codreanu has sworn to find her, which must not be allowed. He has no sense of the process of the law. Let me show you the photographs the Germans gave me. You will agree they are appalling.
Holding his hat crushed under his elbow, he pulled 2 photographic prints out of the envelope and held them out. Both involved crowds and were full of blurred images. Both were shot in darkness by the light of a bonfire, so that many details were lost. But in both of them, the vampire's face was clear.
You see, he has organized a private company of soldiers he calls the Legion of Aphrodite. He claims to be protecting the rights of all Romanians, and to protect them from foreign influence. In this he is inspired by the policies of your late husband, which he has taken to criminal extremes. The Baron never would have allowed this. You'll see he is speaking under the gallows. 2 gypsies and a Turk.
The white tiger turned the prints into the light so she could study the vampire's handsome, pale, insolent face.
Oh, God. This is the man? Delia Codreanu. You are sure?
Impatient, Ratisbon waggled his hat.
He is commissioner for the Dobruja district under your authority. My God, I had not seen his face.
When Lukács raised his eyebrows, she protested.
The potato eater suggested the appointments there because the border is close by. They gave me a list of names. I tell you, he's too much even for them. I was taken to a place outside the town of Babadag, where I was shown 10 men in an unmarked grave.
The Baroness stood up. Leaving the tourmaline hidden in the pillows, she walked to the window overlooking the lake.
But this is terrible. Ma'am, your compassion is well known.
Clasping her hands together, the Baroness turned back into the room.
Oh, my friend, but this is terrible. You must tell me everything.
It was not compassion that had touched her. Though it was difficult to imagine the death of innocents, still, what could be expected from that man? Commissioner for the Dobruja. This was not her fault. She would not have permitted this if she had known. She would not have allowed such a challenge to herself. In the photograph, she'd recognized him. The vampire was a creature of darkness that must be imprisoned or destroyed, a sickness in the body of great Romania. Ratisbon was talking, and she interrupted, proposing to dismiss the man immediately. She would write the letter as they spoke.
Ma'am, I can tell you he would not obey. He would laugh at you just as he laughed at me. He told me he would be president in Bucharest one day. Democratically elected. That was the phrase he used. I cannot tell you his impudence. He said he would marry you. I must tell you he is like a president in that place, and with a private army. then would it be possible to send troops or soldiers? She made the suggestion to Lukatz, but did not listen to his reply, which had to do with talking to the German ambassador. She would not talk to the German ambassador. She had no need to beg from the potato eaters. All that would take time. A president in Bucharest. If the vampire were to be defeated, it would not be through normal means or channels. The potato eaters were the last people to understand this crisis. What did they know about vampires? What did Lukatz know? This was not a matter for talking or deciding, but for action. In these matters of public policy, there was a straight way and a hidden way. Radu Lukatz was the master of the straight way, but he knew nothing of her skills and strategies. Listening to the policeman, she ran her finger across the photograph of the vampire's face, his pouting lips. Her own husband had told her this story, had shown her an engraving from 100 years before. Then the vampire had been some kind of count or grand duke, and after that a silversmith in Brasov. How was it possible? Commissioner for the Dobrija district. How had she been taken unaware? She must return immediately to town, or else to Brasov, better yet. Lukatz must not go with her. These thoughts preoccupied her as she listened. Radu Lukatz was talking about the girl again, about whom he knew nothing. Miranda Popescu had disappeared into the marshland, and he was unable to predict where she had gone. Perhaps another kind of investigator, less of an atheist, less of a free thinker, would have guessed the significance of the Insula Calia shrine near where the Brankovinu family had kept a boathouse and a shooting blind. This was fewer than 20 kilometers south of Braila, where the police were asking questions. And no doubt the Baroness would have guessed, if she'd been able to think clearly now about the girl. If she had been able to remember her fears of half an hour previous, before she'd known about Zelia Codreanu. No, it was intolerable. But she would defeat this monster. She would not rest. If she'd been able to remember, she might have found a way of telling Lukatz what she knew. That Egypta Schenk von Schenk had hunted ducks and snipe at Insula Calia in the marsh. Mother Egypt had been laid to rest in Mogoshwaya 5 years before. Her grave there was a place of pilgrimage. It was guarded and tended by the monkey people she had done so much to protect, and who lived in a preserve nearby. At all times there were crowds of pilgrims at the raised mound near the Venus pool, dinning her dead ears with supplications. By contrast, Insula Calia was a rude sight, known only to a few. Egypta Schenk had camped there every fall until the year of her disgrace. Duck hunting had been her favorite sport. On the first anniversary of her death, a fisherman had seen a fire burning in the reeds. Now, among the small and vanishing community of gypsies, the island was a place of healing. The ghost of Mother Egypt sometimes visited the place, nor was she shy with her opinions. This was where Dinu Fishbelly had come to pray for the return of the white tiger. The island was on a salt dome in the marsh, the Balta Braile, between the old and new stream of the Danube. It was a long snake-like piece of ground, but on the north end of the island was a plug of rock salt and a mine that had been dug out many hundreds of years before. Stone steps led into a cavern where the oracle was kept. A more astute investigator than Radu Lukatz, or one like the Baroness, or for that matter, like Domnul Codreanu, with access to the hidden world, might have predicted how the gypsy girl would lead Miranda there to the oracle of Mother Egypt in the salt cave. A fisherman brought them in the afternoon, poling his flat-bottomed boat through the shifting beds of reeds. That day Miranda was moody and upset. She sat without talking at the front of the boat. When they landed on the low, grass-covered island, she left Ludu Rat-tooth to do everything. She stood looking west over the broad stretch of the river. Since the events at the Russian consulate, the gypsy girl had become her faithful servant. Care and flattery that, at other times, would have made her feel uncomfortable, now Miranda welcomed in her current mood of doubt and self-doubt. While the girl gathered food and supplies out of the boat, she climbed into the trees above the ruins of some stone foundations. She sat down on a chunk of quarried stone. Her hair was cut, and she was dressed in a peasant shirt, expensive riding pants and boots, bought with some of her Moldovan rubles. She sat sweating in the stubborn heat.
her mind fixed upon nothing but the gold horizon. They had hours to wait. The ghost rarely came before dark. There were shifting masses of dry reeds, gold and black as far as they could see. This year was different from most years because of the drought. Nevertheless, this north part of the island was still covered with a mass of vegetation. It was as if all plants and animals had managed to escape to the high ground here after a terrifying flood. In the space of a single acre grew a jungle, with vines and bushes reaching up to drag the treetops down. As she sat, Miranda listened to the buzz and flicker of insects and birds. The treetops were full of ospreys' nests. Trumpet-shaped flowers hung down from the vines, and the leaves were so green they were almost blue.
"He's gone,"
said Ludu, carrying up the baskets and the rugs. She was talking about the boatman.
"He'll come tomorrow morning. He asked for your blessing so he could tell his children."
Miranda groaned. Everywhere she'd gone the past few days, men and women wanted to touch her, grasp her hand, finger her bracelet, stare into her eyes. They'd asked her to pray for rain. What for? Because she'd killed a man?
"Please, miss, we are uncovered here. Will you come on?"
The girl had fallen back into the respectful tones of their first meeting before her father's death.
"Miss, come,"
she said, putting her head down and carrying all the baggage up the slope. There was a path hacked through the undergrowth, a tunnel through the leaves. Miranda followed her more slowly. Her legs were stiff. The path came out on the lip of a small dell on the high point of the island. The view was eastward over the rivers of grass, the golden reeds. Above them rose some high, puffy clouds. Near where they stood, some old cedar timbers had been pounded into the ground, now supporting a crown of wild grapevines. Underneath there was a place to sit and sleep, a square of sandy ground amid outcroppings of rock. The shrine itself was at the bottom of the dell. Nothing grew where the salt came to the surface. Halfway down, a hole was cut into the slope. This entrance was surrounded by a dozen wooden crosses set at different angles. Some leaned perilously, and some had fallen to the bottom of the dell where there was a garbage dump of crutches and broken glass. Ludu laid out their blanket rolls.
"We want to go down for a look before it gets too dark," she said, "so you'll see the place. We'll put the lantern there,"
she said, unwrapping an oil lamp with a glass chimney. She laid out some of the food the villagers had given them and covered it in cheesecloth. A faint astringent smell rose from the dell, growing stronger as they climbed among the rocks down toward the entrance to the mine. The girl carried the lamp and lit it in the shelter of one of the crosses, though there was no wind. Miranda put her hand out to touch the wooden surface, still covered with bark. In Romania, this was also a symbol of King Jesus. What was the story Ludu had told her? The king had used this punishment on others. Maybe the devil himself had hung on such a cross. They entered. They had to stoop. Their footsteps crunched over a bed of pebbles, and the lamplight shone on the dirty walls. Almost immediately they came into a cavern, an uneven cube hacked out of the rock. The gypsy put the lamp down on the gleaming floor.
"This is the place,"
she said.
"Oh, can't you feel that it is ancient? People say Miranda Popescu came here once when she was young, before she freed us from the Turks."
Was the white tiger always there before her? "I might have known," Miranda muttered in English.
"Miss?"
The walls were mottled black and white. Everywhere they showed the mark of hammers and adzes.
"There is the throne,"
Ludu continued, indicating a rough stone seat that protruded in one block out of the floor and the far wall.
"That's where I'll be when you will chain me up."
This was a nasty surprise, although now Miranda saw the lengths of chain protruding from the rock attached to leather cuffs. "Why?" she said. The girl shrugged.
"Please, miss, the spirit will come. This is the way she likes to come. Don't you know?"
Miranda was no longer shy about confessing ignorance. She shook her head.
"Well, when those first groups came here after Mother Egypt died, there was always one who went into a trance. Sometimes she would hurt herself, or else some others, which is why... But these are old chains from the ancient days."
None of this was reassuring to Miranda. Why was everything so complicated?
I sat here when my father chained me up. Oh, my wrists were sore.
None of this was reassuring. Because of some stray words on a letter she'd neglected to even read, Insula Calia had been Miranda's sole objective for many days. Now she was here, she felt a trepidation. On the one hand, she imagined telling her aunt about de Witte and Anna Jurek, receiving her congratulations. On the other, she imagined having to confess the death of the policeman, and it was almost worse to think her aunt would have no interest, wouldn't care. Instead, she'd load Miranda down with some new task or burden, and Miranda wouldn't be able to tell her that she wasn't the right person to accomplish whatever it was. The policeman in Braila had shown her that, if nothing else, before he died. Or there was a third alternative. Nothing could happen at all. Then what would she do? Outside in the open air, when they climbed up to their camp, Ludu seemed happy, cheerful, excited, unconcerned. She opened a bottle of wine that the villagers had packed in ice. They sat in the long shadows over the grass sea, punctured at intervals by forested islands. They drank wine from earthenware cups and ate big strawberries and Turkish peaches. Later there was black bread, mustard, onions, and potted ham. The air was cooler as the evening came. Miranda felt her heart grow lighter as the sun sank behind the trees. Above them spread the burning sunset. If she'd learned anything since Christmas Hill, it was to take each moment separately. The policeman had come into the garden of the Russian consulate in Braila, and she had fired her gun at them. What else could she have done? And she'd hit one, and the black horse had taken her away. Later she had crossed the river and arrived back at Machin. Away from the towns, everywhere she was a hero. That first night Ludu Rat-tooth had taken her into the gypsy encampment, where the word had already spread. They didn't care about de Witte and the German plans, and Miranda hadn't told them. For them it was enough she was Miranda Popescu, and she had killed a man. That first night the old man and women drank her health around the fire, while she sat in a daze. For some of them, and for Ludu Rat-tooth, the war was already won, the Germans driven home, Antonescu and his partisans, Ceausescu and the vampire, all defeated.
"You'll remember me when you are living in the winter keep," she said now, raising her cup. "Please, maybe you will take me with you. You'll remember the gypsies when you are queen?"
Her words reminded Miranda unpleasantly of things that Gregor Spla and Blind Rodica had said. And back of that, because she was trying to maintain her mood, they reminded her of a game her American father and mother had played on long trips in the car, driving north during the vacations, or out to Colorado the summer she was 12. Stanley had invented the game, which was called If I Were King. "If I were king," he'd say, "no one in the state of Maine would be allowed to make any kind of representation, painted, carved, or otherwise, of a lobster. They wouldn't even be allowed to say the word. They couldn't even say lob if they were talking about throwing a ball. I'd fine them, just a few dollars a time, but it would take the place of these damned tolls." Or Rachel, once on the Beltway around Indianapolis, "If I were king, I'd get rid of this entire state. I mean, who would miss it? What's the point?" Or Miranda, "If I were king, I wouldn't allow anyone to advertise a restaurant with pictures of a pig in a chef's hat eating sausages. It's just too disgusting. What kind of psychotic pig eats sausages?" "Don't blame the pig," said Rachel. "The pig's a victim." Or Ludu Rat-tooth,
"I want you to promise you will let us go to school and own land like other people. We won't be punished for talking our own language. That was my father's dream. You'll promise me?"
Or Miranda again, "If I were king, no one could use the word nightly on pain of death." Or Ludu,
"And you must promise me you'll let us worship our King Jesus without shame, that you'll close the temples with their false gods no one believes in, and the corrupt officials and the policemen."
Miranda had fired her gun at a policeman. He'd had a black mustache and a raspberry birthmark on his cheek. He'd fallen over, crumpled up around a wound in his stomach, while she climbed onto her black horse. He'd been wearing a helmet and a blue uniform. Later people had told her he was one of Codreanu's thugs, that he deserved death a dozen times. What did that mean? In these villages, where the men brought out their weapons to show her, and the women kissed her hands, Now, in a few days, it was as if she had a power at her back pushing her forward, and there was a role in the lives of these people that someone could definitely play. All of them had stories to tell, bitter stories of oppression and harassment. But was this the role for her? She found she wanted an assurance from Egypta Schenk, some sort of reassurance about the dead man. Legionaries, people called them in the villages, and told stories about their cruelty. She had fired almost without looking. He'd had a black mustache just beginning to turn gray, and he'd worn a helmet with a metal shield above his eyes. He had crumpled up around his wound, and she had turned away, climbed onto her horse. Later details she had heard from others as the rumors grew. She sat here eating her sandwich. Sometimes she missed Peter so much she found it hard to breathe. Andromeda as well. The sensation of missing them came in waves. Ludu Rat-tooth had taken out her statues. As the sky grew dark, she arranged them underneath the arbor and held small pieces of saturated bread to their lips. Miranda had stood up to watch the sunset, and when she turned back, the girl was smiling and holding out an unlit candle. She pushed her hair from her face, which in the last light seemed beautiful for a moment, animated and bright-eyed. She looked happy, and Miranda felt a corresponding happiness. This place was magic to the gypsy girl. Through her, Miranda could feel some of its magic. With the part of her that thought in words, she thought, maybe one day I'll see Peter and Andromeda again. Maybe one day I'll see Stanley and Rachel and the rest. When it was almost dark, she followed Ludu down the slope into the mine, unused since Egypta Schenk had bought the property in the old days. The lamp was burning in the salt chamber. They lit their candles and put them in the entrance of the tunnel to the outside air. To cold the ghost, Ludu said. Then she sat down on the salt throne and laid her forearms on the salt rests. She showed Miranda how to cuff her wrists and lock the rusted chains. All the time she was prattling happily. Don't worry about me. The last time I was here, my father locked the chains on me and then I fell asleep. I just fell asleep and had the strangest dreams. I dreamed there was a pit dug in the earth and I was bringing the wooden bucket. But Georga caught my arm. He wouldn't let go. Look, he said, and I could see something moving in the pit. At first I thought it was just worms and bugs. But then the more I looked, the more I saw all kinds of animals. That was when my father brought you to Mamaya Castle. Do you miss your father? Miranda asked. Yes. Then she shook her head. He used to beat me. There must have been some kind of air shaft at the top of the chamber, because the lamplight flickered. It shone on a wall that looked greasy and wet, though it was dry. Seams of dark rock alternated with the coarse gray salt, which had a cleansing smell. It was pleasant at first, but after a few minutes you could taste it in your throat. The strangest thing about this girl, Miranda decided, was that it didn't bother her to talk about the past. Cut off from her family, it didn't hurt her to look back. But was there a difference, she now thought, between Ludu's situation and her own? The girl was smiling as she spoke, and Miranda could see the rat-tooth and the rest of her sharp mouth. Ordinarily, she took pains to hide it and hid her mouth under her hand whenever she smiled or laughed. Now her hands were fastened down. Miranda walked to the door again and stooped to look out. The little valley was now darker than the cave. When she turned, the ghost was there. Ludu had leaned forward so her coarse, curling hair was in her face. Now she sat back and shook her head. In the lamplight, her almond-shaped eyes had a yellowish cast. She turned away from Miranda. She pressed her shoulders and her cheek into the salt wall that formed the back of the chair. I remember, the ghost murmured. After a moment, Miranda stepped forward into the center of the chamber. Egypta Schenk didn't move her head, but still peered at her sideways, her chapped, spotted cheek against the rock. Miranda saw the strain in her arms and legs as she tried to press herself into the wall. Yes, she murmured, you will do. She spoke in English, a language the gypsy didn't know. Miranda stood listening to the hiss of exhaling air, watching the sudden, jerky expansion of her aunt's chest, as if she breathed through an effort of memory and will. A grudging concession to her host. Miranda closed her eyes. She had something rehearsed. I know I disappointed you when I saw you before. Peter was my friend, she said. He was sick, and I couldn't let him die. Not for you and not for anyone. I'm sorry. There was more, but the words gave out, and she listened to the rasping breath. Oh, that, whispered her aunt. There was a hiss and a rattle, and then, oh, child, that is old news indeed. The important thing, Miranda thought, was to speak normally, as if to a normal person. The wine she'd drunk was helping. So you're not mad? A pause. I am not angry. Much time is gone. The important thing, Miranda decided, was to avoid long gaps in the conversation. It wasn't such a bad place, she pleaded, where you were. Silence and the hiss and breath. I have yet to thank you for setting the bird free. She meant the Brandywine bird, her aunt's spirit animal, which Miranda had liberated from its cage in Tourmaline. Was that why her ghost was free now? Why it appeared to people in places like this? It had never occurred to Miranda. I saw your bird, she blundered on, in the castle garden. Were you watching me? All this time her aunt had pressed away from her, as if she wanted to escape, but now she turned her head. Miranda listened to the hiss, and then her coarse whisper. Nor did she deign to answer Miranda's question. That was a long time ago, when I last saw you. In those days I was scarcely cold. I was at the border. Now I have crossed Elysium, from end to end. In 5 years I have seen such things. No, child, I am not angry. Miranda wiped her mouth. Remembering the way her aunt had hugged her in Tourmaline, she wondered if she should approach closer. She wondered if there was a way to generate some human warmth inside this creature, who now said, Don't touch me, as if she sensed the impulse. Miranda didn't need to be told twice. She stepped back, held her hands up. She listened to the hiss and breath, and told herself there was no reason to be afraid. Her aunt would never hurt her. Maybe. I want to tell you something, she said. Something I did for you. I stole the German plans. They will cross the river at the Komesht Bridge on June 11th. But the Russians know about it now, and they'll be warned. Miranda let her voice trail away. The ghost looked anything but gratified. Her face was stiff with strain. Her cheeks were wet. Her breath came hissing out. Why did you think I would be pleased? Because of what you did, Miranda cried. Didn't you tell me the story about me and the diapers? The ghost wasn't able to speak more than a few words without swallowing, after which she took a breath. She squeezed out a hiss and a rattle between each phrase. Did I say that? I don't remember asking you to fight a war. I thought I told you to bring peace to Great Romania. I thought you might provide a voice. I thought you might help us. Schenk von Schenk was my name, your father's name. We are not enemies of Germany. This was disconcerting to Miranda. Abruptly, it got worse. What is the date? Today? The 7th? I thought so. You will not have heard. At dawn this morning, German infantry attacked the Russian lines in Lithuania along a 90-kilometer front. The defenses were weak. 14 regiments were pulled back from the line yesterday night. They were packed in rail cars to be transported south to Komesht and the Romanian frontier. The words came rough and slow. I tell you, there are crowds of German boys today, dazed and wandering the Elysian fields, but there are twice as many Russians.
100,000 men surrendered without fighting. Among them was Philip Romanov, the Tsar's only son. The day the Reichstag met in special session to declare a celebration in Berlin.
There was nothing to say to this. Miranda found herself examining Ludu Rat-tooth's hands, knotted into fists. The chains were tied around the leather cuffs.
Do not blame yourself,
The ghost continued.
The Russian generals considered many pieces of information. The letter you delivered was just one. There were arguments concerning authenticity. So you were not the only person fooled. And yes, the cause goes back to Kapushvar. The officer who planned this scheme was Arslan Lubomir, a friend of my old enemy, who holds your mother prisoner, who sent the illness to America that almost killed the Chevalier de Gratz.
What a relief, thought Miranda savagely, not to be the only person fooled. How do you know these things? She cried. How do you know?
Rumors fly fast among the dead.
In a war, thought Miranda, they must spread very fast. The air in the salt chamber was oppressive, though there must have been some draught from somewhere, because the flame trembled in the lamp. It shone on the black and mottled walls, whose surfaces looked wet, but were dry. Above Miranda, the vault was hacked away in chunks. Forward progress seemed to have stopped in that small room. She found she couldn't look the creature in the face. The silence was intolerable. So, she murmured, what should I do now?
Are you asking me?
Miranda said nothing.
I want to know, child, because you have rejected me before.
After each phrase, Mother Egypt took a swallow, then a hissing breath.
I want to know, child. I had a plan that I had built for many years. You were to bring me out of death, and I would help you. Instead, you left me here in pain. I had gifts for you, letters you didn't read. So are you asking me?
I want to know what's going to happen, Miranda said. I want to know what I am going to do.
I cannot know the future.
A new kind of oracle, thought Miranda bitterly. The future seemed to stretch out in front of her, trackless and empty. And the past, shredded and trackless, too. Stanley had once told her when she was complaining about a history paper, it's the past that gives the world its shape. Robbed of whole years, woken from a dream, was it any wonder she made such mistakes? I'm sorry, she said again. Peter was my friend. I couldn't let him die. She listened to the hiss and rattle.
Are you asking me?
What?
Always there is something in you, something to be broken down. I remember when you were a child. When was the last time you asked me or anyone for help?
The light flickered in the glass chimney. Her aunt now made a low coughing sound, and it took Miranda a moment to realize she was laughing. The gypsy's head had fallen forward.
Child, I remember that expression on your face when you were 6 years old. You were always stubborn.
Then don't ask me.
Say it again. Do you think the white tiger is just words? No, it is something that you are, or you become, or you are not without my help.
I didn't ask for this, Miranda said after a pause.
No one asks, child.
Please don't call me that, Miranda said. I'm not a child. Why should I believe you? What are you saying? That I can't be anything without your help?
I'm saying you must offer me an empty cup.
Oh, that's fine, Miranda cried, indignant. And I should trust you? What have you given me so far? A gun. Fine, thanks. A man is dead who never did me any harm.
You are the daughter of a soldier.
A dead soldier. Anyway, I threw the gun into the water. I don't need it.
No, you don't. I did not mean for you to use it, as you have.
Miranda looked into the girl's face. She could almost see her aunt there, lurking behind the red, pimpled skin. The slitted eyes, high cheekbones, lumpy nose. The gypsy's eyes were shining in the light. They had a yellow tint. Her lips were pulled back, showing her sharp teeth. The 2 candles in the doorway flickered and went out.
You have rejected everything, and ask why you have nothing. But you must just open your palm.
Tears in her eyes, Miranda looked into her open hand.
Show it to the gypsy girl,
whispered the ghost.
She reads fortunes, not like me.
Hesitantly, Miranda stepped forward.
Show me,
said the ghost. Miranda reached out gingerly, expecting to be slapped. And in an instant she knew why. Rachel had never punished her like that. Stanley had never punished her. But her aunt sometimes had rapped her across the fingers after she'd asked her to stretch out her palm. Miranda saw the strain in the girl's body as she pulled against the leather restraints. The chains pulled from the wall in a sudden eruption of salt powder that burst into Miranda's mouth and nose. The ghost was free. She threw her back against a corner of the wall, forcing her into the rock. The glass chimney of the lamp tottered and broke, and the flame went out, and they were in darkness. Miranda felt herself pressed down into the gravel floor, her cheek against the floor. She felt the blood on her cheek, the stinging salt. The ghost's voice was in her ear. Miranda recognized the hoarse, rough whisper of her dreams.
Say it now! Admit it, stubborn child!
Terrified, Miranda twisted her head and tried to scratch at the hands that held her down. She heard her aunt's throaty laugh.
You cannot hurt me, only a gypsy girl who never did you any harm.
Miranda struggled for a moment more. Then she relaxed her body and lay still.
Good, that's better. Now, I want you to say it. Say what you must say.
As soon as she stopped struggling, the ghost relaxed its grip. But there it was if she tried to move.
Say it. Beg for it. When the first white tiger begged for help in this same room.
Miranda set her lips together. Cramped and aching, she lay still for several moments. Then she relented. What I need. Again there came a soft flutter of laughter in her ear.
Is that the best you can do? I remember when the farmer brought you white asparagus and mamaya. Such rudeness. You refused to eat it. You sat until midnight with your plate in front of you. Until Juliana.
Help, Miranda whispered, and the world shuddered to life. The darkness fled. The gypsy girl was gone. Miranda was alone in the salt cave. Light came from a new source, a clay lamp in the center of the floor. From where she lay, her cheek against the floor, Miranda had a good view of it. Once, when her adoptive parents had taken her to New York, she had seen a lamp just like it in an exhibition of artifacts from Pompeii. A flame protruded from the spout, and it shone on a chamber that was like an ideal version of the old one, a perfect cube cut out of the white rock. The salt throne had disappeared. Air came from the black entrance where the candles had stood. Miranda saw these things as she raised her head. Now the relief she felt at the ghost's departure was troubled by a new thought. Where was she now? The walls and floor were smooth. The stone was not pure white, but a dull mixed dusty color like the sand on a beach. Here and there the surface glinted with darker flecks and veins. Miranda stumbled to her feet. She was in a new version of the cave, And if she stumbled out the entrance into the dark night, what would she find? Would she have changed again? Would everything have changed again? She sat down on the floor next to the lamp. She sat cross-legged and put her face into her hands. In her ears there was a roaring sound and something else. A little bird was caught above her in the vault, and she listened to the beating of its wings. This was not Tara Mortilor, she knew. She had no sense of moving through a dream, nor was it the world of her childhood in Massachusetts. One more time would she have to start from nothing. She absolutely couldn't bear it. Still, first things first. There was an object on the floor next to the lamp. It was a disc of some yellowish metal, gold or brass or bronze, or else a mixture. The rim was carved in a pattern of roses that surrounded a flat, smooth, polished, unfigured circle. It had a handle of carved briars. Picking it up, Miranda knew she was holding a mirror, an ancient mirror from the days before silvered or mercury-coated glass. The metal was stained and tarnished, so she could not see more than a shadow of her face. The back of the mirror was also carved, incised with a scene Miranda remembered from Greek myth. Circe, the magician, sitting in a low chair. She stretched out her arm, and with a long reed she was tickling the heads of Odysseus's men. Some had already turned to pigs. There were letters carved in a circle around this scene, and Miranda could just make them out. Nasa Soton. This meant nothing to her, but she glanced at the clasp of her gold bracelet with its own circle of minute, indecipherable words. Then with her cuff, she tried to rub some of the tarnish from the mirror's face, but the metal wouldn't come clean. She heard a fluttering in the corner, and the bird was there, beating its iridescent wings against the surface of the wall until it found the dark hole to the outside air. It was a brandywine bird. Then it was gone, and Miranda heard another noise. A little brown-furred mouse was trapped along the base of the far wall, squeaking with terror. It was caught in a kind of snare, and when Miranda put the mirror down and came toward it, she thought it might expire from fright. Shivering and trembling, it turned to face her. It was a dear little thing, though when it pulled its lips back, Miranda could see the sharp rat's teeth. After luncheon, the Baroness Ceausescu started back toward Bucharest. She rode in a closed carriage with 8 horses and 4 postilions, but in the evening she had not gone farther than Brasov, where she'd arranged to spend the night. Soldiers had ridden ahead. She came into the walled city by the trumpeter's door. At the state accommodations in the Piazza Sfatului, she was met by representatives of the Jewelers' Guild who had prepared a public dinner. There was music and a reception in the town hall. It was not until almost midnight that she made her excuses and returned to her room to change her clothes. Her train to the capital left at dawn. She disliked women and had no women in her household. Using a charm of misdirection, she managed to give Jean-Baptiste the slip when he was turning down the bed. She found the servants' stairs, the servants' door, and she was in the street walking under the gaslights of the central town. The moon was almost full, which helped her after she left the circle of lit streets. She was looking for a house that had been famous once. Now it was abandoned. The residence of Lucas Hirscher, the silversmith, who had been the vampire's previous incarnation. She found it in the Strada Eroilor, a cul-de-sac off the boulevard. A tall mansion in the style of the previous century, now its windows and doors were boarded up and covered with graffiti. A sheet of pressed tin had been pulled back to reveal an entrance used by criminals, lovers, and thrill-seekers, though on that night the house was empty. The Baroness uncovered her lantern in the great hall. Lucas Hirscher had been notorious in Transylvania. From his youth, he'd cultivated vice with the sensitivity of an artist, and it was only his proximity to wealth that had kept him out of prison or away from the gallows tree. Finally, his own wife and daughter had forced him to justice and murdered him in his own bed. Later, the girl had drowned herself. There was a scurrying in the wall. The house was overrun with vermin and stray cats. In the dining room, the Baroness discovered what she was looking for, a painted portrait of the vampire mounted on a wall above a rubble of broken plaster. She lit the face within the circle of the lantern's eye. There he was. He had the same face as Zelia Codreanu, the same lustrous eyes and fat red lips. The house was now a shrine for the worship of Hecate, banned by the order of the German government. The Baroness herself had signed the order, forwarded from the Committee for Romanian Affairs. The locations of the cult had now withdrawn from public view. There was a witch's circle drawn in chalk on the bare floorboards underneath the painting. There were stubs of candles, and the stiff body of a rat hung from a piece of lath thrust through the wall. Its desiccated belly was full of coins and nails. The Baroness had brought some of her own paraphernalia, including the Tourmaline, which she gripped against her chest.
"Nossa sauton,"
she began, and then continued for a long time in the Greek language. The air was dense and thick. No draught or current threatened the lantern or disturbed the flames from the candle stubs that she now stooped to light. Always the waiting was tedious, as she murmured her charms and listened to the scratching in the walls. Not having eaten much at dinner, she was hungry and her throat was dry. It was long past midnight when she heard a creak outside the door and caught a glimpse of a girlish shadow. She addressed her in the language of the dead.
"Oh, my dear, please come. Livia, is that your name? Your father has told me how beautiful you are. Please let me see. I've brought a gift for you."
In the center of the witch's circle, surrounded by candlelight, she had laid the presentation necklace of the Jewelers' Guild, given to her that evening after a series of brief speeches. It was made of feldspar and yellow diamonds, woven together on a platinum chain. Also past midnight, while the Baroness enticed Livia Herscher under the light, the vampire came to Insula Calia with his men. With muffled oarlocks, they had rowed upstream from the village of Kiscania, on the western bank. When he'd felt the presence of the ghost in the salt chamber, then he'd guessed what he would find. Under the fat yellow moon, the 4 boats pulled out of the main current and around to the stone landing on the east side of the island. They came ashore at the stone dock where they tied the boats up to the iron rings. Zelia Codrianu was the first ashore. Above him rose the crest of the small hill. All was in darkness. While the men waited for his signal, he raised his delicate nose into the night air. That night they were hunting the white tiger. They had brought nets and spears because they wanted to capture her alive. The vampire never slept. By day he poured and fussed over dry papers, wearing his gray civil service uniform, but at night he allowed himself more elegant fabrics. He wore a black silk shirt and leather pants. A strip of cloth was knotted around his upper arm, bearing the insignium of his political party, the Legion of Aphrodite, a phoenix rising from the ashes of its nest. And he had brought his legionaries, the usual mix of unemployed stevedores and fishermen from the port of Galatz. They had accompanied him before on various raids. Now they climbed ashore, 19 ragged, barefoot men and boys. Some carried torches, bundles of kerosene-saturated burlap on the tops of poles, which he now lit with his cigarette lighter as they clustered around, despite the risk of fire in the dry reeds.
"Men," he whispered, "I know you would not hesitate to shed your blood for Great Romania, and what is right. We're here to apprehend the criminal. Have a care, but she is only a girl, doubtless asleep. One of a parasitic race of so-called aristocrats who have sucked the life of our dear country, kept us all in poverty and shame."
But Miranda was not asleep. She was in the white salt chamber with the 7-metal mirror in her hands. Then she let it drop. In a moment she felt too confined in that small space, and the lamp burned too bright for her new eyes. She'd lost sight of the rat and couldn't hear it squeaking. Had it escaped as well? Miranda ducked her head into the low tunnel and scrambled out into the night. Above her was the golden moon. She climbed out of the dell onto the ridge and looked down to see the torchlight gathered at the dock. She was no longer afraid. Now I have lost everything, she thought. And so she came walking down the forest path, alive to every bird's song and whisper, until she stood on the dry slope above the legionaries as they came ashore. Her eyes had settled into a different kind of vision. She saw clearly in the dark, a low palette of blacks and brights and grays, and she was aware of tiny movements. The men, by contrast, saw her indistinctly, and to some of them she seemed to hang above them like a brooding and expectant beast, poised to jump. They had guns but did not use them. When she came down the slope, they pulled away, trapping her in a circle of light. None would approach her, and to her it seemed as if they were the beasts, not she, and they were cringing in silence when she moved, as if afraid she might notice them. Though some of them were shouting, and Zelia Codreanu was telling them what to do. Miranda heard nothing of all that, but she was surrounded by a ring of tiny squeaks and groans she heard over the roaring in her ears, the pumping of her heart. Their faces were inhuman, distorted not just by thuggishness and fear, but by a new kind of nature. In each of them she could see a spirit animal scratching and struggling to get out, as if caught in a transparent human bag. In some cases, the membrane had already peeled away, revealing the stalk-like eyes and active mandibles of insects and shellfish, or the unformed faces of baby animals, as if seen through a splitting caul. Only Codreanu had kept his human shape, or it was as if the caul had ripped to show the same face underneath, made shiny and new and even more beautiful. Pale skin tinged golden in the torchlight, soft, long-lashed eyes, red lips that were open now to cry out exhortations and political rants. But it was as if the shell that had surrounded these words had also cracked apart, revealing something soft and quiet. The Romanian words had cracked apart to reveal a core of French. Longtemps j'attendais. Now I have you. Romanian was the language of Zelia Codreanu, but the vampire spoke in French. Miranda looked up at the moon. With her new quick eyes, she saw a bird fluttering overhead, and with her new ears, she heard a voice that might have been inside herself. Don't be afraid. But she was not afraid. She reached out her hand, which was indistinct to her, but she could see the claws. She could feel the movement of her joints and muscles. She could hear the pounding of her heart. She stepped into the grip of a young man, and with a sweep of her hand, she slit the membrane that covered him from top to bottom. The bag deflated and collapsed around an animal that was neither large nor fierce, a little dog that yipped and complained when she reached down to grab him underneath the belly and flip him into the air, into the water. A long pole with a sharpened end clattered to the stones. All of them, bugs, beasts, and scuttling crabs, now spread away from her into the dark. They were the frightened ones, and it was right they should be frightened. She leaped after them, grabbing them and throwing them aside. Flung down, one of the torches made a fire in the small dry grass. Through its light she saw the vampire start away, running down the flat spine of the island toward its low south end. But in a bramble patch he tripped and fell, and she was on him. She turned him over. He was weak under her hands. He also was afraid, and she could feel it. The moon shone in his face. His fear was like a tremor in his flesh. It thrilled under her fingers while she waited to do what? Her hands were stiff with power while she waited to do what? Zelia Codreanu lay on his back. He was a man in his early 30s with pale skin, under which she now saw a blush of color. His blood was rising to the surface. He opened his lips, and she could see his teeth, smell his breath. In an instant, she remembered all the small things she had heard about him during the previous days. How he'd been born into a peasant family in Galatz, how he'd been taken in by the Sisters of Diana and sent to the temple school where he'd excelled. Not another one, Miranda thought. Not after the policeman in the garden of the Russian consulate. As she looked down, she could see her hands again. There was a change, and the vampire understood it. His eyes opened, and with a surge of strength he turned her over and put his hands around her throat. "Saemano," he whispered. "Let me." She had hesitated too long. Now his red lips were near her own. One hand was on her throat, while with the other he was touching her on the neck and shoulders. But she was not frightened, though the vampire's thumb had pressed into her windpipe. She had resources, wells of power and disgust, but she couldn't breathe. Her hands pulled uselessly at the vampire's hands. His mouth was near her own. "Is this what you like?" he murmured, before he bit her on the lips, drawing blood. They lay in the short grass above the beach. Miranda could hear the susurration of the river. And then something else. "Papa! Papa!
Est-ce que c'est vraiment vous? Ah, comme je vous cherchais. How I was looking for you.
A girl stood on the riverbank below where they lay in the dry grass.
Papa, what are you doing? Do you want to make me jealous? Who is she, please?
Miranda felt the vampire's grip loosen on her neck, slippery now with sweat. She saw him raise his head, and so she twisted underneath him, batted at his hands. At first she didn't think he recognized the girl, but then a flicker of something passed across his face.
Livia,
he murmured.
Papa, is this how you repay me, after I have given you so much?
The girl had climbed up the slope and stood above them now. Her saturated dress trailed behind her. Weeds hung from her wet hair. She carried a knife with a serrated blade. Around her throat shone a gaudy necklace, alternating yellow and gray stones. Down by the dock the torch had lit a fire. Miranda saw the girl by the light of a smoky fire, which was spreading through the drought-starved reeds. Miranda had turned her head so that her cheek was against the stones, and she could breathe. She studied the girl's old-fashioned, hook-and-eye-laced boots. Miranda pushed up and pushed away with all her strength, and she was free. She saw the gleam of the blade as the girl raised it up. The vampire also raised his hands to protect himself. The girl had grabbed him by his long hair. Then she was hacking at his face with her knife. Miranda rolled away over the stones and staggered up. Beyond the struggling figures, the fire had begun to spread up the east slope of the hill toward the dell and the salt cave. Ludu Rat-tooth was chained there on the salt throne. It was Miranda's instinct to escape, to run away. Whoever she was, wherever she had come from, the girl in the high boots didn't need her help. The vampire was on his knees now as the girl cut him with the knife. Miranda backed away from them, and then she turned and staggered up the hill. But she stopped when she heard the voice, whether the Brandywine bird or else something internal. "You must fetch him." In her mind she caught a glimpse of Ludu Rat-tooth, locked and chained. The fire was burning in the dry underbrush. The gypsy girl was her first duty, and Miranda continued up, climbing where the grass was green. Then she stopped again. "Go back," said the voice. "Fetch him. This is your chance." 20 feet above the riverbank, she turned around. Below her she could see the vampire's body sprawled out on the pebbles. Beyond it the girl had waded out into the water. She stood with the water around her thighs. She had her back to Miranda and was staring out over the calm dark river, lit now with reflections from the fire. "Don't worry about her," said the voice. That was bad advice. As Miranda stumbled down again, Livia Hershard turned in the water and came to shore. The fire burned in patches over the low end of the island. The air was full of smoke. In her big wet dress, she flounced ashore and met Miranda at her father's body. Jealous, she was snarling more like a wild beast than a human being. But then the Brandywine bird flew around her head, pecking at her eyes, and she was flailing at it with the knife until her slashing strokes unbalanced her. Her wet leather boots, the yards of wet cloth around her legs. She fell to her hands and knees with the bird still in her hair, while Miranda dragged the vampire by its wrist. She pulled it through the high grass. Now she knew what she was doing. Mary Magdalene had locked this creature in a prison for 1,000 years. But Mary Magdalene, doubtless, had been muscular and tall. It was hard work for Miranda to move the body a few yards, and she wouldn't have managed it if she had not felt the body change under her hand, diminish and dry out. The wrist clenched in her fingers grew thin as bone. She didn't look back. She climbed from the west side of the hill and found the path. There were the cedar posts, the baskets and bedrolls. Below her the fire struggled and spread, and the air was full of smoke. She threw the body down the slope into the dell, then staggered after it and dragged it to the entrance of the mine among the wooden crosses. The sky was murky red. She pulled the vampire by his wrist into the salt chamber. There was the lighted lantern. There was Ludu Rat-tooth on the salt throne, conscious now, her eyes shining with fear. The chains, undisturbed, were around her arms. She struggled to pull them from the wall. Miranda slid the locks out of their rings. The girl was free.
"Miss, what is that?"
she asked. "Codrianu." Open-mouthed, terrified, the girl was no help. but Miranda pulled the dry black body onto the seat and locked him fast. Ludu Rat-tooth was making little squeaks and cries. Tears burst out of her. Miranda worked grimly, her teeth clenched and set. She wrapped the chains around the shriveled corpse, which was not dead, not altogether dead. She could feel a tremor underneath her fingers. "Go," she said, and the girl left her, staggering to the tunnel and then out the door.
"Go,"
said another voice. Miranda turned and recognized her aunt, whom she had seen in dreams and photographs, and once in Tara Mortilor. Now Egypta Shank was coming toward her over the rough floor, out of a corner in the chamber where she'd hidden in darkness. She was dressed in rich, old-fashioned clothes, with a lamb's wool hat and a stole made of fox fur. Miranda could see one of the wicked heads hanging down.
"Oh, my child,"
said the old woman.
"Oh, my dear child,"
and proffered her grey cheek to kiss. From the depths of memory, Miranda summoned up the scent of the perfumed powder her aunt wore, and she was hugging her around the neck.
"There, my child, there, there. That's enough. You must leave now. Leave him to me."
Miranda hugged her and rubbed her face on the fox fur. Then she turned away out of the tunnel, out to where Ludu Rat-tooth was waiting in the smoky air. They even managed to rescue their food and their blankets, dragging them after them as they climbed down the west side of the hill, away from the fire. Then they carried their bundles south along the low ridge of the island, past the deserted beach, and to a circle of bare ground where they sat watching the flames lick the crest of the hill. And as they watched, Miranda found herself gradually overcome with nausea and disgust. She was clutching a beaded purse. Where had it come from? Had her aunt thrust it into her hands? It had more money in it, she could tell, and she unbuttoned the flap and let the coins spill on the ground. There was a letter. Many fragile pages, which she unfolded. She held them up close to her face. Just barely in the uncertain light, she could see the tiny words.
"My dear girl, you will go to Mogoshwaya, where I have left my key. If you are, as I think, a princess of Roumania."
She couldn't stand it. What was this, a steeplechase? A scavenger hunt? Once, on her birthday, Stanley had sent her and her friends racing all around Williamstown searching for little paper clues. She almost ripped the letter into pieces without reading it. She almost left the gold coins where they lay, except she didn't. Instead, she snatched them up angrily and thrust them into her pockets, along with her aunt's folded pages.
"Look, miss."
Now Miranda was aware of a new noise, and she realized she had heard it intermittently. It was thunder, and on the black horizon she could see the lightning stabbing down. There was a wind that blew the smoke away from them, and then a few drops of rain. 13. The Wrestling Match. Peter woke up with the words of the poem in his ears, as clear as if he'd heard them spoken. So the sun went down, and the stars came out all over the summer sea. But never a moment ceased the fight of the 1 and the 53. He lay on his back in a dark room, on a white slab of a table, and his hands and feet were bound. But he could move his head, which still ached where the guard had clubbed him from behind. Aristophanes Turcan had bit his hand. Afterward they had taken him to a different prison, to a private cell. And they must have drugged his food or something, because he couldn't remember coming here. How many days had gone by? Had the man really hit him so hard? Above him was a stone, vaulted ceiling. There were barred windows high up on the walls. Sunlight came from them. The air was stuffy and hot. But he was not in prison, Peter decided, because of the statues carved in niches in the left-hand wall. 4 stern old men with flowing beards. One was obviously Moses. One was Ezekiel with his wheel. One was Elisha with the raven on his wrist, Peter guessed. His mother had loved myths and Bible stories. One statue was of Daniel, his hand touching the mane of a sleeping lion. With difficulty, Peter turned his head to the other side. He was surprised to see the room stretch out into the darkness, and 4 living men against the far wall. In contrast to the prophets close at hand, they had their backs to him. They were grouped around an ornate piece of furniture, a sideboard or a desk on which a gas lamp burned. and now Peter could hear they were conversing in low tones that competed with the roaring in his ears. He strained to understand, but could not because they were too far away, and because of the pain in his head, and because they spoke in Turkish. Occasionally they glanced back toward him. If he had set himself to guess what they were saying, by their looks and glances, he would have discovered something of the truth.
Biliyorsun bu kuje. You know, in these northern places, there is a great deal that modern science does not claim to understand. The magic of today is the science of tomorrow. We men of reason think we have the answer to all things, answers that have banished superstition from the borders of our own country. I must claim that I have seen in my examination a young man not yet 25. But these matters are subjective and are not accessible to proof. You say he is Roumanian. I must confess to you all things are possible, because this is a barbarous race, without an understanding of the one sole author of all natural law. And in places where there is no God, surely we have all heard stories of demons who live forever, vampires who live on human flesh. I myself had the good fortune to see the Chevalier de Gratz on the wrestling ground when I was a young man. I do not think you would have been able to subdue him in your chambers and bring him here.
Of the four men, the one who spoke most closely resembled the prophet Elisha. He was small, stooped, slight. His narrow hips, narrow face, and high-ridged nose were like the statues.
O bir Karaman degil.
He is not an overman, interrupted another.
If he'd been wearing robes that touched the floor, if he'd been carrying the tablets of the law, or if the sculpture of Moses had been dressed in a janissary's uniform with gold epaulets, there might have been a strong resemblance. Halil smacked him with his rifle butt. I never saw this man, but I assure you.
Elisha raised his hand.
Don't tell me anything, please. I don't desire to know what you have done. You ask for my advice, and I have given it. These things are subject to a kind of proof, evidence of demonic possession or a fugue state. You understand that we are talking about Roumania, where all things are possible. 20 years with no memory except of these things he has told us. Magic worlds in North America and so on. I must confess to curiosity, because as you say, the likeness is extraordinary. And there is no mistake about the birthmark. To suggest a tattoo is foolish.
It was clear to Peter that Elisha and Moses did not like each other. He saw their faces in profile, one glowering, one subtle. But now the biggest of the four looked toward him, and he recognized Turcan.
It's no tattoo, I'll tell you that. You forget I wrestled with the man. I myself. One fall, just as a favor before the main event. I saw that mark under my nose as he tried to twist my head off. I bit him then, and I bit him now. When I see that mark, I bite. I am not proud of that. But can a man fight against a devil? Look, you see.
Peter was too far away to see what the Cady was holding, an old photograph of Frederick Schenk von Schenk bowing to the Sultan after the Peace of Hafsa. Staff officers surrounded them, including one young captain of dragoons.
It is extraordinary,
repeated Elisha. To the four men who examined it, this photograph depicted the most humiliating event in Turkish history. All four now turned to look at Peter where he lay.
You see he is awake, said Aristophanes Turcan. Come, you see. Bring your medicine.
He spoke in English now. Red-faced and bald, he resembled neither Daniel nor the sleeping lion. Peter was not reassured by his apparent friendliness as he walked forward with his arms outstretched, his glasses twinkling.
Domnul Gross, how are you feeling? You see we have brought you to hospital after your injury. This is Adnan Mejid Pasha, and this is Dr. Baz. You see he was educated in Somalia. You are in good hands.
Elisha was holding a small leather case and a white piece of cloth. The fourth man, whom Turcan had not introduced, hung back. He was light-haired and subservient. The chauffeur, Peter decided. Ezekiel the chauffeur, with his wheel.
Groggy and confused from the blow to his head, Peter looked back and forth between the four faces as Dr. Boz took his pulse, then peered into his eyes with a white light. "Put a pillow under his head. That's a good chap," said the doctor. Peter lay on a cold, hard white enamel surface. His wrists and ankles were bound with leather straps. "Where am I?" he asked. Turcan ignored the question. "You have made a claim that is extraordinary. You've been convicted. You remember this? You've been convicted of a ghastly crime. But even so, we'd be... what is the word? We would be remiss, I tell you. So we have asked my friend to give you an injection." He bent over the table. Peter was aware of his powerful shoulders and arms, his fat, short neck, and the smell of anise-flavored liquor that clung to him. Dr. Boz now spoke. "You will be pleased to tell me your parents' full names. Tell me their birthdays and the years during which they were born." "No," said Peter. "Take that light out of my eyes." "Tell me the dates of your schooling and at what academy. Were you good friends with your father, do you think? Please turn out the light." Someone was chafing Peter's right wrist. On the other side, he heard a hiss of contempt from Moses. "This is a waste of effort, a waste of money also. Why does he deserve this treatment?" Then more words in Turkish, and then a whole conversation that Peter didn't understand. He closed his eyes. Occasionally he distinguished Aristophanes Turcan, who had kept to English. "It would have been simple for him to invent these answers to your questions. No, you see, it is because he cannot remember that I must believe him." Later, Turcan again. "My friend, doctor, I am tired of these objections. You must use your specialty. You see, I am here as an officer of the courts. It is not for nothing that we brought him to your gates." Then more grumbling from Moses, and Dr. Boz burst into English once again. "No, it is too much. How dare you call me these names? This is not animal magnetism or hypnotism or any quackery. These are modern scientific techniques, invented at University Hospital in Addis Ababa, and useful in your own department. No, you insult me. I insist." Peter felt the doctor's hand on his elbow and a wet, cold cloth on his inner arm. He knew what was going to happen next. "You will not be alarmed," said Dr. Boz close to his ear. "This will be finished in a few minutes, and will have no terrible effects. It is a solution of sodium thiopental. You will experience some burning." Then to the others, "Ask whatever you want. In 10 minutes you will see." The needle hurt more than he expected. Peter opened his eyes to see the faces of the prophets hovering over him. The doctor wore a pair of cotton gloves. In his right hand was a glass and silver syringe. With his left hand he pressed a wad of gauze into Peter's forearm. "Look for the dilation of the eyes," he said. "Ask what you want. Go on." But they said nothing. They just stared at him. And in time he was conscious of a new sensation in his body. His hands and feet had been chafing uselessly in their leather bonds. Now they lay quiet. The pain in his head was gone, the roaring in his ears. A hot feeling of relaxation came over him. "Ask him what you want," repeated Dr. Boz. "The first minutes are best, before the self can reassert its own identity." There was another pause, and then Turcan. "What is your name?" It took a lot of effort for Peter to respond. In time he opened his mouth and cleared his throat. Then, after a few false starts, he began to speak. And his own voice was flat and unfamiliar, as if he listened to a tape recording of himself. In his mind he was reciting, "Ship after ship, the whole night long, their high-built galleons came. Ship after ship, the whole night long, with her battle thunder and flame. Ship after ship, the whole night long, drew back with her dead and her shame." But the words that actually came out of him were different words, spoken in a different language. The poem seemed to float upon their current, Spanish galleons on the sea. At moments a wave surged up, threatening Peter as he stood upon the deck of the Revenge. And the pikes were all broken and bent, and the powder was all of it spent. and the masts and the rigging were over the side. And in time he heard a long expulsion of breath, and then, "It is that man. It must be." There was silence until he spoke again. He heard his voice go on and on, finishing the poem, flubbing the ending, then starting it over. He heard the contrast between his words and the English words. Then Dr. Boz spoke again. "I have no explanation. Ask him something else." Peter was conscious of the heat in his body, and he couldn't move. But these men had no power over him. He spoke loudly, taking a new perverse pleasure in the ugliness of his own voice. Then he heard an interruption. "This is all I want. It is enough to hang him. Ask him about the night of Nova Zagora in the rain." It was Moses who had spoken, Mejid Pasha. Peter stared up without blinking and without fear. The man seemed to look down from a long distance. His uniform, black and red with gold epaulets and gold buttons and colored ribbons across his chest, seemed small for him. Peter could see it was a little bit too small, especially around the neck where the stiff collar pressed into his skin. His beard was short and almost black, his forehead high and bald. His face was full of indignation and disgust, and his teeth were bad. As he spoke, and even from that faraway distance, Peter could smell his breath. "Ask him about Nova Zagora. He won't tell you. I say he is a coward. All your drugs won't turn a liar to an honest man. I know this. I was corporal in an artillery regiment." His face as he looked down seemed pale and cold as stone. Peter stared at him, then looked past him at the statue of Moses in the wall, holding the 10 Commandments above his head. "That day we drove them through the black trees in the rain. We stopped at darkness. This was 2 kilometers from the front. That day we pulled the guns out of the mud along the road. One of the caissons is stuck to the axles, and we could not pull it out. It was turned onto its side. We cut the horses loose, and the captain told me to go up to a small village on the hillside to find a team of oxen. So I come into the village, and this is the story I hear about the Chevalier de Gratz. A Bulgar woman tells it before she died. All the men are gone to fighting, so de Gratz comes with 10 men over the wall in the black night. Some Jews come out with hunting bows, slings and stones, harquebus and blunder, what they have. They are boys. But this man gives the order, and the Romanians put the barns on fire. They shoot into the houses. It was raining. I remember this night. In the day I come into this place and find the woman lying in the mud. She tells me the barns are full of hay. Her own mother was shot in her kitchen, and she comes into the yard to beg for life. The rain was like buckets, she says, but the barns were burning because of the hay. She saw this Chevalier de Gratz. His face was black with soot like a devil, she says. There were boys and women lying in the mud. But de Gratz goes down and takes a calf across his back. He says he cannot tolerate to see animals suffer. They were in black uniforms without marks, and more than 2 kilometers from their places past the stream. Peter didn't want to hear this story, and so now the poem in his mind took on a new purpose. For some were sunk and many were shattered, and so they could fight no more. God of battles, was there ever a battle like this in the world before? And he said, fight on, though his vessel was all but a wreck. While he recited, he waited for someone to defend him. He waited for Aristophanes Turkon to defend him, because Turkon was a wrestler. Peter imagined he might understand these things, and he was happy when he saw the broad, thick face above him, the glinting eyeglasses and waxed mustache. He smelled a new smell that was not the breath of Mejid Pasha, but the honest stink of sweat and booze. It is true I heard that story about Peter de Gratz. Who has not heard this story? But I did not believe it. Have you tried to lift a calf? What kind of imbecile would do this? 2 kilometers, you say? It is true. You would have to be a Superman, but with an empty skull. This I heard. This woman does not lie to me. No lies, but it was dark. And you said the boys shot at them when they were coming over the wall. Fool! He has the truth injection, but not you. Why? You must ask him. The truth injection, as they called it, was having some side effects. Peter found tears on his face. The leather bonds around his wrists were slick with sweat. In his mind he recited the poem once more to its ending, which he flubbed again. His audience listened in shocked silence, and then started to argue one more time. Why must you defend him? Turkan, are you a traitor to us? I am glad he must be punished like a criminal for Jacob Golcock's sake. You don't believe what he has said? I think you are not sane or drunk. This punishment is too good in Trebizond. But to you he is a hero. Turkan's voice. You do not understand. But I gave him my promise in those days. Not with my lips, but in my head. I saw him defeat our champion and exchange gifts like Glaucus and Diomed. To remember is to be a man. Giants walked among us.
Later, when he tried to piece together his broken experience, these fragments were all that Peter could remember of this conversation. The whole day was lost to him except for these small pieces. Later he imagined he'd lost consciousness again, because unlike the captain of the Revenge, he was unable to fight to the end. When he awoke, he was in darkness, but he was in a different place. A small room that was cooler and less stuffy. A comfortable room, he could tell without looking, and he was lying on a comfortable bed. He moved, tried to sit up, and found his wrists were shackled together with a 2-foot length of chain, and his feet also. The chain clinked when he moved. The links were small and smooth, and he could not get his fingers into them. With all his strength he tried to pull his hands apart, but his left hand followed his right because it was still weaker. A cool draught came from somewhere. The mattress lay on the floor, and he sat cross-legged on it, which the chains permitted. His headache had returned, and when he stroked the back of his head, he found an egg-shaped bruise behind one ear. The inside of his arm was sore. What had happened to him? Fragments of the day came back to him in no particular order. He supposed he was in some kind of holding cell, though it was incomparably nicer than anything he'd seen before in any Turkish prison. It didn't stink of urine or bat shit, and he was alone. Perhaps this was a cell for condemned prisoners. What had Mejid Pasha said? He was to be transported to a penal colony in Trebizond, which was, Peter happened to know, in eastern Anatolia along the coast. None of that sounded very good, though maybe there'd be some way to escape. After all, he was the Chevalier de Gratz, or he supposed he was. No cage could hold him, he supposed. Besides, it was impossible to despair completely in this room, where the air was scented with some trace of perfume. This was Turkan's doing. Maybe Turkan had prevailed after all. And even if he hadn't, Peter could imagine still convincing him that this was all nonsense. He was who he was, not some middle-aged war criminal. Never had Peter felt less like the Chevalier de Gratz than he did at that moment. In retrospect, it had been a truly terrible idea even to mention de Gratz's name in the land of his enemies, or at least without learning more about him. But it was a mistake that could be rectified even now. Like the Egyptians, these Turks were rational people. Romanian conjuring, demonic possession. It was obvious they found these explanations only half convincing. Now he was accustomed to the darkness. He saw the dimensions of the room, saw the outline of the furniture. The doorway was in front of him, and he saw a light burning vaguely behind a gauze curtain that bellied out toward him. He could hear a sound of whispering from an adjoining room, then stifled laughter, and a shadow slipped inside the door. So he was in a private home. That much was obvious. Peter felt a spasm of relief. He sat cross-legged, watching the shadow. First it stood against the wall. Then it ventured a little toward him without making a sound. There must have been a carpet on the floor. The shadow made a sudden movement. Peter already had decided her sex, even before he smelled the fragrance that accompanied her as she approached. It was rosewater and glycerin, which had also been his mother's favorite cologne. God, it was a relief just to feel her with him in the room. In this country he had not seen many women. Usually they kept at home. In the markets you could see old women and servants, and sometimes young girls going to school. But for the time he'd been here, Peter had not spoken to a woman his own age. "Who are you?" he asked. "Please, where am I?" Again there were stifled giggles, and another shadow slipped into the room. He didn't move, and they came closer, whispering to each other. Careful to keep distance, they stood on opposite sides of the bed while Peter filled his nose and lungs with their fragrances. The second girl was wearing a citrus smell. It was bitter and astringent, unlike the cloying rosewater. "Please," said Peter. But then he heard a new sound of heavy footsteps, and saw a new light. The curtain was pulled back. Aristophanes Turkon stood in the doorway with a lamp in his hand, while at the same time the girls fled through the opposite door. As the lamplight chased them, Peter was aware of their long dresses and thick braids before they disappeared. "Shoo!" Turkon said. "Shoo away!" "Ah, my gazelle's horns," he said as he held up the lamp. "They are my daughters, see? They would tell if you're awake. I'm awake. And not feeling good or well, is it not so? Let me help you." He came into the room, carrying his lamp. He was dressed in a long embroidered linen gown. On his feet were leather boots. "Come, my friend, you are in the house of Aristophanes Turkon." He bent down to peer into Peter's face. "For one night only. But do not think any thoughts. I am an officer of the courts, and there are soldiers here. Come," he said. "I have let you sleep as long as I can, but supper is ready. Let me help you." The chain ran taut as Peter reached out his right hand. Turkon guffawed. "You must not offer me that kind of food again. A tattoo! What an idiotic notion!" He brought Peter to his feet, and when he swayed and almost fell, Turkon put his big arm around him. "Come," he said. "Come here." He led him out of the dark room and into a gallery of rose-colored stone or stucco, hung with painted miniatures along the inner wall. 2 feet thick at least, the outer wall was pierced with unglazed windows that stretched from floor to ceiling, but were only a few inches wide. After a few steps, Turkon's solicitude had changed into impatience. He clamped Peter by the neck and hurried him along so quickly that it was as if a jerky, silent film of courtyard life were being shown along the left-hand wall, framed by the slitted windows. The yard was full of soldiers lighting fires and stretching out their tents. Savory smoke blew into the gallery and into the red sky. It was the dinner hour. The chain between Peter's ankles slapped along the tiles. He had to take mincing little steps. "Come," said Aristophanes Turkon. "You see I do not lie to you. This house is full of soldiers. They will shoot you if I give the word. I myself will shoot you." He gave Peter's neck a friendly squeeze. "Where am I? You are in my house, my personal house. For one night you are my guest. I am not afraid of you. Tomorrow you are off to Trebizond with the other prisoners, and your name will be Peter Gross. Tonight you will want nothing, I promise you." "But my name is Peter Gross," Peter murmured. Now that he thought about it, he had no idea how to undo the damage he had caused by taking a false name, or even if it made sense to try. Peter Gross, apparently, had been convicted of the murder underneath the bridge. They had reached the end of the long gallery. Now they came through several small antechambers and into a larger room that was full of rich and delicious smells. There were windows above Peter's head along the walls, and from the vault hung a row of slow fans. Below them in the center of the floor, a low table was surrounded by pillows, and on it burned a dim electric light. The bulb was covered with a perforated shade, so that the light made a pattern on the surface of the table. It shone unevenly on bottles and covered dishes. The carpet was soft under Peter's bare feet. Besides, it was de Gratz that Turkon wanted to entertain, de Gratz he had invited into his house.
Peter Gross would have been in Trebizond by now. So already he was ahead. When he sat, pressed into a cushion by Turcon's strong hand, the small linked chain between his wrists coiled into his lap, and he looked down. For the first time he noticed the clothes he was wearing, a pumpkin-colored pair of pajamas. He had not seen them in the Esquisserie, where even the condemned prisoners had been dressed in their own clothes, but he assumed the pajamas were some kind of prison uniform. His spirits, which had been restored by the girl's perfume and the pungent food, now wavered. The chain slipped and coiled in his lap. It dragged on the cushions as he crossed his legs. But he couldn't stay miserable when he was so hungry. Who knew what the future kept for him? He'd given up predicting a long time ago. In the meantime, savory smells came from the dishes, made of rose-colored porcelain. Aristophanes Turcon was lifting the covers and sniffing at the steam, though Peter noticed there was only one plate, only one knife and fork.
"Eat, my friend," Turcon said. "Eat. Here there is honey lamb, rice with dried grapes and almonds. Yes, but first, hot towels."
These he uncovered from a large pot, and as he wiped his own red face and hands, he recited a short prayer in a language Peter didn't recognize. Perhaps it was Hebrew.
"Let me serve you with my hands, for old sakes."
Peter ate and drank. At first he took small bites. The food was spicy, and the more he ate, the more ravenous he became. He ate until his cheeks ached from chewing, and the Katy served him delightedly. The chain clinked as Peter moved his hands. The old man sat back in the pillows. When Peter lifted up his long spoon to start on a dish of yogurt and cinnamon, Turcon spoke.
"Tell me, my friend. Now you must tell me the truth. Not for that damned drug, but its own sake. Is this some fantasy of darkness that you appear before me? Are you a devil, as they say? Or have you come again from the fountain of youth? Tell me what has washed away your memory, so you remember nothing of these things. Tell me how we must explain this at long last."
How could he explain? Peter wiped his lips. Forget Turcon. How could he explain this even to himself? De Gratz lived inside of him. Sometimes Peter kept him quiet and contained. Sometimes he prowled free. Any time, Peter supposed, when instinct might take over, which was another reason not to trust yourself. Peter's father sometimes quoted an old radio show, "What evil lurks in the heart of men?" Reassured now by the memory, Peter smiled. He put down his cup and washed his fingers in a glass bowl. He dried his hands on a linen towel. Then he found himself staring at a row of cabinets that lined one side of the room. Glass-fronted, they were full of bones.
"You laugh at me,"
Turcon cried, suddenly delighted, laughing too.
"Bah, it is ridiculous. Bah, we are men of action, you and I. These mysteries are not for us. Old greybeards talking."
Now his eyes followed Peter's eyes.
"I see you looking at my collection. Please, it is the interest of an old man. You also are interested in archaeological remains?"
Peter didn't answer, and Turcon leapt up.
"Let me show you the pride of my collection. Of course they want to take it away and bury it. What ignorance! But I am an officer of the courts. Let them try."
Now he had opened one of the glass cabinets and lit a lamp. Peter came to join him and found himself looking at many rows of fossilized bones. Some were small, some large. All were carefully labeled in delicate handwriting, drawn in black ink upon the bones themselves.
"My daughters helped me," Turcon said proudly. "You see, they have been educated in taxonomy abroad. Let me show you this new thing, of which it is a question of a battle in the courts."
They squatted down, and Peter found himself peering at a single long, enormous tibia, stretching the width of 2 cabinets.
"We have legends in this country," Turcon continued. "Grey-bearded scholars come and look and say, 'This is the leg of Goliath, the Philistine.' Others scratch their beards and say, 'It is the leg of Hector of Troy.' You see, they have a scholarly difference of opinion. All these bones,
It is the same. They are heroes or giants, and must be taken away and buried with honor. What a loss to science! When in fact they are not human bones at all. Always the past is like a mirror, and we see ourselves. I ask you, is it possible Hector of Troy was 7 meters tall?
Giants walked among us, Peter quoted.
Ha! I see you make a joke. But I wish you to imagine 7 meters. What about his wife, the Lady Andromache? Was she also 7 meters, or else 6.5? I would like to have seen that. Besides, we have found much armor in the ruins of Troy, many plates and dishes. No, it is ridiculous. These bones are not found in those places. They are deep, deep, deep inside the earth, where they have turned to stone. But sometimes the earth surrenders them. I tell you, if we could only find a skull. But it is frustrating. The skulls break and shatter, because the bones are thin.
Peter found himself distracted by a happy memory. Several times his parents had taken him to the Museum of Natural History in New York. The skulls are hard to find, he said.
Yes, of course. I see you are a sensible man. Is it not obvious? These are animal remains, but animals like we have never seen. The little elephant, the feeble mammoth. It is not like that. Come, my daughters have made sketches. This is our fine near Trebizond. Perhaps when you are digging in the mine, you will find something like this and send for me. Ha! Another joke! No, my friend. I am sorry to have hurt you. I am an old fool.
The drawings were exquisite. Huge beasts in red pencil and watercolor, their skeletons superimposed in hard black ink. They were dinosaurs, obviously, but none he recognized. No Triceratops, no Stegosaurus, no Tyrannosaurus rex. He recognized none of the names that were so carefully printed, in Roman letters, under their enormous feet. But the drawings were so beautiful.
Your daughters, they are very skilled, he said.
But he was thinking about the bones in the Natural History Museum and about his parents. Without warning, he had tears in his eyes. He reached up to wipe them away, and the chains clinked.
No, my friend, continued Aristophanes Turkon. You must not hide these things. It is a man who lets his tears fall. Come with me.
And he led Peter to a side table where there were bottles and glasses laid out.
I think we will not sleep tonight, said the old man as he lit a candle.
Then he unstoppered a bottle and poured out a stream of green liquid into 2 long-stemmed glasses.
This is the green serpent that is coiled inside my heart. But if you are a man, you do not care. See how it glows.
Settled in the delicate spheres under the candlelight, the liquor shone.
Warm it in your hands, you see. Wash your breath with it. It is absinthe from your country. Always from your country. Everything that is not as it appears, I think, it is from your country. Everything that is a mystery. Men whose faces have not changed for 25 years. In this fight between barbarians and honest men, I think you have all the weapons, all the powers. It is why Mejid Pasha is afraid of you.
Peter had managed to interrupt his tears, but his voice still felt lumpy and uncertain. Finally, he blurted out,
Is it true what he said? Did the Chevalier de Gratz carry a cow across a battlefield, rescue a cow when there were people dying? It was a calf, I think. No man alive could carry a cow such a distance, not even the Chevalier de Gratz.
Turkon had picked up one of the glasses. Warming it between his hands, he made the liquor turn in a small whirlpool before offering it to Peter.
I have been a judge for a long time in the courts of this city. Certainly there is a difference between the truth and a lie. But in the house of what is true, there are many chambers, and some are sealed from the others. Today you have taken their truth serum, and I apologize for that. That is something for criminals, which you are, but you are also a man and a champion. And so I offer you this other serum for the truth. Smell. It is from Târgu Mureș.
Peter took the glass. The liquor in it was intolerably sweet.
It is a taste to hide the wormwood,
Turcan admitted, smelling his own glass.
I beg you to examine the stone bones of these creatures, and examine my daughter's sketches, while I tell you another story which is also true, because I saw these things myself with my own eyes. I am right to think you don't remember. This was before the peace of Havza, so we were still at war. But all alone a man crossed through the line, unarmed, without speaking our language, already famous to us because of the wrongs he had done to us at Nova Zagora and other places. I tell you we might have been justified in shooting him where he stood, or striking his head from his shoulders and sending it to Schenk von Schenk. I tell you, arguments were made. This man acted as nothing, and then asked if it was true, as he had heard, that every year there was a wrestling competition in Adrianople, the Yagli Guresh festival on Saraichi Island. Oiled wrestling, we call it. It is the most important competition of our national sport. And this man stood there, cold as anything. I tell you he was not a giant, but an ordinary man, smaller than myself. He was no great reptile as you see in my daughter's drawing, and so we laughed to think that he would fight against Vasilia the Greek and Mehmet the Conqueror, who had won the open competition for 3 successive years. The greatest champion of the age, we thought. And so the colonel said, "Why kill this man? Why take him prisoner? Mehmet the Conqueror will kill him with more glory to us, and we would put his bones into a bag and send them back to Frederick Schenk von Schenk, whose soldiers were pressing us so fiercely. If we'd only known how weak they were, and how they'd brought every starving boy onto the line to press us, while we held many back because of the caution and stupidity of our generals, who were not used to fighting a madman like von Schenk when he was keeping nothing in reserve. It doesn't matter. This boy was not yet 20, and he stood there with his hands behind his back, a look of stupid pride on his face, as we all thought."
Still Turcan was smelling the absinthe in his glass, and had drunk none of it. He lifted it up, inspected the green glow.
"They took him for questions, and he said nothing. You cannot imagine the impudence. So I was sent for, because I was a famous wrestler in the camp. I had received the silver cup from General Fernandez Con. The general told me to make a fall with him, and so I did, in the stadium of the Janissary Corps. I tell you I was the stronger man, but it was like struggling with water, or like Menelaus and Proteus in the story. I called him the Proteus man. Never could I hold him or catch a grip until I found myself straight on my back. I saw the mark before my face, and I bit him. So I am not proud of that, and I will try to make it up. Tonight I will try, my friend." So you must understand the arrogance of this man as he stood under the torches on Saraichi Island. A crowd of many thousands, and they wanted Mehmet to tear him to little pieces. It was the only reason we allowed it, to see the enemy beaten like this. In the army our spirit was low, though we had the stronger position. Every day the stronger position as we retreated from von Schenk. We knew this man was a staff officer, aide-de-camp. We knew his reputation. The story of Nova Zagora, it was one of many, so the Sultan promised Mehmet the Conqueror a diamond ring from his own finger.
"I don't remember," Peter said. He drank the absinthe in little sips, and sometimes he looked down and touched the sketches of unknown dinosaurs. Now again he felt burdened and suffocated by the weight of this new story, though he longed to hear it.
So they stripped down naked in the pitch, and the boys came out to grease their bodies with the olive oil. I tell you, the Chevalier de Gratz did not stand up to the shoulder of our champion. I alone thought he had a chance because of my experience. I kept my opinion to myself. I put some money on his head, though, in a bet, because I felt shamed by my loss, and shamed to see this one man standing against death in the city of his enemies, and a crowd of many thousands, as I said. I put my money as a token for his courage, and I'm glad I did. In those days I was only a poor soldier, My father would not live in a house like this and send his son to school as I have sent my daughters. So, my friend, I owe you many good things. I ask you, why did you kill this thief and criminal Jacob Golcock? If not for that, I would put you on a train to Bucharest with my own hands."
It was true. The intolerable green licorice taste hid another bitter flavor, which now touched Peter on the tongue.
"So I beat the champion," he said. "3 falls! 3 falls! The first we thought it was an accident, though I made double my bet. It was so quickly we thought Mehmet had slipped, but I knew he had not gotten his grip. This man who could squeeze a brick to powder in his hands, as I have seen him do. The grout slipped through his fingers and then turned him so he fell. The next pass, it was the longest, and we saw the strength on both sides. Mehmet was careful now. I think he saw the diamond ring on one side of his mind, and anger and contempt of all the Turks upon the other. This for a man who had never lost a match, who had never taken a fall, but now had taken one, and the crowd we thought he slipped, but he knew better. I thought I saw it in his eyes as they grappled and broke apart. Still, he was always off balance or stretched too far, and he was never in a place where he could use his strength. I tell you, it was like fighting water or a nest of snakes, because he turned so quickly. But then his foot was behind the giant's knee, and the giant fell. Even though he rolled right up to continue fighting, there was no doubt of it. There was no accident this time. There was a terrible moaning from the crowd, and the princes of the court stood to go.
Peter's glass was empty, and he put it down. Still, Turkon had not taken the first sip of his liquor. Still, he frowned and examined it in the light.
I was in the 7th row. Right then, as I stood there, I knew the war was lost. Not just the Pehlevan competition, but the war with the barbarians, which we had fought for so long. In my great-grandfather's time, our soldiers had reached the gates of Bucharest. Yet here we were, beaten by a boy, as it occurred to us. I tell you, that fight was worth a brigade of soldiers to the enemy, and von Schenk knew it. 4 weeks later he broke through at Havza, and the Sultan gave him peace. And he was happy to take it, because he had no army left, as we found out when it was too late. I tell you, he was a devil, this man with his tricks and stratagems. And now his daughter has come to life in Brahila. I tell you, they will never catch her. Ceausescu, the white tiger, is finished now, I tell you.
These words broke unexpectedly into Peter's thoughts, but he didn't want to talk about Miranda with Aristophanes Turkon.
"And the 3rd fall?" he asked. "Was over in a minute, less than that. I was in the 7th row, and I could see Mehmet's face. This was a man who had never lost. When the judge gave the signal, he threw himself immediately onto Grotz, hoping to take him by surprise. Once more he hoped to crush him with his strength, but the boy turned under his arm. He stepped behind him and struck him in the back between the shoulder blades. It was the first time he had struck him."
Now Turkon drank his whole glass in one gulp.
"I know," he said, after he had wiped his mouth. "I tell you these things and they mean nothing. It is a story that has made you melancholy, I see. But it was something I wanted to set against the story of the calf. For we have all done terrible things, because we are men upon this earth. Now tell me, why did you kill Jacob Golcock? How could you take a fall from such a one? This is our last night, and you must tell me. Tomorrow there will be a penal convoy to the east. I didn't kill him."
The old man stared at him and shook his head.
"Alas, my friend, I don't believe you. But if it gives you pleasure to say nothing, I will understand. We have one night only, and it belongs to you. Where will we go? What will we see? If you like, my girls will come talk to us on the subject of their researches. I can see you are interested in these great lizards.
As he spoke, one of the girls came toward them across the open floor, bearing a sprig of paper in her hand. And despite what he'd said, her father seemed embarrassed she was in the room.
"Please," he said, "you must see that we are busy."
It was the first bad-tempered remark Peter had heard from him. But she came forward unabashed, the sprig of paper in her hands, until she stood with them, a tall young woman with 2 circles of fat braids. She was the one who smelled of citrus. Her face was freckled, and her features were strong, and she stared at Peter out of her intelligent, small eyes. She smiled as she was speaking, and her tone seemed to suggest a trace of mockery, both for her father and for him, although her words were straight enough.
"Please, sir, a man came to the door with a message for our guest. When the steward questioned him, he went away."
She spoke in English, and her father answered,
"And what business is that of yours?"
"I thought it was important, so I came. I wanted to greet our guest and make him comfortable in our house. My name is Miranda Popescu."
"And you are welcome, sir."
"My sister is too shy."
In her left hand she had the sprig of paper, and she held out the other one to shake. Her grip was strong and hearty. She paid no attention to the clink of Peter's chain.
"I see you are looking at my drawings of the thunder lizards. Do you like them?"
"It is enough," said her father. "You see he does not suffer for adventures. Now I must ask you for the message as a matter of law. You must put it in my hand."
"But, Papa, that is rude. It is for Domnall Gross."
Still she was smiling, as if at a joke Peter didn't understand.
"Not so rude as this man is," grumbled her father. "You forget he is a prisoner of the courts. Now you remind me of my work. Give it here."
"Papa, I'm not sure what you're saying. The steward will tell you."
"Give it here."
"Well, then, of course we are all curious. I am sure Domnall Gross—"
And she gave Peter her frankest smile. The sprig unrolled in Turkan's big palm. 3 words were written on it in Andromeda's slashing script. "World Wrestling Tonight."
"There, you see,"
laughed Mariamna Turkan.
"Papa, I'm not sure what you suspect."
"I do not suspect, except daughters of mine will behave like gentle ladies in my house. Is that too much?"
And he went on in Turkish while Peter watched his face. He didn't seem especially angry, nor did his daughter seem embarrassed.
"Do you like the drawings?"
she asked. "You are very skilled," said Peter.
"Enough!"
bellowed her father.
"Get away from here!"
As the girl retreated, still smiling, he crushed the paper in his hand and threw it to the floor.
"Where were we? You must forgive her. She forgets you are a prisoner under sentence."
But the next moment he forgot it, too.
"My gazelle's horns,"
he sighed. He poured himself another glass of absinthe and held it up into the light. He had left the crumpled message lying in a corner of the floor. Peter looked at it, and looked again around the room at the upper windows, now dark, the slow fans, the litter of food on the small table. The girl's appearance and Andromeda's note had combined to lighten his mood. Turkan drank his liquor. He put down his glass, and with a napkin he wiped his mustache and his bald, sweating forehead. He took off his glasses to polish them. His eyes seemed suddenly mournful, until he replaced them and turned into the light. He talked for a few moments about his daughters, about how difficult it had been to raise them since his poor wife's death. This led him to a brooding silence as he stared at the closed door at the far end of the room.
"Enough," he said at last. "We must find some more amusement for this night. We have many hours before you leave us. What must you do? Mariamna is a chess player, and her younger sister can play and sing."
He seemed to have forgotten he had just chased Mariamna from the room. Peter dreaded the idea of sitting up with him, drinking absinthe. Besides, there was Andromeda's note. "Is there a wrestling competition?" he asked.
"Ha! It is impossible."
Turkan shook his head with something like amusement on his face. When Peter persisted, he cut him off.
"You forget your situation."
But later, when they had sat in armchairs and Turkan had smoked his pipe, then abruptly he changed his mind. A servant had come with more cups of coffee, and Turkan told him to prepare the car.
"Why not?" he said.
his spectacles glinting fiercely. "Am I not a man? Is this not your final night? Is this not the sport of emperors?" He stood up, put down his demitasse, and stripped off his embroidered gown. Underneath he was dressed in his khaki uniform. Around his waist was a leather belt, from which hung a long holster. He unbuckled the flap and showed the handle of a gun. "I will be with you every moment. I will not stop to shoot you dead." "I understand. You think you will try something? Maybe you will meet your accomplices. Go ahead. There will be soldiers there. At every competition there are many officers of the Janissary police. De Grotz, we are not afraid of you." Now quickly he led the way, while Peter took mincing steps because of the chain between his ankles. When they came out of the room, Turkon held the door for him. "My friend, this will be a pleasure. This will be a privilege to see some matches in your company, even though this is the ordinary Friday competition, and there will be no champions. It will be something for me to tell my daughter's sons. I mean when they are married and have sons, and are not such a worry to their father. They are lovely." Turkon glared at him. "My friend, you do not laugh at me. What is beauty in this world when compared to the love in a good woman's heart?" Touched in spite of himself and his own troubles, Peter now preceded Turkon down the long hall. Once he felt a sudden jab in his ribs, and turned back to find the old man had poked him with the muzzle of his revolver. "Shoot you dead," he whispered. "I shall not stop to shoot you dead." A steward met them at the bottom of the hall, carrying his master's tarbouche and fly-whisk. The tarbouche was a red pillbox hat with a black tassel, and Turkon slid it onto his bald head while he was talking to the servants who now clustered around. He had replaced the revolver in his holster. The fly-whisk, made of white horsehair at the end of a carved ebony stick, he put under his arm. "Is the pharaoh ready?" he asked. That same night in Roumania, far from the civilizing influences of Adrianople, Bucharest, or even of Brasov, General Ion Antonescu sat in his hut in the Carpathian Mountains. This was north of the village of Nucșoara, in the Doamne Valley, a high, lonely, uninhabited place where the partisans of the former empress had their camp. Valeria Dragonesti lay sick from a wasting fever. Doctors had come. Long accustomed to the luxuries of the winter keep, she now lay on a rude mattress of pine needles in the hut's inner room. Outside her door the general sat before the fire reading a letter. Light came from the oil lamp on the surface of his writing desk, a rough-cut plank between two stumps. It shone on the wood pile and the dirt floor, the hearth and chimney. Antonescu sat on the only finished piece of furniture, an upholstered armchair taken from the wreck of the Empress's hunting lodge. The fabric was now ripped and stained. That spring, after 5 years of fighting, the fortunes of Antonescu's partisans were in decline. The previous summer, after the success of several bold raids, the German military governor of Transylvania had organized a response. He had pushed Antonescu back into the most inhospitable regions of the mountains, and had allowed him to suffer there over the cold winter. Communications were difficult, which gave the letter he now read a double importance. He pored over the fine stationery, the elaborate, cursive, feminine script. "I have information I must share with you regarding the importation of prescribed armaments under the protocols of the African states. As you know, those protocols have forbidden the sale of any kind of automatic weaponry and advanced rockets for fear of unbalancing the European powers. But I have reason to believe that the usurper has made an expensive purchase, leaving Constantinople on the train to Bucharest, hidden in a shipment of caviar and fruit preserves that will necessitate the ice-cooled car. The name of the train is the Hephaestion. It will cross the border at Dobrik at 2 o'clock at night." And here the letter named the date. The general had received this letter many days before. With characteristic energy he'd made his plans. If it had not been for the Empress's illness, he personally would have supervised the derailment, whatever the risk. Because of his huge size, disguises were no good for him. But he would have journeyed by night from safe house to safe house. The cause needed a victory, and he needed to find one, if only to come back and whisper news at Valeria's bedside, words of encouragement and hope.
General Antonescu sat in his armchair with his long legs sprawled out, reading and rereading the precious letter. There was nothing left to be done. It was not his fate to be there when the train crossed the Danube at Silistra and made its lonely progress through the Lalomite marsh. From the inner room he heard the Empress cry out. There was nothing he could do about that. She was in the care of her devoted nurse, who soothed her forehead and pushed back her hair, which in the past year had turned a lustrous shade of white. There was nothing he could do except upset her with his awkward movements, bump his head among the rafters. But he could not sit and listen to her cry, and so he pushed himself upright. Tucking his head, he stamped out of the door and stood outside, breathing in the cold air. The last light of the evening vanished from the rock face of the mountain, visible above him through the tall firs. And though he stretched his arms and hands, though he stamped among the rocks in his high boots, though he opened the neck of his old uniform, still he could not shake the feeling of confinement. Nor were the chains of need, frustration, and anxiety that hampered him less strong than the chains around Peter's wrists after they'd been checked and rechecked by the soldiers. In a luxurious neighborhood outside the city of Adrianople, he got into the rear seat of the Katie's Pharaoh motorcar, a long, open, stylish internal combustion vehicle. The air was wet and hot. A soldier sat in the front seat next to Ezekiel, the chauffeur, and Turkon squeezed in beside Peter in the back. Outside the wall of the Katie's house, a narrow lane passed through a grove of fruit trees, some of which were still in flower. The chauffeur turned the car onto the road. Cautiously peering ahead through the small windscreen, he opened up the pop-pop of the engine to a grumbling roar. Then he was off down the small hill through the deserted roads, until after 15 minutes he came in through the old brick gates into the crowds. Still tinged with the colors of the sunset, the sky above the city was a soft, heavy purple, shredded and pricked by the carbide lanterns of the shops. Now the chauffeur pressed his horn and flashed his headlights. They caught intermittently at the legs of people in the streets, who turned aside to let the Pharaoh pass. All roads led to the Hurriyet Medani, the old town square beyond the synagogue. There a pitch had been laid out for wrestling. There the car came to a shuddering stop, and its clouds of greasy smoke drifted away. At the opposite side of the square, Peter could see grandstands and a temporary barricade. The pitch was laid out under a four-cornered skeleton of wooden poles that supported the lights. Around it moved a crowd of spectators, vendors, and pickpockets, waiting for the next match. Soldiers and black-uniformed janissaries made a passage for the Katie. With his hand over his holster, he led Peter up the stairs into the grandstand. It was mostly deserted, as was the one across the way, for reasons that were soon apparent. Men bet money on these matches, and the odds would change even when the fight was on. It was a complicated process and required an open area for negotiation, the bettors' circle around the pitch itself. Even when the match had started, it seemed to Peter no one paid attention. Instead, they hunched over their calculations, calling out numbers, paying out money, arguing among themselves. Peter sat between Turkon and the soldier in the front row of the grandstand, directly over the railing. 100 feet away, over the heads of the crowd, 2 enormous naked men, their skin greased and slippery, grappled and fell back. The umpire blew his whistle.
"Who are they?"
Peter asked. Turkon shrugged.
"It's not important. They are condemned prisoners. If one of them will win 11 matches, he'll be free. It has never happened."
He glanced back at Peter and smiled.
"You must not think about this. This is not for you. This is by special permission only. In the morning you are gone away. No, I am sorry to remind you. Tonight we are friends. Watch. Watch. Would you like some lemon sherbet? It is very good."
Turkon bought some sherbet on a stick, as well as some sugar-cane juice.
"This will chase away the green serpent," he said. "These are the simple pleasures. Look at that black man. But he will take our fall."
After a moment, Peter found himself watching the fight, and then the next one, and the next. He could not take his eyes away. The men fought on a bed of black sand that stuck to them. Some of the wrestlers were subtle and quick, others relied on force. When they grappled, there were many tiny tricks of balance, and Peter found that he could soon predict the outcome just by looking at the wrestlers' hands, the placement of their feet. He leaned forward with his elbows on his knees.
"Ho, you find it interesting, our little display," Turkan said. "I'm sorry you will not be here for the Yagli Gurish. Let me give you some pistachios. And let me ask you, do you see that old man across the way? In the place of honor in the front, the toothless old man with the red beard. Do you recognize him? No? I'll tell you that is Mehmet the Conqueror, who is always coming to this place. Men shake his hand, boys ask for his blessing. What about you? In this city he is a great man."
Peter followed the pointing finger. There in the first row of the opposite grandstand, on the far side of the pitch, the man sat. His red hair was streaked with gray. To call him old and toothless was not fair. He was smiling and talking to his companion, who shook his head. Embarrassed in a way he didn't understand, Peter raised his eyes. A few rows up in the grandstand there was almost no one. But Andromeda was there as he had hoped, carefully dressed as a young officer. And she also was nodding and smiling to her companion, a squat, fox-faced little man in a leather cap and an old leather coat decorated with patches of fur.
"By God, who is that?"
muttered Turkan beside him. He pointed with his fly-whisk and then spoke rapidly to the soldier on Peter's other side, who stood up to get a better look. Peter was still watching his friend, who now appeared to see him for the first time. She smiled and blew a kiss.
"By God, who is that?"
shouted Turkan. He stood up in his seat as the soldier hurried down the steps. Now Janissaries were pushing through the crowd. Peter saw Andromeda slide underneath the seat of the grandstand. She must have dropped through the scaffold underneath, but it was no use. The guards caught her at the barricade. They led her back into the better circle until she stood under the Katy with an insolent smile on her face.
"Not that one!" shouted Turkan. "You idiots! Where is the other one? Find him for me!"
But in the confusion of the crowd, the fox-faced man had disappeared.
"This is the one," said a policeman. "This is the pickpocket of the Ali Pasha Karsisi. I am sure."
But Turkan interrupted him.
"It is not the man I want. By God, don't you think I know the difference between a dead man and a live one? Have I not seen him in my court since he was 10 years old? Imbeciles! That was Jacob Golcook."
All this time he had been speaking Turkish, and Peter had not understood him. But he understood that name, and now he realized he had recognized the man in the leather coat. Turkan stood up in his seat, waving his fly-whisk.
"This is a catastrophe! How dare you answer me? Release this man!"
The policeman stood away from Andromeda, but Turkan was not satisfied.
"No, you fools! This one here! Strike off his chains!" "Sir, I will answer for it. This is on my authority. Is this a nation of laws?"
Red-faced, spectacles glittering, tarbouche slipping from his forehead, Aristophanes Turkan shouted and gesticulated to the crowd. The wrestlers, who for several minutes had been pushing at each other half-heartedly, now stopped altogether, though the umpire had not blown his whistle. Covered with black sand, for each had taken a fall, they stood uncertainly under the lights. Janissary policemen gathered near the barricade, but not one moved to do as Turkan had suggested, not even the soldier who'd come with them in the car. They seemed anxious for another authority. And then they found it. Adnan Mejid Pasha was striding through the crowd. There was a language of gestures, and Peter understood it. But then he looked into the faces of the people where he saw a range of passions. The wrestlers stared up at him with pig-like eyes. Across the way, Mehmet the Conqueror had struggled to his feet. Andromeda stood close to Peter on the other side of the railing. When he looked at her, she winked. Alone in that gathering, she did not seem excited or upset. Adnan Mejid Pasha had climbed into the grandstand. Now he pushed forward to where they were, in the middle of the first row. It was obvious to Peter what he was saying, though it was in Turkish.
"What are you doing? Are you drunk? How can you bring this prisoner here? He is no prisoner. My friend is a free man. The Chevalier de Gratz is free to go."
Peter's name caused a ripple of sensation as it was flung into the crowd.
"What is this madness?
Turkan, I command you, lower your voice at least. I will not lower my voice. I will proclaim this. I have seen Jacob Golcock. You have all seen him. I am the judge in this case, and I declare that I am satisfied. Where did you see him? What does this mean? He ran away. It doesn't matter. I was not mistaken. Ask this man. And Turkan pointed to Andromeda below the rail. As interesting as this was to try to interpret, Peter only gave it half of his attention, for he was watching as Mehmet the Conqueror pushed slowly through the crowd, his right hand on the barricade around the wrestling pit. "It is true," remarked Andromeda, smiling and cool. "That man was Jacob Golcock." Mejid Pasha leaned down to look at her. "And you are—" "Bah, I don't care. This is insanity. What motive could he have?" Mehmet the Conqueror, as he approached, seemed to have trouble walking. His big hand was on the barricade, and he limped with every step, favoring his left leg. Though tall, he was bent over, and his chest was sunken in. His hair was red and gray, as was his beard. "So we must catch him to find out," retorted Aristophanes Turkan. "In these past months I have signed several warrants for his arrest. There are reasons he would want to seem as dead." "Then why give his name to this stranger? Why would he come here?" Andromeda said, "He gave me a false name, but I recognized him. He's not the only man who cannot stay away from these matches. I believe he makes his money here." "You shut up! You have no standing in this place. Am I right to think you are a subject of Roumania?" "He's a pickpocket," added one of the policemen. Peter was looking at Mehmet the Conqueror. Now he had left the barricade and was crossing the better circle to the grandstand. He was dressed in evening clothes, and his lapel was adorned with a commemorative ribbon and a crescent moon. Now Peter could see a cane in his left hand, and he leaned on it as he limped slowly through the crowd, a smile on his face. "It is the Chevalier de Gratz," he said. "By God, it is the Chevalier de Gratz." Tears stood in his eyes. He made one final push and flung himself onto the railing in front of Peter. Then he brought up his cramped, massive hands and seized Peter by both forearms above his manacles. The gold-headed cane clattered to the ground. Peter looked into his bleared, rheumy eyes. The old man's hands were still powerful, and they pulled him forward so that Mehmet the Conqueror could kiss him on the cheeks. "Why is this man chained like a criminal?" he asked in English. His teeth were yellow as old ivory, and his breath was flavored with mint or fennel. The crowd had gathered close now. They pressed against the railing where Peter sat. Even the naked wrestlers had come out of the pit. Mejid Pasha spoke to one of the policemen. "You must take him into custody to the Sarıklar station house. Tomorrow he is off to Trebizond." The crowd pressed against the railing. "No," said Mehmet the Conqueror. "I will see him fight again." Again he pulled Peter down to whisper in his ear in English. "All my life I never took but 3 falls." Now there was a lot of shouting. Turkan had his hand upon his gun and made a broad pantomime of drawing it. The Janissary police, who'd seemed so numerous before, now were scarce in their black uniforms. But Mejid Pasha had not given up. "I tell you, he's a criminal. He is the butcher of Nova Zalgora. Does anyone remember? Am I to let him go on the word of a drunken fool and a Romanian thief? Captain!" Now a blacksmith was coming to the rail with a big hammer and a chisel and an enormous pair of shears, a bolt cutter with handles several feet long. The policeman and Mejid Pasha stood together in earnest conversation. The policeman was unarmed, Peter saw. And now, suddenly, Mejid Pasha pressed his way out of the grandstand, and the police retreated to the edges of the crowd. "He'll come back with a company of soldiers," said Andromeda. Then to Aristophanes Turkan, "Sir, there is a night train to Bucharest. I beg you." The blacksmith had the bar of Peter's lock in the small beak of his bolt cutter, but he could get no purchase on the hardened steel. Then Mehmet the Conqueror pushed him aside and took the ends of the bolt cutter in his massive, cramped, arthritic hands. 4 hard snaps, and Peter was free. Once the manacles were off, he could feel how much the chains had hurt him.
His wrists and ankles were chafed raw. Turkon reached to shake his hands.
My friend, I am glad for you. You see in their own way these people can appreciate our art.
Again Peter found himself staring into the face of Mehmet the Conqueror, and he felt something inside of him as he looked at the old warrior. It was not sentimentality. Instead, it was a wave of ferociousness that filled his mouth with spit.
I want to fight,
he said, words which astonished him.
You'll let me fight.
There was a sudden silence as all the chattering around them ceased. Then Andromeda raised her voice. She spoke to Turkon.
Sir, there's no time.
That man will return in half an hour.
Bah! What are you talking about? We are here as watchers only.
I want to fight, Peter said. The words sounded less strange at the third repetition. The Cady shook his head.
But it must be impossible. You are my guest, and you have seen these people. There are no champions here.
I know the rules, Peter said, surprising himself. Isn't there a spectator's challenge?
Yes,
confirmed Mehmet the Conqueror. Several people in the crowd nodded their heads. Then no one said anything until Andromeda interrupted the silence once again. Sir, you must know that man will come with soldiers. If you could lend us some money, there is a train to Bucharest.
He can do nothing, Mejid Pasha. I am the judge in this case.
Now suddenly Turkon had changed his mind.
Bah, but if it will give you pleasure, a friendly match, a single fall if you are sure. Afterward you come back to my house to celebrate. All Romania will be my guest.
The crowd, who had been so eager to free him and protect him, now was eager to see him in the pit. Peter stood at the rail, squeezing his wrists, looking over the expectant faces. Of course, they had been raised on stories of his skill. He would not disappoint them and dishonor himself. Andromeda grabbed hold of his arm. He leaned down to listen, and she whispered in his ear, "What is your problem? What do you think happens when you lose?" He shook off her hand. He looked up to see a man step into the pit. He was dressed in a towel-cloth robe, which he now dropped. Naked, he put his hands on the barricade.
I am Roderick of Burgos. Champion I may not be, but I have heard of Nova Zagora. Even in the Spanish Empire we've heard these stories. Now I stand here for the honor of my adopted country, against a man who has stepped out of a children's fairy tale and a pagan sorcery that has kept him young and strong. I, too, am strong. So now I spit.
Peter understood none of this, but he understood the language of the Spaniard's body. He recognized the formal, measured, flowery phrases that indicated an official challenge. The recognition came from far inside. The crowd had opened up in front of him, from the railing of the grandstand to the barricade around the pit. Without thinking, Peter spat into the dirt. Andromeda reached to take hold of his arm again. She pulled him down, though he resisted. He could see the golden hair that glistened on her cheeks. She whispered in his ear, "You've got to know you're not the Chevalier de Gratz."
"Shut your mouth,"
he said, and his voice was light, harsh, ugly. "All right. I'll put my money on the other guy." She let go when he swatted at her, pushed her away.
1,000 piastres on my friend,
shouted Aristophanes Turkon. The crowd was shouting and cheering as Peter ducked under the railing and stepped down. The bettors in the circle now were haggling and calling. Folded banknotes stood out from between their knuckles as they gesticulated and made their calculations. For a while Peter stood there in the gap. The light seemed harsh and glaring now. The crowd was massed along an open corridor between the grandstand and the pit. Thousands of their sailors looked down from their decks and laughed. Thousands of the soldiers made mock at the mad little craft, running on and on till delayed by the mountain-like San Philip of 1,500 tons. From the grandstand, Roderick of Burgos had not looked so big. Peter judged he was about 30 years old. He was clean-shaven, and his hair was black and curly. Scars and welts stood out on his shoulders and biceps, but his legs were small, Peter noticed, and he had a purple bruise over his right knee. As if by reflex, as he stepped forward, Peter found himself measuring and judging each characteristic in detail of the man in front of him.
from his high-arched, hammer-toed, broken-nailed feet to his heavy, scarred eye ridges and forthright stare. His nose had been broken at least once, and he was missing a tooth. His knuckles, also, were thick and bruised. He'd had a couple of falls in his career, Peter thought. There was a feeling in his stomach that was not fear, but a species of relief. Since his arrest, and long before, perhaps since that terrible night with Raevsky on the bridge, perhaps since the morning he had woken in the snow with his new hand, or perhaps since his first school days at home, in various parts of his mind he'd been afraid. To function, he had had to live with fear. To close out fear had been to close out sections of himself. But now the barriers were down. Air moved through him end to end. As he stepped between the two masses of spectators, he felt the world under his feet, the paths that led to him and away. Behind him stretched the Egyptian desert, and in front of him the earth curved north into Roumania, and there were the mountains, valleys, great rivers, and forests, and there was work to be done and wrongs to be set right. And there was a dream that was languishing in danger, and a woman he had sworn to protect. And his way to her was at that moment blocked by a rickety barricade, and behind it stood a broken-down Spanish fighter named Roderick of Burgos, whom he'd beat with one hand because his left hand was weak. That was his shame, his secret to hide. He felt no anger or urgency. He saw himself duck under the rail. Roderick of Burgos had retreated to the center of the pit. The crowd made a noise like the sea. Peter stood testing the sand under his feet. Then he stripped off the pumpkin-colored shirt, the pumpkin-colored trousers. The boy came with the oil, but he waved him away. He would fight in the Romanian fashion, ungreased, though he might give up a small advantage. He disdained any stretching or preparation. He stood with his legs splayed, his eyes closed, listening to the directions of the umpire. They would fight a single fall, apparently. The ending of the poem now occurred to him, as clear as if he saw it on the page. And the water began to heave, and the weather began to moan, and, or ever that evening ended, a great gale blew, and a wave like the wave that is raised by an earthquake grew, till it smote on their hulls and their sails and their masts and their flags, and the whole sea plunged and fell on the shot-shattered navy of Spain. At the same time, other images occurred to him as he stood with his eyes closed. They were like a series of photographs or flashcards, changing as he looked at them. Faces, stone buildings, landscapes, horses, dogs, none of which had been part of his life in Berkshire County. They came in such profusion he could not make sense of them. They did not combine into a net of stories. They suggested nothing to be put in language. But each one brought with it an emotion, which he experienced as waves of hot and cold, dark and light. Then he felt a blow upon his chest, and he almost fell. Roderick of Burgos was there. Peter opened his eyes and saw the great heavy hand come swatting at him again, but it seemed to travel slowly, as if pushing through an obstruction. Peter himself at that moment was not capable of moving quickly, but he could move faster than the ponderous hand that seemed to make a noise as it pressed through the air. Around him was the roaring of the crowd. Laboriously and sluggishly, he ducked and turned away. Another hand now came to seize him by the shoulder. It moved with absurd slowness, and he turned away from it. Burgos's leg was at the level of a stool, but he stumbled over it and almost tripped. Then he pushed his foot under the man's heel and lifted up, expecting him to jump away. There was all the time in the world, but he was as awkward as he looked. He lost his balance. Peter seized him by his waist and twisted him and flung him down. The Spaniard fell onto his back. Then there was time for him to roll away and get back up, before Peter, after long deliberation, knelt down on his chest. He pressed the man's head into the sand. Holding his left hand hidden behind his back, he grabbed hold of the man's chin in his right hand and pressed his head back, and then released him, and then pressed him back, and then released him. And every time the back of the man's head struck the dark surface of the sand, it was as if a new part of the story was shaken clear in Peter's mind. The man grabbed and flailed and tried to twist under Peter's weight. "De Gratz!" shouted the crowd. "De Gratz!" and de Gratz paid no attention either to the crowd or to the struggle of the man, but instead he was listening to the stories in his head as they arranged themselves and joined themselves together. Slippery as expert wrestlers, they moved away as he approached them. But they were there, and he knew them after all, and Roderick of Burgos was beaten, and with him Peter Gross had also taken a fall, after fighting long and stubbornly and valiantly to keep upright. And the little Revenge herself went down mid the island crags, to be lost evermore in the main. Andromeda had climbed into the grandstand to sit in Peter's seat. She'd not waited for an invitation from Turcan. Now she hunched her shoulders and slid down and leaned back on the empty bench behind her. Her pale eyes were closed to slits, and her long boots were thrust under the railing. She was the first to sense the change in the man in front of her, even before Peter himself. When he released the Spaniard and let him up, he stood splay-footed in the sand while the people cheered. Naked, legs spread, he stared at her with eyes as unself-conscious as an animal's. He didn't blink. In the language of his body there was no shame or awkward diffidence, nothing that suggested her old friend Peter Gross, who had stepped into the pit a few minutes before. Instead, in his tense body and proud face, the part of her that was Prochenko recognized a comrade and well-worn adversary. No, it was not right to call him proud. That was the mark her envy put on him. He was too innocent to be conceited, too unaware of the world's attention. He was a man of action and desire, and one other thing, a glimmer of irrationality that was apparent in everything he did. Andromeda slouched in her seat. Though it was a hot, humid night, she felt gooseflesh on her skin. There was, however, work to be done, and so she turned to Aristophanes Turcan, who was chuckling and clapping.
"Hum? Did you ever see such a thing? Less than 1 second. And he was not in the best condition, I can tell you. Stuffed with food and drink, and for 3 days he has had the chains on his hands."
"Do you think there are some clothes he could borrow?"
Yes, I should think he'd have some clothes. I will give him my own coat. Tonight he is a guest in my house."
With her long fingernails, Andromeda scratched her forearm underneath her French shirt cuff. "Sir, I think we will refuse your offer. Mejid Pasha will be here. I think this man should cross the border."
"Mejid Pasha? Bah! I am the presiding judge."
All this time Peter de Gratz had been staring at her, but now he turned and rubbed his face in the towel that the boy held out for him. Andromeda found herself admiring his muscled back and buttocks. She was worried for her friend. She knew that she and Sasha Prochenko were similarly made. Both had a layer of bravado and a layer of embarrassment around their hearts, as her father in Berkeley had once poetically described her. But Peter and de Gratz were miles apart. "Even so," she said. The crowd began to move around the betting circle once again. The bookmakers were collecting money and paying it out. Men came out to rake the sand for the next match. Aristophanes Turcan got to his feet, yawned, stretched, scratched his chin. Then he pushed his way off the grandstand and stamped down the steps. Andromeda got up too. She found him urinating beside the scaffold in the back. She waited until he was finished. "Please." Buttoning himself, he turned to face her. They were in the shadow of the stand, away from the lights and the pressure of the crowd. They could hear the muted sounds of the barkers.
"I don't want to speak to you," said Aristophanes Turcan. "The Chevalier de Gratz will be my guest. But with you Romanians there is always trouble. So you must go away, and then we will have peace again. I give you this, and you must not be asking for another gift. Ha! And one thing more. I will not ask for witnesses from the bazaar. Sir, Mejid Pasha must not find us. The Chevalier and I must leave this place. You can't let Mejid Pasha overturn your wise decision." The old man's attention was now divided by an announcement from the umpire in the pit. But he turned back to look at her. "Why are you always mentioning this man? You must not insult me. This is justice, and not victory. I am having some demands upon my time." His expression of disdain was eloquent, and something else,
Quite suddenly he was drunk. He swayed on his feet as he stared down at her. Andromeda imagined he was disgusted by Prochenko's effeminacy. She stepped closer so he could smell the perfume on her skin and see the gold hair on her neck. "Sir, I'm grateful. I'm appealing to your love of justice. What's the good of giving him his freedom if tomorrow he is locked away? My government will thank you. When he gets home you will receive an invitation from the Countess de Gratz." Aristophanes Turkon reached out his big hand. He brushed the shoulder of her silk shirt. Then he seized hold of her earlobe as if to find his balance. He pulled her to him by the ear, and she could smell the liquor on his breath. And something else when he had belched, some hint of vomit. His hand was powerful. She did not resist him.
"Do I care for the thanks of my enemies? I tell you I would never enter such a country of devils."
He shook her once and let his hand drop to her arm.
"You old goat,"
Andromeda thought, as he caressed the ball of her shoulder. He was a tall, big-chested man. He drew her close and whispered into her ear.
"What do you want?"
"Sir, the loan of your car. In 4 hours we could cross into Roumania."
"You are quite insane."
But he was still squeezing her shoulder. Now there were some more muffled announcements as a new match started. The Chevalier de Gratz was walking among the scaffolding, looking for them. They saw him moving among the long corridors of supporting struts. Aristophanes Turkon murmured in her ear,
"Am I right in thinking you would take this motor car and disappear in the dark night? That there is nothing real or sane about all this? I think we have been flying among ghosts and shadows, and so now we must come back to the ground. Does he look like a man of 45 and more?"
De Gratz had not reassumed his jailbird overalls. Instead, he'd found some new clothes from somewhere, perhaps from the umpires or his fellow wrestlers. He was dressed in pale tight trousers that left his shins bare, and he wasn't wearing any shoes. His shirt was loose around his neck. Now he turned and saw them. He came striding down the tallest corridor under the scaffold, spattered and striped by the light that filtered through the planks. He stepped through the empty bottles and detritus until he stood beside them. Turkon let go of Andromeda's shoulder. She said, "You'd come with us. I am asking you to take us to the border." Then came de Gratz's light, irritating, well-remembered voice, joining in as if he'd overheard. "You must have no concerns about the safety of your property. I give my word of honor in return for your generosity." This kind of idiotic nonsense had always been typical of de Gratz, but because he spoke without a trace of irony or self-consciousness, it had an authenticity that was effective sometimes, though not at that moment. Turkon stared at him.
"My friend, you will not come to be my guest, me and my daughters?" "Sir, I long for my own country." "Bah!"
Turkon was immediately angry. He made a theatrical gesture with his arm, which had the effect of throwing him off balance. Staggering forward, he smacked his forehead on a protruding wooden strut under the grandstand.
"Cowards!" he shouted. "Assassins! Great Jehovah!"
and fell heavily on his back. Andromeda and de Gratz knelt down. The old man wasn't hurt, he was just stunned and drunk. He groaned as Andromeda slipped her hand between the buttons of his coat, searching for his pocketbook among the folds of his damp undershirt. But de Gratz caught her wrist in his right hand. He squeezed until her muscles failed. At the same time he was staring at her, smiling. His eyes had always been a little dilated, she now remembered, and as always he'd forgotten the task at hand. It was going to be up to her to drag his stubborn carcass to Roumania.
"Laissez-les," he whispered.
"What about the gun?"
"Laissez-les."
But someone had already heard the old man's cries. Around the corner of the grandstand came the chauffeur and the soldier and 2 other men. Andromeda recognized one of them, a tall, emaciated man. He'd taken charge of her last bet, 50 piastres on Roderick de Burgos. "Crud," she murmured, a word her mother had been fond of in the house on Syndicate Road. The soldier had a gun in his hands, a strange, short, modern-looking rifle with a barrel of black steel.
Double crud, she murmured. She stood up, forced herself to smile. She spoke in Turkish. "Oh, I'm glad you've come. The Cady has hurt himself." But the soldier wasn't having any of that. The men behind him were jabbering and swearing, but he said nothing. Andromeda showed her empty hands, then clasped them together. "Beyefendiler. Gentlemen, where is the hospital? Look what has happened. He was drinking, I suppose." The idea was to get all of them inside a car. If de Gratz would just get up and show himself also to be harmless, then... But it was not to be wished. He was still squatting over the body of Aristophanes Turcan. She had scarcely finished speaking when he lifted the old man's revolver and fired. No doubt if he had gotten a clear shot, he would have pierced the soldier through the brain. He was quite a marksman. But two things happened as he pulled the trigger. First, the old man started to bellow and seized him by the wrist. Second, the gun misfired when the hammer came down, and there was a flash of light. De Gratz cuffed Turcan with the ruined gun, then threw himself at the soldier as he now stood uncertain. In just a few seconds he had seized the rifle by its barrel and twisted it away, and slapped the soldier down with it as well as one of the other men. Not the bookmaker Andromeda saw, which was a pity. Tall, with a long neck and big Adam's apple, he backed up beside the grandstand while de Gratz took a few steps toward him. "Don't be such an asshole," Andromeda suggested uselessly. She ducked under the grandstand and started running down the corridor of scaffolding. De Gratz came after her, and it wasn't until they had come out the other side into the crowd at the entrance to the pit that they realized the bookmaker had followed them. De Gratz had dropped the gun. One part of the crowd was now discovering the three unconscious men and raising the alarm. But this part on the other side of the main grandstand had not yet heard anything about it. The distance was not long, however, and Andromeda strode quickly toward the gate. Beyond the barricade she could see black-coated janissaries, the next obstacle. But the way was now blocked by people in the crowd who came forward to meet de Gratz and shake his hands. Roderick de Burgos was there, all smiles, and leaning on his arm was Mehmet the Conqueror. "Friends!" he cried. And de Gratz was such a preening fool he actually stopped. "Thank you for the lending of your trousers," he said in English. Another small wrestler now came forward to grasp his hand, and soon he was surrounded by a gang of men. Some were greased and oiled, naked from the waist up. "Please," said Andromeda, "will you help us?" She gestured toward the uniformed policeman. There also, where the crowd was less, stood the sleek and shiny motor car of Aristophanes Turcan. Its long bonnet was silver, and its wheel guards were gold. There were several other cars beside it, but no one was paying any attention to her. They thronged around the Chevalier de Gratz, slapping him on the back, and when they pushed all together through the gate it was less out of a plan to hinder the police than out of the natural carelessness of crowds. Perhaps 100 people swelled through the barricade. But no doubt Mejid Pasha was a cautious man, Andromeda thought, unwilling to risk a riot. He would stop them at the city gates, or on the road, or at the Romanian frontier. Doubtless he'd sent messages by telegraph. With the others, she came to Turcan's car. The chauffeur was standing beside the running board. Andromeda walked ahead of the crowd toward him. "Lütfen, please, your master sends his greetings. He asks if you could make 2 trips. First, the Chevalier de Gratz and me, along with one other. Next, you will return for him. Benim emirlerem Aristophanes, bedan aliorum. I take my orders from Mr. Turcan." He was no dope, Andromeda thought wistfully. And Mehmet the Conqueror now looked around. So where is Turcan? I thought he was going for a piss." Shouts came from behind them. With obvious reluctance, the chauffeur left the car and walked back toward the wrestling pitch. The wrestlers moved to the next car in the line, a larger and shabbier vehicle that belonged to Mehmet the Conqueror. Andromeda thanked some dual version of God for this piece of luck, and because the passenger compartment was closed. What to do? The janissaries were sure to stop the first car on the road. The bookmaker was still with them, the tall man with the Adam's apple who had followed them. "Brosa te ajut. Please, I want to help," he murmured in her ear, reaching for her elbow as she pulled angrily away. It took her a moment to realize he was speaking in Romanian. He made a quick, possessive gesture down the line of automobiles.
Acesta e el meu. This one's mine. You go on ahead to the Katie's house, she said to Mehmet the Conqueror. We'll wait for him and follow.
The old wrestler shrugged, then sat down heavily in the front seat of his motor car. Roderick de Burgos worked the crank and slid behind the wheel as the engine came to life. 3 other men squeezed into the back compartment through its small rear windows. The space seemed full of anonymous biceps and torsos, which was the effect Andromeda wanted. She hoped the police would let it run at least out of sight of the fairground before they forced it off the road. The car honked its horn and turned in a wide circle. Peter and Andromeda, still hidden in a crowd, came to the next conveyance in the line. This was even better, a windowless closed van. Andromeda looked for the bookmaker. His dark hair was clipped close, and he wore wire-rimmed spectacles on his beak of a nose.
Takavre bani, if you want the money I owe you, she murmured. You'll get us out of here.
They didn't have more than a minute or so. She didn't look back to the Katie's motor car. Every moment she expected to hear his strident voice. The van's rear compartment opened from the back with double doors. Peter, uncomprehending, got in while the bookmaker started the machine. It made a weak, nasty noise, then caught and held. The way to Turcan's house led down the Talat Pasa Kadesi, to the gate, east along the main road of the town. Andromeda pointed south over the cobblestones into the warren of small lanes behind the Uk Serafeli synagogue.
Is it true he is the Chevalier de Graz?
The bookmaker asked.
My father was with him at Nova Zagora. These Turkish infidels, they never understand.
Confused now, the crowd had changed directions and was pulling back from them. Andromeda didn't turn around.
You are a patriot.
Take this as payment. And when you get to the bottom of the Eski Karsisi, then you must stop for 1 moment. Then go on to the Dobrik Road as quickly as you can. Then you drive straight north toward the border as far as you can manage. If they stop you, you've done nothing wrong. She pressed into his palm the rings she'd bought in Alexandria, her last stake on this gamble. Then she got into the back of the van and held the doors closed as it bumped away toward the domed mass of the temple. Soon they were beyond the range of lanterns and torchlight. After only a few minutes, the van stopped. Andromeda pulled Peter out, then rapped on the doors. The van turned at the corner. She pulled de Graz along the wall beside the garbage ditch. The lanes here were deserted, and it was filthy dark. This was a commercial district. In time they could see the lights of the railway yard. The old city wall had been torn down along this side. The station was a few miles out of town. They walked across the wide, deserted yard among the boxcars on their sidings and the piles of lumber under canvas. They looked for the night watchman, but saw no one. They crossed an embankment of crushed stone. The land was arid on the other side of the river. There were few trees, and they could see the moon. The air had lost the perfume of the town, and as Andromeda walked along the track, she was aware for the first time of a gunpowder smell from de Graz's hands, burned from the misfire. "We've got to move," she said. The stones and splintered ties were hard under her boots. De Graz was barefoot, but he didn't complain. She spoke in English, and he answered in French. "C'est loin?" "Not far." They walked on south. In time they saw the station on ahead, the 4 long platforms and the high gas lampposts, under whose light they could see black-coated janissaries and dogs. But the train was there too, halted for the late dinner hour, taking on coal for the trip north. The long black steam engine led a row of silver passenger cars. Beside them men and women smoked and talked, while the guards walked back and forth.
"Mejid Pasha,"
whispered Andromeda.
"Vous êtes fou."
"Folle," Andromeda corrected in her own mind. But she said nothing. It didn't matter. They stood in the cinders of the track, in the darkness under the half-moon. The engine was the second in the line. In front of it there stood a gray, closed metal car without windows or markings. Sometimes, Andromeda knew, the trains from Constantinople would push empty freight cars in front of them in case Bulgar bandits had mined the track near the frontier. But this was different. The track went round a curve north of the station. On the outside of the curve, it ran along a raised embankment.
De Gratz and Andromeda now descended part of this steep, small hill so they could approach the station out of sight. The gray car protruded beyond the station platform, outside the circle of gaslight into the dark. Now, on their hands and knees, pulling themselves along the dry bushes, they came along the outside of the curve. Gouts of steam rose to the sky, and they were spattered in the hot spray. Presently they heard the long hiss. The platform was hidden by the arc of the train as they approached the mysterious gray car. Now, in this one place, they could stand upright, hidden even from the headlights of the engine, which shined through the struts of the car. They could see the driver's compartment, still empty, and it was impossible to imagine they could climb upon the car itself under the driver's nose. And it was impossible to think they could find their way among the brightly lit passenger cars. Surely the dogs would smell her, Andromeda thought, would smell her scent. She put her hand to the smooth gray metal. Above her was a curved, padlocked door. Squatting down, she looked into the carriage's underside. Once she'd seen a movie about people escaping from the Nazis. Yes, it was just possible. Between the track and the recessed bottom of the car, there was a distance of about 3 feet. Above the system of axles and struts, there were steel spreaders at intervals, and between them, a woven metal grille. These spreaders were not structural to the car, but they supported 5 oblong blocks of cork. Lying on her back, Andromeda dug her fingers into them. They were saturated with cold water. "Help me," she whispered, but de Gratz did nothing. He squatted on his heels on the railroad tie, peering into the greasy, dirty belly of the carriage as she worked at the cork blocks. "Get underneath here," she whispered, afraid that the engine driver would soon take his seat. The headlamps of the train shed a harsh, indirect light, which shone on both sides of the track. The cork blocks were made to be removed. You could slide them inch by inch off the edge of the grill until they fell, greasy, sodden, heavy, to the cinders. "Slide them down," she whispered. But de Gratz did nothing, and so she pushed them off herself. Instead of rolling down the embankment, they lay in the debris that lined the outside of the curving track. Now there was a space between the spreaders and the cold roof, and the grill would hold them. Above, a steel grating was set into the bottom of the car. Water leaked from it. She and de Gratz climbed into that space and lay on their stomachs, end to end, peering down at the track 2 feet below them. They lay there a long time. Once they saw a man's boots as he walked around the car. Andromeda thought he'd have to notice the discarded blocks, but there was enough anonymous junk along the track to hide them. Toward midnight, with much screeching and hooting, the train started to move. Then, and in the next hours, Andromeda realized that the movie she had seen had not in any way tried to reproduce the experience of riding on the underside of a railway train. Thrown up from the track, chunks of cinder pelted them, and they were soaked with the cold water from the grate. Nor was it quiet under there, nor was her position a comfortable one. She listened to the pounding shudder of the track for several hours, the screech of the bare wheels as they went around a turn. The ties were like a ladder below her, and she was clattering up the ladder to Roumania, Roumania, Roumania. Finally they slowed and stopped. Andromeda expected they had reached a station, but there were no lights and no sign of a platform. Even the headlamps of the train for a moment were extinguished. Andromeda was in the throbbing, quiet darkness. "This really sucks," she whispered. But when she turned her head, she saw de Gratz was gone. Above where he had been, the drainage grate into the car had been removed. Maybe this whole way he'd been working on it, and now she saw he'd managed to pry it from its bracket. It lay on the metal grill, a rectangle maybe 18 inches square, enough to climb through. She slid backward and then poked herself up through the hole just as the train started to move again. It lurched forward as she pulled herself up into a cold black space. "Are you there?" she whispered. "Oui." She sat down on the wet metal floor. Now the headlamps were lit again, and the only light came from the square hole. After a moment her eyes adjusted, and she saw de Gratz standing near her, holding on to a bracket as the train went around a curve, examining a kerosene lantern that was set into the wall. "I've got a match," she said. There was a box of phaetons in her pocket, which she gave to him. and when he lit a match, she reached back to cool her hand against one of several refrigerator-sized blocks of ice, tied together in the center of the car. The metal floor was wet, but she didn't stand up. She sat next to the square hole and watched the track go by. There was a small open space around the blocks of ice, illuminated by the kerosene lantern. But most of their car was taken up with freight, boxes of fruit, wooden crates of jars and bottles. The light shuddered to the rhythm of the train. It fell on Peter de Gratz in his wrestler's clothes. She found herself staring up at him, and he stared back. There was nothing else to do. She cleared her throat.
Hey, you looked really cute out there without your pants.
She was talking about him in the wrestler's pitch, grappling naked with the Spanish fighter. She said it to goad him, but was not prepared for the ferocious look he gave her. His face, contorted with disgust, bore no resemblance to the face he'd had that evening when she'd first seen him at the pitch. Every feature was the same, but she saw no trace of Peter Gross.
"So, are you still in there at all?"
she asked, but he said nothing. She persevered. "Do you still remember how Cardillo kicked you out of music class? I thought that was so cool. You just sat there with your eyes closed, humming that song, and you wouldn't look at him. Or what about the next time when you had that fight with Kevin Markasev?"
Je me souviens. I remember.
"And Nova Zagora?"
Je me souviens.
And that seemed to be it in terms of conversation. He swayed above her with his hand on the bracket, hour after hour. She leaned her back against a crate of pickled mangoes, stretched her legs out. In her pocket she found a packet of cigarettes, but every single one of them was spindled and damp. Hoping they would dry out, she held 2 of the best ones in her cupped palm. She put her head back, and even though it was cold in that cramped space, she found herself nodding to sleep. Once she looked up to see de Gratz eating fish eggs out of a bottle. His lips were smeared with black.
Vous avez faim?
He asked. But she wasn't hungry. She felt sick to her stomach in a way she recognized.